In the Diwen realm, Guanglong City 4th High School, on the Grand Square, thousands of young men and women were eagerly waiting. After enrolling at the age of 8 and undergoing 10 years of arduous study and training, the moment that would determine their fate had finally arrived. On the sole elevated platform, a mighty and imposing man strode with a dragon's step and a tiger's gait, his gaze sweeping over the teachers and students below. This was the principal of the 4th High School, a martial artist of the second heaven of the martial path, the Jade Marrow realm, Sun Wuyong. The domineering principal's voice echoed. The 667th awakening ceremony of Guanglong City 4th High School is now officially declared open. As his words faded, brilliant light burst forth from the four corners of the vast square. The grand spirit-suppressing formation was activated, instantly plunging all the young men and women into a state of profound mental tranquility. Then dense blood-red energy surged into the entire square. These warm and rich forces, constrained by the formation, began to grow increasingly concentrated. Within less than a minute, the entire square was enveloped in a blood-red hue. The energy was attracted by the auras of 1,000 young people, causing over 1,000 protruding blood clots to appear. Then these blood clots began to form swirling vortexes of blood, a sign that everyone had started absorbing the power. This was the basic treatment of the Diwen realm for the new generation of humanity: blood energy infusion, which could strengthen the body and heal hidden injuries. Another force appeared above the square, calm and majestic, enveloping all the blood-red vortexes below. Bai Yang felt the changes in his body, and when the second force emerged, only two words echoed in his heart: it settled. Blood energy infusion was something everyone could enjoy. The force that appeared later was the awakening power bestowed by the will of the Diwen realm Blue Star. First supreme principle: every person in the Diwen realm, as long as they turn 18, shall obtain the opportunity to awaken. Any individual or force that dares to obstruct this shall be put to death without mercy. It was precisely because of the top-ranked supreme principle that ordinary people in this extraordinary era could have a chance to awaken. However, not everyone would succeed. The success rate was only about 30, and most people had no opportunity to become professionals. As he absorbed both forces, his body gradually transformed into a special flesh and blood form with data-based characteristics. After a moment, the awakening was complete. Bai Yang looked around. Some people's eyes shone with joy, others with dejection. However, under the still active spirit-suppressing formation, no one made any extra moves. Concentrating his senses, Bai Yang examined his own attributes. Bai Yang: ordinary life level 100, age 18, gender male, bloodline pure, human health 100100, remaining lifespan approximately 80 years, mana 100100, stamina 100100, physique strength 10, body 10, agility 10, physical attack intensity 10, soul spirit 10, perception 10, air reaction 10, magic attack intensity 10, physical defense 3, magic defense 3, talent triple, unity of all things free, attribute points 10, skill points 1. As long as the awakening succeeded, one became a professional with full attributes. Initial attributes were all the same, only talents differed. Bai Yang hurriedly sensed his own talent: triple unity of all things. Attribute 1, 1 main and 2 auxiliary items of the same quality with similarity exceeding 50 can be used to upgrade size or quality. The higher the similarity, the better the enhancement effect. Attribute 2, 1 main and 2 auxiliary items of the same quality, but with similarity below 50 can be used for additional trait enhancement. Excessively low similarity or poor trait matching may cause enhancement failure. Explanation 1. Upon successful enhancement, the auxiliary items are consumed and disappear completely. Explanation 2. Upon failed enhancement, the main item is unaffected, but the auxiliary items disappear completely. Explanation 3. Each use consumes 10 health, 10 mana, and 10 stamina. Consumed power can be recovered. Once recovered, the ability can be used again. Overwhelming joy surged in his heart. This talent was an extremely rare mystical-type talent, far superior to ordinary physical-type talents. Under the still active spirit-suppressing formation, Bai Yang only showed a bit more joy in his eyes. Clap, clap. The sound of palms clapping echoed throughout the scene. Principal Sun Wuyong looked at the students below, all wearing different expressions. Those who failed the awakening leave now. Report here tomorrow morning to assemble for service in the Guanglong City Recruit Corps. With a rustling sound, 700 or 800 male and female students instantly bowed respectfully to the principal on the platform and the teachers below. Then they strode away quickly. From now on they would never be the same. Not just in strength but also in identity. The gap was far greater than the difference between entering a prestigious university and failing the college entrance exam before the cataclysm. After all the failed awakeners had left, the spirit-suppressing formation dissipated its power. Instantly, the more than 300 young people present burst into low cheers. Principal Sun Wuyong allowed them to celebrate for a while, and his own expression softened considerably compared to earlier. Students, according to regulations, no one may inquire about your talents. However, there is a special case. If any of you have awakened a healing talent, please come stand by my side. Below, a boy and two girls raised their hands, then stepped onto the high platform one by one and stood behind the principal. Seeing only 3 students with healing talents, Principal Sun Wuyong was fairly satisfied. Talents varied widely, with physical-type talents being the most common. About 80 of professionals were of this type. Next were elemental-type talents: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, shadow, holy light, space. These accounted for about 18. Then came soul-type talents such as soul, insight, possession, attachment, necromancy, enslavement, etc. Their proportion was roughly 1. The rarest category, with such a low ratio it could barely be statistically measured, was mystical-type talents such as extreme luck, abundant blessings, flourishing wealth, prophecy, curse, etc. Bai Yang's triple unity of all things belonged to this type. Among the 4 major talent categories, physical, elemental, soul, and mystical, healing talents could appear in any of them. For example, physical, blood energy, healing, elemental, light, wood, water, soul, restoration, and mystical, resurrection, all counted as healing talents. In any world, healers are key figures of focus and protection, especially early on when healing professionals are vulnerable to casualties. Therefore, these 3 would receive special cultivation treatment going forward. Principal Sun Wuyong continued in a clear voice: according to the rules set by the Blue Star Supreme Council, each of you may receive 1 skill book as a starting aid for your path as a professional. However, unbound skill books are very limited. We cannot distribute skills according to your talents, nor can we ensure everyone gets the same initial skill. Some are very strong, some are very weak. The best initial skill books are summoning type ones. The stronger ones include Summon Tiger, Summon Bison, and medium ones include Summon Boar, Summon Wolf. The weakest summoning skill books even include Summon Goose, Summon Rabbit. Everyone wants the best initial skill book, but that's impossible. So today you will experience the power of fate. Next, right here, all skill books will be sorted by number. You will draw lots to decide which skill book you can choose. The recording equipment in the square will document the entire process from every angle, and the footage will be sent to the official institutions later. The total number of awakened students in this ceremony is 313. The Supreme Council is aware of this and has transmitted 313 different skill books. Among them, there are 30 summoning skill books. The Guanglong City Administration has additionally provided 100 skill books of a local specialty, Iron Shirt. If the skill book you draw is not to your liking, you may consider exchanging it for Iron Shirt. Of course, if some of you have good skills arranged by your family, you may also give up this opportunity to select a skill book. A group of teachers quickly sorted and arranged the skill books from a large box. Once finished, a transparent box was placed in front, filled with countless identical small balls. Principal Sun Wuyong spoke again: line up, pick 1 ball, then open it. According to the number written inside, take the corresponding skill book. If you are dissatisfied with the skill book, you may exchange it for an Iron Shirt skill book. However, the skill book must be learned on the spot and cannot be taken away. Even if you give up, you cannot take any skill book away. Swoosh! Bai Yang quickly rushed to the front of the line. Checking his position, he found he was the 9th in line due to his previous standing during the awakening. The first in line was a strong young man named Zhao Zuohai, the class monitor and sports committee member of Bai Yang's class. Zhao Zuohai stepped forward, drew a small ball, and handed it to a nearby teacher. The teacher twisted it open and showed the inside to everyone. Both halves bore the number 66, with a horizontal line underneath, to avoid confusion with 99 when flipped. Zhao Zuohai quickly walked to the side where the skill books were placed, picked up the numbered 66 skill book, and then burst into suppressed laughter as he learned it on the spot. Clearly that skill book satisfied him greatly. One by one the line moved forward. Soon it was Bai Yang's turn. He reached his hand into the box, grabbed a small ball, then handed it to the nearby teacher. The teacher twisted it open, revealing the number 213. This was an excellent number. Bai Yang quickly went to retrieve the corresponding skill book. The skill book in hand, its attributes appeared. Summon Rooster Common. Attribute: consumes 1 skill point to learn. Can summon a rooster to fight. There were only 30 summoning skill books, and although the rooster was not a powerful early summon, it was still a stroke of luck. With no choice left, if he didn't learn it, he would forfeit the chance to obtain a skill book. Bai Yang instantly learned the skill. The Iron Shirt skill was a specialty of Guanglong City, obtainable by clearing dungeons. Its effects were identical and one could acquire it later on their own. But summoning skills were not so easy to come by. Moreover, the defense boost from learning Iron Shirt was not significant, making it rather pointless. As the last remaining skill point was consumed, the skill book transformed into a beam of light that surged into Bai Yang's sea of consciousness, merging with the power of the skill point and constructing a runic symbol of a rooster within. After learning, more detailed attributes appeared. Summon Rooster Common. Attribute consumes 10 mana to summon a common quality rooster of the same level as you to fight. Cast time 10 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Cannot be summoned repeatedly. Note 1. The summon is formed by mana combined with heaven and earth energy, has no vitals and dissipates when HP is depleted. Note 2. The summon continuously consumes energy. While active, it also dissipates when energy runs out. The current location was unsuitable, so Bai Yang couldn't summon the rooster to check its stats. Then Bai Yang walked toward class monitor Zhao Zuohai, who was waving at him. He soon arrived beside him. Zhao Zuohai laughed heartily and asked Old Bai, "How is it? Is the skill impressive?" Bai Yang shook his head helplessly. "A summoning skill. A rooster." Zhao Zuohai froze, then his face twitched, and finally, he couldn't help but laugh quietly. "A rooster? That's a bit weak, but still better than summons like geese rabbits or green-shelled turtles. My family keeps roosters, and honestly they can be fierce when angered." Pat pat. Zhao patted Bai Yang's shoulder. "It's just an initial skill, no big deal. My initial skill is among the best," the principal mentioned. "Summon rhinoceros. Later you can join my team. It'll make sure all the classmates who didn't pick good skills survive their first battle." Bai Yang felt moved. The class monitor was as magnanimous as ever. Soon everyone finished selecting their skill books. A teacher collected the remaining books. Bai Yang stared at the large box of skill books with burning envy, yearning to use his 3-in-1 of all things ability. But he held back. This world had all kinds of bizarre supernatural powers. Abilities like soul stealing and talent deprivation were real. Even though the Supreme Council had enacted laws to prohibit malicious acts, as an orphan, Bai Yang dared not expose his talent and attract so-called special nurturing. Principal Sun Wuyong glanced around, then waved his hand. Immediately, a group of teachers below walked toward their respective class student area. "Follow your homeroom, teacher. Tomorrow morning other students will report to the recruit camp, while you must head to the Calamity Zone outside the city for your first battle. If anyone dares to resist and not go, the consequences will be on your own head." "Yes, sir." The entire field resounded with passionate responses. Then Principal Sun Wuyong left with the 3 students who had healing talents. They didn't need to go on the dangerous battle mission. Homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong called for the awakened students of his class to gather. His class, grade 3 class 5, had 60 students this year, with 20 successfully awakened. An average result. "Everyone follow me. Let's go back to the classroom first and he'll go over the details with you." The crowd followed Li Xiangdong toward the classroom and soon arrived at grade 3 class 5. Homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong looked at the students he had taught for 3 years, his voice filled with emotion. "Don't be overly excited or nervous. The monsters in the Calamity Zone will be the same level as you. Once you get your armor and weapons, plus the combat skills you've practiced for 3 years, and many simulated battles, surviving tomorrow's first fight will be no problem." Class monitor Zhao Zuohai laughed heartily. "Don't worry, old man. We're all looking forward to killing monsters and getting stronger. We won't be scared. My initial skill is summon rhinoceros. If everyone is willing to share what skills they got, it'll help the weaker ones get through the first battle. Everyone make some space. They'll summon my rhinoceros so you can see." Immediately, a group of people moved desks and chairs aside, creating an empty space in the center of the classroom. A low growl sounded as Zhao Zuohai activated his skill. A massive formation 4 to 5 meters in diameter appeared. After more than 10 seconds, a gray-skinned rhinoceros appeared before everyone, with a shoulder height of nearly 2 meters and a body length of about 4 meters. Homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong spoke approvingly. "A rhinoceros is indeed a good summon. You all have different talents and skills, so I can't interfere. Discuss and form teams on your own. I'll give you all one piece of advice: make decisions based on reality. Don't blindly form teams. Considering your abilities, your survival rate soloing might not be lower than grouping up. Also, feel free to allocate your 10 free attribute points. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Prioritize strength and physique to boost your combat power for the first battle." Soon everyone began chatting enthusiastically in the classroom. "Brother Hai, take me with you. My skill is Fierce Chop. If your rhinoceros knocks down a monster and it's not dead, it'll finish it off. Brother Hai, I got the weakest summon Green Turtle, so I swapped it for Iron Shirt. Please take me. Did you lose your mind? There were only 30 summoning skill books. You gave up one just like that. You. I want to slap myself. Why didn't I get a summoning skill book?" "Exactly. Even a green turtle can take a few hits from monsters. What use is the pitiful defense from Iron Shirt? It's sold in shops. You can buy one for 10,000. You're all talking nonsense. If I had learned the green turtle skill, my nickname would definitely be Green Turtle or Green Hair. I know exactly what you people are like. Brother, hi, take me. My relative just arrived today, menstruation, so I might not be fit for combat. But I did get the summon wild dog skill. Brother, hi. My relative just left today. I've been bleeding for days and my strength is affected. Take me. As class monitor, Zhao Zuohai had always been magnanimous and popular. Both boys and girls got along well with him. Zhao Zuohai laughed heartily. No problem. There are only 20 of us. If needed, we can all form one big team and enter the dungeon together. Several male students exchanged glances, then one spoke. Brother, hi, a few of us plan to form a small team and go in separately. We won't join you. Zhao Zuohai was taken aback, then nodded. All right, I won't force anyone. But let me make it clear, if you join my team, you must follow my commands completely. That's the first rule. After Zhao dismissed his rhino summon, other students with summoning skills began to summon theirs. Bai Yang was no exception, starting to summon his rooster. Mana surged into the rooster-shaped runic symbol in his sea of consciousness, then projected outward as specific power. A light red summoning formation 1 meter in diameter began to appear. A full 10 seconds later, a complete rooster appeared before Bai Yang. Oh, a rooster? This big? Shouldn't it be only 20 to 30 centimeters tall? This is at least half a meter. It doesn't look bad. At least it's good looking. The large size is probably due to Old Bay's talent, that's common knowledge. Indeed, Old Bay's rooster is so beautiful it's like a work of art. You fool, see, that's a rational choice. Green turtle or not, even with extra green hair, it's still a summon. You wasted your chance. Bullshit. My talent doesn't boost summons. A green turtle is only 20 to 30 centimeters at start. Definitely a liability. They'll never be called Green Boy. Old Bai checked the stats quick. Bai Yang focused his mind and immediately sensed the rooster, which was almost half a meter tall. Rooster common level 1 HP 50-50 A energy 100-100 growth strength 1. Physique 1 overall strength 2 strength 2. Physique 2. A physical attack 5 attack speed 0-2. Time a sec movement speed 0-3. MS talent Yang Qi abundance skills none. Bai Yang was somewhat surprised. This was a common quality skill, yet the rooster was not only larger than normal but also had a talent. That was truly remarkable. Yang Qi abundance property 1. Deals 20 bonus damage to evil ghost dark and corpse type targets that belong to the evil alignment. Property 2. All state recovery speed increased by 20. The innate attributes are exceptionally good. The so-called counter-type damage can be understood in a sense as damage that ignores defenses, similar to how holy light targets darkness. Moreover, the second attribute accelerates full state recovery by 20, which is an endurance-type ability. This conjured entity formed by the combination of magical power and energy will continuously lose energy, and with this ability its duration will be significantly extended. Before long, the 20 students in the class had formed their groups, and surprisingly only 5 people were with the class leader Zhao Zuohai. This left him somewhat astonished. Zhao Zuohai looked at Bai Yang. Old Bai, although your rooster is larger, its strength at level 1 is likely only slightly stronger than that of a green turtle, even inferior to a wild dog. Are you sure you don't want to join me? Bai Yang nodded earnestly. Thank you, class leader. I've thought it through. A soloing means facing only one monster, which shouldn't be a problem. Not just Bai Yang, there were 7 or 8 others who also chose to solo. The homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong spoke up. Now that everyone has formed their groups, come collect your phones and add each other as friends for easier contact in the city later. Everyone received a new phone and then quickly got familiar with it and added each other as friends, including the homeroom teacher, who thoughtfully did not create a group. The homeroom teacher clapped his hands and adopted a serious expression. All right, everyone, let's go get your weapons and armor. I emphasize that this is the initial equipment provided to you, but you can't take more than allowed. You can take 1 full bag of arrows, but for everything else you can only choose 1 item, each with a maximum of 5 items. With a clatter, everyone stood up and quickly followed homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong to the armory. All kinds of weapons were available and everyone began to choose. Bai Yang chose a small round shield, a 1-meter-long blade, a chainmail shirt, a full-cover helmet, and a 3-shot hand crossbow. In addition, he received a bag containing 30 crossbow bolts. With such ample preparation, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he generally wouldn't have any issues soloing against a single monster. Once everyone in the class finished choosing their equipment, homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong nodded in satisfaction, noting that everyone had chosen appropriately. Next is your free activity time, but I must warn you of one thing. You are all professionals now with a status above that of commoners and lower-class citizens. Many women fantasize about enjoying a life of comfort with you. I advise you to refrain from causing trouble before tomorrow's first battle. Your current strength cannot handle excessive strain. Overexertion will lead to sluggish reactions. If you die in the dungeon, the consequences. I hope you understand the difference between one night and countless nights. The crowd nodded in agreement. The homeroom teacher waved his hand, and immediately a group of people began to leave. Bai Yang walked at the end and approached the homeroom teacher. Old teacher, I have something to ask of you. Li Xiangdong was taken aback. Bai Yang, what is it? You aren't going to put me in a difficult position, are you? Bai Yang replied, Old teacher, I want to borrow some money. Li Xiangdong asked in confusion, borrow money? What do you need money for? The school cafeteria provides continuous meals, you have a dormitory, and you just received your weapons and equipment. What do you need to buy? Bai Yang said, I really have something I need help with, and I'll calculate the interest for you. Li Xiangdong paused for a moment, then waved his hand. No need for interest. How much do you want to borrow? Bai Yang quoted a number he had previously learned about, 131000. Li Xiangdong frowned slightly, just as Bai Yang wondered if borrowing too much due to their student-teacher relationship was inappropriate. Professional Bai Yang, professional Li Xiangdong is transferring you 131000. After receiving the phone, professionals only need to register to have a bank account. Bai Yang thanked him and quickly left the school. Soon he arrived at a general store. Boss, do you have any summoning skill books? The boss turned pale. Little brother, you've come to the wrong place. Summoning skill books are controlled items. This is a legitimate store, and we definitely don't sell them. Bai Yang asked, really none? The boss swore, I don't care what you want to do. We absolutely don't have any here. Bai Yang felt helpless. Summoning skill books are quite rare, especially since summoned creatures, regardless of their strength, are an added benefit for professionals in the early stages. Creatures like fierce tigers or lions are far stronger than early-stage professionals. Thus Bai Yang changed his purchasing needs. Boss, I'll take 3 iron cloth shirt skill books and 8 of these types of hand crossbows. Alright little brother, the iron cloth shirt skill book is 10000 each, and this type of small hand crossbow is 3000 each, totaling 54000 altogether. Ding, payment successful via mobile. Bai Yang held 3 iron cloth shirt skill books and a bag containing 9 hand crossbows. He found a real estate agency, and after paying 4000, Bai Yang rented a single room with a deposit of 1 month's rent and 3 months paid, totaling 1000 per month. After closing the door and checking the interior, Bai Yang took out all his items. First he held 1 iron cloth shirt skill book in each hand. Bai Yang, filled with excitement, activated his innate power. Immediately 10 of vitality, 10 of mana, and 10 of stamina were consumed, and an indescribable power emerged which Bai Yang could clearly feel. This power locked onto the 2 iron cloth shirt skill books in Bai Yang's hands, as well as the skill rune ball for summoning a rooster that he had already learned in his Sea of Consciousness. Bai Yang let out a sigh of relief. He had actually bought 3 iron cloth shirt skill books, and if this action didn't work, he could directly combine all 3 for a synthesis. The power of synthesis for all things activated and information appeared. Special situation: summoning the rooster can only be determined as the main body with a similarity of 7. Can only enhance additional features with a success rate of about 3. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Begin synthesis. The iron cloth shirt skill books in his left and right hands instantly transformed into light and began to flow into his Sea of Consciousness, merging with the summoning rooster skill he had already learned for enhancement. After about a minute, the fusion enhancement was completed. Synthesis successful. Your summoning rooster skill has gained the characteristics of the iron cloth shirt skill, and the skill has now transformed into summon iron rooster. Bai Yang excitedly checked the newly synthesized skill that succeeded in synthesis. The skill description had not changed. It was still of ordinary quality. Summon iron rooster. With the surge of mana, the summoning was activated in this single room. 10 seconds later, a rooster appeared that, while unchanged in size, looked more stunning. Its feathers were colorful yet subtly gleamed with a metallic sheen. Iron Rooster, ordinary level, 1 health, 60-60 energy, 100-100, growth strength 1, constitution 1, overall strength 2, strength 2, constitution 2, physical attack 6, attack speed 0, 2, time a second, movement speed 0, 3, meter second, talent, abundant yang energy, characteristics, physical defense 1 per level, skills none. Compared to the previous rooster, the change was not significant. Its health had only increased by 20, and its physical attack had also risen by 20. The Iron Rooster gained a new trait, Physical Defense 1, which exactly mirrored the effect of the Iron Shirt skill, granting 1 physical defense per level, with the effect scaling as the level increased. With an Iron Shirt skill book still in his embrace, Bai Yang suppressed his excitement. His first battle wasn't until tomorrow morning, and it was still before noon. Plenty of time remained. With a clatter, all 9 hand crossbows spilled out, and Bai Yang inspected their attributes. Repeating hand crossbow common. Integrity 100. Overall strength 5. Bolts 0-3. Physical attack 5. Effective range 20 meters. Bonus accuracy 1. Triple fusion. Similarity exceeds 99. Size or quality enhancement possible. Confirm primary and secondary items and select enhancement direction. Primary, secondary, secondary. Enhance quality. Triple fusion. Triple fusion successful. You have obtained a fine quality repeating hand crossbow. Repeating hand crossbow fine. Integrity 100. Overall strength 10. Bolts 0-3. Physical attack 10. Effective range 50 meters. Bonus accuracy 2. Picking up this enhanced hand crossbow, its appearance seemed largely unchanged, but the actual texture was entirely different. With a physical attack of 10, combined with the bolt's damage, a single shot could pierce a small shield with 10 defense. The increased accuracy made the bolts fly more steadily, granting better aiming capability. The range had jumped from 20 meters to 50 meters. A massive improvement. Triple fusion. Triple fusion. With 2 more fusions, Bai Yang now had 3 fine-quality repeating hand crossbows. Now his eyes gleamed as he gazed at the 3 crossbows before him. Triple fusion. Similarity exceeds 99. Size or quality enhancement possible. Confirm primary and secondary items and select enhancement direction. Primary, secondary, secondary. Enhance. Bai Yang paused, then carefully sensed the power of his talent, gradually understanding the situation. When similarity exceeded 50, a triple fusion could enhance either size or quality. He had already witnessed quality enhancement. As for size enhancement, from his perception, it seemed to merely increase the volume. Never mind. The hand crossbow is the school-recommended short-range ranged weapon with excellent combat performance. I practiced with it the most in school. Making it larger would only hinder control. Triple fusion. Enhance quality. Triple fusion successful. You have obtained an outstanding grade repeating hand crossbow. Repeating hand crossbow outstanding. Integrity 100. Overall strength 18. Bolts 0-3. Physical attack 18. Effective range 100 meters. Bonus accuracy 3. With a physical attack of 18 plus the bolt's 3 damage, the total physical attack reached 21. With such power, if sparring with classmates, a single shot could pierce a small shield, then penetrate chainmail, and finally bore through a classmate's body before exiting. Caressing the outstanding grade hand crossbow, whose appearance remained largely unchanged, but boasted superb texture, Bai Yang's thoughts began to shift. Over 3 years of high school students spent half their time learning skills like farming, animal husbandry, and blacksmithing, while the other half was dedicated to physical training and combat practice. After 4 consecutive triple fusions, Bai Yang had consumed a total of 40 of his vitality, stamina, and mana, leaving his face somewhat pale. But it was no big deal. With normal rest, he could now recover 1 point each of vitality, mana, and stamina per minute, so in 10 minutes, he could restore enough for another triple fusion. The excellence of triple fusion sparked even bolder ideas in Bai Yang. However, as an orphan, Guanglong City provided him with food, lodging, and everything else. Since he had no need for money, the city didn't give orphans like him any allowance, so. Opening his phone, he directly messaged his homeroom teacher, Li Xiangyang. "Boss, are you asleep?" Li Xiangyang's brow twitched upon seeing the message. "Bai Yang, what's wrong with you? It's not even noon yet. Why would I be asleep? Spit it out if you have something to say. Your first battle is tomorrow. Don't cause any trouble." "Bai Yang, boss, I want to borrow some money." Li Xiangyang was shocked. "Didn't I just lend you 131000? What have you done? Why borrow more? What exactly are you planning? I really can't figure out what you need money for now." Bai Yang fell silent, reading his teacher's message. Without experiencing tomorrow's first battle, he was still a senior high student, not yet recognized as a formal professional, and thus unqualified to leave the city for dungeons in the disaster zones. Not being a formal professional, he had no other way to borrow money except from his familiar homeroom teacher. As for selling the newly synthesized outstanding great hand crossbow, Bai Yang didn't even consider it. He absolutely couldn't do that now. Once he got through the initial phase, a bit of money would be trivial for a professional. In the Earth origin realm Blue Star, due to constant battles against invading otherworldly forces, the world was in a state of high-intensity war. Men, as the main combat force, suffered far higher casualty rates than women. Thus, for centuries, the world had seen a surplus of women, with the current male-to-female ratio exceeding 1:5. Even though laws required men to take multiple wives, countless women remained unmarried. Moreover, this situation was worsening over time. In this supernatural era, power resided in the individual, and the gap between people was simply insurmountable. The Supreme Council governed the entire Earth origin realm, dividing humanity into three classes: upper citizens, common citizens, and lower citizens. Students like those in Bai Yang's class who had successfully awakened would, after surviving tomorrow's first battle, become formal professionals, naturally attaining upper citizen status. As for those classmates who failed to awaken yesterday despite rigorous training that made them strong and combat-ready, they would all enter the recruit camp tomorrow for 3 years of service, classified as common citizens. Lower citizens, on the other hand, were those demoted from upper or common citizens for failing to meet requirements typically assigned the hardest and most grueling labor. The human reproduction plan had been implemented since the cataclysm and was now highly refined. The Earth origin realm no longer distinguished between male and female marriage standards. Men could marry women and women could marry men. If an upper citizen wished to stop fighting and met the conditions, they could take a rear position like homeroom teacher Li Xiangyang, and were then required by law to marry at least 3 wives and 4 concubines. 7 women in total. Common citizens had to marry at least 1 wife and 2 concubines. 3 women. Lower citizens were forbidden to marry or reproduce unless they regained common citizen status through effort. If a lower citizen had wives or concubines before being demoted, the marriages were automatically dissolved and those women could marry others. Except in very special circumstances, once married, divorce was not allowed without severe penalties. Over the years, the homeroom teacher often lamented having 17 unmarried daughters. This was his heartache, a fact known to the entire class. In a situation with more women than men, having 17 unmarried daughters could only be a matter of appearance, as was evident from the teacher's own face. Thus, Bai Yang's quota of 3 wives and 4 concubines held considerable value. So he played his trump card. Boss, lend me another 100,000. If I don't repay the full amount within 10 days, no 1 month, I'll marry your daughter as a legally registered wife. Li Xiangyang, who had just returned home and accepted a cup of hot tea from the ugliest of his 17 eligible but unmarried daughters, brightened at the message. Bai Yang, are you serious? Bai Yang replied, the chat records are proof. No lies. Li Xiangyang, you said it yourself. I didn't pressure you. Professionals must marry 3 wives and 4 concubines. So whether wife or concubine, 100,000 counts as 1 slot deal. Bai Yang, boss, am going all in. For all 7 slots, 3 wives and 4 concubines, I'll borrow another 569,000 on top of the 131,000 from earlier. Li Xiangyang nearly jumped with excitement. Good. Going all in has always been the ultimate art. A real man should be like this. Professional Bai Yang. Professional Li Xiangyang has transferred 569,000 to you. Your current account balance is 642,000. Holding a fortune, Bai Yang strode out of the rented room. This time Bai Yang arrived at another general store. Hello, I'd like to purchase a small hand crossbow with the highest rate of fire. The clerk, displaying high professionalism, didn't ask further questions and directly retrieved a hand crossbow with a magazine-like attachment beneath it. Esteemed customer, this hand crossbow can load 10 bolts at once. Does it meet your needs? Bai Yang shook his head. Too few. The more the better. Don't worry about the bolt magazine. The clerk nodded swiftly, checked the store's inventory, and soon brought out a hand crossbow with a massive bolt magazine from the back storage. Esteemed customer, this piece is an old prototype capable of 100 consecutive shots. However, due to its large magazine and rather mediocre power, the excessive bolts prove somewhat pointless. What do you think? Bai Yang reached out and touched this oddly shaped hand crossbow. Drum-fed repeating hand crossbow, common integrity 100. Overall strength 5. Bolts 0, 100 physical attack 5. Effective range 20 meters, bonus precision 1. Aside from its total bolt capacity, everything else was unremarkable. Bai Yang asked, how much? The clerk raised one finger, 10,000. This is the only one left. Large stores usually had fixed prices, so Bai Yang didn't waste time haggling. I'll take it. Additionally, I want 71 of the most common repeating hand crossbows, 8 standard chainmail suits, like the one I'm wearing, 8 of these blades, 8 small round shields, and 8 helmets. How much for all this? The clerk perked up. This was a big client. Esteemed customer, a common repeating hand crossbow is 3,000 each, standard chainmail is 4,000, a suit, a blade is 2,000, a small round shield is also 2,000, and a helmet is 2,500. Including that hand crossbow, the total is 307,000. Bai Yang frowned slightly. The clerk quickly pointed to the price list on the back wall. Esteemed customer, our store has fixed prices. A purchase over 300,000 gets a 5% discount, and over 600,000 gets a 10% discount. Bai Yang nodded. I want 33 Iron Shirt skill books. That would push the total over 600,000. With a 10% discount, that's 573,300 correct. The clerk nodded. Bai Yang continued, on top of what I've already ordered, add 6 more Iron Shirt skill books. With this purchase, it's not unreasonable for you to throw in 1,000 crossbow bolts, is it? The clerk nodded, rest assured. If the store won't use my commission to buy the bolts and give them to you. A beep sounded as the payment went through, leaving Bai Yang with only 5,700 in his account. Large stores worked efficiently. Soon a horse-drawn carriage loaded with all of Bai Yang's purchases carried him back. Passing by a butcher shop, he bought 10 jin of savory cooked beef. Back in his rented room, Bai Yang closed the door tightly. With a clatter, he dumped out all the items and the room was instantly filled with weapons and armor. Calming his mind, Bai Yang first looked at the 13 Iron Shirt skill books. Triple Merge. Special Circumstance Summon Iron Rooster can only be designated as the main subject. Similarity 15. Only additional trait enhancement is possible. Success rate approximately 11. Proceed with Triple Merge. Compared to the first time, the similarity had increased from 7% to 15%. Bai Yang speculated it was because the Iron Rooster also contained the word iron. Triple Merge. Triple Merge failed. Sub-items disappeared. Damn. 20,000 gone just like that. Triple Merge. Triple Merge. Each attempt consumed 10% of his total health, mana, and stamina. For Bai Yang, who was only level 1, this meant he could perform a triple merge once every 10 minutes. When his resources ran low, he rested. When hungry, he ate some cooked beef. When thirsty, he drank some water. Several hours later, after 12 failures and 4 successes, the Iron Rooster's trait had become Physical Defense 5 per level. On the 17th attempt, things changed. Special Circumstance Summon Iron Rooster can only be designated as the main subject. Similarity 51. Size or quality enhancement is possible. Proceed with Triple Merge. The similarity had exceeded 50%, allowing for size or quality enhancement. He initially considered improving quality, but after some thought, he made a different choice. Triple Merge. Enhance size. Triple Merge successful. Summon Iron Rooster skill has transformed into Summon Great Iron Rooster. With a cock-a-doodle-doo, a massive rooster a meter tall appeared upon summoning. Gazing at the enormous rooster before him, Bai Yang laughed heartily. It was incredibly majestic. Continue. Triple Merge. Enhance quality. Triple Merge successful. Summon Great Iron Rooster skill quality upgraded to excellent rank. A flash of light passed, and the already magnificent rooster grew even more splendid, its height leaping from 1 meter to 1.5 meters. It glanced around with an imposing aura, even as a being formed of energy. Great Iron Rooster Elite Morphic State Level 1 HP 300300 Energy 200200 Growth Strength 2 Physique 2 Overall Strength 4 Strength 4 Physique 4 Physical Attack 15 Attack Speed 03 Timesec Movement Speed 08 MS Talents Abundant Yang Energy Size Change Trait Physical Defense 10 per level Skills None. At a mere level 1, its stats were already explosive. With a physical attack of 15 points, it could peck through a small round shield in one go, and if it struck a vital point, it could easily one-shot a common monster of the same level. The additional trait had improved, granting 10 points of physical defense per level. The Iron Rooster was truly ironclad. This time, a new talent had appeared, Size Change. Bai Yang carefully sensed it. Size Change attribute: the Iron Rooster can alter its physical size within a range of 0.5 to 1.5 times. Stats remain unchanged after size alteration. Shrink. Smoothly, the Oni-and-a-half turtle Iron Rooster shrank to about 70 or 80 centimeters with health, attack, and other attributes unchanged. Grow. Just as smoothly, the Iron Rooster expanded into a giant bird over 2 meters tall, its presence astonishing. At 2 meters, it could be considered a small dinosaur. This skill filled Bai Yang with ample confidence. Only 1 Iron Shirt skill book remained, and a common quality book couldn't be merged with an excellent quality skill. Next, Bai Yang began merging and enhancing the other weapons and armor. The small round shield was upgraded to legendary quality, boasting 30 points of physical defense, and the chainmail reached legendary quality with 20 points of physical defense. The helmet reached legendary quality with 25 points of physical defense, and the blade reached legendary quality with 20 points of physical attack. When his phone alarm went off, the time had reached 7 in the morning. Bai Yang looked at the drum-fed repeating hand crossbow beside him. Including this one and the other repeating hand crossbows, a total of 81 after 40 triple merges, he had finally achieved great success. 81 common, 27 excellent, 9 legendary, 3 perfect. Drum-fed repeating hand crossbow, perfect ultimate state integrity 100. Overall strength 100, bolts 100, physical attack 100, effective range 800 meters, bonus precision 10A, shooting stability 5. The quality beyond perfect didn't appear. Instead, a perfect quality in its ultimate state emerged. This hand crossbow had reached the material's limit and could not be strengthened further. Upon reaching perfect quality, the shooting stability trait appeared. Combined with precision, Bai Yang was confident he could hit a common moving target within 100 meters every time. An effective range of 800 meters was excessively high. Now the true test was Bai Yang's own eyesight as the user. Small bolt, common integrity 100. Overall strength 5, attributes penetration 5, sharpness 5. Bolts could also be synthesized but not in batches, only one at a time. Small bolt, excellent integrity 100. Overall strength 15, attributes penetration 15, sharpness 15. Bai Yang only synthesized 3 of these excellent grade bolts for emergencies. After a night of intermittent rest and triple merges, Bai Yang's health, mana, and stamina were all at 50%. Combined with lack of sleep, he was in poor condition. However, the boost in strength was worth it. By the time he reached the dungeon on the way, his stats would be fully restored. While equipping his gear, Bai Yang fully grasped the immense power of his triple merge talent. It was utterly astonishing and defied all reason. If such a talent were exposed, even the High Council might willingly ignore established rules to take him in. As for how they would take him in, Bai Yang dared not imagine it, but he absolutely dared not and was unwilling to find out. After eating his fill, Bai Yang swiftly donned his gear and headed to the school gate assembly point. The head teacher had sent the meeting location and other details the night before. At 720, Bai Yang boarded the bus marked Class 5, Grade 12, and found a seat. "What's wrong, old Bai? How are you feeling? You look terrible. Pale and listless. You weren't in the dorm last night. Don't tell me you went out to do something. That's it. Nothing but extreme indulgence could leave you like this. Old Bai, I never knew you were that kind of person." Bai Yang's lips twitched. The thing was, he couldn't explain it. His current state defied any plausible excuse. He chose to remain silent and closed his eyes. His vitality, mana, and stamina were steadily recovering. He calculated they would be fully restored before reaching the disaster zone. Head teacher Li Xiangdong boarded the bus, and following the students' odd stares, saw Bai Yang, with his eyes closed and pale face. The middle-aged man was both shocked and furious. "Bai Yang, have you lost your mind? I specifically warned you not to mess around last night. You borrowed money from me yesterday for this. No wonder you wouldn't say why. I'm so mad." The head teacher cursed in rage. Bai Yang opened his eyes. "Old Ban, it's not what you think." Li Xiangdong snapped. "I've taken 3 wives and 4 concubines according to standard, and I know that look all too well. You." Li Xiangdong shut up when Bai Yang pointed at his own face. "Old Ban, I'm no stunning beauty, but I'm at least above average. If I wanted a woman, would I need to pay?" Li Xiangdong froze. His own looks had always been a sore spot. His wives and concubines were all beauties, yet because of him his 17 daughters were too ugly to marry off. The male-to-female ratio among the lower class had already exceeded 1:5. His 17 daughters might stay home forever. He turned away from Bai Yang and scanned the bus. Classmates were heading to the disaster zone outside the city. Remember, no matter how capable you think you are, don't be greedy your first time. Choose the lowest monster count. Everyone nodded solemnly. The strange horse-drawn bus carried the 20 students of Class 5, Grade 12, toward the disaster zone outside the city. The so-called disaster zone was exactly what it sounded like, a region where otherworldly invasions caused the convergence of 2 realms' energies, creating a lifeless area where both sides fought to seize power. It had been over 600 years since the first calamity. Blue Star was nearly destroyed and humanity was almost wiped out. But after enduring the initial hardships, Blue Star fought back with humanity as its shield and sword. The number of invading worlds increased, yet Blue Star somehow grew stronger and expanded. In just over 600 years, Blue Star's surface area had increased more than tenfold. Its external name was now Dun Realm. Procreation was encouraged and even mandated for all. Humanity's numbers quickly recovered and hit new highs. A single city, Guanglong, boasted over 100 million people. The chance of awakening a talent and becoming a professional was about 30. But due to high mortality, Guanglong had only a few million living professionals. Head teacher Li Xiangdong waved Bai Yang over. Bai Yang sat beside him. "Bai Yang, I believe you didn't indulge. I smell no strange scents or women on you. But your fatigue is undeniable. Could it be that you worried all night?" A female student nearby spoke in surprise. Bai Yang, are you scared? You don't need to be. The first fight is just a formality. Even I'm not afraid. Head teacher Li Xiangdong grew nervous. Bai Yang fighting after awakening to show courage and strength is a rule set by the High Council. It's not meant to send you to your death. As long as you don't court disaster, you won't die. If you're afraid and back out, the trouble will be immense. As an awakened, you'll be demoted to a commoner, lose your freedom, and be forced to breed with many women. A fate worse than death. Bai Yang quickly shook his head. Old Ban, you misunderstand. I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. Everyone was speechless. Along the wide avenue, the horse-drawn bus sped quickly and soon reached the city's edge. Passing through the invisible but tangible barrier, the very air seemed to grow more turbulent. Countless similar vehicles emerged from the city, not just Bai Yang's class bus. All 1235 high schools in Guanglong held awakening ceremonies today, and then came to the disaster zone. The vehicles were dense, but the specially built outer city space was vast, so there was no traffic jam. After a while, Bai Yang saw the scene where the sky met the horizon. Black and gray energies intertwined, devouring and seemingly merging with each other. An eerie sight. This was the strange landscape formed by the convergence of two realms' powers, a lifeless disaster zone. Head teacher Li Xiangdong's voice rang out. We've entered the disaster zone. You can enter the instances now. Remember, be cautious, be brave, don't be timid. As long as you don't flinch, you'll be fine. Choose the lowest monster count, finish quickly. I'll wait here to return to the city with you. Bai Yang focused his senses, and his datafied flesh body perceived special data. Evil Blood Corpse Cave, monster level 110. Monster count 100, party size 100. Bai Yang got off the bus and checked his equipment. The Iron Rooster summon was in his summoning space, ready to be called instantly, without the usual 10-second delay. His metal helmet was on chainmail worn, and a small round shield and sharp blade were at hand. The key weapon, a drum-style repeating crossbow, was ready to fire powerful bolts at any moment. Bai Yang's vitality had fully recovered, though his spirit was somewhat lacking. However, his datafied flesh body ensured his combat effectiveness wouldn't suffer. He concentrated his mind and connected with the energy turbulent zone. Entering Evil Blood Corpse Cave. You have no Blood Corpse realm aura mark. You can only enter the normal difficulty Evil Blood Corpse Cave. Please select monster count. Select one monster. Conditions met. Contacting Blood Corpse realm to open a normal level independent real instance space. Instance space opened. Enter. Enter. A force enveloped Bai Yang lifted him and pulled him into the black and gray energy convergence zone, where the two realms' powers clashed. The scene changed, and Bai Yang felt solid ground beneath his feet. He looked down and found himself standing on a small hill about 10 meters high. Blood Corpse Realm aura marked you. Current level bland 1. Blood Corpse Realm is selecting monsters to enter. According to level equality, the incoming monster is level 1. The real instance space contains Blood Corpse Realm aura. You are being eroded. Remaining stay time 35 minutes 59 seconds. DUN Realm aura will continuously erode the Blood Corpse monsters, weakening them over time. Special note, you must leave the real instance space before the stay time expires, or you will die, or even turn into a monster. The independent real copy space was not vast, its boundaries visible at a glance, roughly a space 300 meters in diameter and 100 meters in height. Ahead lay a wilderness, and at the far boundary, a pitch-black cave about 3 meters in diameter gaped on the ground. With a cluck, the Iron Rooster was instantly summoned and, following Bai Yang's instruction, flapped its wings to fly down this small hill. A greedy, urgent growl echoed from the cave opposite, growing clearer. Soon a ghoul-like head emerged, followed by claws. When the monster fully crawled out, it stood upright. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, with blood-red skin, hairless, a ghoul's head, and a werewolf-like body, it looked grotesque and repulsive. Observing it, this monster matched the traits of common monsters from his studies. Since he entered a normal level instance, this Blood Corpse was a level 1 common monster. Blood Corpse common level 1, vitality 151, 80. Physical attack 4-6, special abilities Bloodthirst, Iron Skin. Having studied Blood Corpse knowledge thoroughly over 3 years of high school, a level 1 common monster stats were slightly superior to an average adult. As real creatures, even same level monsters had stat variations. Its Bloodthirst ability allowed it to absorb blood and flesh from targets to heal itself, providing sustainability. The Iron Skin ability was the source of the Iron Shirt skill. The Blood Corpse was slightly stronger, but Bai Yang and his peers, after 3 years of rigorous training, and equipped with weapons and armor, were almost certain to win in unknown combat against a Blood Corpse reliant only on fangs and claws. Raising the perfect ultimate state drum style repeating hand crossbow, a sense of lock-on emerged, a boost from precision 10 and shooting stability 5. With a roar, the blood corpse that had just emerged from the cave threw its head back and howled. The power of the Earth realm within the real copy space provided simultaneous translation, a very basic function. Unmoved by the information in the blood corpse's words, Bai Yang had spent 3 years in high school specifically studying such knowledge. Almost all monsters from other worlds believed their own world was being invaded. In reality, only the Earth realm was the true victim. In real copy spaces, both sides' intelligent life were forced to fight to the death, leading otherworldly beings to mistakenly believe the Earth realm was invading their world, fighting to protect their homes. This was a cognitive bias difficult to correct, and the Earth realm had thoroughly understood it. An arrow instantly crossed 300 meters, piercing the head of the monster that had just been arrogantly roaring. With a thud, the blood corpse fell to the ground, twitching weakly. A single shot to the head. This was how real creatures reacted when attacked. Hitting a vital point and breaking defense caused massive damage. The blood corpse was severely wounded with no strength left to resist, but it wasn't completely dead yet. Its vitality wasn't depleted, so the battle hadn't concluded. 10 seconds later, the blood corpse's twitching ceased. A notification appeared: battle over, you have won. Settlement begins. A great force enveloped the blood corpse's corpse hundreds of meters away, decomposing it before Bai Yang's eyes. Soon a blood-red crystal, the size of a pigeon's egg, appeared and floated before Bai Yang. You have obtained a blood crystal. You have gained 1 point of special flesh law body upgrade experience. A warm current flowed into Bai Yang's body, and on his attribute panel level 1, 1100, he only needed 99 more times to reach level 2. Bai Yang had mentally prepared for such an instant kill victory, but since it was his first real battle, he had chosen to fight the weakest monster. The Blood Corpse Realm's aura has intensified its mark on you. Current level bland 2. Settlement complete. Do you wish to leave this real copy? Bai Yang grasped the blood crystal before him, and its attributes appeared. Blood crystal grade level 1, common blood energy 68 points. This was the reason the Earth realm could sustain the massive reproduction of its lower-class human population. This single blood crystal containing 68 points of blood energy could turn 680 liters of clear water into standard nutrient fluid when dissolved. Standard nutrient fluid could be drunk directly as a liquid food, used to irrigate crops, greatly accelerating their growth, increasing yields, and enhancing their nutritional value. Guanglong City was not large, roughly a circular area 50 kilometers in diameter, yet it housed over 100 million people and indescribable density. Without the continuous production of blood crystals, it would be impossible to support such a population within a mere 50-kilometer radius. This blood crystal, containing 68 points of blood energy, had a standard price of 6800. His first battle, an instant kill plus the Earth realm's power refining the monster's corpse, took 1 minute. He still had over 34 minutes, nearly 35, of tolerable exposure to the Blood Corpse realm's aura. I want leave. I choose to continue fighting. According to the principles of two-world real copies, if you continue fighting in the same copy, based on your marked level, the Blood Corpse realm must deploy no fewer than 2 monsters. Continue. This time bring 2 monsters. The Blood Corpse realm is selecting monsters to deploy. Based on the principle of level equality, the monsters entering this time will be level 1. Soon the characteristic roar of blood corpses sounded and 2 of them crawled out from the dark cave. With a twang, another shot hit the mark, instantly killing 1 blood corpse. Bai Yang did not fire another arrow. Rooster, go kill that blood corpse. The iron rooster flapped its wings and dashed to meet the charging blood corpse. Seeing a small creature rushing towards it, the blood corpse grinned cruelly. With a roar, just as they were about to clash, Bai Yang's command came. My rooster, maximize. Smoothly, the 1-metal iron rooster instantly grew to 2 meters, towering over the blood corpse. Having inexplicably lost its size advantage and been surpassed, the blood corpse looked baffled, unable to grasp the situation. Thud! The rooster and the corpse collided. The iron rooster pecked fiercely, and while the blood corpse was confused, it bit back hard while swiping with its sharp claws. With a clang and a tear, a bull's-sized bloody hole appeared in the blood corpse's head. Struck by this fatal blow, it fell dead instantly without even a twitch. As for the iron rooster attacked by the blood corpse, it didn't lose a single feather. The blood corpse's attack hadn't even broken its defense. Summons were combinations of mana and energy, fundamentally different from real creatures. Even if bitten on the head, they wouldn't suffer a fatal blow, only normal health loss. Because of this trait, the already rare summon-type skills were controlled items. Ordinary professionals could only have a chance to draw summon skills upon awakening. Currently, Bai Yang's spirit attribute was 10 points, giving him an effective control range of 100 meters over his summon, the Iron Rooster. He hadn't yet allocated his initial 10 free attribute points. So he thought, add points all to Spirit. His Spirit attribute reached 20 points, extending his effective control range over the Iron Rooster to 200 meters. Settlement continued. Bai Yang obtained 2 blood crystals and 2 experience points. The Blood Corpse Realm's aura intensified its mark on him, reaching Bland 3. Continue fighting. Give me 10 blood corpses. Roars sounded and 10 blood corpses scrambled out of the 3-meter diameter cave 300 meters away. With twangs, the perfect ultimate state drum style repeating hand crossbow fired arrows of immense power. With the boosts of precision 10 and shooting stability 5, it easily killed the blood corpses one by one. 10 blood crystals and 10 experience points were obtained, and the Blood Corpse Realm's aura mark reached Bland 5. At the same time, an Iron Shirt skill book appeared before Bai Yang. Unlike the Iron Shirt skill book he had purchased before, this one was bound untradeable and could only be used by him. If he had already learned the Iron Shirt skill, this bound skill book couldn't be learned again. He could submit it through the equipment at the professional hall to earn points. For professionals, points couldn't be traded or transferred, but they were very important, necessary for purchasing many rare items. Skill books could also drop as unbound items with roughly a 50-50 chance. Unbound skill books couldn't be exchanged for points. They could only be used personally or traded. Key skills couldn't be learned repeatedly. Professionals who obtained unbound skill books they already knew usually sold them to shops, ensuring the circulation of skill books. Blood crystals could also be exchanged for points and used as currency for transactions among professionals. According to the knowledge he had learned, killing monsters in batches of 10 was the slowest way to increase the aura mark, but also the most cost-effective, as a Onversussen battle almost guaranteed a drop of the Iron Shirt skill book. On the Earth Realm side, decomposing 10 monsters took about the same time as decomposing one, so Bai Yang repeatedly killed batches of 10 blood corpses. Deploying 10 monsters from the Blood Corpse Realm, killing them and decomposing them took about 90 seconds in total. After the 5th batch of 10 blood corpses was decomposed, taking less than 12 minutes, Bai Yang stopped. He packed the total of 53 pigeon egg-sized blood crystals into a pre-prepared bag, stuffed 5 bound Iron Shirt skill books into his chest, and chose to exit the real copy space. A force enveloped him, and when he could see clearly again, he was at the edge of the disaster zone. Li Xiangdong standing on the roof of the bus sighed with relief upon seeing Bai Yang appear. Bai Yang, why are you so late? Bai Yang quickly boarded the bus. The head teacher shouted but meant no harm. Li Xiangdong also got on the bus and looked around. 20 had come and 20 were still here, none missing. Congratulations everyone on completing your first battle. You are now official professionals. Come on, let's go back to the classroom. I have one last lesson for you. The horse-drawn bus started moving, heading towards Guanglong City. The moment the bus passed through the barrier, a notification came. Professional Bai Yang, congratulations on becoming an official professional. Your joining will surely help the glory of humanity shine upon all worlds. Each individual received a standardized congratulation. From this point forward, they officially became human professionals. Another piece of information appeared. The aura of the Earth Realm is cleansing the Blood Corpse Realm aura that has tainted you. Complete cleansing will take approximately 5 hours and 33 minutes. What was being cleansed was the aura of the Blood Corpse Realm, not the mark. Even after the aura was completely purified upon next entry into the true instant space forged between the Earth Realm and the Blood Corpse Realm, the mark level would remain unchanged. The Mara bus traveled through Guanglong City. Everything Bai Yang saw along the way opened his eyes wide and made them glisten. A multitude of women in their finest state lined both sides of the road. Such was the sight at every turn. Upon arriving at the gate of the 4th high school, the women were even more densely packed. The professionals who had successfully awakened this year and completed their first battle were all young adults who had just come of age. Due to the school's strict regulations, these youths were for the most part pure and innocent. But from this moment on, these young people, now elevated to the upper class, would gain the right to choose women as their partners. Each individual could select at least 7 partners, 3 wives and 4 concubines. The 3 wives and 4 concubines were merely those with official titles. The upper class could also register their unions with women. In theory, they could marry as many as they wished. Hence, so many women of various ages and appearances waited along the roadside. The homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong laughed heartily. Don't rush. Let's go back to the classroom first. After I give a few words of advice, you can do whatever you want. The crowd cheered in agreement. As he led the 20 students towards the classroom, Li Xiangdong sent a message. My wives, have you brought all the unmarried and widowed daughters to the school ahead of time? Have you arrived? Soon Li Xiangdong received a reply that everything was ready. Upon reaching the classroom, he looked with gratification at the energetic new student professionals before him. Classmates, from now on you will officially step onto the glorious path of a professional with the opportunity to one day behold the scenery of the myriad worlds. According to the rules set by the Supreme Council, from the moment you successfully awakened, until now no force has inquired about your talents. If such an incident occurs, please report it boldly. After verification, the Supreme Council will deliver a devastating blow to all relevant personnel of that force. Talents are not to be asked about, but if you desire better development, you must strive to enhance your strength, and then apply to the appropriate academies based on your actual circumstances. Third-class martial schools, second-class martial academies, first-class war academies. Each has its own admission standards. You have all studied the relevant knowledge. Guanglong City has only one third-class institution, Guanglong Martial School. The entry requirement is to reach level 5 within a month and defeat a level 5 elite puppet during the assessment. You will then be admitted. Your teacher here graduated from Guanglong Martial School. There was a faint sense of pride in his words. Then Li Xiangdong became indignant. Don't you dare look down on a third-class martial school. I was once ambitious, dreaming of entering a second-class academy, but reality was harsh. Even a third-class martial school has more than half of the candidates failing to get in. If you can't get into a third-class martial school, you'll have to join the recruit camp and train alongside the 40 classmates who failed to awaken as reserve officers. Or you can choose to take it easy, marry a group of wives, and contribute to the great cause of human reproduction. Seeming somewhat emotional, Li Xiangdong waved his hand. From here on out, it's up to you. The teacher can no longer and will no longer be able to manage you. With a whoosh, the male students in the class were the first to stand up, Bai Yang included. Li Xiangdong chuckled slyly. Don't all rush. I know exactly what's on your minds. Fellow male students, your teacher has 17 unmarried adult daughters and 7 widowed single daughters without children. They are right now in the hallway outside the door. If any of you find one to your liking, just carry her away. They all have their ID documents with them. Go straight to register. Outside the classroom was a corridor 10 meters wide where everyone usually trained between classes. At that moment, 1777, totaling 31 women, were neatly arranged, their faces full of anticipation. The class monitor Zhao Zuohai was the first to thump his chest and declare, "Don't worry, boss. Good water shouldn't irrigate another man's field. We all understand. As long as they catch our eye, well, definitely prioritize marrying your daughters." Then Zhao Zuohai looked around and shouted, "Brothers, charge!" A group of male students all cheered and ran out of the classroom. Bai Yang was not in a hurry. The homeroom teacher's appearance was quite ordinary. The fact that so many of his daughters were unmarried was most certainly due to their looks. The women's startled cries came thick and fast. The homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong laughed heartily with satisfaction inside the classroom. Sigh, it's always sad for a father when his daughters get married. I won't go out to watch. He said this, but a wild grin bloomed on his face. Bai Yang was somewhat surprised, feeling he had misjudged. Perhaps the old teacher's looks hadn't been passed on to his daughters. So he quickly strode towards the classroom door. "Ah, hubby, where are you? Hubby, come out quick. Something's happened." Shouts of surprise came from outside the door. Li Xiangdong restrained his smile a little. Women are always making a fuss over nothing. What the hell could happen? Somewhat annoyed, Li Xiangdong walked towards the classroom door, patting Bai Yang on the shoulder as he walked ahead. "Bai Yang, you're so calm." As he spoke, the two stepped out of the classroom. When they saw the scene before them, Li Xiangdong was stunned for a moment, then roared, "Wang Dong! Stop right there. The one you're carrying is my first wife. Are you blind? Can't you tell young from old? Holy shit, Li Hai, you stop too, damn it. That's my concubine. Not my daughter. Are you all blind? The young, innocent-looking ones in the middle are my daughters. The ones beside them are my 3 wives and 4 concubines, the mothers of my daughters." Amidst the homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong's roaring, several women were put down. Then Wang Dong and the others, looking at the young women around them, gave sheepish smiles and waved their hands before leaving. Li Xiangdong was somewhat exasperated. He then counted the women and daughters. Not a single daughter was missing, but there were only 6 women. "Huh! Where's my little concubine?" The mature woman with fair, delicate skin, who had just been put down, spoke, still shaken. Ayun was carried away by the one who rushed out first. Li Xiangdong sprinted to the edge of the corridor and leaned over to look down. He saw Zhao Zuohai carrying a woman out of the stairwell. A roar, "Zhao Zuohai, let her go!" Thump, thump, 2 thuds, one heavy and one light. The heavy one was Li Xiangdong jumping down from the 3rd floor. The light one was Zhao Zuohai releasing his grip, causing the woman in his arms to fall to the ground. Bai Yang witnessed a farce. Still, he couldn't blame his classmates for the mistake. The teacher's 3 wives and 4 concubines were all exceptionally well preserved. The key was that they were all beauties, unlike the young girls in the middle who had inherited some of Li Xiangdong's features. Truth be told, they were rather plain. After seeing the appearance of the teacher's daughters, Bai Yang decided he had to repay the 700,000 he had borrowed as quickly as possible. Having become an official professional, everything was different. At the very least, no one would interfere with or watch over what he did. Carrying the bag of 53 blood crystals, Bai Yang struggled to leave amidst the eager gazes and calls of countless women, heading to a shop open only to professionals. With a clatter, the blood crystals spilled out of the bag. Bai Yang said, "I want to buy a storage device with 1 cubic meter of space." The clerk quickly brought out several storage items. Bai Yang chose a men's storage bracelet. After paying with 51 blood crystals, containing a total of 3,000 points of blood energy, Bai Yang completed his purchase. His spiritual energy surged rapidly into the storage bracelet, imprinting a mark on the fixed patterns within. The storage bracelet was now bound. This was the lowest grade of storage item. A binding was simply a basic form of authentication. If someone else took the storage item and continuously infused it with their spiritual energy to wash away the mark, they could erase Bai Yang's mental imprint and take ownership. He slightly impacted the patterns of the storage bracelet with his spiritual energy, and a spatial rift appeared. When it opened to its maximum, it formed a circle roughly 30 centimeters in diameter. He stored his blade, the drum-type repeating hand crossbow, and the quiver into the storage bracelet, instantly feeling much lighter. Then Bai Yang took the city bus and left the city again, heading for the disaster zone. With a whoosh, he smoothly entered the instance again. This time Bai Yang planned to use up all his allowed stay time. He killed batches of 10 blood corpses at a time, grinding at maximum speed. 1 by 1 blood crystals and skill books were collected into the storage bracelet, while he continuously gained experience. 10 minutes later, your experience is full. Your level has increased to level 2. You have gained 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The 100 experience points that had been stored in his body transformed into 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. With each level up, 1 skill point was gained, and learning a skill consumed that 1 skill point. However, this did not mean a professional could learn as many skills as they had skill points. Every 10 levels constituted a tier. At each tier, a professional could only learn 1 physical body skill and 1 soul skill. As for the use of excess skill points, Bai Yang had never learned about it, and it seemed the teacher didn't know either. The skill he had learned earlier, Summon Rooster, had its skill rune sphere coalesce within his sea of consciousness. Casting the skill consumed mana, classifying it as a magical skill within the soul category. As for the Iron Shirt skill, upon learning it, it fused with the physical body, becoming a passive augmenting physical skill. Without the talent of unity of all things, the Iron Shirt skill might have been very ordinary, but now. Bai Yang took out a bound Iron Shirt skill book and decisively learned it. The skill book dissolved into light and merged into Bai Yang's body, and that 1 skill point fused at the same time. Soon the Iron Shirt skill was successfully learned. Iron Shirt common attribute 1, physical defense, 1 per level, currently 2. Attribute 2, slightly increases tolerance to pain. Slightly increases resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Right after awakening, he was level 1. If he had learned this skill, then it would only have added 1 point of physical defense. Truthfully, it would have been quite meaningless. Even the current 2 points of physical defense were negligible compared to the equipment Bai Yang wore. However, unity of all things. Your learned Iron Shirt skill will automatically serve as the main body. Similarity exceeds 99. Only quality enhancement through triple synthesis is possible. Proceed with enhancement. Unlike the previous time when he used the Iron Shirt skill to enhance the Summon Rooster skill, this time only quality enhancement was possible. Enhance. The 2 Iron Shirt skill books in his hand dissolved into light, surged into Bai Yang's body, and were absorbed. Enhancement complete. Your Iron Shirt skill has been upgraded to Fine quality. Iron Shirt Fine attribute 1, physical defense 2 per level, currently 4. Base physique 1 per level, currently 2. Attribute 2, slightly increases tolerance to pain. Slightly increases resistance to blunt and piercing damage. The additional physical defense had now doubled to 4 points, which could no longer be ignored. Furthermore, after the skill was upgraded to Fine quality, it had gained an attribute that increased physique, which was an extra bonus. After counting, he had 1 unbound and 6 bound Iron Shirt skill books left. With a couple of fusions, he obtained 2 Fine quality bound Iron Shirt skill books. Then, triple synthesis. Enhancement complete. The effect of your iron shirt skill has been improved. The quality did not increase, but the physical defense added per level reached 3 points, everything else remained unchanged. The improvement wasn't huge. Baiyang continued to grind monsters. As he reached level 2, the blood corpses thrown in from the blood corpse realm also became level 2. The blood crystals obtained after killing them were noticeably darker in color, containing over 100 points of blood energy. However, the experience gained from killing a single monster was still 1 point. The experience required to level up from level 2 to level 3 was still 100 points. He only needed to kill 100 level 2 blood corpses to reach level 3. Warning: you have been severely eroded by the aura of the blood corpse realm. Remaining stay time 3 minutes. Please end the battle and leave the true instance space as soon as possible. With a twang, an arrow shot out, killing the last level 2 blood corpse of this batch. The settlement began. Blood crystals appeared and experience appeared as well. Your experience is full. Your level has increased to level 3. You have gained 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Another level up. Leave the real copy. His figure vanished and Baiyang returned to the disaster zone outside the city. The gains this time were far greater than before. He had cleared 15 rounds of blood corpses, each batch of 10, with 10 rounds defeating level 2 blood corpses. He obtained 152 blood crystals, 100 of which were level 2, containing 100 to 150 points of blood energy each. If sold, these blood crystals alone could fetch over 2 million in currency. For professionals, making money was as simple as daring to fight and kill. Crossing the barrier, he returned to Guanglong City District. The earthly realm's aura is purging the blood corpse realm's aura from you. Complete purification will take approximately 16 hours and 22 minutes. Along the way, Baiyang pondered how to maximize his strength. The optimal solution was to purchase a large number of Iron Shirt skill books to enhance his 2 skills and grow stronger. There were 2 approaches: buy many skill books from 1 or 2 large stores, or purchase small batches from numerous stores. After some thought, he realized that if he were being watched, both methods would leave traces regardless. Decisively, Baiyang chose to be bold and buy in bulk, saving time for more synthesis attempts. He swiftly headed to a large comprehensive store. With a clatter, he dumped a pile of blood crystals on the counter, and the clerk's face flushed with excitement. Using blood crystals for purchases delighted the staff far more than cash. Calculate this. I want to buy all Iron Shirt skill books. The clerk nodded repeatedly and began using the store's device to measure the blood energy in the crystals. These clerks were not professionals and couldn't see the crystal's specific attributes. Soon the calculation was complete: 150 blood crystals with a total blood energy of 16353 points. Converted to cash, the standard price was 1635300 yuan, though the actual value of the crystals was higher. Baiyang spoke. Iron Shirt skill books are priced at 100,000 each as marked. Your store offers a 10 discount for purchases over 600,000 and 15 off for over 1 million. For a 163 million purchase, can you give a better discount? Before the clerk could calculate, a manager-like figure stepped forward. Sir, blood crystals hold higher value. How about we sell the Iron Shirt skill books to you at 80,000, each, effectively giving you a 20 discount overall? Baiyang agreed. The transaction was swift, and he obtained 205 Iron Shirt skill books, adding to his existing 6, totaling 211. Carrying a 10-liter bucket of purified water from the store, Baiyang hurried to his rental room. Once inside with the door locked, he took out a blood crystal and dropped it into the water. The normally hard crystal dissolved instantly, turning the entire bucket of water a crimson hue and emitting a fragrant sweetness. He filled a cup and gulped it down. As the crystal-infused water entered his stomach, a warm current surged, making him feel as if he had returned to the womb. His vitality, mana, and stamina recovery rates increased significantly. This was one of the great uses of blood crystals for professionals. They could serve as both sustenance and a full recovery potion. This crystal contained 55 points of blood energy, enough to produce 550 liters of standard nutrient fluid. Concentrated in 10 liters of water, the energy was abundant. From now on, unless he wanted to eat for pleasure, Baiyang could survive solely on high-concentration blood crystal water, eliminating the need for solid waste except for occasional urination. For women, the same effect applied, turning the old fantasy of ethereal maidens needing no such bodily functions into reality. A cleaner path had opened. Now at level 3, Baiyang still had 20 free attribute points unassigned. Not just the Blood Corpse realm copy in Guanglong City, but similar copies elsewhere subjected professionals to continuous erosion from otherworldly auras, while the earthly realm reciprocated against the monsters. This erosion affected both body and soul. Excessive exposure could lead to death or transformation into monsters. To resist this erosion, one needed a stronger body and soul. Both had to be enhanced to boost resistance. Thus, true powerhouses followed a balanced all-around path, distributing points evenly. I'll allocate the 20 free points equally to strength, physique, agility, perception, and reaction. With the allocation complete, Bai Yang's attributes changed. Bai Yang, ordinary life. Level 3, 0, 100. Age 18, a gender male, bloodline pure human. Vitality 155155. Remaining lifespan 100 years. Mana 200200. Stamina 170170. Body strength 14. Physique 17. Agility 14. Physical attack power 14. Soul spirit 20. Perception 14. Reaction 14. A magical attack power 20. Physical defense 59. Magical defense 6. Talent triple synthesis of all things. Skills summon great iron rooster, excellent iron shirt, excellent. Free attribute points 0, skill points 1. Compared to his initial level 1 state, he was far stronger. His remaining lifespan had increased to 100 years and would grow further with each level. With Iron Shirt's boost, his physical defense reached 14 points, rendering him immune to damage from ordinary level 1 and level 2 blood corpses. Of course, weak points like the eyes and posterior remained vulnerable, as Iron Shirt's protection covered only areas like arms, thighs, neck, and face. His vitality had only risen from 100 at level 1 to 155 at level 3, as it was a composite attribute tied to all stats. The Earthly Realm's aura is purging the Blood Corpse Realm's aura. Complete purification will take approximately 13 hours and 15 minutes. With enhanced attributes, the Blood Corpse Realm aura within him was being purged faster. Scattered on the bed were the 211 Iron Shirt skill books he had just unloaded. Bai Yang played on his phone while waiting for his state to recover. Many messages came in, all from classmates inviting him out to celebrate. It was normal for everyone to relax after their first battle and becoming official professionals. Bai Yang was no saint or ascetic. He too wished to marry several wives soon. However, he still owed the class advisor 700,000 yuan, locking his potential for multiple spouses. If he sought women now unless purely for fun, it would be irresponsible. As for ignoring his agreement with the advisor, Bai Yang neither would nor dared. This was a supernatural world, one of strict order. Within it, reputation and promises were paramount. A tarnished reputation would make the path ahead treacherous. First, I'll consume all 211 Iron Shirt skill books. Tomorrow, I'll grind copies to earn money. I'll set a goal, repay the advisor's 700,000 and level up at least twice. Though his enhanced attributes increased the 10 consumption cost, better recovery, and the high concentration blood crystal water allowed him to restore enough strength for 1 triple synthesis in 6 or 7 minutes. After 2 syntheses, the Iron Shirt skill improved to 4 physical defense per level and 2 base physique per level. After another, it ascended to excellent quality, granting 8 physical defense per level. Base physique per level increased by 4, and base strength by 2. He used 12 Iron Shirt skill books, leaving 199. He continued synthesizing excellent grade Iron Shirt skills and upgrading his own. After ascending to excellent quality, each triple synthesis didn't improve quality but still added 1 physical defense. Every 2 syntheses boosted base physique by 1, and every 4 base strength by 1. After 8 syntheses consuming 144 Iron Shirt skill books, the skill advanced to perfect quality. Iron Cloth Perfect. Attribute 1, physical defense 30 per level, current 90. Basic physique 15 per level, current 45. Basic strength 7 per level, current 21. Attribute 2, moderately enhances pain tolerance, moderately enhances resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Attribute 3, there is a chance for the ability to evolve into a king-level steel body after swallowing gold and chewing iron. The extra attribute 3 made Bai Yang's eyes light up. The Iron Cloth skill is a passive defense type, primarily enhancing the defense of the skin and superficial flesh, and is not a comprehensive defense skill. However, the king-level steel body is different. It possesses a comprehensive defense capability that integrates both internal and external protection with extraordinary defensive power, even in internal organs and the eyes. Bai Yang glanced at the small round shield and sharp blade nearby, but did not attempt to swallow them, as the perfect iron cloth could still be enhanced. Standing naked in front of the mirror, Bai Yang examined his skin. Previously, when the Iron Cloth skill was of ordinary quality, his skin was slightly darker, and it became even darker at the superior quality. But upon reaching the excellent quality, it returned to the level of ordinary quality. Now, with perfect quality, his skin not only did not darken, but instead became fair and rosy, looking very vibrant. No one would expect that beneath this delicate, flawless skin lies a terrifying defensive power. My skin is thick enough to withstand a sharp sword, I can do it. In a good mood, he got dressed and sat on the bed. There are 55 basic iron cloth skill books remaining. Using a perfect iron cloth skill book for a 3-known requires 162 basic iron cloth skill books each time. The 55 basic iron cloth skill books are insufficient to upgrade the already perfect iron cloth, but the iron rooster skill is still of superior quality. So continue. 2 superior iron cloth can enhance the superior summon iron rooster skill once. Baiyang chose not to upgrade the quality. He opted to enhance its size. After 2 upgrades, he was informed that the elite iron rooster corresponding to the superior quality could only grow twice in size. Next, he continued to enhance the quality. After 3 upgrades, the skill reached the excellent level. There are 25 iron cloth skill books left, and 1 3-known at the excellent level requires 18 basic skill books. Thus, the 3-known at the excellent level was completed, and he chose to enhance its size. Iron Rooster Leader Enlarged State. Level 3. Health 1500-1500, Energy 500500, Growth Strength 3, Physique 3. Overall Strength 15, Strength 15, Physique 15, Physical Attack 51. Attack Speed 0.4, Time a second, Movement Speed 0.20 meters second. Talent Abundant Yang Energy Size Change. Characteristic Physical Defense 20 per level. Skill None. Size Change. Attribute The Iron Rooster can change its body size within a range of 0.5 to 3 times, and its attributes remain unchanged after the size change. Overall strength of 15 represents that this Iron Rooster possesses a basic comprehensive defense of 15 points, that is 15 points of physical defense and 15 points of magical defense. With the additional physical defense from its characteristics, it reached 60 points, making the Iron Rooster virtually invincible against blood corpses. Just this one Iron Rooster alone can pierce through normal blood corpse monsters of the same level. There are still 7 basic iron cloth skill books left, and nothing more can be done. This 3-known temporarily concludes, and the perfect iron cloth significantly boosts Baiyang's sense of safety. Baiyang Ordinary Life. Life Force 260260. Remaining lifespan about 70 years. Physical Defense 1990, Magical Defense 6. The perfect iron cloth adds 45 points to physique, which corresponds to an increase in physical defense, giving Baiyang a total of 109 points of physical defense at just level 3. With such defense, he could close his eyes and lie on the ground, allowing blood corpses to bite him without breaking the skin. The only significant drawback is that his remaining lifespan has dropped from 100 years to 70 years. A direct loss of 30 years. Baiyang understood that this situation arose because the perfect iron cloth added too many attributes, at once causing a significant disparity between his physical attributes and soul attributes, leading to a phenomenon of life imbalance. The life force increased, but the lifespan shortened. In the future, as long as the lacking attributes are balanced, the lifespan will recover and significantly improve. Lying on the bed, Baiyang looked at the ceiling, feeling the power within him was so real, yet its extravagant enhancement felt somewhat dreamlike. Soon Baiyang fell into a deep sleep. Beep beep. The specially set alarm clock rang, and Baiyang picked it up to check. It was mainly a message from class leader Zhao Zuohai saying that all 20 awakened students in the class successfully passed their first battle to become official professionals, while the 40 students who did not awaken had reported to the new recruit camp and would begin formal service tomorrow, so today was a perfect opportunity for a final gathering. Baiyang quickly washed up, got dressed, and left his rental apartment with his phone. Inside Guanglong City, it was very safe. Fighting was strictly prohibited, and Baiyang headed straight to the hotel location provided by the class leader. The 4th high school in Guanglong City where he attended is an ordinary high school, one of the 1155 civilian high schools among the 1235 high schools in Guanglong City. Most students attending these civilian high schools come from ordinary families, and many of them are orphans. In Baiyang's senior class, there are a total of 60 students, of which 45 are orphans, 13 come from single-parent families due to the loss of their fathers, and only class leader Zhao Zuohai and another girl belong to families with both parents present. Such situations are actually quite common and normal, as the human reproduction plan in the Yuan realm dictates that every woman has a childbirth quota. An ordinary civilian woman must give birth to at least 5 children within 30 years of marriage to meet the minimum requirement. If they cannot meet the quota, they will be forcibly demoted to lower classes and engage in various arduous labor. The key issue is that the mortality rate of males is much higher than that of females, leading many women to become widows before they can even give birth to 5 children. These women can remarry and are allowed to send their previous children to orphanages, and even permitted to send newly born children to orphanages. Baiyang is one of them. He grew up in an orphanage, not knowing who his parents were. Class monitor Zhao Zuohai was greeting arriving classmates outside the grand restaurant. Upon spotting Baiyang, he immediately waved him over. Old Bai, where were you during the day? Picking a wife or concubine? Bai Yang shook his head. No, I didn't rest well last night, so I went back to catch up on sleep during the day and just woke up. Zhao Zuohai leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Old Bai, today's class reunion is mainly for one last gathering together. But there's another purpose too. Among the 40 classmates who didn't awaken, there are 23 female students, most of whom are far superior to the head teacher's daughter. If you find someone you fancy, you know. Bai Yang nodded seriously. Class monitor Shin Haitang is mine and no one can. Slap. Zhao Zuohai gave Bai Yang's shoulder a heavy pat. Everyone understands. No one will be foolish enough to try. Go on. The 40 unawakened classmates arrived long ago, and your special one is among them. Bai Yang strode into the restaurant and ascended to the second floor. The door to the large private room was open, from which came a murmur of voices, all kept relatively low. The moment he stepped into the room, all eyes converged upon him. Just yesterday morning everyone had been the same, but after the awakening they had already formed into two irreconcilable groups. Bai Yang nodded to the crowd, then walked briskly toward the girl whose eyes were both tense and expectant. He reached out his hand, her eyes sparkled, and then she broke into a radiant smile, extending her own hand in return. Taking the girl's hand, Bai Yang led her aside. This girl was Shin Haitang, who had grown up with him in the same orphanage. By some stroke of luck, they had been placed in the same class throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Thus their relationship had long been extraordinary, yet they had never crossed that line. Shin Haitang was no stunning beauty, but she was far superior to the daughters of their head teacher Li Xiangdong. She was about as attractive as Li Xiangdong's principal wife and more aligned with Bai Yang's tastes. Shin Haitang clasped Bai Yang's hand tightly, sighing. I thought I might succeed in awakening yesterday, but in the end. Bai Yang said, not awakening doesn't mean you can't grow stronger. The recruit camp teaches all kinds of martial arts, master them, and you'll still become a powerhouse. Our principal emphasizes at every meeting that he's an example of an underdog's rise. Shin Haitang nodded gently. We start formal service tomorrow. For 3 years, unless we're eliminated, we can't leave. It'll be hard for us to meet. Bai Yang shook his head. Not hard. Once I advance to second-rank hero level, I can form a team and specifically request you allowing you to leave. Shin Haitang beamed with joy. It's not that easy. Second-rank hero level corresponds to the second-rank Jade Marrow realm for martial artists. That's the principal's current level. It's not something one just achieves. I believe you'll definitely become a true powerhouse, but you must be cautious and steady every step of the way. Bai Yang didn't explain. With his unity of all things, talent, mere second-rank hero level was easily attainable as long as he didn't court disaster. The grand banquet began. Having spent 3 years together, the classmates shared good relationships. The school operated under a military-style management, so no one dared to bully others. Zhao Zuohai had already announced that this meal was on him. All expenses paid. The class monitor was as generous as ever. Now that they were adults, everyone drank for the first time, and they drank heartily. Bai Yang took a sip of the liquor. It was fiery and satisfying, but the energy it contained was negligible, far inferior to the high-concentration blood crystal water he brewed. The liquor entered his stomach and was almost instantly absorbed and broken down by his formidable physique. As the effects of the alcohol set in, the 40 unawakened classmates finally let loose. Li Erheo burst into tears. Why didn't I awaken? Why? I fantasized countless times about the glory of awakening and shining upon the world, but now none of it is possible. Wang Dong downed a full glass of strong liquor and spoke with some discontent. I did awaken, but am not sure it's such a good thing. You all have to serve in the recruit camp for 3 years starting tomorrow, but we must constantly battle otherworldly monsters to grow stronger. Along with the glory comes the risk and pressure of death at any moment. Li Erheo retorted, don't look down on us who failed to awaken. Maybe our martial arts talent is exceptional, and we might not be inferior to professionals. Someone chimed in, that's right. One of humanity's greatest powerhouses, the chairman of the High Council, the iron-blooded war god, didn't have a talent and still became a great being. And he's the strongest. A flurry of discussions erupted. Bai Yang felt Shin Haitang seated beside him grasp his hand and trace a signal on his palm. Immediately Bai Yang raised his glass for a toast drank and announced he would take his leave. Amid the teasing of the crowd, he led Shin Haitang away. Shin Haitang asked, Aang, are you still staying in the school dormitory? Bai Yang replied, I've rented a single room nearby. Shin Haitang said, that's perfect. It'll help you tidy up the room. Bai Yang understood everything but still spoke up. You've already reported to the recruit camp today. You're officially enlisted. For 3 years until training ends, you can't get pregnant. Shun Haitang's cheeks, already flushed from half a glass of liquor, deepened in color. She leaned close to Bai Yang's ear and whispered a few words. Bai Yang was stunned. You? Where did you learn such knowledge? Shun Haitang replied. The things you guys discuss in the boys' dormitory are nothing compared to what goes on in the girls' dormitory. Dawn broke and Shun Haitang departed. Bai Yang gazed at the ceiling, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The taint of the blood corpse realm he had absorbed yesterday had been completely purged by the earth realm. He still had a blood crystal in hand originally intended for Shun Haitang, but she said the recruit camp would provide ample blood crystal water for all recruits training. Springing to his feet, Bai Yang was at peak condition except for a slight depletion of his spirit. 3rd rank martial schools, 2nd rank martial academies, and 1st rank war academies. These were the necessary choices for professionals and martial artists in the earth realm seeking advancement. 3rd rank martial schools typically had at least one in every city with varying admission criteria based on local conditions. Guanglong City's martial school consistently required professionals to reach level 5 within a month of awakening, and then defeat a level 5 elite puppet in the trial to gain admission. Unfortunately, skill books could only be learned by professionals, otherwise, he could have given Shun Haitang an iron body skill book last night. Taking the public bus, Bai Yang once again arrived at the disaster zone outside the city. This time he only brought a metal helmet to protect his still fragile eyes and ears. The small shield and chainmail were no longer worth wearing. Bolstered by his perfect iron shirt and the leader-level Iron Rooster, Bai Yang planned to adopt a different fighting style today. The Blood Corpse Realm's mark on you is at the level bland 53. You must face no fewer than 5 monsters this time. Please select the quantity and confirm entry into the normal level 2 realm true instance. Having slain so many monsters yesterday, his mark had reached bland 53. Bai Yang communicated his intent. Monster count 100. Enter. His body was once again drawn into the instance by the power of the Earth Origin Realm. The Blood Corpse Realm is screening monsters for entry. Based on the principle of level equality, the monsters entering this time are level 3. The true instance space contains the aura of the Blood Corpse Realm. You are continuously eroded by the aura. Remaining stay time, 66 minutes 59 seconds. The aura of the Earth Origin Realm will continuously erode the Blood Corpse monsters, weakening their strength over time. His increased strength greatly enhanced by Yang's resistance to the Blood Corpse Realm, extending his stay from about 36 minutes yesterday to 67 minutes now. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The oversized Iron Rooster appeared, its base height reaching 2 meters. Grow to the max. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The 2-meter-tall Iron Rooster swelled threefold in size, reaching a terrifying 6 meters in height. Bai Yang's eyes lit up at the sight. The already magnificent rooster was now breathtakingly stunning. With such a physique, it could even be compared to a medium-sized dinosaur. Thump! Bai Yang exerted all his strength and leaped up. Under his control, the colossal rooster lay down, allowing him to easily jump onto its back. Grasping the feathers, the colossal rooster stood up and began sprinting forward. As the fierce wind howled, Bai Yang quickly directed the rooster to tilt its head back to block the gale. No! This speed is definitely over 20 meters per second. Bai Yang quickly assessed. According to the Iron Rooster stats, its speed was 20 meters per second, yet it had already crossed half the instance space, over 100 meters, in just 2 or 3 seconds. The size change states the rooster's attributes remain unchanged, likely referring to its health. But as its volume increases, the distance of each step grows, resulting in a massive speed boost. Having figured it out, Bai Yang felt even more satisfied. Roars, roars. The dense guttural cries of blood corpses rang out as they surged wildly from a cave entrance only 3 meters in diameter. Bai Yang quickly devised a strategy. Giant rooster attack 10 meters away from the cave. Peck them one by one. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The colossal rooster stood 6 meters tall, its head as large as a small water tank. With a single peck, it could snap a blood corpse in 2, achieving instant kills. Possessing the perfect iron shirt with 109 physical defense, 59 physique, and 35 strength, immense power surged through his body. If he didn't fight fist-to-fist, was he even a man? Thump! Bai Yang leaped from the rooster's back several meters high, landing before a blood corpse that hadn't yet been pecked. Roar! Thud! A single punch sent the blood corpse's head twisting, stripping it of its ability to resist. A grin spread across Bai Yang's face as he swung both fists and clapped them together. Smack! The blood corpse's head exploded under the impact of his iron fists. Exhilarating! Covered in the gory remains of blood corpses, Bai Yang felt a surge of excitement. Smack! Smack! One by one, blood corpses were obliterated by his fists. As for their attacks, Bai Yang simply shielded his eyes and let them strike anywhere else. A blood corpse attacked a certain vital area, but Bai Yang had tested it himself the previous night. That spot was incredibly tough, no longer a weak point. After slaughtering over a dozen blood corpses in a row, Bai Yang grew bored. The gap in strength was too vast. This one-sided massacre was no fun. Moreover, this fighting method was far too inefficient. With limited stay time, the thrill of fist-to-fist combat was enough. The priority was to kill monsters, quickly level up, and grow stronger. So Bai Yang leaped back onto the rooster's back. Twang, twang. The perfect ultimate revolving crossbow in his hand fired continuously. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the remaining dozens of blood corpses were slain by arrows. Battle concluded. You have achieved victory. Settlement begins. The power of the Earth Origin Realm enveloped all the blood corpse remains, including the gore on Bai Yang's face and clothes. A minute later, the monster corpses were decomposed and refined. 100 blood crystals and 10 ordinary iron shirt skill books appeared, while 100 surges of power flowed into Bai Yang's body. Your experience is full. Your level has increased to 4. You receive 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The blood corpse realm's mark on you has intensified. Current level bland 61. Killing 100 monsters in one go increased the mark by a full 8 points. Quickly reloading his arrows, Bai Yang stored all the blood crystals in his storage bracelet. Loading arrows one by one was somewhat time-consuming. It took a full 2 minutes to replenish his quiver. All told, each round took 3.5 minutes. Then he proceeded to the next round. This time, based on the principle of level equality, the monsters entering were level 4 blood corpses. Once again, they were all obliterated instantly. Leveling up again, the mark increased by another 11 percentage points, reaching bland 72. Continuing, reaching level 6, bland 85. Continuing, reaching level 7, bland 100. The blood corpse realm's mark on you has elevated. Current level attention 1. Continue fighting. Still 100 monsters. According to the 2-realm true instance rules, as you are marked as a target of attention by the blood corpse realm, every 100 monsters will definitely include 1 elite tier monster. If you choose a smaller number of monsters, the rule is a 1 chance of encountering an elite monster. It is recommended to fight 99 monsters for a high probability of avoiding elites. Bai Yang chuckled. The Earth Origin Realm's rules actually gave him a friendly reminder. A guaranteed encounter versus a 1 chance were worlds apart. I choose 100 monsters. According to the 2-realm true instance rules, the instance difficulty is elevated to hard. The power of both realms intensifies and the true instance space expands. The true instance upgrade is complete. The blood corpse realm begins deploying monsters. Bai Yang looked around and found the instance space retained its original layout, but the area had expanded several times with a diameter of roughly 1 kilometer. The larger space benefited both sides for Hitandran tactics, but monsters typically charged in to fight to the death. Overall, the larger space favored Earth Origin Realm professionals. The most useful aspect was that with more space, professionals could launch long-range attacks from farther away, getting in more shots before the monsters closed in. For Bai Yang, it was meaningless. The cave entrance, originally 3 meters in diameter, expanded to 6 meters, allowing more monsters to surge out simultaneously. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The level 7 Iron Rooster's attributes had naturally improved significantly. It still pecked level 7 blood corpses to death in one go. Roar. Despicable demon, I'll kill you for revenge. A distinctive roar sounded. Bai Yang looked over to see a massive blood corpse 2.5 meters tall. Normal blood corpses stood about 1.8 meters tall. Their height increased slightly with level, but even level 7 blood corpses didn't exceed 2 meters. This big one was clearly the guaranteed elite among the 100. Twang. A crossbow bolt struck the elite blood corpse's forehead, but something unexpected happened. The bolt, which could pierce ordinary blood corpses, only embedded itself a third of the way. Bai Yang glanced at the perfect ultimate revolving crossbow in his hand and felt a twinge of regret. After all, it's a crossbow made of ordinary metal and materials without a rank. It can no longer one-shot a level 7 elite monster. Twang. Another bolt shot out, killing the elite blood corpse, which was stunned with a bolt in its forehead. This time Bai Yang aimed at its eye, and the bolt sank in completely. Battle concluded. You have achieved victory. Settlement begins. 2 minutes later, the monster corpses were fully decomposed and refined. The elite blood corpse decomposed noticeably slower. 100 blood crystals and 1 skill book appeared, while 100 surges of power flowed into Bai Yang's body. Your experience is full. Your level has increased to 8. You receive 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The blood corpse realm's mark on you has intensified. Current level attention 70. Bai Yang was not surprised. He had learned all this knowledge before. Even if he killed an elite monster of the same level, the experience gained was still 1 point. However, the other rewards were different. Baiyang grabbed the blood crystal that faintly emitted a red glow. This one was distinctly different from the others. Blood crystal grade level 7 fine blood energy 71 points. Normally, a level 7 ordinary blood crystal contains 350 to 400 points of blood energy, but this one contained 71 points. This did not mean less blood energy, as it was fine-grade blood energy. If one only considered the energy contained in the blood energy, roughly 10 points of ordinary blood energy were equivalent to 1 point of fine blood energy. However, fine blood energy could provide professionals with faster recovery effects. Those who had not awakened their talents could slowly enhance their physiques by regularly consuming blood crystal water dissolved from fine blood crystals. Thus, comprehensively calculated, the standard price for fine blood energy was 10,000 yuan per point. This single fine blood crystal alone was enough for Baiyang to repay the 700,000 yuan he owed his homeroom teacher. The gains did not stop there. Baiyang picked up the skill book that had just appeared. Iron Shirt Fine attribute can be learned by consuming 1 skill point, granting the fine-grade Iron Shirt skill. This was a fine-quality Iron Shirt skill book. After learning it, an ordinary professional would gain an increase of 2 physical defense per level and 1 basic physique per level. Compared to the ordinary Iron Shirt, which only provided a 1 physical defense per level boost, this was far superior. This fine-grade Iron Shirt was unbound and could be sold. When he had previously performed the 3-known synthesis, if all 3 Iron Shirt skill books were unbound, the resulting product would also be unbound. However, if even one was bound, no matter if the other 2 were unbound, the final product would definitely be bound. The standard price for an ordinary Iron Shirt skill book was 10,000 yuan each, but fine-grade ones were never sold in any stores. It was not that no one else had killed elite blood corpses to obtain fine-quality Iron Shirt skill books, but such skill books were far rarer and highly valuable, never circulating in ordinary shops. Because skills of the same quality could not be learned repeatedly, but a higher quality skill could overwrite a previously learned lower quality one. Baiyang put away the skill book, having no intention of selling it for now. The fact that he had killed this level 7 elite blood corpse with 2 arrows did not mean it was weak. The perfect ultimate state revolving crossbow had a physical attack of 100 points, and ordinary arrows added 5 points of penetration and 5 points of sharpness. Yet even such an attack failed to pierce the elite blood corpse's skull. An ordinary professional wielding a normal crossbow with only a mere 1 accuracy and their own shooting ability would likely not even manage to hit an elite blood corpse. However, the biggest change was the mark from the blood corpse realm on him, which had skyrocketed from 1 attention to 70 attention. He had reached level 8 after only 22 minutes, with 44 minutes of stay time remaining. Continue fighting another 100 monsters. According to the rules of the 2-realm realistic dungeon, you have been marked as a target of attention by the blood corpse realm. Out of every 100 monsters, 70 will be elite tier. Please carefully consider whether to continue fighting. Fight! Roars. The dense cacophony of monster roars echoed from the 6-meter diameter pit. Pew pew. With the effects of 10 accuracy and 5 shooting stability, Baiyang stood atop the supergiant rooster, effortlessly reaping the lives of elite blood corpses within 10 meters. 5 minutes later, a pile of blood crystals, mostly fine-grade ones, 37 fine Iron Shirt skill books, and 100 points of level 8 experience were in hand. Your experience is full. Your level has increased to level 9. You have gained 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The Blood Corpse Realm's mark on you has escalated. Current level Hatred 100. The attention level of 70 had directly advanced to Hatred and reached the maximum of 100. Is the Blood Corpse Realm unable to take it? Killing 10 ordinary blood corpses before only increased the Placid level by about 3. So how did killing just 1 round of elites raise it to Hatred 100? 70 level 8 elite blood corpses had yielded 37 fine Iron Shirt skill books. Roughly, the iron hide power from 2 elite blood corpses could condense into 1 fine skill book. In the previous round, there had been only 1 elite blood corpse, but 99 ordinary blood corpses had contributed their power to condense a single fine Iron Shirt skill book. The harvest from this 1 round was many times greater than the combined gains from dozens of previous rounds. It was an enormous haul. Baiyang had now reached level 9. If he continued to kill monsters, he could no longer gain experience, but blood crystals and skill books could still be obtained. Continue fighting. Send 100 monsters. Baiyang excitedly issued the battle request. The 6-meter diameter pit seemed to seethe with rage, its aura surging violently but unable to escape the pit's surface, as if in a fit of impotent fury. According to the rules of the 2-realm realistic dungeon, you have been marked as a target of hatred by the Blood Corpse realm. The enemy may dispatch chieftain tier monsters to battle. Do you wish to begin combat? Placid corresponded to ordinary attention to elite and hatred to chieftain. Bai Yong calmed down. Pause the battle, please wait a moment. He immediately took out 38 fine iron shirt skill books. 3 unknown. 3 unknown. Every time he synthesized 2 excellent quality iron shirt skill books, Bai Yong enhanced the summon iron rooster skill once. After 9 rounds of 3 unknown synthesis, his health mana and stamina all at 100 had been reduced to only 10. Bai Yong directly tossed a fine quality blood crystal into the bucket of blood crystal water, instantly turning it into a fine-quality high-concentration blood crystal solution. Gulp, a rich, almost explosive energy surged within Bai Yang's body, restoring his condition at several times the normal rate. In 1 minute 10 of his health mana and stamina were restored. The 3 unknown synthesis continued. After 6 more attempts, the summon iron rooster skill finally reached perfect quality. 3 unknown successful. Your summon iron rooster skill quality has been upgraded to perfect. Cock-a-doodle-doo, the 6-meter supergiant rooster beneath him let out a triumphant crow that seemed to defy the heavens, its size increasing again to about 8 meters. Iron Rooster Lord transformative level 9 HP 5500 A energy 3000 growth strength 5. Physique 5 overall strength 55 strength 55. Physique 55. Physical attack 1, 85 attack speed 0 5. Timesec movement speed 0 30. MS talent abundant yang energy size change trait 30 physical defense per level skill none. At level 9, its own strength was 55. Its trait added 270 physical defense HP, was 5,500, and physical attack was 185. The Iron Rooster was now at the Lord tier higher than Chieftain, and in its giant form. Bai Yong felt reassured. Taking a deep breath after waiting a few more minutes, his condition fully restored. There are still 30 minutes left to stay. Begin the battle. The Blood Corpse realm begins to mobilize its forces. The number of monsters this time is unknown, but it cannot exceed 100, and their strength cannot surpass that of the leader level. Roar, evil spirit. Die. Roar, roar. A giant blood corpse over 3 meters tall charged out from the cave. Crack. An 8-meter tall supergiant chicken lowered its head and knocked the fierce 9th level leader blood corpse to the ground. Crack. Crack. 2 more pecks, and this 9th level leader blood corpse was left with 3 large holes and died. The other 2 9th level leader blood corpses rushing out a second behind were instantly stunned. The death of their companion without any resistance left them momentarily confused. In an instant, their crimson eyes charged forward. One giant chicken head actively welcomed the incoming attack, while the other ran past its blood-red eyes, locking onto Bai Yong on the back of the chicken. Pew pew. Pew pew. Arrows shot out, but the monster rushing towards them had already blocked its face with a muscular arm at the moment Bai Yong pressed the trigger. The arrows, despite being fired from the perfect extreme state crossbow, easily breached defenses, yet this time the situation was different. Ordinary quality arrows surprisingly shattered into pieces after breaching defenses. Roar. The leader-level blood corpse covered in fist-sized shallow wounds leaped up and clawed fiercely at Bai Yong on the chicken's back. Smack. The massive chicken wing lifted and swung down hard, knocking the leader-level blood corpse that had jumped high back to the ground. Crack. A giant chicken claw lifted up and slammed down, pinning the leader-level blood corpse which had just landed to the ground. The chicken pecked down again, killing the 9th level leader blood corpse that had bravely charged forward. Roar, no. Evil spirit. You shall not die well. The pinned leader-level blood corpse cursed, unable to break free. Thud. The massive chicken beak came down, directly smashing the head of the leader-level blood corpse that could not escape. Crash. In the dark cave 10 meters away, winds roared and the rage was palpable. The blood corpse realm has elevated your mark level, and the current level is kill rate 100. The blood corpse realm has proactively sent you a request for an unrestricted battle, which has been declined on your behalf by the Earth Origin realm. An unrestricted battle means that there are no limitations on the blood corpse levels that can enter this space. Even 5th or 6th level corpses can come in. The blood corpse realm's shameless battle conditions clearly show their desperation. So Bai Yong said, "Thank you, I wholeheartedly agree to refuse." The battle concluded and you achieved victory, beginning the settlement process. The power of decomposition appeared, and this time it was very slow. After a full 10 minutes, 3 fist-sized blood crystals appeared before Bai Yong along with 3 skill books. Your level is now 9. Before you undergo your first life transformation, you cannot gain any more experience. The 3 streams of experiential power dissipated upon contact with his body. This was a concept he had learned, and Bai Yong did not pay much attention. He looked at the 3 noticeably large bright red blood crystals in front of him. He reached out to grasp the oversized blood crystal. Blood Crystal. Grade Level 9 Excellence. Blood Energy 90 points. This is an Excellence Grade Blood Crystal, a precious item that is rare to find. He just acquired 3 of them. Iron Cloth Shirt Excellence. A tribute can be learned by consuming 1 skill point. Grants the ability to have the Excellence Level Iron Cloth Shirt skill. One monster dropped a skill book for the Excellence Level Iron Cloth Shirt. Glancing at the time, there were still 19 minutes left. The Excellence Level Iron Cloth Shirt is not very meaningful to Bai Yang if not sold. He could easily create a bunch by combining 3 together. However, the Excellence Grade Blood Crystals are extremely valuable. Even if not sold, drinking them diluted would be excellent. The more the better. Oh, of course, he could also combine them, but he just hasn't had the time. I want to continue fighting against 9th level leader blood corpses. The Blood Corpse realm can send out 100 9th level leader blood corpses. Boom! The cave over there seemed about to erupt in flames. Fortunately, the power of the Earth Origin realm is strong, preventing the anger within the cave from bursting out. The Blood Corpse realm has rejected your request for battle. It has again proposed an unrestricted battle invitation which the Earth Origin realm has once more declined on your behalf. Leave the instance. He smoothly returned to the edge of the disaster area. Looking at the gray-black aura surging between the 2 realms, Bai Yang felt a sense that the aura there seemed ready to rush over and kill him. This is the invasion of the world, but it has been firmly blocked by the Earth Origin realm, and for hundreds of years no otherworldly power has broken through the defenses. The aura of the Blood Corpse realm is so violent, merely a sign of its impotent fury. The impotent husband. Bai Yang turned and walked toward the city. Today is the 3rd day of awakening. Counting the battle time in the instance, it has only been a little over an hour, and he has already reached level 9. However, this is not an extraordinary achievement. Some exceptionally talented professionals can achieve this much as well. 3rd-tier martial schools, 2nd-tier martial academies, 1st-tier war academies. There is at least 1 3rd-tier martial school in every city, and some large cities even have more than 10 3rd-tier martial schools. 2nd-tier martial academies, there are only 108 in the entire Earth Origin realm. This number can decrease but cannot increase. If a 3rd-tier martial school has decent strength, it can challenge a 2nd-tier martial academy, and if successful, it can take its place as one of the 108. As for the 2nd-tier martial academies, the 30 with the lowest rankings generally require completion of the first life transformation within a month, and the transformation level cannot be lower than excellence. Regarding the 1st-tier war academies, there are currently only 5 in the Earth Origin realm. Only those established by 7-stage divine beings, soul-type professionals, 7-stage immortal beings, body-type professionals, and 7-stage martial gods warriors qualify as 1st-tier academies. The 5 1st-tier war academies represent 5 7-stage great beings in the Earth Origin realm. God of Tayue, Lord of Thunderstorm, Sovereign of Forests, Saint of Tides, Iron-blooded War God. The 5 7-stage great beings are also 5 members of the Supreme Council of the Earth Origin realm, among whom the Iron-blooded War God is the Council's president, and the only one who has publicly disclosed his power system as a 7-stage martial god. The other 4 7-stage beings follow the professional system, while only the Iron-blooded War God belongs to the self-cultivation system, having failed to awaken his talent. Thus, not awakening talent to become a professional does not mean one cannot become strong, it just requires more effort. Having reached level 9 in such a short time, and with considerable strength, Bai Yang assessed the admission standards of those 2nd-tier martial academies, and felt that he could easily secure a spot in even the top 10. Now he has begun to contemplate whether he can gain admission to the 5 1st-tier war academies. The 5 1st-tier war academies were established by 5 7-stage great beings of different power systems. Their recruitment conditions vary, and if one does not meet the criteria, even the most outstanding individual would struggle to join. The unified standard is that these 5 1st-tier war academies do not recruit directly. They take students from numerous 3rd-tier martial schools, 108 2nd-tier martial academies, and military units. As long as the conditions are met, one can join. The talent of the all-in-one attribute is something Bai Yang cannot quite determine whether it belongs to the body type or soul type enhancement talent. The Iron Cloth Shirt is a body skill that has been elevated to the perfect level, and summoning a rooster counts as a spell-like skill which can be categorized among soul-type skills, and has also been upgraded to the perfect level. If he could learn elemental skills, Bai Yang estimated he could easily enhance those as well. Therefore, the all-in-one attribute seems to be a versatile super-strong talent. Deep in thought about this, Bai Yang arrived at the largest professional store in Guanglong City. Today's harvest was exceptionally bountiful: 530 ordinary blood crystals, 71 superior ones, and 3 exceptional ones. Moreover, all these blood crystals started at level 3, with the superior ones all at level 8 and the exceptional ones at level 9. With a specific purpose in mind, Bai Yang stepped into this colossal comprehensive store. Glancing at the counter, he paused in surprise, for there stood 15 or 16 female attendants, all fair-skinned and beautiful, mature in a way that held a unique allure. With a rustle, Bai Yong placed over a dozen ordinary blood crystals on the counter. He then selected the attendant who best suited his aesthetic and gestured for her to arrange a private room for discussion. This female attendant appeared to be nearly 30 years old. Since she was out working, she must have been married before, or perhaps she was widowed. A woman who had never married if an orphan could successfully complete the 3-year recruit training period. Afterward, she would be assigned to work in a military-controlled zone as a reservist. If she had family capable of supporting her, she would be sent home and forbidden from engaging in paid work before marriage. The Earth realm remained in a state of intense global warfare, where the reproduction plan was the foundation of everything and all rules served the war effort. With a rustle, Bai Yong released all the ordinary blood crystals inside the private room, and a small pile of blood-red crystals appeared on the table. Bai Yong said, "Calculate the total blood energy." The female attendant quickly fetched testing equipment and began to tally and compute. After a moment, following 3 rounds of calculation, she arrived at a figure 121936 points of ordinary blood energy, converted to currency at the standard rate that amounted to 12193600 yuan. Ordinary currency held little significance for professionals. Many things were restricted. For instance, housing could not be purchased simply with wealth. The female attendant's eyes reddened, not from coveting the blood crystals, but from inner excitement. She presented her most appealing side, quietly awaiting the words of this young professional, who seemed to have awakened just this year or the last. Bai Yong frowned slightly. A transaction exceeding 10 million could command at least a 20% discount. At that rate, he could purchase 1524 ordinary Iron Shirt skill books. Both his skills were now at the perfect level. A triple fusion required 2 perfect-level Iron Shirt skill books, equivalent to 54 ordinary ones. With 1524 books, he could perform 28 triple fusions at the perfect level, which should be sufficient. However, since awakening his talent the day before yesterday, he had faced an unavoidable issue purchasing the most basic skill books in bulk as an individual. If anyone with keen eyes noticed, it would be inexplicable. Fortunately, nothing unusual had occurred so far. But buying 1524 Iron Shirt skill books at once would surely draw attention. It was simply too many. Bai Yong had considered a solution: opening his own store. By purchasing these ordinary unregulated skill books, he could claim he was reselling them to other cities for a modest profit. This was a common business practice, relatively reliable. Nothing in the world was absolutely foolproof. All Bai Yong could do was keep a low profile, grow as quickly as possible. Opening a store had been on his mind since the first day he tested his triple fusion ability. It wasn't just for skill books, weapons and materials could also be fused. A comprehensive store was an excellent choice. Selecting reliable staff was crucial. He had come to the city's largest comprehensive store to poach talent. Bai Yong looked at the female attendant. "Is your husband still alive?" The attendant brightened with joy. "To answer you, my husband passed away 6 years ago." Bai Yong was startled. 6 years ago? How old are you? The attendant replied, "I am 27. Bai Yong said, "Tell me your story." The attendant spoke softly. 9 years ago, I failed to awaken my talent. I then served 3 years in the recruit camp, but my aptitude was too poor to master any martial art. After discharge at the social gathering, my nominal husband chose me as his concubine. He was a first-tier iron skin and bone realm martial artist working at a security company. After registering our marriage, he was dispatched on an urgent mission. Soon after, news of his death in battle arrived. Since I was considered married, I could work. Fortunately, I found a job here and have worked for 6 years. Bai Yong caught a key detail. Your husband left for a mission right after registering. Doesn't that mean you've never had children? The attendant blushed and nodded shyly. I've never been touched by a man. I am still a virgin. Bai Yong took a deep breath. In this supernatural world, due to the reproduction plan, strict chastity concepts were absent. Remarriage for widows was encouraged and accepted. Still, there were differences. Bai Yong looked at her with puzzlement. With your looks and figure, how has no one taken an interest in you in 6 years? What's the reason? The attendant grew nervous, explaining with some trepidation. My standards were too high. I only wanted a professional or an initiated martial artist, at least as a concubine. So I never succeeded. But if you agree, I only need a registration of belonging, and I'll follow you without any title. Saying this, she boldly looked up at Bai Yong, both nervous and hopeful. Bai Yong looked at her with a strange expression. You wanted to be a concubine before, but now you'll follow me without any title, just a registration of belonging. Are you in a hurry? The attendant quickly nodded. The store doesn't allow female attendants over 30. Once I reach that age, it'll be dismissed, and it will be hard to find a good job afterward. I've seen all kinds of people over the years. I trust my judgment. Even without any title, I believe you will treat me well. Bai Yang asked, what's your current salary including everything? The attendant quickly replied, base pay is 1,500 plus attendance and bonuses about 500. The store provides lunch and the dormitory costs 300 a month. Bai Yang nodded. After deducting the dormitory fee, you take home about 1,700 a month. I'm planning to open a comprehensive store. If you work for me, I'll pay you 3,000 a month, provide 2 meals a day, and allow you to live in the store. How about it? The attendant nodded, then quickly shook her head. I don't want money. Just let me be with you and I will give you everything. With a swoosh, Bai Yang collected all the ordinary blood crystals and stood up. Let's go handle the resignation procedures. I'll wait for you at the door, and then we'll head to the Guanglong City office. The female clerk nodded repeatedly with delight, then scurried away joyfully. In just 10 minutes, Bai Yang, waiting at the door, saw the woman now carrying a backpack approach him with a face full of happiness. She was dressed in ordinary clothes, but her figure was stunning, exuding a mature and elegant charm while remaining gentle. Exactly one of Bai Yang's preferred types. Hailing a taxi, they soon arrived at the Guanglong City office. Professionals had a dedicated service channel, so there was no waiting. Bai Yang led the woman to undergo the so-called registration. According to the human reproduction rules set by the Supreme Council, unless there were special circumstances, a professional must marry at least 7 women, 3 wives and 4 concubines, as formal spouses. If one desired more women, they could register them as dependents. Once registered, these women belonged to the professional without formal status. Of course, if a professional did not wish to marry before turning 30, they were not subject to such regulations. However, if a professional exceeded 30, without advancing to the second-tier hero rank, mandatory measures would be enforced, requiring them to marry at least 7 women within a year. The registration was completed and Bai Yang learned the woman's name, Lu Susu. From then on, Lu Susu's ties with her previous husband were severed, and as long as Bai Yang lived, she belonged to him. If Bai Yang died, Lu Susu would nominally remain his until she registered with another person to dissolve the relationship. Right there, Bai Yang took immediate action, applying to open a general store and promptly receiving a business license. All that remained was to rent or acquire a shop, and his general store could officially open. Bai Yang's goal was to use the store to procure supplies, so location was of no concern. With Lu Susu, who had 6 years of experience at the city's largest general store guiding him, Bai Yang rented a somewhat secluded yet spacious shop in less than an hour. The shop had 3 floors, each spanning 100 square meters with no shared areas. The monthly rent was as high as 30,000, roughly equivalent to the price of a 5th-tier ordinary blood crystal. Following the list of supplies Lu Susu had compiled, Bai Yang placed orders via his phone. Counters, shelves, and other items were delivered swiftly. By evening, the general store was fully set up, needing only stock to commence operations. Lu Susu had been nervous at first, but as she busied herself and played a significant role, the woman exhibited exceptional competence, arranging everything in perfect order. The second floor was arranged as a warehouse, now filled with neatly arranged shelves of various types. As for the third floor, it was typically used for accommodation in most stores, including the city's largest general store, where Lu Susu had worked, with employee dormitories upstairs. Quickly placing orders for beds, bedding, and other necessities, Bai Yang sent a message to the agent for his previous single-room rental, stating he would no longer be renting it. The agent, being reasonably fair, or perhaps not daring to deceive a professional, refunded Bai Yang 3,800 yuan, meaning he had only spent 200 yuan for 2 days of stay. With no stock and darkness falling, Bai Yang instructed Lu Susu to lock the shop's main entrance on the ground floor. Then he headed upstairs to the third floor. Lu Susu followed, her cheeks flushed. The third floor, also 100 square meters, had previously been a living space. After the afternoon's arrangements, it now comprised a master bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom. Bai Yang sat on the spacious sofa in the living room, while Lu Susu stood a meter in front of him, her hands clasped over her abdomen, her head slightly bowed. This woman was truly not lacking, aside from her appearance and figure meeting Bai Yang's aesthetic preferences. The mere fact that she had completed the 3-year training camp made her commendable. In this world, everyone who failed to awaken had to serve 3 years in the training camp. However, over 80% were weeded out midway, leaving less than 20% to pass and become reserve members. Those who were weeded out were left to fend for themselves as commoners, and finding a stable job was an extremely difficult endeavor for them. They survived because the Guanglong city government provided them with basic subsistence supplies each year, ensuring they wouldn't starve. But if they wished to live comfortably, they had to find their own means. Marriage and having children were the most common choices. Upon marrying, they would be allocated a house and a small plot of land. Thanks to the efficiency of blood crystal nutrient solutions, the yield from a small plot was enough to sustain a family. Bai Yang spoke directly. Lu Susu, you now nominally belong to me. What I'm about to do requires absolutely trustworthy people. Lu Susu paused briefly, then looked at Bai Yang with glistening eyes. A gentle shy smile spread across her face, blending maturity with bashfulness in a highly alluring manner. Husband, call me boss. Yes, boss. Please wait a moment while I freshen up. As Lu Susu headed to the bathroom, Bai Yang opened his attribute panel to study it. Today he had gone from level 3 to level 9, leaving 60 free attribute points unallocated. Lu Susu appeared fair-skinned, beautiful and delicate, but having completed the 3-year training camp, her physical strength was certainly far greater than that of Shen Haitong, who had yet to undergo rigorous training. Thus he allocated his points: agility 16, spirit 12, perception 16, a reaction 16. The 60 free attribute points transformed into power, strengthening Bai Yang's body. Bai Yang, ordinary life level 9, pending advancement, age 18, gender male, bloodline pure, human, vitality 580580, remaining lifespan approximately 120 years, mana 320320, stamina 14901490, physique strength 1463, physique 14135, agility 30, physical attack power 77, soul spirit 32, perception 30, air reaction 30, magic attack power 32, physical defense 50270, magic defense 10, talent triune synthesis of all things, skills summon iron rooster perfect enlarged form, iron shirt perfect. Free attribute points 0, skill points 7. Iron shirt perfect attribute 1, physical defense 30 per level, currently 270, base physique 15 per level, currently 135, base strength 7 per level, currently 63. Attribute 2, moderately increases pain tolerance, moderately enhances resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Attribute 3, swallowing metal and iron, may evolve into a steel body. A sensation of immense strength surged within Bai Yang, his vitality feeling incredibly robust. Due to the severe attribute imbalance caused by the perfect iron shirt, his remaining lifespan at level 9 had been only 50 years. With the allocation of the 60 free attribute points, the imbalance was somewhat mitigated, and his remaining lifespan soared to 120 years. According to the knowledge he had acquired, if a professional's 6 attributes were balanced, vitality directly reflected lifespan, with the 2 being very close. That is, if his 6 attributes were balanced enough to yield a vitality of 580, his remaining lifespan would be around 580 years. Thus, if he continued to reduce the attribute imbalance, his lifespan would keep increasing significantly. With a physique of 149, Bai Yang could effectively become a perpetual motion machine under mild exertion. With a spirit of 32 and perception of 30, he became far more acute in every aspect. Gulp, gulp. He drank several large mouthfuls of high-quality concentrated blood crystal water. These blood crystal waters would provide him with a continuous recovery boost over time. Then Bai Yang focused his mind and began to wait. Before long, Lu Susu approached, shy yet bold. Boss, from the moment you first looked at me, I was already prepared. From now on, I belong entirely to you, boss, and I will be someone absolutely trustworthy by your side. Bai Yang took a deep breath. Initially, he had genuinely only wanted to hire an experienced person to help manage the general store, but things had already deviated somewhat. Nevertheless, the woman's approach was indeed a way to demonstrate loyalty. With his spirit of 32 and perception of 30, he could sense Lu Susu's resolve and sincerity. A wife 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. Let me test the quality of 3 gold bricks. Dawn broke. Bai Yang sat on the sofa once more. Everything was well. Now he truly needed to attend to serious matters, for the erosion of the corpse blood realm had been thoroughly cleansed. The mark left on him by the corpse blood realm had now escalated to a 100 kilonsight level. Bai Yang was uncertain whether once this day passed he could still farm monsters for blood crystals and skill books. Thus Lu Susu's role became crucial. Susu, this bucket of superior grade blood crystal water is now yours to drink. Your strength needs to be elevated, otherwise it's simply insufficient. Lu Susu nodded softly, her expression tender, adoring, and tinged with a hint of fear. Bai Yang continued, during a few idle moments last night you mentioned that the general store usually buys ordinary iron shirt skill books for around 5500 to 5800. Lu Susu nodded. Yes, boss. The shop I used to work for dealt with various underworld factions. An ordinary iron shirt skill book has a standard selling price of 10000, but but it's usually sold at a 10 or 20 discount. The standard buying price is 5000 because non-bound skill books cannot be exchanged for points at the professional hall. Those underworld factions send people to set up stalls in the disaster zones outside the city to buy ordinary iron shirt skill books. Some professionals who obtain them are willing to sell, as the stall holders offer an extra 1 or 200. After acquiring the skill books, those factions take a portion to other cities for profit, while the rest is sold to local shops for a markup of a few hundred. Bai Yang patted his thigh in satisfaction. Lu Susu was incredibly sensible. Susu, if I purchase a large quantity of ordinary iron shirt skill books, will it attract attention? Lu Susu replied softly, rest assured boss. Here in Guanglong City professionals are constantly battling corpse blood creatures. Iron shirt skill books are produced continuously and in large volumes. These very common skill books can circulate freely. The factions that resell them to other cities often transport tens of thousands at a time due to teleportation costs. If we acquire them under the shop's name, there's no need to worry, nor will we be targeted. Such skill books won't stir up any trouble. Bai Yang nodded. Good. In that case, you should recruit a few shop assistants to keep the store running normally. At the same time, purchase an unlimited number of ordinary iron shirt skill books and store them all on the 3rd floor. Lu Susu nodded repeatedly. Yes, boss. But buying without limit requires substantial funds. Should we set a quantity? These skill books aren't fast-selling items. If we accumulate too many without moving them, they'll just become dead stock. True to her experience, Lu Susu was far more level-headed than Bai Yang. He nodded. I'll leave all the ordinary blood crystals here. Use them to buy iron shirt skill books. Acquire 1,000 today. I'll decide on further purchases based on the situation. Lu Susu nodded gently. Yes, boss. Today, I'll hire 2 female shop assistants with their own lodgings. They'll handle daily sales and store cleaning, while I focus on meeting your needs and managing the 3rd floor. Bai Yang said, that's fine. Handle it as you see fit. By the way, our shop still doesn't have a name. Do you have a suitable one, Susu? After a moment's thought, Lu Susu spoke softly. Boss, your name contains the character Yang, and our city Guanglong has the character Long. What do you think of the name Yanglong Trading House? Bai Yang pondered the name and found it quite appealing. I grew up in Guanglong City. This is my home. My Yang shouldn't precede Long. Let's swap the order and call it Longyang Trading House instead. Lu Susu looked up at Bai Yang with eyes full of admiration. Boss, your wisdom is divine. The name Longyang Trading House is absolutely perfect. Bai Yang added, I'm leaving this to you as well. Get the signboard made as soon as possible. An hour later, Bai Yang left the shop and swiftly made his way to the disaster zone outside the city. Guanglong City was situated on the border where the corpse blood realm invaded the earth realm. No other otherworldly realms had intruded simultaneously, so there was only this single world's monster instances. Before long, Bai Yang exited the instance with a look of displeasure. Barely 10 seconds had passed since he entered. The corpse blood realm refused to accept his battle challenge, instead persisting in demanding a null-level restriction fight. To Bai Yang, this demand for a null-level restriction battle only revealed the corpse blood realm's sore loser mentality. Fortunately, Bai Yang was currently level 9. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. Possibly forced to reveal some abilities and seek permission from Guanglong City's authorities to enter other regions and grind different instances to level up. He took a sip of the highly concentrated blood crystal water dissolved from an exceptional grade blood crystal. Even that small sip contained an overabundance of energy. It had been prepared by Lu Susu that morning. One exceptional grade blood crystal had been dissolved in water and divided into 100 500 milliliter bottles. Strolling idly, Bai Yang soon reached his destination, the Guanglong City recruit camp. However, he was disappointed. The camp's management was extremely strict, refusing his request to visit someone or even pass along items. His plan to send a batch of exceptional grade blood crystal water to Shun Haitang fell through. Heading back toward his shop, Bai Yang decided to use his existing resources to further upgrade his 2 skills. Li Xiangdong stared at his many unmarried daughters at home, a nameless irritation rising within him. I hope Bai Yang has terrible talent and can't repay the 700,000. Then I'll be able to marry off 7 daughters, and to an upper-class citizen at that. After some thought, Li Xiangdong decided to send Bai Yang a message to check on him, worried that the young man might push himself too hard and get into trouble. Bai Yang, how have these past 2 days been? Have you reached level 2 yet? Seeing the message from his homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong, Bai Yang immediately contacted Lu Susu. Soon she transferred 710,000 to him. Professional Li Xiangdong, professional Bai Yang has transferred 710,000 to you. Your current account balance is Li Xiangdong clutched his phone, feeling utterly unsettled. Bai Yang, I'm not here to collect the debt. I'm concerned about your safety. I'll transfer the money back to you. Bai Yang replied, stop teacher. I have enough funds now. No need to borrow more. Thank you for your help. Li Xiangdong was left speechless. With the debt settled and an extra 100,000 in interest paid, Bai Yang quickened his pace back to the shop. Lu Susu was incredibly efficient. By the time Bai Yang reached the third floor, a full 1,000 ordinary iron shirt skill books were neatly stacked. He ordered her to go downstairs, and not to come up without permission, then began the process of merging 3 into 1. One by one, perfect quality iron shirt skill books were synthesized. With the restorative aid of exceptional grade blood crystal water, each merge took about 5 minutes. Time passed. Night fell and then dawn broke again. Finally, after nearly 40 hours and close to 500 merges of over 1,000 ordinary skill books, 38 perfect grade iron shirt skill books lay beside Bai Yang. After 40 hours of intermittent rest, Bai Yang's spirit remained remarkably sharp. The trinity of all things. Begin. 2 perfect grade iron shirt skill books vanished, merging into his body as the iron shirt skill began to elevate. Upon completion, only one change manifested. The base strength per level increased from 7 to 8. After 8 consecutive attempts, the base strength per level reached 15, equaling the enhancement to physique. At that moment, Attribute 3 transformed Devour Metal, and Chew Iron had a greater chance of evolving into Steel Body. The shift from a chance to a greater chance clearly indicated a direction of improvement. On the 9th attempt, another change occurred. Both base physique and base strength increased by 1. 38 perfect iron shirt skill books could serve as secondary materials for 19 enhancements. After the 19th enhancement, base physique and base strength per level rose to 26. Bai Yang vaguely grasped the situation. After 2 days and nights, Lu Susu received her first summons to the 3rd floor. Bai Yang patted his thigh and Lu Susu obediently understood. Susu, what's the price of fine-grade iron shirt? Lu Susu spoke gently, her tone laced with concern. Boss, fine-grade iron shirt skill books require killing elite blood corpses to obtain, and the drop rate isn't guaranteed. Because of the additional physique boost, they're highly sought after. These skill books don't circulate on the open market. Once they appear, they're snatched up immediately. In terms of monetary value, they wouldn't be less than 1 million each. Bai Yang focused his senses and asked, 1 million? That would buy over 160 ordinary iron shirt books. The gap is staggering. Lu Susu quickly replied, the enhancement from ordinary iron shirt is 2 weak worlds apart from fine grade. Some professionals who've learned the ordinary skill will immediately overwrite it if they acquire the fine grade version. Combined with the demand from professionals in other cities, fine grade iron shirt rarely appears in regular shops. Bai Yang produced 10 fine-grade iron shirt skill books. Susu, sell these for me and buy ordinary iron shirt skill books. The more the better. Message me if you need more funds. Lu Susu set off to handle the task. Bai Yang lay on the sofa awaiting the arrival of ordinary iron shirt skill books. As batches arrived, he continued the Trinity enhancement process. At a certain moment, Bai Yang sensed that the iron shirt skill had reached its limit. Iron Shirt Perfect Ultimate State Attribute 1, Physical Defense 30 per level, current 270. Base Physique 30 per level, current 270. Base Strength 30 per level, current 270. Attribute 2, greatly enhances pain tolerance and resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Attribute 3, Devour Metal and Chew Iron will inevitably evolve into Steel Body. The substantial increase in physique and strength widened Bai Yang's attribute gap, boosting his vitality to 1150. But reducing his remaining lifespan from 120 years to 70. Using perfect-grade iron shirt skill books to further enhance this skill was no longer effective as the improvement was negligible. Bai Yang glanced at the coffee table where a dozen iron bowls held mung bean-sized metal pellets, custom ordered from the material shop by Lu Susu. He picked up an iron pellet, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed. As it entered his stomach, he distinctly felt a slight intensification of warmth within. It works. Let me try other metal pellets. He ingested various metal pellets one by one, quickly concluding his tests. Gold, silver, copper, and iron pellets were all well digested and absorbed. However, higher quality tempered metal pellets proved difficult to digest and were expelled. Based on digestion rates and his bonus absorption of gold, silver, copper, and iron, along with the subsequent changes, Bai Yang continuously adjusted the quantity he consumed. The ingested metal pellets were not directly absorbed. Instead, their metallic essence was extracted and assimilated by the body, while the residue was expelled. Meanwhile, Lu Susu exchanged 1 fine-grade iron shirt for 200 ordinary ones, amassing a large stock of basic skill books. Bai Yang continuously performed the Trinity process, enhancing the Iron Rooster skill. A change emerged after one synthesis. A new trait appeared. Base strength 1 per level and base physique 1 per level. Delighted by this development, Bai Yang anticipated the final outcome. This synthesis took longer, nearly 4 days and nights, before the Iron Rooster skill reached its limit. Iron Rooster Lord transformed state ultimate state. Trait physical defense 30 per level, base strength 30 per level, base physique 30 per level. Bai Yang continued the Trinity process, this time focusing on size enhancement, ultimately achieving a size range of 0.5 to 5 times. Finally holding a perfect grade iron shirt skill book in each hand, he declared, "Trinity of all things elevate." Endless light surged into Bai Yang's consciousness, merging with the summoned Iron Rooster skill rune. After a long fusion, the enhancement completed. Trinity enhancement complete. Your summon Iron Rooster skill quality has risen to king grade. Skill evolved into Summon Steel Battle Rooster. Bai Yang quickly sensed the new skill. Summon Steel Battle Rooster king grade. Attribute consume 100 mana to summon a king quality Steel Battle Rooster of equal level to fight. Skill cast time 30 seconds. Skill cooldown 600 seconds. Cannot be summoned repeatedly. Note 1. The summon is formed from mana and ambient energy, has no vital points, and dissipates when HP is depleted. Note 2. The summon continuously consumes energy. While active, it dissipates when energy runs out. The mana cost of 100 was negligible, but the 30-second cast time and 600-second cooldown were substantial. Yet it was expected. This was a real world, and greater power demanded greater costs. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A 3-ma-turtle king-grade steel battle rooster in its standard form materialized before Bai Yang. It was as resplendent and breathtaking as ever. Bai Yang reached out to touch it, and the steel battle rooster activated its size-changing ability, shrinking to 1.5 meters tall, allowing its master to stroke its head. Steel Battle Rooster King transform state level 9 HP 5330053300 energy 3000030000 growth strength 7, physique 7, overall strength 533 strength 83450, physique 83450. Physical attack 2665 attack speed 08. Strike a sec movement speed 100. MS talents Yang energy abundance size change aggressive traits physical defense 50 per level base strength 50 per level base physique 50 per level skills none. The attributes were no longer merely splendid. They were excessively beyond the norm. Merely level 9, with over 50,000 health points. Even the term tank falls short of describing it. The summoning skill was a power in the Earth origin realm considered nearly game-breaking for summoned creatures, were formed from a fusion of mana and energy possessing no inherent weaknesses. To slay a summoned beast, one could only slowly drain its health. For this very reason, summoning skills were strictly regulated, and they were not normally available on the open market. With energy reaching 30,000, the steel battle chicken could now fight for extended periods without worrying about its energy depleting and causing it to vanish on its own. Its overall strength had reached 533, meaning the steel battle chicken possessed 533 points of all-around defense, rendering it impervious to the attacks of ordinary professions and monsters. Additionally, physical defense received an extra 50 per level. At level 9, that was 450 points, combined with the overall strength of 533. The steel battle chicken's physical defense reached a staggering 983 points. Let alone unranked monsters, even those of the first rank would likely fail to scratch its surface. Initially, the talent was abundant yang energy. At common quality, it was 20, at fine 30, at excellent 50, at perfect 70. Now at king rank it was 100, and its name had even changed. Abundant Yang Attribute 1 inflicts 100 bonus damage against targets belonging to the evil category, such as fiends, ghosts, dark beings, and corpse servants. Attribute 2 accelerates all status recovery by 100. With this passive state, the steel battle chicken could exist indefinitely. Studying the steel battle chicken closely, Bai Yang perceived the manifestation of abundant yang. It seemed as though a warm radiance was seeping from within the steel battle chicken's metallic body, though not truly spilling out. Instead, it made the chicken appear even more resplendent. Size alteration attribute the steel battle chicken can change its physical size within a range of 0.5 to 5 times. Its attributes remain unchanged after the size alteration. The steel battle chicken's base height was 3 meters. At 5 times that it would be 15 meters, perhaps a bit too large. Bai Yang examined the newly appeared talent. Combative attribute the steel battle chicken delights in battle. While in a combat state, its attack strength is increased by 30. This was yet another passive ability. Now with a physical attack of 2,665. Once the steel battle chicken entered combat, its physical attack would soar to 3,464 points. One peck from it, and even the principal of the 4th middle school, who possessed the strength of a second-rank Jade Marrow Realm martial artist, would likely be unable to withstand it. While continuing to combine 3 ordinary Iron Shirt skill books into one, Bai Yong also kept swallowing metal green beans. Another 3 days passed. Suddenly Bai Yong sensed a change occurring within his body. With a splash, he gulped down large mouthfuls of metal green beans. At a certain moment, his entire being began to transform. It seemed as if his body had completely turned metallic, yet it remained a flexible flesh and blood form. After 7 days and 7 nights of consuming metal green beans, the ultimate perfect grade Iron Shirt finally and automatically advanced to the Steel Body. Steel Body King Attribute 1, Physical Defense 50 per level, current 450. Basic Physique 50 per level, current 450. Basic Strength 50 per level, current 450. Attribute 2, greatly enhances tolerance for pain, greatly increases resistance to blunt force and piercing damage. Attribute 3, Unity of internal and external. Upon receiving a physical attack, damage is distributed throughout the entire body, significantly reducing the actual damage taken. Attribute 4, possesses short-term resistance to fire and ice elemental damage, takes increased damage from lightning attacks. Bai Yong Ordinary Life. Vitality 1750-1750. Remaining lifespan approximately 50 years. Physical Defense 154450, Magical Defense 10. Glancing at the attribute panel, it was overwhelmingly powerful. But as he looked at his remaining lifespan, Bai Yong took a deep breath. After acquiring the Steel Body, he could only live for 50 years now. If his 1750 vitality were balanced across the 6 main attributes, he would have a lifespan of over 1,000 years. This transformation also gave Bai Yong direction regarding the skills he needed to learn in the future. After advancing, he would be able to learn 1 more physical skill and 1 soul-type spell skill. For the physical skill, choosing 1 focused on agility would be the right path. As for the soul-type skill, the best option would be one that comprehensively increased the 3 attributes of spirit perception and reaction. If a good soul-type skill proved difficult to obtain, then he would find another way to acquire another summoning skill. The ideal summon creature would possess long-range attack capabilities and be able to fly and dive into the sea. The severe surplus of strength and physique made Bai Yong feel as if his body were composed of densely packed ultra-strong alloy gears meshing together but lacking the lubrication of oil. There were several perfect-grade Iron Shirt skill books by his side. Combining 3 of them did not yield a king-grade Iron Shirt, but rather a perfect-grade one imbued with more energy. Bai Yong was not in a hurry, as the production of ordinary Iron Shirt skill books in Guanglong City was extremely high. Over the past month, the disaster zone outside the city only allowed newly awakened professions to challenge instances. This year, over 1 million students from 1235 high schools in Guanglong City participated in the awakening, with the number of successful awakenings exceeding 300,000. With such a massive number of new professions running instances, over 100,000 ordinary Iron Shirt skill books were produced daily. During this month, there were no limits on the number of times new professions could enter instances. After a month, each profession would be limited to a maximum of 3 instance runs per month, in order to slow down the rate of slaughter in the Blood Corpse realm and give it time to recover. Susu, come up. Lu Susu ran up, lightly awaiting orders. Soon Bai Yong was nearly frightened to death. Lu Susu was bleeding from her mouth and nose, unable to even make a sound. He quickly came to her rescue, pouring some excellent grade blood crystal water into her mouth. Lu Susu barely survived, and her injuries rapidly healed under the effect of the excellent grade blood crystal water, ensuring her life was no longer in danger. Bai Yong called up a female shop assistant from the 1st floor to take care of Lu Susu. He then went to his bedroom and took out a scale. He stepped onto it. With a crack, the scale, with a maximum capacity of 200 kilograms, shattered into a pile of debris. Bai Yong went to the mirror and looked himself over from left to right. He noticed that his skin had not turned metallic due to the steel body. On the contrary, it was even fairer and softer than before, faintly possessing the texture of luminous, beautiful jade. He pinched his body. Everything felt normal. With a soft sigh, Bai Yong quickly placed an order for a scale with a higher capacity. Soon he received the delivery. He stepped onto it. The scale, with a maximum capacity of 500 kilograms, finally did not break. When the pointer stabilized, the weight was displayed 335 kilograms. Bai Yong, who was 1.8 meters tall and used to weigh around 80 kilograms, now appeared unchanged in build, but his actual weight had more than quadrupled. This was the reason why Lu Susu had just been bleeding from her mouth and nose, unable to speak, and had nearly died. Leaving behind a bottle of exceptional quality blood crystal water, Bai Yang instructed the female shop assistant to take care of Lu Susu today before departing. It has been nearly 10 days since the day of awakening. With no means to improve his strength in the short term, Bai Yang began preparing to join a suitable second-tier martial arts academy. The Earth origin realm is in a state of world war, and all resources are under strict control. The higher the resources, the more stringent the regulations, making independent development virtually impossible. Those lower-ranked second-tier martial arts academies generally require new students to complete their first life transformation within a month, achieving at least an exceptional transformation. For the higher-ranked academies, the requirements are even stricter, demanding a higher level of life transformation. Second-tier martial arts academies are the main source of students for first-tier war academies, and also serve as the primary training ground for high-end combat power in the Earth origin realm. Thus, anyone who can enter a second-tier martial arts academy can be considered a genius. If one can successfully graduate from a second-tier martial arts academy, they can at least secure a teaching position at a third-tier martial arts school. In Bai Yang's senior class 5, the head teacher Li Xiangdong graduated from Guanglong Martial School, and after several years of hard work in the military, he eventually met the conditions to return to the rear to work as a high school teacher, a position vastly superior to that of a third-tier martial arts school instructor. Life transformation is a necessary process for practitioners and martial artists in the Earth origin realm to become stronger. Only by completing life transformation can one advance to a higher tier. There are 7 levels of life transformation: Ordinary, Elite, Exceptional, Perfect, King, Overlord, and Supreme. The rewards for completing different levels of life transformation vary, with higher levels naturally yielding greater benefits. There are 2 methods for life transformation. The first is the ancient and laborious way of practicing martial arts to strengthen the body, breaking through limits once strength reaches its peak. This method has now been completely replaced by the second method, the Supreme Trial. This is the method of life transformation utilized throughout the Earth origin realm, a benefit available to everyone. The Supreme Tower is the venue for the Supreme Trial, and every city has one. As long as the conditions are met, both practitioners and martial artists can enter the Supreme Tower to undergo life transformation. At this moment, Bai Yang arrived at the location of the Supreme Tower in Guanglong City, which is also the city center, overshadowing even the City Lord's mansion and other institutions. This is a gigantic structure, primarily made of white jade interspersed with golden edges and silver lines, comprising 8 floors. Within a radius of 500 meters around the Supreme Tower, there are no other buildings. As long as one enters this area and meets the conditions, they can apply to undertake the Supreme Trial. Confirming that his energy, spirit, and mind were all at their peak, Bai Yang stepped into the area enveloped by the power of the Supreme Tower. He did not carry any weapons, as ordinary non-tier weapons held no meaning for him. His barehanded physical attack strength reached 464 points, while a perfect-grade common material rapid-fire crossbow had only 100 points of physical attack. In terms of defense, even the small round shield made from ordinary materials at its maximum synthesis barely provided 100 points of defense, which was insignificant compared to the defense added by his steel body. As for high-quality non-tier weapons, Bai Yang could not obtain them, primarily due to the existence of the steel battle chicken, whose attributes were excessively superior. I want to apply for the Supreme Trial. Initiating detection. Your level is 9. You have not undergone the Supreme Trial. Your conditions meet the requirements. You can undertake the Supreme Trial for free. Would you like to begin? Start. Just like before entering the Blood Corpse realm instance, a force enveloped Bai Yang and carried him towards the Supreme Tower. As if merging seamlessly, Bai Yang entered the interior of the Supreme Tower. The separate trial space has been completed. You may begin the Supreme Trial. Standing firmly, Bai Yang found himself on a circular platform with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. The ground was made of blue stone blocks, and at the center of the platform was a 10-meter diameter white jade area. With each breath, the air was thick with energy. This is the space known as the -1 floor of the Supreme Tower, where ample energy is provided for those undergoing trials. Martial artists can practice to undergo life transformation. Once successful, they will enter the first tier of the Copper Skin Iron Bone realm. If it is a practitioner with a dataized special physique, staying here for just 1 hour will automatically complete their life transformation and advance to the first tier elite level. This is the most primitive method of life transformation. This type of life transformation yields the least rewards. Thus, Bai Yang strode forward and quickly stood on the white jade area. Begin the Supreme Trial. Conditions met. Starting to construct the first layer of the trial space. You have a 100 hatred mark from the Blood Corpse realm. According to the rules, Blood Corpse realm monsters have the first priority for selection. The first layer of the trial space has been constructed. Transitioning to this space, you will not be subjected to the corrosion of the Blood Corpse realm's aura. Smoothly, Bai Yang found himself in a wilderness filled with dark brown and reddish-brown soil and stones. The Blood Corpse realm responds to our needs, wishing to deploy 10 level 9 ordinary blood corpses. Do you agree? Bai Yang smiled, for he had learned some basic information about progressing through the Supreme Tower in high school. Normally progress involves unknown battles. The Earth Origin realm isn't foolish enough to allow multiple invaders to target their practitioners. The current situation arises because the Blood Corpse realm's mark on him is 100 hatred. For every 10 of hatred, 1 additional combatant can be sent up to a maximum of 10. This situation is quite common. If Bai Yang refuses, either the Blood Corpse realm will give up and let other worlds take over the battle, or they will deploy the monsters as requested. Killing 10 to pass the trial yields the same rewards as killing 1. However, being able to slay more monsters from other worlds is something Bai Yang welcomes. I agree. Begin battle. 10 level 9 ordinary blood corpses are being deployed. Defeating all monsters will count as trial success. Upon trial success, the Earth Origin realm will extract the power contained in the monster's corpses and combine it with the Earth's power to generate free attribute points for you. Woohoo! The steel battle chicken was summoned immediately, and Bai Yang controlled it to grow into a 6-meter-tall giant chicken. He leaped up and landed steadily on its back. This is the rule of the Supreme Trial: kill monsters to gain rewards. If you fail, you will become the monster's excrement. The rewards are proportional to the risks taken. If one does not dare to take risks, they may as well stay on the -1 floor and absorb energy to automatically complete their life transformation. A practitioner can enter the Supreme Tower upon reaching level 9, while martial artists must first learn martial arts and meet the life strength standards to gain entry. Woohoo! The giant chicken's head quickly pecked several times, and the 10 pitiful level 9 ordinary blood corpses were pecked to pieces. The first trial is passed. Free attribute points are being condensed for you. You have earned 10 free attribute points. You may choose to proceed to the second trial or undergo life transformation now. Please make your choice. There was no hesitation. Bai Yang chose to continue the challenge. The Earth realm and the Blood Corpse realm began to enhance the energy of this space. The energy enhancement is complete. The Blood Corpse realm has responded to our request. It wishes to deploy 10 elite blood corpses of level 9. Do you consent? I consent. Continue the battle. 10 elite blood corpses of level 9 are being deployed. Defeating all monsters will be considered a successful elite trial. If the trial succeeds, the Earth realm will extract the power contained within the monster corpses and combine it with the power of the Earth realm to generate more free attribute points for you. Roars. Whoops. The second trial is passed. You have achieved an elite level trial. Free attribute points are being condensed for you. You have earned 20 free attribute points. You may choose to proceed to the third trial or undergo life transformation now. Please make your choice. Each time the gains accumulated, Bai Yang had already obtained 10, 20, 30 free attribute points. I consent. Continue the battle. After slaying 10 chieftain-level blood corpses of level 9, Bai Yang finally received the message. The Earth realm and the Blood Corpse realm began to enhance the energy of this space. The energy enhancement is complete. The Blood Corpse realm has responded to our request. It wishes to deploy 2 Lord-level blood corpses whose strength will be suppressed to level 9. Do you consent? This time it was different. The Blood Corpse realm was only willing to deploy 2 Lord-level blood corpses, and their strength was suppressed to level 9. There was relevant knowledge about this situation in high school. The Lord level corresponded to perfect quality. Such a grade and rank could be considered outstanding in any world. In the Earth realm long ago, awakenings were conducted one by one, and one's innate talent could be judged based on the awakening result. This was an extremely terrifying matter in the Transcendent world because abilities like possession, deprivation, and control were far from rare. Once someone awakened, a talent coveted by major powers or great clans, malicious incidents could follow. No matter how the Supreme Beings set rules, such events could never be completely eradicated. Thus, centuries ago, the awakening ceremony was changed to a collective awakening. Hundreds or thousands of people awakened together, and the awakening formation supplied energy based on the total energy demand of all participants. This way, those with exceptional talents would not have their aptitude exposed on the spot. Moreover, with the power of the Earth realm now integrated into the awakening process, normally talents would no longer be revealed during awakening. The fact that only 2 Lord-level blood corpses of level 9 were deployed disappointed Bai Yang. I consent. Continue the battle. Whoops. The steel battle chicken grew to its maximum height of 15 meters, then pecked twice. The Lord-level blood corpses, each 5 meters tall, were pecked to death. The matter of high-level beings having their strength suppressed to a lower level was something the Earth realm had experienced many times and had thoroughly researched. Having one's power suppressed from a higher rank did not automatically make one formidable. In fact, 90% of the time performance would be poor. It was like a strong man with 100 kilograms of strength, suddenly having his power reduced to 10 kilograms without being given enough time to adapt. That strong man now with only 10 kilograms of strength would likely perform worse than an 8 or 9-year-old child who naturally possessed 10 kilograms of strength. This was because high-level combatants after being suppressed found it difficult to instantly adapt to their weaker power. Most of their stronger abilities and combat experience could not be utilized, causing their actual strength to decline even further. The Blood Corpse realm sending 2 suppressed high-level Lord Blood Corpses was likely a foolish move. The 4th trial is passed. You have achieved a perfect level trial. Free attribute points are being condensed for you. You have earned 40 free attribute points. You may choose to proceed to the 5th king level trial or undergo life transformation now. Based on the strength you have displayed, you can easily defeat ordinary king level monsters of level 9. It is recommended that you continue the challenge. This time it was different. The Supreme Tower was no longer so procedural. It suggested he continue fighting. Since the World Mother was so considerate, what reason did Bai Yang have to hesitate? Continue the battle. The Earth Realm and the Blood Corpse Realm began to enhance the energy of this space. The energy enhancement is complete. The Blood Corpse Realm has responded to our request. It has begun deploying king-level combat power. There was no longer any prompt asking for his consent to deploy more monsters. This situation indicated that only one monster was being sent from the other side. A king-level steel battle chicken against a king-level monster was highly challenging. However, since the World Mother said he could handle it, the problem was not significant. Thus, Bai Yang remained calm. Roar, human demon, how many more of our kin must you slay before you will stop? A deep voice sounded, accompanied by the Earth Realm translating its meaning. Looking at the colossal creature that appeared, it was a super blood corpse 10 meters tall. Stretching its limbs, Bai Yang saw the agony and discomfort in its blood-red eyes. Roar, this accursed world suppression. My power is reduced to less than a tenth. I shall? Chicken. Get it. Bai Yang had already retreated far away. The steel battle chicken in its maximum form of 15 meters spread its wings and pounced on the king-level blood corpse, which was still trying to adapt to its power. Thud, bang, crash, violent impacts and shockwaves echoed through the space. The king-level super blood corpse frantically tried to bypass the steel battle chicken but was firmly blocked every time. Because of this, the super blood corpse suffered several heavy blows from the steel battle chicken, paying the price with several gaping wounds the size of water tanks on its body. Seeing that it could not get past the fierce and agile steel battle chicken, the super blood corpse no longer forced the issue. It used one arm to protect its head, while its other sharp claw frenziedly attacked the giant chicken, which stood its ground and traded blows without dodging. It attempted to use various combat techniques to gain an advantage, but soon discovered that doing so only put it at a greater disadvantage. In the end, the super blood corpse bitterly realized that with its strength suppressed to less than a tenth, engaging in a direct slugfest with the giant chicken was the most suitable fighting method. Agony, rage, and gradually despair and sorrow set in, because every time the giant chicken struck it, a massive bloody hole appeared on its body. Meanwhile, when its claws hit the giant chicken, sparks flew, and the chicken did not lose a single feather. However, in reality, the steel battle chicken's health did decrease slightly and energy was consumed during the battle. But under the state of abundant yang energy, it was essentially restored to full in an instant. Roar, human demon. You have no martial virtue. You are not a true warrior. Roar, human. I admit defeat. I beg you to spare me. Humph. A dying man still calls himself a king. Chicken, finish it off. Boom. A force appeared, instantly freezing the steel battle chicken as it was about to peck at the super blood corpse's eyes. At the same time, the super blood corpse was also immobilized. Bai Yang, however, was completely unaffected. You have achieved victory in the king-level trial. This king-level blood corpse possesses exceptional talent and has admitted defeat, which complies with the Supreme Tower's rules. The battle is now forcibly terminated. Teleportation begins. This king-level blood corpse will be transported to the area of the Blood Corpse realm, occupied by the Earth realm, where it will continuously contribute its reproductive power to enhance the talent of the blood corpses in that region. As a reward and compensation, you receive 100 free attribute points. The Blood Corpse realm's mark on you has been elevated to hatred of the Blood Corpse clan. Watching the severely wounded king-tier blood corpse being suppressed by a formidable force and teleported away, Bai Yang fell into contemplation. Such knowledge had never been taught in high school. The blood corpses encountered previously all exhibited a certain degree of intelligence, with higher tiers possessing greater wisdom. Yet, without exception, they referred to Bai Yang's side as evil. The recently encountered king-tier blood corpse had even directly uttered the racial name humanity and explicitly questioned when the slaughter of the blood corpse race would cease. combined with the information just received from the Earth Origin realm, that it had occupied territory within the Blood Corpse realm, and that the King-tier Blood Corpse had been taken there to serve as a stud. Everything fell into place. All of this brought a crystal-clear realization to Bai Yang. Could it be that the Blood Corpse realm's invasion has failed and our Earth Origin realm has already launched a counterattack? Is the Blood Corpse realm now in a precarious defensive state? That is absolutely splendid. A spark of determination ignited in Bai Yang's eyes. Having completed the King-tier trial, he had earned a total of 200 free attribute points 1020-304-0100. If Bai Yang were to undergo a life transformation now and advance to the first-tier elite level, he would have no trouble gaining admission to most second-class martial academies, and could even secure many preferential treatment conditions. The next moment a special message appeared. Your act of defeating the King-tier Blood Corpse has enraged an ancient overlord-level existence of the Blood Corpse realm. This decrepit overlord has issued a challenge to you. Our side has begun evaluation and analysis. Please wait. Bai Yang obediently began to wait in silence. Within the boundless void, two forces were locked in an inextricable struggle. One gray, the other blood-red. They were the forces of the Earth Origin realm and the Blood Corpse realm. A sword light arose from the rear where the gray aura extended, and in an instant it reached the void where the two forces intertwined. As the sword light converged, a human man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes materialized in the void. Gazing at the entangled forces, the human man let out a disdainful snort. Old thing, what's this? Suppressing your power to bully a junior of my human race. A roar erupted, no longer the howl of a blood corpse, but a sound of soul fluctuation. Sixth-tier human. My only son, the hope of the Blood Corpse realm, was slain by you. Is it wrong for me to seek vengeance? The human man chuckled. With the joint supervision of both realms, the battle adhered to the fair conditions set by both sides. Your son was defeated and killed due to his lack of skill. Such is his fate. If you wish to avenge your son, it's not impossible. Just withstand one of my swords and survive, and I will agree to let you fight our junior after the power of both realms suppresses your strength. How about it? The opposite side fell silent. The human man turned away in contempt, and as he flew off his voice echoed. A mere sixth tier of the Blood Corpse realm, lacking even the courage to receive one of my swords. No wonder the Blood Corpse realm is doomed to decline. Just as the human man's figure was about to vanish, a sigh emerged. Enough, enough. Let this despised sixth tier of the Blood Corpse realm witness the might of a human prodigy. Boom! Blood clouds surged, and a terrifying figure 30 meters tall materialized from the distant place where the red aura of the Blood Corpse realm extended. The nearly invisible human man curled his lips into a smile and transformed into a sword light, arriving in an instant. Fight! The third immaterial sixth-tier Blood Corpse unleashed its full power. Blood-red aura surged madly from its body, instantly transforming it into a monstrous giant 10,000 meters tall. Slash! The sword light seemed to swell with the wind, instantly expanding to several thousand meters. The magnificent sword light swept across the 10,000-meter giant, then rapidly shrank to a mere few meters in size. A voice emerged from the meter-sized sword light. Oh, not bad. You actually managed to withstand my sword and survive. I'll honor our agreement. Go ahead and see if you have the ability to kill my human junior. The meter-sized sword light shot into the distance, flickering twice before vanishing. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed incessantly. The terrifying 10,000-meter giant was covered in fine cracks dense enough to drive a person with trypophobia to madness. With a final crack, the 10,000-meter body shattered, leaving behind only the original third immaterial frame. This original body was covered in countless wounds, but due to the perfect compression of flesh and blood, no blood flowed. The sixth-tier Blood Corpse stared silently in the direction the sword light had departed. After a long while, a heavy sigh escaped. Both being sixth-tier, yet one sword extinguished all my divine nature. How can the gap be so vast? Could this human be on the verge of ascending to the seventh tier, a great existence? That sword could have slain me entirely, yet it spared my life. It seems I am to be used as nourishment for the new prodigies of the human race. In that moment, a profound sorrow filled the heart of the sixth-tier Blood Corpse. The next instant, it calmed its emotions and began to communicate back with Bai Yang. If the ancient overlord-level existence of the Blood Corpse realm engages you in battle, its strength will be suppressed to level 9, and it possesses no additional means to break the balance rules. According to evaluation and analysis, if you hide within your summoned creature beforehand, you have a high probability of exhausting your opponent. However, nothing is absolute, and there is a certain risk of failure and death. Do you wish to commence the overlord-level trial? Bai Yang was genuinely astonished now. The World Mother had even provided a countermeasure. If he dared not take such a risk, he might as well marry 365 women and contribute to the propagation of the human race. Chicken, please lower your head. The 15-meter-tall steel battle chicken lowered its head and opened its beak. Bai Yang entered through the massive beak and slid down its neck into the enormous cavity of its abdomen. As a summoned creature composed of mana and energy, the steel battle chicken had no internal organs, only a hollow space. Bai Yang found it quite tolerable. Preparations complete. Begin the battle. The Earth Origin Realm and the Blood Corpse Realm begin to enhance the energy within this space. Energy enhancement complete. The Blood Corpse Realm begins to deploy the ancient Overlord-level combatant. Boom! The 6th-tier Blood Corpse entered the arena and locked its gaze on the nearby steel battle chicken. It adapted to its drastically weakened power while surveying the battlefield. So it's a powerful summoned creature. The humans of the Earth Origin Realm are truly favored by heaven, able to popularize such an unreasonable ability. Humanity! Alas, your rise has been far too wild. Even as it muttered these words, the old creature's movements did not pause for a single moment. Rapidly adapting to the disorienting shift in power due to the suppression of both realms, compounded by the recent total annihilation of its divine nature. The 6th-tier Blood Corpse now experienced a drastic plummet in strength. Its over 10-meter legs strode forward, and its sharp claws slashed through the air repeatedly as it continued to acclimate to its diminished capabilities. The 6th-tier Blood Corpse charged first. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Bai Yang couldn't see the outside, but he only needed to command the steel battle chicken to engage. Duong. A violent collision sounded as the steel battle chicken was sent flying by a kick from the 6th-tier Blood Corpse. Upon landing, the steel battle chicken's health had dropped by over 3,000 points. And this was merely from a casual kick, while the opponent was still adapting to its suppressed power. Inside the steel battle chicken, Bai Yang couldn't see the outside, but the health loss made him tense. The situation seemed far less easy than he had anticipated. Chicken dodge at full speed. Phew, the steel battle chicken rolled and stood up smoothly, then spread its wings and began to sprint on its powerful chicken legs. After kicking the steel battle chicken flying, the 6th-order Blood Corpse realm monster did not pursue but stopped frowning. It carefully sensed the result of that kick, then its eyes blazed with the most fervent battle intent. So this is why my child died. This summon possesses a power that restrains our clan. Without divine power, even this body of mine, suppressed in strength yet still 6th order in essence, cannot resist it. Very well then, let us see whether I am first drained by this special power, or you are beaten to death by me. Thump. Without further hesitation, the 6th order Blood Corpse realm monster gave full chase to the steel battle chicken. Thump. The steel battle chicken, standing only 15 meters tall, was slightly slower. It was tackled to the ground by the pursuing monster. Then the 6th order Blood Corpse realm monster pinned one of the steel battle chicken's legs with a sharp claw, pressed its head down with another claw, opened its massive maw and frenziedly tore into the steel battle chicken. Inside the steel battle chicken's belly, Bai Yang saw its health plummeting and urgently pondered the situation and a countermeasure. Sensing that the steel battle chicken was no longer moving, Bai Yang guessed it had been caught and couldn't break free. Chicken, shrink to a size that just fits me inside. As he gave the command, Bai Yang curled into a ball to take up as little space as possible. The 6th order Blood Corpse realm monster's claws closed on empty air. Before it could rise and strike again, the steel battle chicken, now about 5 meters tall, flapped its wings and fled. The 6th order Blood Corpse realm monster quickly rose and gave chase. From the moment it decided to fight with all its might, it no longer cared about the wounds covering its body. Its already reddish-brown skin was now stained even brighter red by its similarly colored blood. Its aura and strength waned with the loss of blood. Already ancient, it had just had all its divinity severed, rendering all its divine abilities forever unusable. Precisely because it was so old and bereft of divinity, it had resolved to die while slaying the human junior prodigy. Bai Yang's mind stirred, and he quickly gave another order. Chicken, flap your wings with all your might. Fly! The level 9 steel battle chicken with 533 points of strength furiously flapped its wings, and its 5-meter body actually lifted off the ground. Though this accelerated energy consumption, it could hold out for a short while. The 6th order Blood Corpse realm monster was dumbfounded. With most of its strength crippled and suppressed to level 9, it jumped a few times but found it couldn't leap that high. Moreover, each full-strength jump caused multiple wounds to burst open, draining a large chunk of its vitality. Yet it couldn't simply stop pursuing. Even if it remained still, its life force ebbed away with every passing second. A war of attrition was not an option. No one knew how long it flew, but the steel battle chicken was never shot down. Thump! After a jump that barely lifted it half a meter, its 30-meter colossal body crashed to the ground. The Blood Corpse realm has elevated its mark on you to the highest level world's hatred. You have won the Dominator level trial. You must make a choice. 1. Decompose this monster's corpse to extract rare resources. 2. Gain 200 free attribute points. You can only choose one. Baiyang did not make an immediate choice, as he hadn't even seen the monster's face. He was still inside the steel battle chicken's belly, desperately climbing upward, planning to crawl out through its mouth and see the monster's corpse before deciding. Squelch! Baiyang landed, then was dumbfounded. He had climbed the wrong way. He quickly snapped out of it. Since he was alone here, no one would know unless he revealed it himself. When he turned and saw the monster's corpse still several meters tall, even in death, his entire body tensed up. I was fighting a giant like this. Taking a deep breath, Baiyang felt immense relief that he had emerged victorious. 200 free attribute points were precious, but Baiyang wasn't foolish. Resources extracted from such a giant monster would undoubtedly be far more valuable. I choose option 1. Please decompose the monster's corpse. Beginning decomposition of the monster's corpse. Estimated time 1 hour. Please wait patiently. It would take a long time, but fortunately this place was free from the erosion of the Blood Corpse realm's aura. Baiyang sat down on the ground. Are there any higher level trials? You are qualified to know this information. The highest level trial in the design is the sovereign level, corresponding to sovereign tier monsters. However, sovereign tier monsters are the rarest and most powerful in all worlds. To date, no other world has been willing to deploy underdeveloped sovereign tier or suppressed sovereign tier monsters. Baiyang was delighted, as passing the Dominator level trial meant he had achieved the highest level. Dominator level corresponds to Overlord tier and Sovereign level corresponds to Sovereign tier. Dominating a clan makes one an Overlord. Reigning over a realm makes one a Sovereign. That fits. Well said. Dominator and Sovereign are named just so. A clear, sunny male voice rang out. Baiyang, who had been sitting, instantly sprang to his feet. This was the challenge space of the Supreme Tower. Who could speak to him here? The identity of this person. As the voice faded, a figure slowly materialized. When Baiyang saw this figure, his mind buzzed. The man stood there without a trace of power fluctuation, yet he gave the impression that he was the center of the world. It was as if even heaven and earth had to yield before him. The man laughed heartily. Your foundation is not bad. As your strength grows, you might one day catch up to half of my power. Baiyang was shocked. He had been thinking this but hadn't spoken aloud. The man said, I don't read minds, nor am I interested in probing your thoughts. I deduced it from your expression and eyes. You were just lamenting that my presence dims the light of heaven and earth. Before Baiyang could respond, the man glanced at the giant corpse being decomposed. He nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. I left a faint wisp of sword energy hidden within its body, and this creature never detected it in advance. Hearing this, Baiyang understood completely. He had managed to wear down this overlord to your existence because of this senior's help. He bowed solemnly. Thank you for your assistance, senior. The man laughed and waved a hand. No need for thanks. I was once helped by a senior in the same way. I merely seized the opportunity to lend a hand. I came here not to receive your thanks, but to ask you something. Baiyang's heart tightened, and he listened respectfully. The man clicked his tongue. Why so tense? I have no interest in your secrets. Which genius isn't blessed with extraordinary talent and astonishing luck? Don't be so paranoid. Baiyang remained silent, still listening attentively. The man continued, by the rules, anyone who passes the king level or dominator level trial has their information sent to 108 second rank martial academies. This is the human race's method of nurturing talent. A rule. However, since our Earth realm is being invaded by many worlds, exceptional geniuses need some concealment. You can now choose to present your achievement as passing the dominator level trial or to lower it 1 tier and claim a king level clearance. The decision is yours. Baiyang quickly spoke. Senior, I wish to present my achievement as a king level clearance. The man nodded. Good. I will convey this to the Council of Directors. Your actual trial result is known only to you, me, and the Supreme Council. If it ever leaks, it will surely be because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. As he spoke, his figure began to fade. Baiyang hurriedly asked, May I ask your esteemed name, senior? The senior's form dissipated, but his voice lingered. You are not worthy to know my name by right, but I find you somewhat agreeable. Remember it, Fu Chang'e. Shortly after Sword Immortal Fu Chang'e departed, a piece of information was sent to a certain location. Baiyang of Guanglong City had passed the king-level initiation trial with outstanding results. A group of staff swiftly dispatched the information to various places. All 108 second-class martial academies received the news, each reacting differently. The vast majority of lower-ranked second-class martial academies sent recruitment officers to Guanglong City, but their main purpose was to observe and attempt to pick up any leftovers. The top 30 second-class martial academies convened special meetings to study and formulate admission criteria. Meanwhile, information regarding Bai Yang's activities in Guanglong City was rapidly gathered. Bai Yang's background was actually quite simple. He grew up in an orphanage, had always performed well, and had recently awakened as a new professional. He was a legitimate member of the orthodox human race of the Earth Realm. Bai Yang of Guanglong City registered his residence with Lu Susu on June 9, 153rd year of the 5th epoch. Upon seeing this information regarding Bai Yang, the admission criteria were swiftly adjusted. Finally, the third immatural giant monster's corpse was completely disassembled. A peculiar aura, a blend of red and gold, drifted and floated before Bai Yang. Monster corpse decomposition and refinement complete. Acquired strength artifact Blood Gold Power. As the aura named Blood Gold Power drifted before him, Bai Yang's entire body emitted a feeling of intense longing. Upon careful perception, it was his steel body that craved this object immensely. The Earth Realm would not harm him, and this instinctive physical desire could not be wrong. Thus Bai Yang reached out and touched the object. Like blending water and milk, the aura flowed along his hand and merged into his body. Steel body is fusing with Blood Gold Power. The initiation trial has ended, beginning to infuse power for your life transformation. Bai Yang suddenly realized he was back on the lowest floor of the Supreme Tower. An indescribable mighty force appeared, enveloping Bai Yang entirely. Every cell rejoiced, and even the fusion of steel body and Blood Gold Power accelerated. As if finding direction, this force concentrated first on the steel body and Blood Gold Power. Moments later, steel body and Blood Gold Power fusion complete. You have acquired the Overlord level skill Indestructible Diamond Body. Before Bai Yang could examine the properties of Indestructible Diamond Body, the mighty force began to work on his flesh and soul. This time it was more surging and gentle. Bai Yang felt every part of him growing stronger. Within his sea of consciousness, the runic sphere summoning the steel battle chicken began to deeply integrate with his consciousness. Regarding his physical body, the new Indestructible Diamond Body skill was also undergoing deep integration with his flesh. This is an inevitable occurrence during life transformation skill nativization. After such deep integration, the skill becomes completely fused with life itself, making it impossible to interfere with through ordinary means. Upon undergoing this step, a professional's flesh and soul gain additional enhancement. For his summoning skill, the summon's talents could even be imprinted upon him. The first skill he learned was Summon Rooster, so now the king-level Summon Steel Battle Chicken skill was the first to undergo nativization transformation. The Summon Steel Battle Chicken skill has completed fusion with your life. You may select one of the Steel Battle Chicken's 3 talents to become your secondary talent. Please choose. The Summon Steel Battle Chicken skill has completed fusion with your life. When the Steel Battle Chicken is deployed in battle, it will receive 100 of your strength and physique. Bai Yang thought quickly. The Steel Battle Chicken had 3 talents: Yang Qi, Abundance, Size, Alteration, and Pugnacity. All 3 talents were, to be honest, very practical. Yang Qi Abundance not only provided damage that was restrictive against evil, but also enhanced overall recovery by 100, which was extremely useful for Bai Yang, who frequently needed to use the all things triune fusion. Size Alteration, on the other hand, was very useful in combat. Whether the physique grew larger or smaller, it could have different miraculous effects. Previously, when fighting the 10-meter-tall king-level Blood Corpse, the Steel Battle Chicken transformed into a 15-meter giant chicken, using its physique to overpower the opponent. And just now in the battle against that third immaterial giant monster, the Steel Battle Chicken used size reduction to escape control and maintained a smaller physique to fly in the sky, dodging attacks. As for the Pugnacity talent, it increased attack intensity by 30, and had an additional hidden effect making combat flow smoothly, essentially functioning like a combat instinct. After extremely rapid and serious deliberation, Bai Yang finally made his decision. I choose Yang Qi Abundance. With the decision made, a force surged from the skill which had already deeply integrated with his entire sea of consciousness and merged with his entire being. Moments later, you have acquired secondary talent Yang Qi Abundance. Bai Yang quickly checked its properties and breathed a sigh of relief. The effect was no different from that on the Steel Battle Chicken. As for the Steel Battle Chicken, once deployed it would receive 100 of his strength and physique, making it even more terrifyingly powerful. The life transformation continued, at this time, the deep integration involved the brand new Overlord level skill Indestructible Diamond Body. His flesh was absorbing some kind of power. A feeling both heavy and smooth arose. Bai Yang felt the sluggishness of his physical body rapidly receding. After a while, the physical transformation ended. Indestructible Diamond Body Skill Fusion complete. First life transformation complete. Your level has increased to 10. You have stepped into the First Order Elite level. Your Vitality Index, Mana Index, and Stamina Index have increased to 20. Your Attack Index has increased to 2. Your life level has been elevated to Elite Life. Elite Life level. For each level you gain, you will receive 20 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The improvements from the life transformation were all the same. Bai Yang hurriedly checked the Indestructible Diamond Body skill. Indestructible Diamond Body, Nativized State Rank, Overlord, Blood Gold Power, Fusion Degree 10. Attribute 1, Physical Defense 100 per level, currently 1000, Base Physique 100 per level, currently 1000, Base Strength 100 per level, currently 1000, Base Agility 100 per level, currently 1000. Attribute 2, greatly increases tolerance to pain, greatly increases resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Attribute 3, Unity of Inner and Outer, when receiving physical attacks, damage is dispersed throughout the body, significantly reducing the actual damage received. Attribute 4, possesses short-term resistance to fire and ice elemental damage, receives more damage from lightning attacks. Compared to the king-level steel body, aside from the doubled additional attributes, the main change was that this indestructible diamond body actually increased base agility, and to the same extent. Now Bai Yang understood why the physical sluggishness had been greatly alleviated when he just fused this skill. His physique had now become perfectly rounded with no weaknesses. His physical attributes were now perfectly rounded with no weaknesses, yet there was an indescribable feeling that this overlord-level indestructible diamond body wasn't entirely in harmony with him. In terms of power responding to will, it was even inferior to the previous king-level steel body. Carefully sensing the blood gold power fusion degree of 10 within the rank, Bai Yang understood the reason. That blood gold power was extracted from the corpse of a powerful overlord whose strength had been suppressed. Its level was too high. With his current mere first-order elite life level, he could only fuse this much. As his strength increased in the future, this fusion degree would rise simultaneously, causing the attributes added by the indestructible diamond body skill to become even more exaggerated. Perhaps once the blood gold power was completely fused, the feeling that indestructible diamond body wasn't entirely in harmony would disappear. Now that his 3 physical attributes had been vastly enhanced, what Bai Yang lacked were the 3 soul attributes. Glancing at the lifespan on his status panel, he took a deep breath. His remaining life was a mere 10 years. This was because his physical attributes were nearly 20 times higher than his soul attributes, an enormous disparity leading to such a predicament. The 200 free attribute points from the trial could no longer be saved. Spirit 66, Perception 67, Reaction 67. As the points were allocated, Bai Yang instantly felt a profound transformation within himself. Bai Yang Elite Lifeform Level 10, 0, 100, Age 18, Gender Male, Bloodline Pure, Human, Vitality 55565556. Remaining lifespan approximate 60 years. Mana 19601960. Stamina 202802080. Physique Strength 141000. Constitution 141000. Agility 301000. Physical Attack Power 2028. Soul Spirit 98. Perception 97. Reaction 97. Magic Attack Power 196. Physical Defense 171. 1000. Magic Defense 32. Talent Trinity. Of all things, secondary talent, Abundant Yang Chi Skills, Summon Steel Battle Chicken, King Metamorphic Lifebound State, Indestructible Diamond, Overlord Lifebound State, Free Attribute, points 0, Skill points 8. The gap between physical and soul attributes had narrowed significantly, yet it still exceeded tenfold. This boosted Bai Yang's remaining lifespan from 10 years to 60, temporarily averting the crisis of a premature death. Having entered the first-tier elite level, his vitality soared to 5,556. If this vitality were evenly distributed across all 6 attributes, his remaining lifespan would exceed 5,000 years. Living for millennia in the age of transcendence was no mere fantasy but an achievable reality. As long as he continued to elevate his soul attributes, his lifespan would skyrocket. With a physical attack power of 2028, Bai Yang could crush steel into mud with a single punch. With a physical defense of 1171, ordinary blades couldn't even sever a single strand of his hair. With agility at 1030, his physical form had no weaknesses. Under the blessing of the overlord-level indestructible diamond, he had already transcended humanity. What now limited his bonus performance were his soul attributes. His spirit lagged behind his flesh. As the life transformation concluded, the teleportation began. The surroundings shifted and Bai Yang returned to the vast square outside the Supreme Tower in Guanglong City. Countless gazes converged upon him. Bai Yang saw 10 men and women with profound and formidable auras in the inner circle, and nearly 100 more with equally powerful presences in the outer circle. Earlier within the Supreme Tower, the venerable figure named Fu Chang'e had mentioned that his information would be relayed to the Council of Directors. Clearly the council had passed his details on to the numerous second-tier martial academies. These people were likely recruitment officers from the 108 second-tier academies. Similar to the ancient college entrance exams, top schools would learn of prodigies and extend early invitations before results were announced. Judging by their positions, the 10 in the inner circle were the recruitment officers from the top 10 second-tier martial academies. 8 Desolates, Demon Suppression, Unshakable Poncher, 10,000 Swords, Converge, Indestructible Diamond, 5 Thunders, True Art, Celestial Artifice, Imperial Pole, 10 Directions, 10,000 Poison Goo, Abyss, Mechanical Ascension, and Myriad Laws return to 1. These were the top 10 second-tier academies. The top 10 was a collective term. They had no strict ranking, all at the same level. Theoretically, academies ranked below the top 10 could challenge and replace them. Yet no such event had occurred to date. The high school textbooks offered no explanation for this. The gazes fixed on Bai Yang were not merely observational. They probed his strength. Within 3 seconds, 7 of the 10 in the inner circle shook their heads regretfully and departed without a word. The remaining 3 were a towering 3-meter giant with bulging muscles, a lean but sharp-eyed young man, and a young woman with an expressionless face and vacant eyes. The 3-meter giant broke the silence, first laughing heartily as he spoke. Bai Yang, that overwhelming obscurity about you. Your physique far surpasses your soul. It seems your talent lies in the physical realm. Perfect. Our Unshakable Pancher Academy specializes in physical prowess. Young brother, how about joining us? With a rip, the lean, sharp-eyed young man tore off his shirt, revealing a sinewy upper body. Bai Yang, my academy Indestructible Diamond focuses on cultivating the intrinsic power of the self. You bear no elemental aura, so your talent must be purely physical. Coming to Indestructible Diamond is the right choice. The 3-meter giant scoffed. What's so hard about elemental power? Just learn a single elemental spell. Cultivating only one kind of strength might make you powerful, but it leaves glaring weaknesses. Bai Yang, hear the sincerity of Unshakable Pancher. First 3 guaranteed consultations with a 5th-tier king-level grandmaster. Second, immediate provision of the standard resource package for the top 10 freshmen of Unshakable Pancher this term. If you prove capable after enrollment, contending for the top freshman spot is not out of reach. Third, permanent ownership of a standalone villa covering 1,000 square meters in Pancher City, and a shop of no more than 300 square meters also with permanent ownership. Fourth, 31st tier Copperskin Iron Bone Realm exotic beauties as maids and 10 second-tier Jade Marrow Realm exotic battle servants. How about it? Bai Yang's eyes lit up. Each of these terms was brimming with sincerity. The first condition, 3 guaranteed consultations with a 5th-tier king-level grandmaster, was as extravagant for Bai Yang, a newly minted 1st-tier elite, as having 3 chances to consult an academician right after entering college in ancient times. This condition topped the list for more than just that. During consultations with a king-level grandmaster, if a favorable impression was made, there was a chance to become a disciple or subordinate, securing a formidable backer. As for the second condition, Bai Yang didn't know the exact contents of the top 10 standard resource package, but since it ranked above the villa and shop in the third condition, its value was evidently immense. The villa and shop in the third condition came with permanent ownership, located in the major city of Pancher, far surpassing small cities like Guanglong in value. The fourth condition was also tempting. 30 ranked exotic maids once obtained would belong to him entirely. Enjoying them was just the basics. Even killing them on a whim was solely his personal affair. First supreme principle: every person in Dun Realm Blue Star who has reached the age of 18 shall have the opportunity to awaken. Any individual or force daring to obstruct this shall be killed without mercy. The first supreme principle ensured everyone had a chance to awaken, while the second supreme principle offered another form of protection. Second supreme principle: no one in Dun Realm Blue Star shall possess or enslave any native human of Dun Realm. Any individual or force violating this principle shall be severely punished. Compared to the first supreme principle, the wording shifted from kill without mercy to severely punished, which seemed less harsh. However, the deterrent force of this severe punishment surpassed even that of summary execution. The high school textbooks once cited a case as an example. A prodigious professional, after enduring countless hardships and seizing innumerable opportunities, finally ascended to the 6th rank, becoming a divine ascension professional and a member of the Council of Directors under the Supreme Council. A true heavyweight in the entire Earth origin realm. This very figure due to a life-and-death enmity formed during his growth with a scion of a powerful clan once he became a 6th-rank powerhouse used his authority to send that scion and his family into a newly discovered alien world for reconnaissance. Subsequently, the 6th-rank powerhouse enslaved all these individuals within that alien world, tormenting them incessantly to vent his wrath. Truth cannot be concealed forever. Even though the enslavement occurred in an alien world, it still violated the second supreme principle. The president of the Supreme Council, the iron-blooded war god, personally dispatched an avatar traversing over 100 alien worlds for a decade-long pursuit, finally apprehending that 6th rank and bringing him back to the Earth origin realm. Then came the supreme judgment. That 6th rank was severely punished. His sentence was to have all his power sealed and to dedicate 10,000 years of his strength to the great cause of human reproduction in the Earth origin realm. The reason for this verdict was that once a professional or martial artist ascends to the 3rd rank transcendent realm, their offspring would inevitably inherit their parents' exceptional talents and power. A 6th rank powerhouse skirting the edges by enslaving humans of the Earth origin realm in an alien world, even if they were his enemies, would still violate the second supreme principle, let alone within the Earth origin realm itself. For those daring to defy these ironclad laws, the Supreme Council had a warning: karma locks, fate tracks, cross-realm pursuit. When learning this knowledge, Bai Yang and his classmates were puzzled. Why would a 6th rank powerhouse still harbor illusions of impunity? In the supernatural world, there were countless ways to resolve feuds without breaking the rules, such as simply killing the enemy in an alien world. The 6th rank's case likely had hidden circumstances. In the Earth origin realm, one could hire others, but was absolutely forbidden from enslaving them through control methods. After the 3-meter turtle giant finished stating the 4 conditions, the lean man also began to state his terms. Bai Yang, the conditions that unbreakable fortress can offer, we of indestructible diamond can match as well. The first 3 conditions are the same, but I'll raise the 4th. Quality over quantity. We of indestructible diamond will provide you with 2 2nd-rank Jade Marrow Realm exotic beauties, and 10 2nd-rank Jade Marrow Realm exotic battle servants, or alternatively 1 3rd-rank Golden Body Realm exotic battle servant. At this offer, the 3-meter turtle giant gasped. A 3rd-rank Golden Body Realm battle servant. Can you really make that decision? The lean man nodded. My word is my bond. Now the 3-meter turtle giant grew anxious. Bai Yang, let me change the 4th condition to 31st-rank bronze skin and iron bone realm beauties plus 2 2nd-rank Jade Marrow Realm beauties. How about that? Bai Yang frowned slightly. Why did everyone see him as a lecher? The cold woman who had remained silent all along finally spoke. Her voice, like her expression, was cold and devoid of emotion. Bai Yang, guidance from a 5th-rank existence may not necessarily be suitable. Their level is too high. I come from the 10,000 Swords Converge Martial Academy. Our academy's main focus is to transform various powers into sharp sword chi to attack enemies claiming the foremost killing prowess. With us, everyone is treated equally. Admission conditions are the same. However, after enrollment, everything can be earned through strength. Let me give you a word of caution: being young, energetic, and seeking women is fine, but if you indulge in lust, your future achievements may be limited. I offer you a personal condition: if you join 10,000 Swords Converge, I will sever your lust with a single sword strike. How about it? Bai Yang shuddered, then watched as the cold woman turned and walked away, quickly disappearing from sight. Clearly his shudder had made her give up on him. Once the cold woman left, Bai Yang felt the 3-meter turtle giant and the lean man visibly relax, as did the onlookers on the periphery. The 3-meter turtle giant laughed heartily. If lust is severed, then humanity is lost. Have you ever heard of any top-tier powerhouse being devoid of desires and emotions? Bai Yang, shall we go? The lean man stepped forward. The 4 words indestructible diamond represent our academy's main cultivation direction. Indestructible can be understood as a body like metal and steel, while diamond signifies not just an indestructible body, but also an indestructible soul. Bai Yang, from the moment you appeared until now, your reactions indicate that your soul is relatively too weak. Coincidentally, the resource package we offer this year to the top 10 new students includes techniques to enhance soul strength. Although the 10 great martial academies had no official ranking, privately everyone had their own evaluations. What Bai Yang most wanted to join was the 10,000 Laws Return to One Martial Academy. In Wanfa City, where this academy was located, there were 2 factions. One was the professional-oriented Martial Academy faction, and the other was the 10,000 Laws Legion. 10,000 Laws Return to One. A great city facing invasions from 12 alien worlds, filled Bai Yang with exceptional longing. Unfortunately, after the admissions officer saw his situation, he left without a word. Unless he was willing to reveal his talent, the 7 academies that had left on the spot would not accept him. In truth, Bai Yang had long had a direction in mind. Both Unbreakable Fortress and Indestructible Diamond focused on physical training, but judging by physique alone, Bai Yang had no desire to become a giant. He strode toward the lean man and declared, "I am willing to join Indestructible Diamond." The lean man laughed heartily. "Good. Follow me and I'll get your enrollment formalities done today." The three-turtle giant turned away regretfully and the 100 or so onlookers also dispersed. As they walked, the lean man introduced himself. "Bai Yang, my name is Li Lingfeng, a third-rank Transcendent professional. I studied at Indestructible Diamond before, but now I've graduated and stayed on as staff. Second-tier academies generally don't have dedicated admissions officers. We staff members who remain on campus take on this role." Bai Yang greeted him. "Thank you, senior, for admitting me." Li Lingfeng laughed again. "We're all from the same academy now, no need for formalities. Strange as it may seem, you completed the life transformation at the entry rank with an outstanding king trial result, and all second-tier academy representatives came to recruit you. That's standard. After seeing you in person, the 7 academies whose main direction didn't match gave up on recruiting you. That's also normal. But 10,000 Swords Converge Martial Academy, which focuses on sharp killing power, had that woman stay and try to recruit you. That's unusual. Bai Yang, your information says you're an orphan. Could you have a connection to some big shot at 10,000 Swords Converge?" Hearing this, Bai Yang's mind conjured the image of that heavyweight figure he had seen in the Supreme Tower. It seems that handsome guy must be from 10,000 Swords Converge and at a very high position. But he told me his name and said he had some goodwill toward me, yet he never mentioned his faction or tried to recruit me. Probably because my situation doesn't align with his. Bai Yang shook his head. "I'm not sure. Is that woman very strong?" Li Lingfeng nodded. Of the 108 second-tier academies that came today, 98 sent second-rank representatives, 9 of the 10 great academies sent third-rank representatives. But that woman alone was a fourth-rank Saint Realm professional. Bai Yang felt no regret. The 10 great academies had no hierarchy. Joining Indestructible Diamond would grant him initial rewards, and he could strive for more resources through his own strength. Joining 10,000 Swords Converge, on the other hand, would require him to compete even for initial resources, and Bai Yang had no talent for sword cultivation nor any desire to wield a blade. Following Li Lingfeng, the two quickly arrived at another strictly regulated area in Guanglong City, the teleportation zone. Li Lingfeng led Bai Yang into the teleportation zone, and instantly a force field enveloped Bai Yang. Under the influence of this force field, Bai Yang felt that aside from walking normally, he could not exert even the slightest extra bit of strength. His power was still there, yet it felt as though it could not be unleashed. His summoning skill was now also unusable. He could not even summon the steel battle chicken from the summoning space. This was the unique power of the teleportation zone, the sealing force. This teleportation zone was actually quite bustling, with people constantly teleporting away and arriving. Li Lingfeng led Bai Yang to stand in an unoccupied white jade formation array, and then a force enveloped them both. Teleporting to Immortal City. Similar to the situation when entering a dungeon wrapped in the force, Bai Yang felt as though he was flying at an inconceivable speed. Soon the sensation of solid ground returned and the teleportation ended. "Let's go. We cannot linger in the teleportation zone." Following Li Lingfeng, Bai Yang quickly left the teleportation area, which was more than 10 times larger than the one in Guanglong City. Arriving at a less crowded area, Li Lingfeng waved his hand and a convertible sports car appeared. "Let's go get in." Mimicking Li Lingfeng's actions, Bai Yang jumped into the convertible and the car roared away. The technology of the former Blue Star had not vanished entirely, but items like mobile phones could only be used within cities protected by barriers, including the convertible sports car Li Lingfeng was driving. Once outside the barrier, the environment was mixed with the aura of various other worlds, making technological products almost entirely unusable. The same had been true for firearms, which thus lost their ability to allow the weak to overpower the strong. Soon Bai Yang saw a massive stone gate over 100 meters high and hundreds of meters wide. At the top were 4 gleaming golden characters, Vajra Indestructible. This was the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, located very close to the teleportation zone. Li Lingfeng spoke. "The academy's staff and students often use teleportation, so it's not far from here. Let's go get your enrollment done and claim the rewards." The convertible roared through the gate, which had no security personnel. Before long, Bai Yang had completed his enrollment procedures at the registration office. At that moment, Li Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "All set. Let's go. I'll take you to collect the various rewards." They entered a nearby room where 2 female staff members were already waiting. One of them held a tray with a storage bracelet on it. Li Lingfeng said, "I saw you wearing this style of storage bracelet back in Guanglong City, so I sent a message ahead to have them prepare it. If you'd like a different style, just say so." Bai Yang quickly shook his head. The bracelet is fine, I'll take this one. Li Lingfeng laughed heartily. The resource pack for the top 10 new generation members includes storage equipment as one item along with a skill book that the Academy is preparing. It should be in your hands by tonight at the latest. There are also some other less precious resources being readied. First bind the storage bracelet and it'll take you to pick out the villa and shop you're being rewarded. In another room, Bai Yang saw a holographic map. Li Lingfeng pointed at the dense blue dots on it and explained, "These are the villas under the Academy's name, scattered throughout Immortal City. The ones closer to the Academy and the teleportation zone were claimed long ago. These are all that's left." Bai Yang's head spun. It was his first time leaving Guanglong City, and he knew nothing about Immortal City. "Senior, could you give me some guidance?" Li Lingfeng laughed again. "No problem, let me give you a brief introduction. Our Immortal City is a large metropolis with the barrier covering an area 330 kilometers in diameter, and it's slowly but steadily expanding. Within the core area 30 kilometers in diameter are the teleportation zone and the control hub for the city's grand array. This area is a restricted zone. All we can access is the teleportation zone we saw earlier. To the north is the main campus of our Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, divided into the teaching area and the team garrison area. The teaching area is these yellow zones where you'll primarily be. As for the team garrison area, once students reach the second-tier hero level or martial artists reach the second-tier Jade Marrow realm, they can establish their own teams. In our academy, they are allocated an area for their team members to live and train with no permanent ownership, only usage rights. Bai Yang nodded. He had learned about teams in high school. Shen Haitang was currently serving in the Guanglong City recruit camp. Bai Yang had mentioned that night that once he advanced to the second-tier hero level, he would recruit her into his team. This was the rule. Li Lingfeng pointed to the western part of the map. This area is mainly residential for civilians with most basic factories located here. Immortal City's current total population exceeds 3 billion and is still growing. Bai Yang nodded. Guanglong City, where he had lived before, had a diameter of 50 kilometers and an area of only 1963 square kilometers, yet it housed 100 million people. Immortal City, with a diameter of 330 kilometers, covered over 80,000 square kilometers, but had a total population of only 3 billion. Compared to Guanglong City, it was practically sparsely populated. Li Lingfeng pointed south. The south is mainly home to military corps bases and numerous military family quarters. Our academy has close ties with the military jointly resisting invasions from other worlds. I forgot to mention our Immortal City faces dual invasions from the Ancient Demon Realm and the Serpent Demon Realm. Bai Yang was taken aback. "Senior, with a city this big, it's only facing 2 worlds." Li Lingfeng took a deep breath, then gave Bai Yang a look that said, "Young and fearless," before replying, "Good point. I hear the High Council has approved a related proposal from the Council of Directors, so a third otherworld may be brought in to invade our city." Bai Yang looked at the eastern area. "Senior, what about the east?" Li Lingfeng sighed and replied, "Even though the High Council sets various principles and rules to minimize the differences and gaps between people, when power resides in the individual, the disparity between the strong and the weak cannot be resolved. So the East is where powerful professionals, martial artists, and their families live. You could call it the Noble District. Most of the villas under the Academy's name are in the north and east. I suggest you choose one in these 2 directions closer to the inner areas." Bai Yang nodded, then carefully studied the map. "Senior, I'll take villa number 005173. Li Lingfeng nodded, and a nearby staff member quickly typed on a computer. Soon Bai Yang's phone received the relevant information. The villa was now under his name. Li Lingfeng continued, "As for the shop, I also recommend choosing one in the north or east. Even if the area is smaller, its value will be higher." Bai Yang took the advice and selected the shop closest to the villa he had just chosen. A beep sounded as the staff member operated the computer again, and the shop was now under Bai Yang's name. Of the 4 enrollment conditions, the second and third were now fulfilled. Li Lingfeng led Bai Yang out of the registration office. "Bai Yang, as I said before, upon your enrollment, the Martial Academy will reward you with 2 second-rank Jade Marrow Realm Beautiful Maidservants and 10 second-rank Jade Marrow Realm Otherworldly War Servants or 1 third-rank Vajra Realm War Servant. Come follow me to choose your servants." Bai Yang followed, asking, "Senior, what exactly are otherworldly servants?" Li Lingfeng sighed. "You grew up in an orphanage just as I did. So though we are of pure background, we lag far behind those with connections in terms of information. The High Council forbids enslavement and control among the humans of the Earth origin realm. However, enslaving life from other worlds is strongly endorsed. Our indestructible Vajra Martial Academy's basic function is to train newcomers. Every student who grows strong becomes a powerful force, a small faction on their own, and together they form a great power. Many otherworldly beings are intelligent races. To merely slaughter them is the most wasteful approach. Annexing their world and enslaving their intelligent races for generations is the mainstream method of major powers, and our indestructible Vajra Martial Academy is no exception. Currently we face the Ancient Demon Realm and the Snake Demon Realm. The intelligent race in the Ancient Demon Realm is the Ancient Demons, and in the Snake Demon Realm it's the Sentient Snake Demons. Both are powerful melee-oriented races, and we have enslaved many. The beautiful maidservants you are about to choose are hybrid life forms cultivated by the Life Research Institute under the indestructible Vajra Martial Academy using gene hybridization technology. They are primarily human in genes supplemented by snake demon genes. Suddenly Li Lingfeng stopped and looked intently at Bai Yong, who was following half a step behind. Bai Yong felt a chill run down his spine under the strange gaze. "Senior, what do you mean?" Li Lingfeng lowered his voice. "Junior, aside from beautiful maidservants, there are also beautiful male servants. They are hybrid life forms, primarily human in genes supplemented by ancient demon genes. They are all robust males. If you have an interest, you could choose them too." Bai Yong instantly understood the meaning behind that strange look. He frantically shook his head. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. I've already taken a woman in Guanglong City. Imperfectly normal." Li Lingfeng didn't respond to that, but asked another question. "Bai Yong, the records show you opened a shop in Guanglong City called Longyang Trading Company. I find the name quite evocative." Bai Yong quickly explained. "Senior, my name has the character Yang. The Long is from Guanglong City, which gave birth to me and raised me. So I placed Long first." Li Lingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. To continue, both the beautiful maidservants and male servants are primarily human in genes. As for war servants, the opposite is true. They are primarily ancient demon or snake demon genes supplemented by human genes. They have decent combat ability and can be used as muscle or cannon fodder. Soon they arrived before a massive palace, the War Servant Hall. Li Lingfeng presented his identification, and Bai Yong took out the jade token he had received during enrollment. After verification, they entered the palace smoothly. They descended a spiral stone staircase over 10 meters wide for a full 10 minutes before reaching their destination. Though deep underground, the area was brightly lit by various lamps. After 2 more identity checks, Li Lingfeng led Bai Yong to a separate section. Gulp! Bai Yong couldn't help swallowing. Before him stood 10 women of breathtaking beauty. Calling them women wasn't quite accurate. These 10 had distinct features. Their necks were fair and slender, their waists delicate and resilient, and when their lips parted slightly, they revealed long crimson tongues. These were the otherworldly beautiful maidservants, primarily human in genes supplemented by snake demon genes. Concentrating Bai Yong, since they all exuded dense blood and chi energy uniformly at the second-rank Jade Marrow Realm. His high school principal was merely a second-rank Jade Marrow Realm martial artist. However, Bai Yong could clearly feel that the physical strength of these second-rank snake demon maidservants was inferior to his own, even as a newly advanced first-rank elite. Significantly inferior. Li Lingfeng laughed heartily. If you hadn't passed the king-level trial with excellence, you wouldn't have qualified for second-rank maidservants as a first-rank novice. These maidservants were first cultivated by the Life Research Institute, then meticulously trained for years at the Academy's Otherworld Servant Training Center. Each one is incredibly valuable. Choose. You can only pick 2. But you also have the right to 1 third-rank Golden Body Realm War Servant. If you forego the third-rank War Servant, you can take all the maidservants. Bai Yong quickly shook his head. Senior, don't tempt me. I'll choose now. He focused all his attention on observing the 10 snake demon maidservants, whose eyes held anticipation and curiosity. Finally, he selected the 2 that best suited his aesthetic and piqued his interest. Li Lingfeng waved his hand and an attendant approached carrying a tray. On the tray lay 2 scrolls emitting a faint white light. Li Lingfeng pointed to them. These are their life-bound scrolls. Imprint your mark on them with your spiritual energy and life force, and you will become their master. A word of caution, they are not weak. You must regularly reinforce the mark with your energy. Don't neglect it for too long or the mark's power will fade, and they will be unbound. Theoretically, they have undergone special training and won't act out, but what if? Bai Yong nodded, grabbed the 2 scrolls, and focused his mind to leave his mark. Binding them was similar to binding storage equipment, infusing his power into the existing imprints to leave his mark. Soon Bai Yong had completed the initial enslavement of the 2 snake demon maidservants. Li Lingfeng continued leading the way, and soon they arrived at another location. A massive room was divided into 2 sections. On the left sat a monstrous creature 3 meters tall even while seated. It was hairless, its skin a mix of bronze and black with a yellowish sheen. The creature was vaguely humanoid, but had 4 arms each ending in a hand with 4 sharp claws. Its feet also had 4 toes with claws. In the right section was a massive serpent 1/2 meter in diameter and nearly 10 meters long. Unlike ordinary snakes, its skin was not smooth but covered in fine cyan scales. An ordinary person could easily kill a snake 2 or 3 meters long with just a stick. Even unarmed, a human would win as long as they weren't afraid of injury. In nature, excluding a few highly venomous species, snakes are generally outmatched by animals of similar size. But once a snake possesses strong defensive scales, the situation changes. Bai Yang looked at Li Lingfeng. "Senior, please enlighten me about these 2 third-rank monsters." Li Lingfeng remarked with a hint of emotion. "These 2 third-rank war slaves have been nurtured for many years, their foundation supplemented with human genes. However, as their strength increased, the traces of human genetic traits have nearly vanished. Now the only difference between them and the ancient demons or serpent demons lies in their eyes. The inclusion of human genes slightly diminishes their combat prowess, yet the enhancement in intelligence compensates for that loss. Overall, they remain formidable assets. It is precisely this unique wisdom granted by human genes that enables them to be enslaved. The ancient demon war slave on the left excels in raw strength, formidable defense, and decent attack power. A melee warrior with no significant weaknesses. The serpent demon war slave on the right also boasts great strength and defense with the added ability to fight underwater, making it a versatile amphibious melee combatant. If the 2 were to battle on open ground, the ancient demon would have over 80% chance of victory. However, in dense forests or underwater, the serpent demon holds the advantage. The choice is yours based on your own circumstances. But let me tell you this, the serpent demon with cyan scales belongs to a noble bloodline among serpent demons, whereas the ancient demon race has no such distinctions. How could Bai Yang still be uncertain? "Senior, I choose the cyan serpent demon. How do I enslave it?" Li Lingfeng chuckled. "Simple. You've made your choice. The enslavement collar is on its way." Sure enough, moments later a staff member delivered a golden collar-like object and a cyan pouch. Li Lingfeng pointed at the golden collar. "This is a common enslavement method mainly for ferocious war slaves. Bind this collar, then use it on the serpent demon inside." Bai Yang picked up the collar and bound it quickly, completing the ritual. "Go!" The golden collar transformed into countless golden runes, most of which flew toward the Sai and serpent demon in the room on the right. The Sai and serpent demon coiled up instantly, its massive jaws gaping as its forked tongue flickered rapidly. It seemed to sense the danger and tried to evade by shaking its head and thrashing its tail. Yet the golden runes were as if they had eyes. No matter how the serpent demon writhed, it could not prevent the runes from surging into its body. Finally, the golden runes formed 2 interconnected golden circles. One large, one small. Around the serpent demon's head and the vital spot 7 inches below its neck. The cyan serpent demon gradually calmed, and the 2 golden circles sank into its body. On Bai Yang's side, a golden ring remained which could be worn on the wrist. Li Lingfeng explained, "The enslavement ring in your hand is the main component. With it, the serpent demon cannot and will not attack you. Through the ring you can issue precise commands. Should it dare to disobey, you can make its life a living hell with a single thought." Bai Yang felt the power of the ring and knew Li Lingfeng spoke the truth. "Senior, what if I lose the ring?" Li Lingfeng said with a meaningful tone, "If you lose it, you'd better be careful. The war slave only recognizes the ring." Bai Yang nodded. "I understand. Collect." The cyan pouch in his hand expanded into a large opening after he infused it with spiritual energy. Under Bai Yang's command, the cyan serpent demon obediently slithered inside. This was a special storage device capable of holding servants, including the 2 serpent beauty maids behind Bai Yang. Thus, apart from one of the enrollment conditions, 3 guaranteed consultations with a 5th-rank sovereign-level expert, and the resources in the package, all other conditions had been fulfilled. Soon the 2 left the war slave palace. Li Lingfeng remarked, "Bai Yang, what that person said earlier about 10,000 swords converging holds truth. You have 3 guaranteed opportunities to seek guidance from a 5th-rank sovereign-level expert, but use them wisely. At your current stage, just entering the 1st rank. Using them now would be an absolute waste. Secondly, take that woman's advice on matters of desire seriously. Suppressing lust is unwise, but overindulgence will ruin your future. She offered to help you sever your carnal thoughts for a reason." Bai Yang replied with respectful earnestness, "Pray enlighten me." Li Lingfeng continued, "Every year scions of major powers aided by divine weapons and talents pass the king-level trials, but their evaluations are merely ordinary king-level. You, an orphan with no backing, passed the outstanding king-level trial through sheer talent and strength, not relying on divine weapons. That's why all 108 second-tier martial academies sent recruiters to Guanglong City. An ordinary king-level trial wouldn't warrant such treatment, let alone the preferential conditions you received. But today is the 10th day after your awakening, and you've only just undergone life transformation. Many completed it by the second day. Can you deny that the woman in Guanglong City delayed you for days? Before Bai Yang could respond, Li Lingfeng patted his shoulder. I hope you live up to your extraordinary talent and become a strong one soon. Then maybe I can brag that I was the one who snatched you into the indestructible body sect. Bai Yang nodded solemnly. Senior, rest assured. I won't let you down. Li Lingfeng laughed heartily. You're mistaken. What do I have to be disappointed about? Don't let your talent down. All right, I've already notified the enrollment office. The skill book and resources will be delivered to the villa you just selected. Someone will contact you in advance, and you can check and accept them on the spot. With that, Li Lingfeng patted Bai Yang's shoulder once more and strode away. Bai Yang turned to the two serpent beauty maids behind him. Follow me. He set off, following the route on his phone to his designated villa. A full half-hour later, Bai Yang saw his new home. It was a 3-story standalone villa with a sizable garden. At the front gate, using the verification information just received on his phone, Bai Yang registered both facial recognition and fingerprint access, while the two serpent beauty maids also underwent authentication. Once inside, Bai Yang toured the entire property several times and finally grasped the villa's opulence. The 3-story building had ceilings about 6 meters high, with each floor covering 300 square meters, no shared area. The surrounding garden wrapped around the house, totaling over 800 square meters. This illustrates the emphasis the Earth Origin realm places on genius. He has merely entered the first level, yet he has already acquired ownership of a standalone villa in the grand city of Immortal City. His high school homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong is a first-level professional who, after many years of service, received the opportunity to retire and work in the rear. According to the situation and regulations from Guanglong City homeroom teacher, Li Xiangdong is eligible to allocate a high-rise residential unit no larger than 80 square meters, along with an additional planting area of no more than 20 square meters. Compared to his current standalone villa, it is like heaven and earth. Bai Yang strolled through the over 800 square meters garden with 2 beautiful snake demon maids, well-maintained, clearly managed by someone before. In the far corner, there are 10 neatly arranged plots of land, each measuring 10 square meters, designated as the planting area. As long as there is a sufficient water supply, a 10 square meter plot of land can yield basic crops like rice and wheat every month, when irrigated with a low-concentration nutrient solution derived from blood crystals. Moreover, the planting can be extremely dense. The grain produced from a 10 square meter plot is enough to sustain an ordinary person with a non-ascending physique for an entire year. In other words, a single 10 square meter plot can support 12 adults. Furthermore, the authorities allow and even encourage ordinary people to send their newborns to orphanages for centralized upbringing, ensuring that ordinary people do not lack for food. However, to live better, one must either have more children to reap rewards or find work. Hiss, a 3-level golden body realm snake demon warrior, was released, causing the 2 snake demon maids behind to tremble uncontrollably. They possess some snake demon genes, but are fundamentally different species. Using the golden ring on his hand, Bai Yang issued a command. With your entire body covered in green scales, from now on I shall call you Shao Qing. You may roam the garden but cannot leave without permission, nor enter the house over there without authorization. Hiss. Shao Qing obeys the master's command. The hissing of the snake under the control of the golden ring allowed Bai Yang to easily and accurately understand its meaning. He entered the villa with the 2 trembling second-level Jade Marrow Realm snake demon maids. The villa, built entirely from solid stone, appeared exceptionally sturdy and durable. The first floor spans 300 square meters, with 200 square meters dedicated to a reception area, while the remaining 100 square meters is a bar and tasting area. The furniture and appliances are all top-notch. There is no kitchen, as ascending professionals generally consume high-concentration blood crystal water. Unless it's just for the taste, they usually do not eat various kinds of food. Ascending to the second floor, it also features a transparent layout of 300 square meters, which serves as a study. Upon reaching the third floor, Bai Yang's eyes were opened wide. The third floor is entirely a large bedroom. On one side is a massive bed that could accommodate over 10 people, in the center is a sofa relaxation area, and on the other side is a bathing area with a large bathtub. This villa also has an underground space. Upon entering the basement, there is a dedicated training area, though it currently feels quite empty. After understanding the situation of the standalone villa, Bai Yang brought the 2 snake demon maids back to the first floor. He sat down on a spacious single sofa and looked at the two snake demon maids who walked in slowly. Standing a meter in front of Bai Yong, the two snake demon maids gracefully knelt down. Bai Yong was surprised. The snake demon maids were second-level Jade Marrow Realm, albeit quite weak at that level, but a rank is still a rank. Yet they now appeared so humble and submissive. "Why are you kneeling?" The one with a slightly more mature appearance spoke softly. "Master, we have been trained, and unless in special circumstances or necessity our posture and gaze must always be lower than yours." Bai Yong looked at the extremely docile snake demon maids, his interest piqued. "When I saw you in the warrior hall, I vaguely noticed that your tongues are unusual. Please demonstrate." "Yes." The two responses almost overlapped, and then both snake demon maids slowly opened their mouths. A pink tongue extended out, clearly resembling that of a snake. Although it was not forked, it was much thinner than an average human tongue. As the tongue continued to extend, Bai Yong was astonished. The tongue, once extended from the mouth, was estimated to be about 30 centimeters long. What use could such a long tongue have? Wouldn't it be a hindrance while eating? Soon an even more shocking event occurred. Agile and fluid, as if instinctual. "Stop! Stop!" Bai Yong took a deep breath, faintly hearing some sounds that told him many incredible uses of the long tongue, utterly absurd. It was broad daylight, and having just arrived in Immortal City, Bai Yong suppressed his emotions as he continued to understand the two snake demon maids that fully belonged to him. "What other special traits do you have? Please show me." This time the slightly more youthful snake demon maid spoke softly. "Master, our necks are relatively long and supple, like they have no bones. If you are interested, you may grip them firmly." "I'm not a pervert. Do you have any other special traits?" "Wait, let me give you names. You who are more mature shall be called Qing Yi, and you who are more youthful will be called Qing Se." "Qing Yi, Qing Se, thanks the master for the names." The two snake demon maids knelt down in gratitude. With nearly 100 points of soul intensity, Bai Yong felt that their gratitude was genuinely heartfelt. Bai Yong reached out to help the two snake demon maids, who were kneeling on the ground, back to a normal kneeling position. Qing Yi lifted her waist clothing, revealing her fair, well-defined waist. She spoke softly. "Master, our waists are strong and resilient, and after long-term training, we can exert power for an extended period without fatigue." Hiss at this revelation, Bai Yong gasped, for he truly understood. Swish! Bai Yong immediately placed an order through his phone requesting a high-capacity weighing scale. The scene from yesterday where Lu Susu bled from her mouth and nose came vividly to mind. Bai Yong felt that now, with his indestructible strength, his weight might have increased again. "Please massage my legs, master." "Yes." The two snake demon maids moved closer while kneeling and began to gently massage Bai Yong. At a certain intersection of the world's power in the void, a stern-looking man opened his eyes and gazed at the sword light that appeared before him. He spoke with some curiosity. "Handsome sword immortal, why have you personally come here? We are not familiar, are we?" The sword light receded, revealing Fu Chang'e, who conveyed a message to the man before him. The man immediately furrowed his brows. "Understood. Since such a genius has joined the indestructible diamond, I cannot refrain from sending a gift. I cannot divide my attention while guarding this place, so I trouble the handsome sword immortal to deliver this item to him." The man merged his right-hand index and middle fingers and pointed towards his forehead. Soon a beam of light emerged from his forehead, ultimately coalescing into a skill book. Fu Chang'e received the floating skill book, smiling as he tucked it away. "Senior Jin Bumi, 20 years ago I saw you from afar before I ascended to the 6th tier. It seems that your indestructible body and soul have not progressed for a long time. Would you like this sword immortal to give you a nudge?" The man known as Jin Bumi suddenly stood up with a thud. "I thought it was merely for a skill book. Why did you come personally? Your real intention was to fight me. Good. I shall witness how the handsome sword immortal, recently ascended to the 6th tier, and already acclaimed as invincible at this tier, truly deserves such praise." Boom! A golden light burst forth, and then a towering golden figure 100 meters high appeared. Fu Chang'e transformed into a beam of sword light, then surged to several thousand meters in size. Bang dong! The sounds of sharp blades striking hard objects echoed continuously. After a long while the two retracted their powers. Jin Bumi praised such brilliant sword light, sharp beyond compare in the clash of life and death. "I cannot match you." Fu Chang'e laughed heartily. "Director Jin, you flatter me. I originally thought your diamond body and indestructible soul had made no progress over the years, but it turns out I was mistaken. Perhaps the day your diamond body and indestructible soul completely merge as one will be the day you ascend to the 7th tier immortality. You have found your path while I remain unsure of what lies ahead. I can only strive forward and maintain my spirit." After this battle, the bond between the two transformed into something extraordinary: mutual respect among the strong. Jean Bumi nodded. So Baiyang is truly held in such high regard by you. Fu Chang'e nodded. Born an orphan without any extra resources to support him, he passed the king-level entry trial and scathed. His talent must surely be at the dominator level, and perhaps even at the supreme level. His physical strength is formidable, but he has clear shortcomings. His talent also allows for unique modifications to summon skills during learning, showing considerable potential. I assisted him once, granting him the blood gold power that harmonizes with his physical talents, which has already compensated for his physical shortcomings, but his soul is hence relatively weak. And your indestructible soul is very suitable for him, which is why I came personally. I just didn't expect you to be so straightforward, handing me the skill book without even asking. Jean Bumi laughed heartily. In that case, Baiyang's situation is extremely similar to my own back in the day. If it weren't for the martial god senior personally taking action to slay an ancient demon, I wouldn't have reached this point today. Now being able to help a talented junior brings me great joy. Fu Chang'e nodded. With that done, I shall take my leave. Not long after the doorbell rang, Baiyang stood up, allowing the snake demon maid to familiarize herself with the room. Then, he went alone to open the door to retrieve the goods. As the courtyard gate opened, a young woman, holding a box sealed with a strange insignia, appeared outside. The seal had an unusual shape, resembling a sword without a hilt. The woman respectfully said, "Mr. Baiyang, I am a staff member from the Martial Academy. I am here to deliver skill books and some supplies. Please take out your identity jade token for verification." Baiyang nodded, then took out the identity jade token. Upon contact between the token and the box, the woman was holding the seal, resembling a sword without a hilt, instantly dissolved into light. After receiving the box, Baiyang looked at the woman and asked, "What about the other supplies?" The woman raised her left wrist, showing a bracelet. "There are quite a few items. Should I hand them over here?" Baiyang turned around and the woman quickly followed. Hissed. The green snake demon raised its head and hissed towards them. The woman tensed up, showing far more anxiety than the two snake demon maids. Entering the lobby on the first floor of the villa under Baiyang's indication, the woman began to release various supplies. When everything was laid out, there were a total of 3 large boxes. The woman did not leave but handed over a list. "Mr. Baiyang, this is the supply list. According to the rules, it's best to check and verify on the spot." Baiyang nodded, and then the woman opened the first large box, revealing a densely packed collection of blood crystals, each the size of a fist. "Mr. Baiyang, there are a total of 100 blood crystals, all of first-tier excellent quality, each containing 80 to 90 points of blood energy." The green-clad snake demon maid quickly counted and confirmed the number was correct. Seeing that Baiyang had no objections, the woman opened the second large box, revealing 10 palm-sized jade tokens inside. "Mr. By these are transport permit jade tokens. Each token allows for 1 free transport, covering over 10,000 teleportation points across the entire elemental realm. From now on, each month, based on your current level of treatment, you will receive 10 of these unlimited transport permit jade tokens for free." Baiyang nodded. These items were worth quite a bit. Normally a transport would require at least 100,000 points of ordinary blood energy, and the further the distance, the higher the price. Ordinary people often never have enough money to transport even once. The woman opened the third large box, and inside was only a single jade token. "Mr. By this is a token of trust. With this jade token, you can go to the Martial Academy's Weapon Institute and choose a complete set of first-tier equipment. If you have special needs, the Weapon Institute will do its best to customize for you." Baiyang nodded. The storage bracelet he received from the Martial Academy had just completed its initial binding. Focusing his mind, Baiyang could see the internal space of the storage bracelet. A spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters. Compared to the 1-meter diameter storage bracelet he purchased earlier, the space had increased a full 1,000,000 times. Swish, he directly stored all 3 large boxes, and Baiyang still couldn't understand why those jade tokens required such large boxes. The woman in front of him had not left. Baiyang said, "The items are correct. You can return and report now." The woman paused for a moment, then quickly spoke. "Mr. By my name is Lu Qingqing, and I am a staff member from the Martial Academy. According to the Academy's arrangement, I will be responsible for serving as your secretary from now on. For any matters related to the Academy, I will handle them for you, ensuring you can focus without distraction." Baiyang's expression became somewhat peculiar. The name Lu Qingqing sounded very similar to Lu Susu. Lu Qingqing became a bit nervous. "Mr. Bai, if you feel I am inadequate, I can also arrange for another secretary for you." Baiyang waved his hand. "You are fine." Lu Qingqing quickly assured Mr. Bai, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you." Baiyang spoke directly. "The title Mr. Bai sounds a bit awkward to me." Lu Qingqing replied, "You are a new student at the Martial Academy. If I call you classmate Bai, it may be somewhat disrespectful. If I call you sir or elder, I've thought about this before, and also find it somewhat inappropriate. What do you think? Baiyang said, since you are my secretary, just call me boss from now on. Lu Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, then quickly corrected herself. Yes, boss. Baiyang pointed to the sofa. Have a seat. I am new to the indestructible city and have some questions. Lu Qingqing respectfully sat down, only half of her bottom touching the seat, and sat straight with a respectful demeanor. Baiyang said, today I seem to have met several staff members from the Indestructible Martial Academy, including you. It seems that you all are quite respectful to me as a new student. What is the reason for this? Lu Qingqing's clear voice rang out. Boss, the Indestructible Martial Academy has many subordinate units. The Basic Education Institute you are about to enter belongs to the Combat Department, which is the only core of the Indestructible Martial Academy. All departments, including the Life Research Department, the Secretary's Office, the Otherworld Resource Development Department, the Otherworld Servant Training Center, the Weapon Institute, and so on, exist to serve the Combat Department. Strictly speaking, we are all subordinate members of the Combat Department, and showing you respect is basic etiquette. Baiyang nodded. Lu Qingqing took out her phone, and the two added each other as friends. Lu Qingqing sent a piece of information over. Boss, not long ago, the Martial Academy issued the official announcement for the new semester. You need to report to the Academy's teaching department tomorrow to start classes. According to the detailed information, the new students have been divided into the King class and the Ordinary class based on their circumstances. The King class has a total of 15 people, all of whom are outstanding individuals who have completed the King-level entrance trial. The Ordinary class currently has 885 people who have completed the Perfect Level entrance trial. Baiyang carefully examined the enrollment information, and it was exactly as Lu Qingqing had said. Secretary, does the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy only have 2 classes? Lu Qingqing nodded. Yes, boss. This has always been our academy style, somewhat different from other martial academies. According to the rules, the total resources allocated to the King class and the Ordinary class are the same. That is to say, the 15 people, including you, boss, enjoy the same resources as the 885 people in the Ordinary class. He gasped. The disparity in resource allocation was truly immense. However, the practice of focusing resources on cultivating geniuses has existed since ancient times. Baiyang inquired, Secretary, after the semester starts, will there be a scenario where the Ordinary class challenges the King class? Lu Qingqing was taken aback. Boss, do you mean that if an Ordinary class student defeats a King class student, they will take their place? Baiyang nodded. Lu Qingqing quickly shook her head. No, that won't happen. The admission of King class students has undergone strict evaluation. During the subsequent learning process, they can exchange battles with Ordinary class students, but even if they lose, they won't be replaced. Boss, you don't need to worry about this issue. If an Ordinary class student challenges you, you can refuse. However, if an Ordinary class student is outstanding enough, they do have the opportunity to enter the King class. Baiyang. So the King class students will always enjoy more resources. Lu Qingqing nodded. Yes. Some King class students may not be of the direct combat type. They could be support types. The Academy will provide targeted training based on their circumstances. Baiyang immediately felt this was reasonable. All right, I understand. I will be at the teaching department on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for class. Lu Qingqing rose gracefully. Very well, boss. I will wait for you at the Academy early tomorrow morning. The secretary left, and shortly after someone delivered a weighing scale. After closing the courtyard gate, Baiyang returned to the first floor and stepped onto the scale to measure his weight. 620 kilograms. Previously, with his steel body, he weighed 330 kilograms, and now it had nearly doubled again. So heavy, does that mean I can only be on the bottom? Feeling somewhat frustrated, Baiyang then looked at the 2 snake-waif beauties. Qing Yi, Qing say, you both are at the second-order marrow refinement realm. Come, let's test something. He hooked an arm around Qing Yi's long fair neck and leaned his body sideways. Though Qing Yi was a bit bewildered, the snake-waif beauty still embraced her master, Baiyang lifting him in a princess carry. Baiyang was immensely satisfied with such strength and couldn't help but exclaim that the second-order marrow refinement realm was truly formidable. Slap. Baiyang slapped himself, startling the 2 women. Baiyang gestured for the 2 women to turn around. Then he took out the small box containing the skill book. Opening the box, a skill book emitting a black golden halo lay quietly inside. Indestructible Soul King, a tribute, consumes 1 skill point to learn. This was actually a king-quality skill book, and judging by its name alone, it was related to the soul. Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy Indestructible Soul. Both have the word indestructible. Perhaps they are connected. Snap. 1 skill point was consumed, and the skill book transformed into a stream of light that flowed into Bai Yang's body, eventually coalescing within his sea of consciousness. When the coalescence was complete, Bai Yang was astonished, because the manifested form of the indestructible soul skill was a humanoid phantom exactly like his own image. Indestructible Soul King, attribute 1 base spirit 10 per level, current 100, base perception 10 per level, current 100, base reaction 10 per level, current 100, attribute 2, indestructible spirit light. All 3 soul-related attributes increased. Although the magnitude wasn't as great as the physical enhancement from indestructible diamond body, it was still extremely valuable. Carefully sensing the indestructible spirit light of attribute 2, Bai Yang was shocked. A power that filled his entire sea of consciousness emerged, warm yet resilient. With this power called indestructible spirit light, which merged with his sea of consciousness, Bai Yang would possess extremely strong defense and resistance against soul-type attacks. This skill significantly enhanced the security of Bai Yang's soul. After spirit perception and reaction all increased by 100 points, Bai Yang's vitality only increased by a few hundred points, but his remaining lifespan skyrocketed from 60 years to 300 years. His perception became keener, his soul more transparent, and the sense of sluggishness between his body and soul was greatly alleviated. Temporarily lacking a king-level Iron Shirt skill book for a triple fusion, Bai Yang had no choice but to begin another action. Qing Yi Qing Sei, you can turn around now. The 2 snakewave beauties turned with elegant fluid movements, their perfectly proportioned figures on display. Bai Yang stood up and walked away, his voice trailing behind. Come, let's go to the 3rd floor. You mentioned earlier that you've studied for many years at the Servant Training Center, but it was all simulated learning without practical application. We humans have a famous saying, traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. The alarm for 7 o'clock rang, and Bai Yang turned it off. Qing Yi and Qing Sei hurriedly tried to attend to him, but Bai Yang stopped them. Not today. I'll leave you some superior-grade blood crystal water. Use it to recover your bodies. Qing Yi and Qing Sei showed not shyness but shame. Master, it is all this servant's fault for lacking strength, causing you, Master, to be unsatisfied. Bai Yang closed his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then he took a deep breath. Though not entirely to my fullest satisfaction, it was still beautiful enough. With that, Bai Yang rose and left. The snakewave beauties possessed serpent genes, long tongues, slender waists, and incredible flexibility. In summary, it was indescribable, unbelievable, soul-stirring, ineffably wonderful, boundlessly blissful, and endlessly memorable. Upon reaching the garden, Bai Yang willed it, and the golden bangle on his wrist transmitted a command. The azure serpent demon glided smoothly before him. Bai Yang reached out and pressed the serpent's body, sensing that its flesh and skin seemed unremarkable. It's a pity I can't inspect its specific attributes like I can my own. This 3rd stage golden body azure serpent demon's physique must be inferior to my 1014 points. Shao Qing, later I'll stand on your head. You follow the direction I indicate. Hiss, yes, master. With a leap, he landed on the serpent's head. The azure serpent demon, a 3rd stage golden body entity, with a serpent demon core, possessed strength far beyond that of Qing Yi and Qing Sei. The 10-meter-long serpentine body slithered smoothly. Standing atop its head, Bai Yang felt not a single jolt, only the cold wind rushing toward him. After leaving the gate and traveling some distance, Bai Yang continued using the azure serpent demon as his mount. He wasn't deliberately showing off. Upon arriving at the Immortal City yesterday, he had witnessed all sorts of wondrous modes of travel. Riding a serpent demon was hardly unusual. However, most of the serpent demon mounts he saw yesterday had gray-brown scales. His azure serpent demon was a rare breed. Ordinary people who saw the various exotic beasts on the road hurried along with lowered heads. The disparity between individuals was even more pronounced in a grand city like the Immortal City. The 3rd stage azure serpent demon moved swiftly, and soon they arrived at the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy. The jade token on him resonated with the 100-meter-high, 300-meter-wide gate, and he rode the serpent demon inside. Secretary Lu Qingqing had already sent the specific location in advance. Bai Yang arrived shortly. Seeing Bai Yang treading on the azure serpent demon, as his mount, Lu Qingqing was both frightened and bewildered. Boss, the azure serpent demon is of noble blood among serpent demons. Using it as a mount like this may foster hidden resentment. Though the control ring prevents rebellion, it's still unwise. Bai Yang leaped down from the serpent's head. Am I supposed to coddle a war servant? Secretary, lead the way. Lu Qingqing quickly turned and led the way, her clear voice ringing out. Boss, the combat instructor for the King's class was confirmed yesterday. The information reached our secretariat this morning. Bai Yang, what's this instructor like? Is there anything I need to be cautious about? Lu Qingqing nodded. This instructor's full name is Shun Qingfeng, a third-stage Transcendent class professional. He just returned a few days ago from campaigning in the ancient demon realm. He needs time to purge the lingering demonic aura, so he's been assigned as the combat instructor for this year's King's class. Instructor Shin Qingfeng was also a King's class graduate, so he won't dwell on your entrance trial results. Since today is the first day, just keep a low-profile boss. Nothing else requires special attention. Bai Yang nodded. That's fine. I've always been an obedient student. I won't cause trouble. Lu Qingqing, dressed in a proper sharp and conservative uniform, walked briskly. Though a clerical worker, she was already at the first stage copper skin iron bone realm. Soon Bai Yang saw a group of people and their war servants. The King's class had 15 members. He arrived 40 minutes early, yet he was the last to show up. Whoa! A third-stage Azure Serpent Demon. That's so cool. Bro, your clothes don't look like you come from a wealthy background. Did the Academy reward you this third-stage Azure Serpent as enrollment welfare? Don't be sour. That guy over there has a third-stage Ancient Demon, and this brother has a third-stage Azure Serpent. Clearly they achieved better entrance trial results. The group greeted Bai Yang warmly. Some were amazed, some envious, but none picked a fight. Bai Yang felt a slight regret. He had read novels where the protagonist's arrival inevitably sparked a challenge from some arrogant heir, leading to a satisfying retort. Yet all 14 classmates here seemed so friendly. That wasn't entirely accurate, though. The woman who seemed isolated merely glanced his way before looking away. Bai Yang nodded to each person, then cast an extra look at the female classmate at the edge. This height, over 2 meters. Seriously, and why does this woman have light golden hair? When she looked over, her pupils seemed blue. Truly extraordinary. Bai Yang had grown up surrounded by people with black hair and black eyes. At most some had slightly brownish hair, but it was still fundamentally black. In the human world of Dun realm, men's heights generally ranged from 1.7 to 1.9 meters, while women ranged from 1.6 to 1.8 meters. This golden-haired, blue-eyed woman was absurdly tall. Bai Yang estimated that if they stood face to face, his face would only reach her collarbone or even lower. A true Oriental-featured Amazonian. An inexplicable concept surfaced in Bai Yang's mind, leaving him puzzled yet intrigued. Lu Qingqing stood at Bai Yang's side and slightly behind. Not just Bai Yang, but each of the other 14 had a secretary in uniform beside them. A robust male classmate 2 meters tall approached Bai Yang. Bro, is your Azure Serpent Demon for sale? Bai Yang looked at him, oddly sensing the anticipated challenge from an heir was about to unfold. What if I say no? The classmate was taken aback, then replied with some confusion. If you're not selling, then don't. Why do I feel like you want to hit me? Bai Yang, you misunderstood. I meant, what's the market price for an Azure Serpent Demon? The man frowned. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sun Byuk. As for the price of your Azure Serpent Demon, it's hard to measure in blood crystals. Usually it's traded by barter. If we price it against an ordinary third-stage Serpent Demon, this rare third-stage Azure Serpent is worth about 100 of them. Bai Yang was astonished. That valuable. 100 for one. Sun Byuk lowered his voice. Your reaction confirms you're from an ordinary background. To obtain such a rare Azure Serpent, you must have caught the eye of some senior in the academy. Bai Yang nodded. Thank you for the insight, Sun. Bai Yang. Let's look out for each other. Sun Byuk shrugged helplessly. Bro. You? Forget it. Mutual care then. By the way, many of us arrived a few days early. Everyone else is fine, but try to avoid that ugly one over there. Bai Yang was baffled. Sun Byuk's term ugly one was truly incomprehensible to him. That woman had glanced over just now. Aside from her different hair and eye color, if one judged solely by her looks, figure proportions, and skin quality, she was likely far more stunning than his 2 serpent demon beauties. Of course, her proportions were excellent, but being over 2 meters tall easily made one overlook that, focusing instead on the discomfort her height caused. Explanation: the setting is a traditional human world with black hair and black eyes. Thus, natural golden hair and blue eyes are considered anomalies, much like in ancient times when a child born with silver or golden hair and blue eyes would be labeled a monster or a demon's reincarnation. Still, Bai Yang just nodded without asking further. Seeing Bai Yang not inquire, Sun Byuk was puzzled. Bro, don't you want to know why you shouldn't mess with her? Bai Yang, why? This satisfied Sun Byuk, who grinned and lowered his voice. That ugly one. Thud. A heavy sound landed. Bai Yang quickly looked over to see a lean but fiercely imposing man striding over like a dragon. The noise was deliberate. All the classmates and secretaries turned serious, staring at him. Sun Byuk's words were cut short. He looked at the approaching combat instructor, still muttering under his breath. Bro, that ugly one has a terrible temper. I just looked at her a few times with a different expression, and she nearly attacked me. Isn't that ridiculous? She's ugly and won't let anyone look. How can anyone be so arrogant? Combat instructor Shen Qingfeng observed everyone's reactions as he approached. When he noticed that the 2-meter tall man, while appearing to watch him, was actually whispering to a classmate, combat instructor Shen Qingfeng curled his lips into a peculiar smile. He halted, surveying the crowd once more. Excellent, excellent. I was just thinking that prodigies always carry pride, and when pride goes too far it breeds troublemakers. That big fellow and you. Yes, you step forward. Bai Yang was utterly exasperated in his heart. From the moment combat mentor Shen Qingfeng appeared, he hadn't uttered a single word, nor had he even shifted his gaze away from the man. Yet he was singled out despite such behavior purely because he was dragged down by Sun Byuk, whom he had just met. Behind them, Lu Qingxing and Sun Buk's secretary grew tense but dared not act. A staff member sprinted from afar, handing over a roster. Combat mentor Shen Qingfeng glanced at the illustrated booklet, snapped it shut, and fixed his gaze on Sun Byuk and Bai Yang. Tossing the roster back to the staff, combat mentor Shen Qingfeng cracked his knuckles, producing crisp sounds. Sun Byuk and Bai Yang stepped forward. Sun Buk's lips twitched, then he strode forward. Greetings, mentor. It was I alone who spoke out of turn, and Bai Yang had no part in it. Combat mentor Shen Qingfeng retorted bluntly. It takes two to make a quarrel. Bai Yang, I've asked you twice to step forward. Will you not move? With a swift dash, Bai Yang stepped forward. Mentor, your bearing is majestic. Coming from a humble place, I've never witnessed such valor, and I was momentarily entranced. Combat mentor Shen Qingfeng was stunned for an instant, feeling as if his punch had landed on cotton. How dull. Why can't you just be a thorn in my side? Both of you fall back. Bai Yang and Sun Byuk quickly retreated into the ranks, and the secretaries behind them sighed in relief. Shen Qingfeng spoke. You've all learned the diamond body, haven't you? Everyone nodded in unison. Bai Yang nodded along, somewhat bewildered. He hadn't learned the diamond body, but the indestructible soul, a fact unknown to this combat mentor. Shen Qingfeng nodded. The diamond body is the signature technique of our indestructible diamond martial academy. Once mastered, it grants unmatched defense, immense strength, and invulnerability to water and fire. You've all just stepped into the first order elite rank. Having passed the king level entry trial, you've each earned 1 to 200 free attribute points. Our unique data-driven flesh allows us to easily adapt to newfound power, but whether you can fully unleash that power is another matter. Today, the first day of school, has but one task to determine the top 3 rankings for this month's new students, the so-called champion, runner-up, and third place. The champion will receive triple resources, the runner-up double, and the third place a single extra share. This selection will occur monthly. Sun Badong raised his hand high. Shen Qingfeng nodded for him to speak. Mentor, must we fight each other to decide the rankings? Shen Qingfeng shot Sun Badong a glare. Fight? With what? Are you going to take on Bai Yang, who has a third-order Azure Snake Demon by his side? Sun Badong glanced at the third-order Golden Body Realm Azure Snake Demon behind Bai Yang, 0.5 meter in diameter and 10 meters long. Then at his own 2 second-order Jade Marrow Realm Ancient Demons. He felt utterly outmatched, as he himself was merely a first-order initiate. Sun Badong said, Mentor, can't we just not use our battle servants? Shen Qingfeng scanned the crowd coldly. Sound reasoning, but impractical. Why would someone with powerful battle servants not use them? Just as some of you passed the king-level entry trial thanks to low-tier divine weapons provided by your backers. Bai Yang gazed at the mentor before him, finding him utterly different from his imagination. Reasonable and pragmatic. Shen Qingfeng pointed to a spot not far behind. Over there is our academy's exclusive battle dungeon teleportation array, already linked to the ancient demon realm. Next you will enter a real dungeon. Within 10 minutes, kill as many first-order ancient demons as possible. Each kill earns 1 point. The group was stunned, then raised their hands one after another. Shen Qingfeng waved them off. The real dungeon suppresses power. A third-order Azure Snake Demon or third-order Ancient Demon Battle Servant can only exert first-order peak strength inside. Consider that a favor to you. Go, the timer starts now. With that, Shen Qingfeng pressed the stopwatch in his hand. Whoosh! Bai Yang was the first to dash forward his speed, leaving all others in the dust. Damn! You guys are way too fast. Sun Byuk, who had only turned to summon his 2 second-order Ancient Demon Battle Servants, found the other 14 had already charged ahead. Bai Yang beside him had vanished in a flash. Bai Yang, you're not even bringing your third-order Azure Snake Demon. That's bold. But Bai Yang had already disappeared into the teleportation array. Entering the ancient demon slaughter ground, Identity confirmed. Creating an independent real dungeon space. The ancient demon slaughterground is a special combat zone. You need not fear erosion from the ancient demon realm's chi. Independent real dungeon space created. Enter. Enter. The scenery shifted and Bai Yang found himself inside the real dungeon space. It was a combat arena resembling a coliseum roughly 500 meters in diameter. He stood at one corridor-like entrance while 500 meters away lay another. The ancient demon slaughterground is filtering monsters for entry. Based on the principle of equal level, the monsters entering are first order. According to the rules, 10 first-order ancient demons will enter the slaughterground every minute. This combat space has a special protection mechanism. If you feel you cannot prevail, shout, "I am a chicken." And the protection function will forcibly evacuate you. Ancient demon slaughterground, remaining time 9 minutes 56 seconds. From the moment combat mentor Shin Qingfeng started the timer, Bai Yang covered 100 meters in just 4 seconds, becoming the first to enter the teleportation zone and the dungeon. As for the third-order Azure Snake Demon, knowing its power would be suppressed to first-order inside, he chose not to bring it along. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The king-level Steel Battle Rooster appeared, and at Bai Yang's command transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant rooster. Steel Battle Rooster King morphing state level 10 HP 16400164000 energy 99800998800 growth strength 7, physique 7, overall strength 1604 strength 9050010014. Physique 9050001014. Physical attack 80-20 attack speed 08. Time a sec movement speed 0-100 ms talent Yang Chi surge size morphing aggressive traits 50 physical defense per level 50 base strength per level 50 base physique per level skills none. Gazing at the 10-meter tall resplendent rooster before him, Bai Yang couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "You're too beautiful." After entering battle, the Steel Battle Chicken received a 100 boost from Bai Yang's power and physique amounting to 1,014 points, causing its attributes to skyrocket to an almost absurd degree. Its physical attack reached 8,020, and once in combat, the belligerent talent granted an additional 30 increase, bringing it to a staggering 10,426 points, an attack power exceeding 10,000. How utterly outrageous! Furthermore, the Steel Battle Chicken itself possessed a defense strength of 1604, and with an additional 50 points of physical defense per level, its total physical defense climbed to 2,104 points. Coupled with 160000 health points, it had become a well-rounded combat chicken with thick health, high defense, and formidable attack. Chicken block that ancient demon exit over there. Peck to death any that come out. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The Steel Battle Chicken flapped its wings, darting to the ancient demon exit in a few swift movements to wait. Gurgle. Human devil. Die. Peck. Peck. In less than 2 seconds, all 10 first-order ancient demons, each 2.5 meters tall, were killed with their heads blown off. Every minute, another 10 first-order ancient demons entered the fray, only to be swiftly annihilated. At the 9th minute and 5th second, the 10th batch of first-order ancient demons entered and perished. The battle has ended early. You have achieved total victory. Commencing reward settlement. Half a minute later, 100 blood crystals, the size of chicken eggs, materialized before Bai Yang. Upon inspection, they were all first-order of excellent quality. Simultaneously, 10 skill books appeared before Bai Yang. Checking them all were excellent quality body-strengthening skill books. A surge of 100 units of power flowed into Bai Yang's body. The experience needed for leveling up. Your experience is full. Your level has increased to first-order level 1. You have gained 20 free attribute points and 1 skill point. For professionals with a datafied special flesh and blood body, leveling up was indeed this simple. All they had to do was kill, kill, and kill. The monsters that were once an endless plague had now become a controlled resource. In Guanglong City long ago, there were no restrictions on anyone entering instances to farm monsters. Gradually, restrictions were imposed. Initially, only professionals native to Guanglong City could farm instances unlimitedly. Then it became limited to once a day. Later, it was reduced to 3 times a week and now to only 3 times a month. This signified that the monsters from the Blood Corpse realm were dwindling, unable to meet the farming demands of the millions of professionals in the small city of Guanglong. Bai Yang first recalled the Steel Battle Chicken into his summoning space, then stored the 100 first-order excellent blood crystals and 10 body-strengthening skill books into his massive storage bracelet before returning to the Martial Academy. As soon as Bai Yang steadied himself, a figure appeared beside him. It was the woman Sun Byuk had called an ugly freak. Bai Yang gave her a slight nod as a greeting. Standing so close, the woman's gaze turned very peculiar after Bai Yang nodded at her. Bai Yang looked toward the secretary's office where the other 13 classmates were all waiting. Clearly none of them had managed to survive even 10 rounds of ancient demons. This also meant they must have shouted the shameful words, "I am a noob." At that moment everyone's faces bore a hint of embarrassment. This woman, however, had persisted until the end. Yet her armor was covered in claw marks, suggesting her battle had been far from easy. Shen Qingfeng waved at Bai Yang, who quickly trotted over. "Instructor." Shen Qingfeng nodded approvingly. "Your face is merely above average, not extraordinarily handsome. But your aura, it's as if a masculine yang energy is about to overflow. You'd better be cautious. In your state you're very likely to attract women, female monsters, ghosts, and even some perverts." Before Bai Yang could speak, Shen Qingfeng continued with a tone of admiration. "An orphan who conquered the exceptional grade king tier entry trial, charging into the ancient demon slaughter ground in ordinary clothes without the green snake battle servant, killing 10 waves of first order ancient demons in 10 minutes without a single tear in your clothes. You're truly remarkable. Last night when I drank with Old Li, he praised you many times." "Bai Yang. Instructor, do you know Senior Li Lingfeng?" Shen Qingfeng rolled his eyes. "What nonsense is that? Old Li and I are both in the 3rd tier of the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy. How could we not know each other?" Then Shen Qingfeng spoke with a hint of frustration. "I say, with skills this formidable, why didn't you stir up some trouble? Don't you realize that if you had caused a scene and demonstrated strength far surpassing your classmates, I, as the instructor, could have directly recommended you as the first month's chief of this year's freshmen? You missed a golden opportunity, kid." "Bai Yang. Instructor, how about I stir up trouble now?" Shen Qingfeng kicked at Bai Yang, but the latter instinctively dodged, actually evading the blow. Impressive. Though it was just a casual kick, most first-order professionals couldn't have dodged it. Now get back in line. It's time for the formal evaluation. Don't you dare cause any trouble for me. Otherwise I'll deduct points. Bai Yang returned to the group. Shen Qingfeng waved at a staff member not far away who immediately scurried off. Before long, a burly bald man strode over. "Fengzi, I could hardly believe it when I saw you were the freshman combat instructor." Shen Qingfeng laughed heartily. "We'll have a drink tonight and brag then. Let's handle business first." Then Shen Qingfeng turned to the 15 students. "Let me introduce you. This bald fellow is named Zhou Yu. He's from the Indestructible Legion and a 3rd-tier Golden Body Realm martial artist. The strength of us professionals lies in our talents and skills. Martial artists, however, rely on their own flesh and blood. Their combat instincts and martial techniques are typically far superior to ours. Every qualified professional, besides continuously developing their talents and skills, must not neglect martial techniques. That's why Instructor Zhou Yu is here. Next, you will use all means at your disposal to fight against Instructor Zhou Yu. Based on your performance, you will be scored. Combined with your scores from the ancient demon slaughter ground, your total score will be determined. The top 3 scorers will be this month's chief 2nd seat and 3rd seat. Alright, let's start with the lowest score from the ancient demon slaughter ground. Sun Byuk with 34 points, you're last. As the bottom, you go first. Sun Byuk, standing 2 meters tall, flushed crimson. Yet he strode forward and bowed to Instructor Zhou Yu. "Instructor, please enlighten me." Instructor Zhou Yu nodded. "You may use any means, including summoning your battle servant. However, I can only promise not to kill you. I won't be responsible if your servant dies." Sun Byuk let out a low shout to bolster his courage, then charged forward without his battle servant. Bang! The 2-meter tall man flew high into the air, landing heavily dozens of meters away. Instructor Zhou Yu slowly lowered his raised leg. Shen Qingfeng's voice rang out. "Sun Byuk scores 0 points in this round. Total score for both rounds 34 points. He is confirmed as last place." Sun Byuk lay on the ground, pausing for a second before getting up. Shen Qingfeng's voice continued. "First round, score 36 points. Second to last, Xie Jiaqiang, step up." Xie Jiaqiang scores 0 points in this round. Total score for both rounds 36 points. He is confirmed as second to last. Huagalia Lei Tianxing Lin Tingxue Xiao Jilongsong Haitao Jin Russian, and Su Xieqian Xiong Jinhai Lung Chenyun Yi Mujuan. As Shen Qingfeng announced the scores with a somewhat ruthless precision, Bai Yang also came to know these individuals from the king class. Finally, only the golden-haired, blue-eyed woman and Bai Yang remained on the field. Shen Qingfeng announced loudly, "The first round scored 96 points, ranking second. Wenren Fuguang, your turn." Bai Yang watched this woman step forward. Her name was Wenren Fuguang, a rare compound surname. Wenren Fuguang bowed respectfully to Instructor Zhou Yu. "Instructor, my 3rd stage Golden Body Ancient Demon Battle Servant will fight alongside me." Instructor Zhou Yu nodded, "As it should be. I will show you why despite being at the same third stage ancient demons can only be our battle servants. A roar erupted as if in extreme dissatisfaction with Zhou Yu's words. The third stage ancient demon behind Wenren Fuguang raised its head and bellowed. Its massive figure over 5 meters tall charged forward. Clang, clang. The explosive sound of metal clashing rang out as instructor Zhou Yu made his first serious move. Bai Yang watched with keen interest while some classmates around him had varying reactions. Many students were adversely affected by the fierce combat noise. The worst off was Sun Byuk with blood seeping from his ears. Instructor Shin Qingfeng observed all the students taking a careful look at the most afflicted Sun Byuk, but chose not to intervene. Ha! With a low shout, instructor Zhou Yu's aura suddenly blazed with intensity. Then Zhou Yue, standing at 1.9 meters, began exchanging blows directly with the nearly 6-meter third stage ancient demon fist for fist. The disparity in physique was enormous, like a child fighting an adult. Yet paradoxically, it was instructor Zhou Yu who exuded the fiercer aura. At the same time instructor Zhou Yu even spoke. The Supreme Council President, the martial god predecessor, pioneered the path of martial arts, integrating cultivation systems from countless worlds, and bequeathed to us humans of the Earth Yuan realm the blood chi martial way. The path of a martial artist is vastly different from you professionals. To grow stronger, every step requires sweat and blood. A first-stage martial artist must internally temper bones and externally train skin and flesh to reach the bronze skin and iron bone stage. A second-stage martial artist must undergo marrow and blood replacement repeatedly until the marrow becomes as strong as blood jade, reaching the jade marrow stage. When the blood marrow is perfected, we martial artists can step into the third-stage golden body stage, where the flesh is like gold, internal and external are unified, and there are no weaknesses. This ancient demon is also third stage, but its cultivation is flawed. It appears formidable, but in reality its body is full of weak points. As he spoke, Zhou Yu slowly ceased his movements. Boom! The nearly 6-meter third stage ancient demon crashed to the ground. Though no wounds were visible on its body, blood seeped from all 7 orifices. Zhou Yu nodded slightly at Wenren Fuguang, who then charged forward with a sharp blade in each hand. Clang! After just 2 clashes, both blades in Wenren Fuguang's hands shattered. Wenren Fuguang quickly retreated. Instructor's divine might, I concede. Zhou Yu said, among the 14 who have fought, your martial skills are the best, showing you have put in great effort. I must remind you, you are a professional. Prioritize developing your talents and skills. You can value martial arts, but do not put the cart before the horse. Wenren Fuguang clasped her fists respectfully. Thank you for the guidance, instructor. Zhou Yu pointed to the fallen third stage ancient demon. Your battle servant is fine. I have hammered out its weak points. With its intelligence, it should understand how to address its shortcomings in the future. Also, though your appearance may be plain, as transcendent beings we must ignore gossip and slander. When you are strong enough, you can make everyone hypocritically praise your beauty. Wenren Fuguang clasped her fists respectfully again. Thank you for the comfort, instructor. I have been used to it since childhood. Idle chatter does not affect my emotions. At this, everyone's gaze focused on Bai Yang, including Sun Byuk, whose face still bore a look of shame and anger. Shin Qingfeng announced loudly, Bai Yang, go ahead. I want to see how you can slay 10 rounds of ancient demons without getting a speck of dust on you. Bai Yang initially intended to summon the steel battle chicken, as he had no plans to keep this summon hidden. But in the next instant, he had an inexplicable epiphany. Stepping forward boldly, Bai Yang looked at instructor Zhou Yue. Please go easy on me, instructor. Boom! Striking first, Bai Yang threw a punch with only 30% of his strength. Even with just 30% strength, under the influence of 1,014 points in strength, physique, and agility, along with nearly 200 points in spirit, perception, and reaction. This punch was as swift as lightning, as forceful as thunder. Slap! Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. He shot out his right hand just as swiftly and grasped Bai Yang's incoming fist. The sound of the fist and palm colliding was no less intense than the earlier clash between the third stage ancient demon and Zhou Yu. As his iron palm clamped down, Zhou Yu was astonished. The sensation from his hand told him that this first-stage newcomer's physical strength was likely even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Thus he understood. A new student at one of the top 10 martial academies, the Indestructible Vajra Martial Academy, and in the King's class at that. Even within the King's class, Bai Yang was one of the 2 with the highest treatment. Therefore, such a prodigy would instinctively harbor pride in his heart. Even if Bai Yang behaved properly, this inner pride was an instinctive emotion, not something easily controlled. So it was necessary to temper the sharp edges of these prodigies on the first day. But the measure had to be right. That Sun Byuk seemed a bit too crushed and would need encouragement later. Thinking this Zhou Yu devised a way to indirectly encourage Sun Byuk. Thump. A kick sent Bai Yang flying in the same direction as Sun Byuk had been sent earlier, and Bai Yang even landed further away. This would show that it wasn't that Sun Byuk was too weak. Even Bai Yang couldn't withstand a single kick. Bai Yang landed heavily with bright eyes. He didn't twist his body midair to land steadily on his feet, because he had one indestructible Vajra lifebound state rank Overlord Blood Metal Energy Integration 10. This Overlord level skill had a blood metal energy integration of only 10, mainly because his strength was too low, causing such a low integration rate. But after taking Zhou Yu's kick, the 10 remained unchanged. However, as a lifebound skill, Bai Yang could clearly sense that behind the 10 many decimal points had shifted. Getting beaten could increase the blood metal energy integration. This was a true surprise for Bai Yang. He scrambled up, ignoring the dust on his clothes, and charged at Zhou Yu, swinging his fists. "Instructor, hit me harder." This statement gave Zhou Yu goosebumps. Looking at Bai Yang's expression as he charged, he found it incomprehensible. The joyful look was not one a person should have after being beaten. Thump. Bai Yang's martial skills, honed over 3 years of high school, were far inferior to Zhou Yu's. Moreover, Zhou Yu's attributes were undoubtedly formidable, so Bai Yang was kicked flying again. He got up, charged again with fists swinging. "Instructor, a little harder. I can take it." "Instructor, don't hit the face, anywhere else is fine." "Instructor, didn't you have breakfast? Hit harder." Time and again Bai Yang was kicked flying by Zhou Yu, and time and again he got up and charged back into battle. All the students present, all the secretaries, and even those ancient demon battle servants gradually watched with changing expressions. At first Zhou Yu was somewhat annoyed by Bai Yang's repeated charges, thinking he was trying to gain his and Shun Qingfeng's appreciation by displaying an indomitable fighting spirit. But as he secretly increased the force of his blows, he gradually sensed something amiss. His eyes and expression are not those of a masochist. He can gain benefits from being beaten. In an instant Zhou Yu understood everything. "Stop!" Zhou Yu took the initiative to leap aside, dodging the charging Bai Yang. Having figured things out, he realized that since this was a student, he couldn't possibly strike with lethal force nor even with excessive harshness. He would be a fool to keep heeding the others' cries to hit harder. Shin Qingfeng laughed heartily. "Impressive. To withstand so many casual attacks from a third order while being only first order, that alone is enough to humiliate many third orders." "Ah, Brother Zhou, don't glare at me. I meant those weakling third orders." Zhou Yu snorted coldly, then turned and strode away without a word. Shin Qingfeng clapped his hands. "All right, the results are clear. Bai Yang takes the top seat for the first month, Wenren Fuguang is second, and Xiong Jinhai is last. Let's congratulate them." Everyone applauded. Then Shin Qingfeng looked at Bai Yang with a peculiar expression, leaving Bai Yang utterly bewildered. Until Shin Qingfeng spoke, "Bai Yang, aren't you cold?" Bai Yang was taken aback. Having just sparred with instructor Zhou Yu, his blood was hot and surging. What did cold mean? Shin Qingfeng's brow twitched. He felt that while this student was undeniably powerful, he was barely an adult and still far from grasping subtext. "Are you sure you don't want to change into a full set of clothes? Is it really that pleasant to have the wind blowing on you like this?" There are 3 young ladies present. Lin Tingxue, Yi Mujuan, and Wenren Fuguang were the 3 females among the 15 in the sovereign class. Among these 3, Wenren Fuguang wasn't looking at Bai Yang, but Lin Tingxue and Yi Mujuan were watching him like everyone else, their gazes distinctive. As if a breeze swept by, a chill ran through him. Bai Yang looked down and his entire demeanor crumbled. He was wearing only a set of ordinary cloth clothes, the casual wear issued by his high school back then. The quality wasn't terrible, but it was far from good. Having endured over 100 kicks from instructor Zhou, who had been sent flying over 100 times, and scraped violently against the ground, just as many times his clothes were now nothing but tattered strips. The key issue was that he truly hadn't brought any spare clothes. His massive storage bracelet contained only those blood crystals and jade tokens. Whoosh, a large coat was tossed over, accompanied by Sun Buk's voice. "I just bought this coat. It's yours." Bai Yang quickly put on the coat. Sun Buk stood 2 meters tall, so his coat easily covered Bai Yang's entire body. Shin Qingfeng laughed heartily, then spoke in a clear, loud voice. "Today's business is concluded. Each secretary send the recorded videos to the secretariat, then help your respective kings collect this month's resource packs." "Dismissed." Shun Qingfeng turned and strode away. Lu Qingqing approached Bai Yang with eyes full of admiration. "Boss, I'll go collect your resource pack for this month. As the top seat, you're entitled to an extra triple share. There's nothing else for today, so you can look around. If you want a custom set of first order equipment, you can head to the Armory Institute. I'll find you after I get the resources. Bai Yang nodded. I'll head back to the villa. When you arrive, just ring the bell, go inside, and leave the resources in the living room on the first floor. Lu Qingqing nodded repeatedly, then scampered off happily with the other secretaries. Having her assigned freshman crowned as top seat was not only an honor for her but also came with a substantial bonus. Having been kicked over 100 times by Zhou Yue, who had clearly controlled his strength, Bai Yang was uninjured. His fusion rate with the Blood Gold Force had increased by approximately 0.01. It was somewhat slow, but now that he had found a direction, Bai Yang had a method to improve. A group of classmates all greeted each other and departed. Having become the top seat today, Bai Yang received goodwill and recognition from everyone. His phone filled with new contacts, including even Wenren Fuguang and instructor Shen Qingfeng. Even Wenren Fuguang gave him a slight nod as she left, though the look in that woman's eyes was strange. Having been with several women himself, Bai Yang could tell that Wenren Fuguang's gaze had nothing to do with romance. It was more like the look of someone who didn't understand something after encountering an unusual event. Sun Byuk seemed to have perfectly recovered from the embarrassment of ranking last. He sidled up to Bai Yang with a grin. Brother Bai Yang, the 925 students in the regular class are having a lesson not far from here. Wanna go take a look? Bai Yang, wasn't it 885? Sun Byuk, recruitment is still ongoing. It won't stop until a month has passed since the newcomers' awakening. But since the numbers are already this large, classes have started. Those who come later will be at a slight disadvantage. Brother, let me tell you, among the 3 girls in our sovereign class, one is an ugly duckling and the other 2 aren't the type to be easily handled. But in the regular class there are hundreds of girls. To them we're geniuses. Just a crook of the finger and we can get a group of them to go shopping. How about it? Come along. I swear I won't steal any from you, chief brother. Bai Yang shook his head. The girls in the regular class all passed the perfect grade entry trial. They may not necessarily accept us who waltz straight into the sovereign class. Besides, they've just entered the first order and are barely adults. They're too green. I don't have the time to coax girls. Sun Byuk was instantly struck with awe. Whoa, no wonder you're the chief brother. That mindset is brutally straightforward. Exactly right. Why should we waste time on green girls? Going straight for the mature ones is the smartest move. Come on, as a native of the immortal destruction city, it'll take you, chief brother, to some places my old man frequents. Bai Yang was shocked. Aren't you afraid of picking someone your dad already picked? Sun Byuk was completely dumbfounded, his brain short-circuiting on the spot. Bai Yang said his goodbyes, leaped onto the head of the Azure Serpent Demon and left. For Bai Yang now, aside from continuing to acquire Iron Shirt skill books from Guanglong City, he needed to expand his sources for more skill books. This required more manpower and shops. Here in the Immortal Destruction City, the shop he had received as an enrollment reward was one he had never even visited. The Azure Serpent Demon's attitude had become noticeably more docile, and Bai Yang felt an improvement in the smoothness of its obedience to commands. Before long, Bai Yang saw the shop that bore his name. It had 6 floors each with an interior area of 300 square meters. Compensation for choosing a relatively remote location. Bai Yang was very satisfied. This would become his second Longyang trading house. Afterward, at a large clothing store, Bai Yang placed an on-the-spot order for 100 sets of clothes in various styles, including coats, pants, underwear, socks, and shoes. As a big client, he paid up front. A flurry of shop assistants and tailors got to work. Bai Yang left his address, instructing them to deliver the finished clothes directly. With the clothing matter settled, Bai Yang went straight home. At the villa, the 2 second-order Jade Marrow Realm Serpent Demon maids had already come downstairs. Thanks to the effect of the superior grade blood crystal water, they had recovered quite well. Seeing their master Bai Yang return, the Serpent Demon maids hurriedly greeted him, their eyes filled with shame and fear. Bai Yang waved his hand. I'm going to the basement to train. No one is to enter without permission. If something comes up, just call from upstairs. When Lu Qingqing delivers the resources later, you two just check them. No need to call me. Qing Yi and Qing Se immediately nodded. Then Bai Yang strode into the underground training area. This time he had 2 very important matters to attend to. Taking out a total of 200 first-order fine-quality blood crystals, each the size of an egg, Bai Yang picked up 3 of them. Blood crystal. Grade first class, excellent. Blood energy 88 points. All things combine as one. Combination successful, you have obtained a first-class superior quality blood crystal. A brand new blood crystal appeared in Bai Yang's hand, its size unchanged, but its quality elevated to superior. Blood crystal. Grade first class superior. Blood energy 35 points. With the quality elevated, the amount contained decreased, and Bai Yang continued to synthesize. After synthesizing 9 times, he had 9 first-class superior blood crystals in front of him. Bai Yang looked at the 3rd-class blue snake demon he had released in advance. Little Qing, attack me. His master Little Qing dares not and cannot attack the master. Bai Yang looked at the control golden ring on his wrist and suddenly understood the reason. The steel battle chicken appeared, maintaining a basic height of 3 meters. A magnificent pressure emerged, causing the blue snake demon to curl up in fear. The dignified 3rd-class golden body realm, yet the blue snake demon was so frightened by a mere 1st-class king-level steel battle chicken. However, the steel battle chicken had Bai Yang's strength and physique enhancement, along with 3 innate talents, plus the fact that chickens are natural enemies of snakes and insects, making its performance understandable. Bai Yang removed the control golden ring from his hand and stored it in his storage bracelet. Without the control golden ring, the blue snake demon was essentially unrestricted. However, this snake demon showed no signs of aggression, still coiling and trembling. Seeing this, Bai Yang felt that this blue snake demon was somewhat useless. Little Qing, can you understand my words? His master Little Qing has learned human language, cannot speak, but can understand. Bai Yang smiled. Not bad, your snake language seems quite simple and easy to understand. I can roughly discern your meaning. That's good, snake demon. I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Hiss, yes, master. After a moment of hesitation, the blue snake demon chose to lightly whip Bai Yang with its sturdy tail. Slap. Bai Yang remained motionless. Put in more strength. Slap. Double the strength. Slap. Useless. Give me your all. Slap. After fully committing and trying many times, he finally found the rhythm of attack speed. The blue snake demon twisted its body and forcefully whipped its tail, sending Bai Yang flying repeatedly. The fusion degree of blood gold power finally began to increase, albeit extremely slowly. During the whipping, Bai Yang had preemptively consumed a bellyful of 1st-class superior blood crystal water, rapidly restoring vitality, mana, and stamina. When the time was right, he combined them once more. At last, a perfect 1st-class blood crystal appeared. Blood crystal. Grade 1st-class perfect. Blood energy 21 points. 3 1st-class excellent blood crystals are guaranteed to combine into a 1st-class superior quality. But a 1st-class superior quality will increase the total blood energy on the 1st combination, and only on the 2nd combination can it be upgraded to 1st-class perfect quality. In other words, 15 1st-class excellent blood crystals can combine into 1 1st-class perfect blood crystal. Continuing to combine further holds little significance, as Bai Yang had tried the blood crystal water extracted from a 1st-class perfect blood crystal, and the effect was too good, somewhat exceeding his absorption capacity. In a state full of Yang energy, along with the effect of 1st-class perfect blood crystal water, Bai Yang could use the combination of all things roughly once every 10 minutes. Compared to the time before entering the ranks, this progress is much slower, but there was no choice. His attributes were too outstanding, leading to a slower recovery due to percentage consumption. Data. The sound of light footsteps came from the 1st floor above, and Bai Yang understood that Lu Qingqing was delivering supplies. Still being repeatedly whipped by Little Qing, Bai Yang had no intention of going up. Lu Qingqing had seen Bai Yang's 2 snake demon maids yesterday, so she began to hand over the supplies. Boss supplies for this month, a total of 400 1st-class excellent blood crystals, 40 teleportation jade tokens, and 4 entry permission jade tokens for entering the 1st-class ancient demon realm or snake demon realm. Real instances all here, please count them. Qing Yi and Qing Se began to seriously count the supplies. The 2 girls' movements were somewhat uncoordinated, and Lu Qingqing roughly understood what was happening. As the exclusive secretary assigned to Bai Yang by the Indestructible Martial Academy, her tasks were not limited to merely conveying information and delivering resources. Theoretically, she needed to manage anything related to Bai Yang, and even if she couldn't manage it, she had to find a way to assist in solving it. Such a secretary can sometimes be closer and more important than a romantic relationship. She inquired softly, "You 2 serving the boss, is there anywhere you need my assistance, such as arranging some maids to help with cleaning and such?" Qing Yi and Qing Se shook their heads, with Qing Yi speaking up. "Qing secretary, cleaning these things we can manage easily. But as we are in the 2nd-class Jade Spirit realm, we cannot satisfy the master's desires. If Qing secretary can help in this regard, we will mention this matter to the master." Lu Qingqing was taken aback, and then her expression changed. The continuous sound of slapping from below had puzzled her at first, but upon hearing Qing Yi's words, her entire body tensed up. "Are the 2 of you with the boss down there?" Qing Yi nodded. "The master is diligently practicing. Does Qing secretary have other matters to call the master for?" Lu Qingqing, practicing. Alone. Qing Yi, "The master is with the blue snake demon." If Qing's secretary has something important, we can call the master up. Lu Qingqing's face turned pale, and she quickly shook her head to indicate that there was nothing, absolutely not calling the boss up. In the practice room below, Bai Yang frowned, because after just less than an hour of intense whipping, the dignified third-class Golden Body Realm Blue Snake Demon had actually exhausted its stamina. Now the power of whipping was ineffective, and the fusion of blood gold power was consequently stalled. Moreover, this useless Blue Snake Demon had large areas of its blue scales shattered and fallen off during the process of whipping him, as if it were the one being beaten. This made Bai Yang extremely displeased, as after an hour of whipping, the fusion degree of his blood gold power had only increased by 0.1, which was very slow. However, this 0.1 increase with Bai Yang's indestructible talent also correspondingly raised by 0.1, meaning that physical defense, strength, physique, and agility each increased by 1 point. He was now at level 10, which meant that physical defense, strength, physique, and agility all increased by 10 points. Bai Yang suddenly froze, then turned to look at the steel battle chicken. I was confused. My chicken's strength is extraordinary, and as a summoned creature, it will not tire out until its health or energy is exhausted. Then Bai Yang analyzed the specific situation. The steel battle chicken's attack methods mainly involve pecking with its beak, grabbing with its claws, and flapping with its wings. My chicken, give me a hit with your wings. Slap. The enormous chicken wings swept over, and Bai Yang was sent flying from his spot. In midair, the astonished Bai Yang gritted his teeth and finally managed to swallow a mouthful of blood. He landed heavily, still shaken. The steel battle chicken was now level 11, with his strength and physique, boosted by 100. Its physical attack reached 8,805. And with a 30 increase from its aggressive nature, the actual attack reached 11,446 points. The key point is that summoned creatures lack intelligence. Their attacks cannot be restrained or controlled, and once launched they deliver standard attacks. During this period, Bai Yang had been continuously using the combination of all things, and his vitality was only at 20. This hit nearly killed him, leaving him with only 1 vitality, truly just a hair away from death. Still shaken, Bai Yang took a while to regain his senses, resolving never to let the chicken be his training partner again. Turning his gaze to the Blue Snake Demon, Bai Yang suddenly found a target to vent his anger. Useless. A dignified third-class Golden Body Realm, yet you can't even satisfy me. Truly useless. Kicking the ashamed Blue Snake Demon, Bai Yang put on his coat and walked up. He happened to think of something that required Lu Qingqing's assistance. As Lu Qingqing cooperated with Qing Yi and Qing Sei to count the supplies, upon hearing the angry curse from below, she finally confirmed her suspicions. Her body, which had been tense, began to tremble, and her face turned even paler. Data. Footsteps sounded as Bai Yang, who had been continuously using the combination of all things, now had a pale face. And due to his displeasure with the Blue Snake Demon's uselessness, and having just nearly died at the hands of his summoned creature, Bai Yang's expression grew even worse. Lu Qingqing's body tensed up, and she quickly bowed her head respectfully, not daring to look too much in Bai Yang's direction. With her head down, she did not close her eyes and saw that third-class Blue Snake Demon, which she was somewhat afraid of, was exceptionally exhausted as it swam past. When the tail of the Blue Snake Demon appeared, Lu Qingqing trembled violently. Those broken scales seemed to silently accuse something. Bai Yang looked at Lu Qingqing with some curiosity. He knew she was afraid of the Green Serpent Demon, but being this terrified seemed off. Could it be that my removing the control ring has unleashed the serpent's ferocity, and she fears it might lose control and devour her? Feeling he had guessed the truth, Bai Yang did not retrieve the control ring. The little Green Serpent Demon was now 100 times more docile than when he wore the ring. Secretary Qing. I can't. I really can't. Bai Yang stared at the abnormal Lu Qingqing. What can't you do? Lu Qingqing finally snapped out of it. She took several deep breaths to barely suppress the trembling in her body. Boss, I won't speak a word of this outside. Not even the Secretariat will know about your affairs. Bai Yang wondered if this woman had lost her mind. I need you to run an errand for me. Lu Qingqing, boss him off right now. Bai Yang grabbed 12 teleportation jade tokens, then pulled out 100 first-grade superior blood crystals. After a thought, he also released 70 ungraded superior blood crystals. 2 teleportation tokens are for your round trip. Take these to the Longyang Merchant House in Guanglong City and find the proprietress Lu Susu. Hand them over and she will understand everything. Lu Qingqing nodded repeatedly, quickly gathered the supplies Bai Yang had designated, and then fled as if escaping. What's wrong with Secretary Qing? As if afraid I might eat her. Am not some man-eating monster. Bai Yang couldn't figure it out and shook his head, dismissing the thought. He stored the remaining items and went alone to the study on the 2nd floor. With a wave of his hand, the superior strengthened body skill book obtained from killing the first-rank ancient demon appeared. Strengthened body superior attribute consumes 1 skill point to learn. At the first rank, he could learn 1 soul type and 1 body type skill. He had already learned the king grade undying soul skill but had yet to learn a body skill. Even before learning it, simply holding the book in his hand, his body instinctively rejected it. Bai Yang understood this situation. It was because his overlord grade indestructible body was too advanced, representing the ultimate form of body strengthening skills, making it impossible to learn such low-level skills. The signature skill of the indestructible Vajra Academy was the Vajra body, which was the evolved product of the strengthened body skill. Learning the superior strengthened body skill granted 2 strength, 2 physique, and 1 agility per level. At the excellent grade, it was renamed Golden Muscle Iron Bone, granting 5 strength, 5 physique, and 3 agility per level. Only at the perfect grade did it become the Vajra body, granting 10 physical defense, 10 strength, 10 physique, and 10 agility per level. Most of the 15 members of the king class had learned the perfect grade Vajra body skill. Bai Yang's indestructible body had emerged after the iron shirt skill advanced to the king grade steel flesh, and then merged with the blood gold force, elevating it to the overlord grade. Lying on the spacious sofa in the study, Bai Yang began to contemplate how to learn a second body type skill. Skill books that enhanced physical attributes were probably out of the question. The overlord grade indestructible body was too advanced and comprehensive, and the blood gold force was only 10 integrated. Thus, Bai Yang's only option was body type martial arts skills. Leaping down from the 2nd floor, he entered the garden. The green serpent demon was curled up in its specially made nest, looking utterly miserable. After some thought, Bai Yang felt uneasy leaving such a fierce beast at home. If it devoured Qingyi and Qingsa, even flaying the serpent alive wouldn't undo the damage. He stored the green serpent demon into a beast pouch and strode away. Bai Yang had asked Lu Qingxing about the jade token that could customize a set of first-rank equipment. It couldn't be sold, but could be gifted. Bai Yang wasn't foolish enough to give it away, so he planned to craft a new long-range attack weapon. Following the map, he easily entered the academy and found the Weaponry Institute. This was merely the institute's office. The actual Weaponry Institute was east of the academy, occupying a vast area of over 10 square kilometers. Though nominally part of the indestructible Vajra Academy, the Weaponry Institute was semi-independent, supplying weapons and equipment to all professionals and legions in Indestructible City. He handed over the jade token. The beautiful female staff member quickly inserted it into a machine for verification. The token is valid. What type of weapon do you require? She then produced a catalog titled Complete Compendium of Common Weapons and Equipment. Opening it, the main directory divided into 4 subcategories filled with various images and descriptions. The 4 directories were attack weapons, defensive equipment, auxiliary equipment, and exotic devices. Bai Yang's eyes lit up and he quickly opened the exotic devices section, only to be greatly disappointed. The so-called exotic devices were not what he imagined. They were niche items like the Blood Bag Immortal's Rope, Carefree Whip, Sky-Piercing Monkey, and boosters. Items like the Blood Bag were indeed niche, but after seeing the booster, Bai Yang disagreed with the classification standard. According to the description, boosters came in 3 common types: a belt worn around the waist, a bracer worn on the wrist, and boots worn on the feet, all inscribed with thrust runes. When activated, boosters granted the user extra strength. The belt type enhanced overall speed, the wrist type accelerated attacks like punches, and the boots increased speed and jump height. These were extremely practical combat tools, especially for martial artists cultivating their bodies, and should at least be classified as auxiliary equipment. Seeing Bai Yang flip directly to the exotic devices section, the female staff member quickly lowered her eyes. Bai Yang then browsed the attack weapons section but found nothing satisfactory. I need a custom long-range attack weapon like a hand crossbow. My requirement is sustained attack capability, such as this drum-style repeating hand crossbow. Bai Yang produced his ungraded hand crossbow. The female staff member, not being a professional, couldn't view its stats, but she quickly noted its unique features. She spoke clearly. I understand. You need a long-range weapon with high attack frequency. What are your power requirements? Bai Yang replied, never mind. Just a hand crossbow, but it can be a medium-sized one. My only requirement is a high attack count. Your power doesn't matter. The staff member quickly recorded this and then showed Bai Yang hundreds of images of different types of medium-sized repeating crossbows. The final design was sketched out. It depicted a common repeating medium crossbow, but its loading mechanism was replaced by a vertical box. This box stood 1 meter tall. According to the staff member, it could hold up to 3,000 half-meter-long bolts. Bai Yang decisively agreed to customize this weapon. He then forewent other equipment like armor and helmets, asking the Weaponry Institute to use the best possible materials for this first-rank crossbow. A mere first-rank crossbow was a trivial task for the Institute. The staff member said it would be ready in just 3 hours. The green serpent demon was unreliable, so Bai Yang had to find another way. After asking a passing staff member, he headed to the academy's training area. The training area is a massive structure with 2 clearly defined passages at the entrance, one for the elite class and the other for the ordinary class. Bai Yang naturally entered the elite class training area. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of arrows piercing through the air echoed continuously. Bai Yang looked over and saw the golden-haired, blue-eyed Wenren Fuguang shooting arrows. The woman used a bow that required drawing the string, which is not mainstream due to its lack of shooting accuracy and stability, though its power is considerable. In front of the woman were 3 targets positioned in different directions. Her 3-tier ancient demon was not present, but 2 snake demon maidens were swiftly collecting and delivering arrows. It seemed she heard someone enter as Wenren Fuguang turned her head expressionlessly to look. Upon seeing Bai Yang, she paused for a moment, then nodded slightly before turning back to continue shooting. Bai Yang found it a bit strange. The woman seemed to be training with great focus, which was not unusual. However, earlier that morning, Mentor Zhou, you had reminded this woman that practitioners should prioritize developing their talents and skills with martial arts as secondary to avoid losing sight of the main goal. Without paying any attention to the woman's interests, Bai Yang moved to the melee puppet combat area. Here there were first-tier metal puppets to hone close combat abilities. Bai Yang was not there to practice close combat techniques. He was there to take hits. He directly chose 5 first-tier metal puppets, then closed his eyes and began to endure the blows. Feeling the force akin to a girl playfully tapping, Bai Yang frowned. The Qing snake demon was lackluster, but these first-tier metal puppets were even more ineffective, their strikes having no impact. A curious, clear voice rang out. Do you need to take hits to become stronger? Wenren Fuguang had stopped shooting arrows and approached him from not far away. Bai Yang opened his eyes and nodded, asking, What do you mean? Wenren Fuguang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded. Why not let me use you as a target? My arrows may not match Mentor Zhou use attacks, but they are certainly stronger than these first-tier metal puppets. Bai Yang readily agreed. Just don't shoot wildly, aim for my back. After saying this, he turned around, and Wenren Fuguang stepped back to draw her bow. Whoosh bang! Whoosh bang! Arrow after arrow struck Bai Yang's back, the tips flattening into iron plates as they fell to the ground. More intense arrows came flying in, and upon hitting Bai Yang's back, the arrows exploded into a pile of fragments. Stop! Bai Yang raised his hand and called for a halt, and the arrows ceased. Too weak. The attack is hardly stronger than that of the metal puppets. I'm leaving. Bai Yang strode away, leaving Wenren Fuguang looking bewildered. After a while, Wenren Fuguang regained her composure, raising her bow and inspecting it. A first-tier perfect quality bow. Even though I used ordinary arrows with my physical strength, piercing a first-tier metal puppet is effortless. Such an attack is viewed as inadequate in the eyes of the chief. Feeling a bit sentimental, Wenren Fuguang quickly reined in her emotions and continued practicing her archery. Completed a standard shot proficiency in the bow and moon skill 1. Completed a standard shot proficiency in the bow and moon skill 1. Feeling her proficiency steadily increasing, the corners of Wenren Fuguang's mouth curled up slightly. After a while, she stepped into the metal puppet battle area, where Bai Yang had just endured hits to start her close combat training. During the 3-hour wait for the custom first-tier crossbow, Bai Yang did not idle. The doorbell rang and he stepped outside. Using his phone, he placed orders at several weapon shops in Immortal City, all for first-tier ordinary quality crossbows. These ordinary quality crossbows were not expensive, priced at 30,000 each, which was 10 times the price of the substandard hand crossbow he had previously bought. However, for Bai Yang, who had hundreds of first-tier excellent blood crystals, 30,000 was truly cheap. A first-tier excellent blood crystal containing 90 points of first-tier excellent blood energy could sell for 9 million. For a bold and ruthless practitioner, the money ordinary people use is insignificant. Finally, the Weapon Institute delivered the goods, and Bai Yang received his specially customized first-tier crossbow. Storm Rapid-Fire Crossbow, first-tier perfect completeness 100, overall strength 800, arrows 0.3000, physical attack 500, effective attack range 2,000 meters, additional accuracy 5, shooting stability 8, shooting speed 5. Starting with perfect quality, its overall strength reached 800, indicating the materials of this crossbow are quite good. The total arrows amount to 3,000, far surpassing that of the drum-type repeating hand crossbow. However, because it is a medium-sized crossbow, it is larger and requires 2 hands to use, which reduces its accuracy but enhances shooting stability along with an added shooting speed of 5. Bai Yang began to continuously fuse the ordinary first-tier crossbows, one by one disappearing, while perfect quality first-tier crossbows kept appearing. After a long while, Bai Yang looked out at the moonlight spilling through the window. In his hand was a crossbow that had first reached a first-year perfect ultimate state, finally promoting to king quality. Storm Rapid-Fire Crossbow First-Year King Completeness 100. Overall Strength 1500 Arrows 3000 Physical Attack 3000 Effective Attack Range 6000 meters Additional Accuracy 20 OI Shooting Stability 30 OI Shooting Speed 20. Upon reaching king quality it could still be enhanced, but to fuse once requires 2 king quality crossbows. Using ordinary crossbows would necessitate 162 fusions. Taking 10 minutes for each fusion, the time required for 162 fusions is excessively long. This first-tier king quality crossbow has a physical attack of 3000 and a maximum attack range of 6000 meters with 3 significantly enhanced additional properties, making it already sufficient. Bai Yong still had 100,000 specialized arrows for the crossbow in his storage bracelet, but they were all of ordinary quality. Fusing arrows only yields 1 per attempt, which is too unprofitable. In the basement, Bai Yong summoned the steel battle chicken, then held the storm rapid-fire crossbow equipped with an arrow box and began shooting. Bayubiabubiu, the half-meter-long arrows shot out like a waterfall. Bai Yong continuously increased the speed of pulling the trigger, ultimately realizing that his maximum speed was 30 shots per second, and the current maximum firing rate of this king-level storm rapid-fire crossbow was limited by him. 30 arrows, each possessing 3000 points of attack power, poured out in a second, which was definitely enough for the time being. Moreover, with the boosts of accuracy 20 and shooting stability 30, Bai Yong could aim for the 15th feather on the left wing of the steel battle chicken without hitting the 16th. Such a weapon could be considered an ancient laser-guided artillery. With the weapon taken care of, the next step is upgrading. White Yong would never act foolishly regarding matters of power. The supplies previously sent by Lu Qingqing included 4 entry permits to the first-level real dungeons of the Ancient Demon Realm, or the Snake Demon Realm, which presents an opportunity for upgrading. As the chief of the prestigious Wangzhe class and the top freshman of the Indestructible Academy, it was rather stingy of them to only provide 4 jade tokens. Each jade token allows entry once, and how many rounds of monsters can be faced depends entirely on the individual. After awakening, White Yong had entered the Blood Corpse Realm's real dungeon, and apart from the first entry, he immediately leveled up crazily on the second entry, until he was forced to leave when time ran out. Indestructible City is facing a dual invasion from the Ancient Demon Realm and the Snake Demon Realm. One can venture into the disaster area outside the city to enter dungeon battles. As one of the top 10 martial arts academies, the Indestructible Academy has a special dungeon entry area within the school. White Yong hurried to the Martial Arts Academy and smoothly arrived at the dungeon hall. After presenting a jade entry permit, he entered an independent room. Inside the room, there was a small magical array with a diameter of 5 meters. Standing on the small magical array, the jade entry permit in White Yang's hand transformed into light which flowed into the array's patterns, activating it. Conditions met, an independent real dungeon space is being opened. You are about to enter a first-level real dungeon space constructed by the Earth Realm and the Snake Demon Realm. Reminder: the first-level real dungeon has no difficulty differentiation. The Snake Demon Realm will deploy combat power based on your situation, with the number not exceeding 100 and the monster level not exceeding first level. The first-level independent real dungeon space is complete. Do you wish to enter? Compared to the previous non-level Blood Corpse Realm dungeon, the changes are immense. The first-level dungeon no longer has difficulty differentiation, and even the number of monsters deployed cannot be specified. Moreover, there may even be stronger entities among the first-level monsters, which poses a significant challenge for ordinary practitioners. The highest death rate for practitioners in the Earth Realm occurs at the first level. Current data shows that 63 of those striving for strength die in the first-level real dungeon. Enter. The magical array's power activated, enveloping White Yong. As his feet touched solid ground, he found himself on an island. This was an island approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, entirely barren, without a single tree, surrounded by ocean with no end in sight. The size of this first-level real dungeon is far beyond that of the non-level dungeons. The aura of the Snake Demon Realm has marked you. Current status: Ordinary 1. A special situation has arisen. You bear the mark of a world-level enmity from another realm, prompting the Snake Demon Realm to raise your mark to treat with caution. 100. The Snake Demon Realm is selecting monsters for entry. According to the principle of level equality, the monsters entering this time will not exceed the first level. The real dungeon space contains the aura of the Snake Demon Realm, and you are continuously affected by this aura. Remaining stay time: 5 days, 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The aura of the Earth Realm will continue to erode the Snake Demon Realm monsters, causing their strength to weaken as the erosion progresses. Treat with caution. What kind of mark is this? In the knowledge-learned world, marks are divided into ordinary attention, enmity, kill, and racial hatred. World-level enmity. He has experienced all 6 levels of marks in the Blood Corpse Realm dungeon. However, he never learned about this treat with caution in high school textbooks. With a stay time of up to 5 days, 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Compared to the initial few minutes, this is an immensely significant improvement, relieving him from constantly worrying about erosion. With such a long time, White Yang felt that he might directly reach the highest level of first level, level 19 today. Standing at the center of the island, he looked around and faintly saw some ripples on the sea surface. Initially, he intended to summon the steel battle chicken immediately, but a flash of inspiration struck White Yang, and he refrained from summoning it, not even releasing the green snake demon. Dressed in ordinary clothing, White Yang began to wait unarmed. The main reason for choosing to enter the Snake Demon Realm dungeon this time was to experience a marine combat environment, and also because the steel battle chicken is not adept at fighting in water, while the green snake demon would be suppressed to the first level upon entering. Thus, White Yang took some effort to procure that storm rapid-fire crossbow. His finally distinct waves appeared on the sea surface with gray-brown snake monsters emerging. Locking eyes, White Yang saw the ferocity and greed in the snake monster's eyes, devoid of any intelligence. The Snake Demon Realm is primarily composed of various snakes, yet the vast majority lack intelligence. Only a handful of snake demons possess wisdom. The unintelligent snakes are called snake monsters, serving as soldiers and food for the snake demons. Dominating the Snake Demon Realm are the green snake demons and white snake demons, both of which possess noble bloodlines and natural intelligence. The green snake demon enrolled in the academy was a special favor from the Indestructible Academy towards him, causing envy among people like Sunbook. His continuous hissing sounds from the snakes echoed, coming from all directions. White Yang turned around, confirming that the number of first-level snake monsters appearing this time was indeed the limit of 100. As these snake monsters swam from the ocean to the island's beach, White Yang clearly saw their sizes. 87 of them were about half a meter in diameter, roughly the same thickness as the green snake demon, with lengths around 10 meters. Among them, 13 were noticeably larger, but even then their diameter was only around 60 to 70 centimeters, with lengths of 12 to 13 meters. White Yang frowned. Are these monsters truly first level? Why does his third-level Golden Body Realm green snake demon have a physique similar to these first-level snake monsters? Watching the greedy snake monsters swim over, White Yang suddenly understood the difference. These snake monsters seemed too clumsy, like newborn snakes that couldn't walk. Thud! He took out the king-level storm rapid-fire crossbow and positioned it in front of him. Bayu, 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 bayu. He directly pressed the trigger at an extreme speed, with his fingers shooting arrows out like raindrops. While shooting arrows, White Yang effortlessly rotated the king-level storm rapid-fire crossbow, hitting all the snake monsters coming from all directions. Blood blossoms the size of bowls erupted from the foreheads of the snake monsters. The ordinary quality arrows, under the effect of the king-level storm rapid-fire crossbow, would burst upon hitting the target. After 5 seconds, White Yang ceased firing. A total of 100 arrows were shot, and he decapitated 100 snake monsters without even a ripple in this battle. Battle concluded. You have achieved victory and are beginning the settlement. After waiting for a moment, Yang successfully harvested 87 ordinary first-grade blood crystals and 13 fine first-grade blood crystals. No skill book appeared, but the 100 experience points arrived as promised. Your experience is full. Your level has increased to first-grade level 2. You have gained 20 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Strange, I've killed 100 snake monsters this time, and not a single skill book dropped. Also, the Serpent Demon Realm's mark on me was previously Cautious Approach 100. But now it's Delicious Delicacy 100, hard to handle 20. So it sees me as a tasty morsel but finds me troublesome, hence the dual mark. Yang gazed up at the sky. I want to continue fighting. Conditions for continued combat met. The Serpent Demon Realm has responded to your battle request. Snake monsters are being deployed. Deployment of monsters from the Serpent Demon Realm complete. A serpent demon has entered the fray this time. Please treat it with caution. If the snake monsters hide within the ocean, you need not worry. Before your stay ends, all snake monsters will be corroded to death by the Earth Realm's aura. However, if the monsters die in this manner, you will receive no rewards. Yang gave a thumbs up to the sky. Mother World was truly considerate and meticulous. A disturbance stirred within the ocean as the snake monsters began to move. Yet this time the situation was different. Only about half of the snake monsters swam toward the small island. Soon 40 snake monsters emerged from 4 directions and launched an encirclement. Yang pondered. These snake monsters, each with distinct colors, might be venomous. It was better not to hold back in close combat with serpents. Pew 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 pew, a rain of arrows flew forth and all 40 snake monsters were struck in the head within 3 seconds. Such slaughter immediately triggered a change. The remaining snake monsters approaching the island all halted and began to turn back. Bai Yang scanned the area and indeed spotted a peculiar snake monster glancing around. The only one with scales on its body. It seems the serpent demon can command the snake monsters. Then you must not be spared. Pew, an arrow instantly crossed over 1,000 meters, striking the head of the commanding serpent demon that had slightly surfaced. Splash, the serpent demon perished, throwing the remaining 59 snake monsters into chaos. Soon they were drawn by the aura of Bai Yang on the small island. Splash, the snake monsters swiftly turned and accelerated, swimming frantically until they all crawled onto the island. Pew 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 pew. Seconds later. The battle has ended. You have achieved victory. Settlement is commencing. The serpent demon realm's aura has remarked you as delicious delicacy 100, hard to handle 30. The hard to handle mark increased from 20 to 30, a modest rise. Before long, Bai Yang received his rewards. Aside from 100 blood crystals, he finally obtained a skill book this time. Flexibility fine, attribute consume 1 skill point to learn. Judging by the name, it was a skill related to the physical body. Bai Yang casually stored it away. He was uncertain about the effects of learning the skill book and would decide after leaving this realm and asking for clarification. One of the blood crystals was significantly darker in color. A first-grade superior quality blood crystal, likely refined from that first-grade serpent demon. Your experience is full. Your level has increased to first-grade level 3. You have gained 20 free attribute points and 1 skill point. I want to continue fighting. This battle followed the same pattern, but the number of serpent demons deployed increased to 3. Drawing from experience, Bai Yang first picked off the 3 surfaced serpent demons with scales, and then the remaining 97 snake monsters mindlessly charged the island. He smoothly advanced to first-grade level 4, with the mark now reading delicious delicacy 100, hard to handle 50. In another battle, the deployed serpent demons increased to 10. He managed to reach first-grade level 5 without much trouble, with the mark now delicious delicacy 100, hard to handle 100. This time was different. Though 10 serpent demons entered, they did not surface, instead hiding within the ocean. The other 90 snake monsters also remained concealed. On Bai Yang's side, only the azure serpent demon could fight in water, but its tail was injured, and once in battle its strength would be suppressed to the first grade, making it no match for 100 first-grade snake monsters. Protected by waters of unknown depth, Bai Yang could not see the snake monsters. He fired a few random shots, but the powerful arrows shattered into fragments upon entering the water. Must I wait for the Earth Realm's aura to corrode them to death? But then I'll gain nothing. Bai Yang racked his brain for a solution but found none. He himself dared to face weak snake monsters in close combat as long as he avoided a mouthful of venom. His defense could also withstand their bites without breaking skin. Yet the monsters lurked in the ocean. When he first entered the first grade, he weighed 620 kilograms, and now he was likely heavier. A lump of iron. Once in the water, he would probably sink rapidly. He deliberately walked to the sandy edge of the island, and even waded slightly into the sea, but no snake monster attacked. Suddenly, Bai Yang slapped himself hard. I may be a lump of iron, but my steel battle rooster isn't. It's a construct of mana and energy, not a real iron rooster, so it shouldn't fear water. Cock-a-doodle-doo, the steel battle rooster appeared. Rooster, enter the sea and kill all snake monsters. Leave none alive. Cock-a-doodle-doo, maintaining its base size, the steel battle rooster fluttered and ran into the ocean. Bai Yang was overjoyed. The rooster, as if by instinct, could float on the water's surface and swim around freely. I almost forgot. Roosters and hens can usually swim. Hiss, as the steel battle rooster ventured further, a snake monster finally stirred. A massive mouth opened several meters underwater, then clamped down on the steel battle rooster above. Crack, the fierce bite shattered all the snake's fangs. Clack, the rooster's claw struck underwater, crushing the snake monster's captured body segment into pulp. One by one, the snake monsters attacked the rooster in the sea. Finding it impenetrable, some gently bit its legs and dragged it deeper. With relentless claw strikes and pecks from its submerged head, the rooster dispatched snake after snake. As it was dragged underwater several times, Bai Yang grew even more astonished. The submerged steel battle rooster remained fully combat effective. Rooster, kill them all. Chasing down dozens of snake monsters across the vast ocean was a bit troublesome. After a full 10 minutes, all serpent demons and snake monsters were slain. The battle has ended. You have achieved victory. Settlement is commencing. The serpent demon realm's aura has remarked you as glowing delicacy 100, not to be forced 30. Bai Yang found it amusing. The marks from the Serpent Demon realm were rather ridiculous. Glowing delicacy not to be forced. I wonder what comes next. Hopefully I can reach level 19 today. Filled with anticipation, Bai Yang awaited the settlement. Before long his level rose to first grade level 6. He requested to continue the battle once more. This time the situation was different. The Serpent Demon realm, considering the weapons he wielded, and his summonable creatures capable of entering the sea, deemed itself unable to match him at the First Order level. If he agreed to fight without relying on weapons, and summons the Serpent Demon realm was willing to deploy more monsters for combat. The Serpent Demon realm might deploy high-order serpent monsters with suppressed power. Please consider this carefully. This was the second time Bai Yang had encountered such an act, the first being when he experienced high-order monsters entering with suppressed power during his initiation trial in the Supreme Tower. The King-tier blood corpse he defeated back then was taken by the Supreme Tower, but he received double the free attribute points as compensation. The Overlord-tier blood corpse he killed later involved a more complex situation with a powerful figure assisting him, and he obtained the blood gold force whose value might be incalculable. Now Bai Yang had a question. If I kill a high-order serpent monster with suppressed power, deployed by the Serpent Demon realm, will my rewards be enhanced? Suppressing high-order monsters consumes the power of the Earth Yuan realm. If you kill such monsters, you will only receive rewards equivalent to those of first-order monsters. Bai Yang nodded. That makes sense. Bai Yang Elite Life Level 16. 100. Physical Strength 141616. Physique 141616. Agility 301616. Physical Attack Intensity 3260. Soul Spirit 98160. Perception 97160. Reaction 97160. Magical Attack Intensity 516. Physical Defense 5431616. Magical Defense 86. Free Attribute Points 120. Skill Points 13. With a physical attack of 3,260 points and a physical defense of 2,159 points, Bai Yang feared no physical-type serpent monsters. In the worst case, the serpents simply wouldn't come ashore, and he would win by waiting until they were all eroded by the Earth Yuan realm's aura. I agree to the combat method. I will not use weapons or summons, relying solely on myself to fight the monsters. The Serpent Demon realm cheerfully began deploying monsters. Monster deployment from the Serpent Demon realm is complete. This time 10 First-Order Serpent Demons and 90 Serpent Monsters with power suppressed to First Order are entering. Please treat them seriously. With a splash, 10 scaly Serpent Demons entered, and Bai Yang saw the Serpent Monsters whose power had been suppressed to First Order. A meter in diameter and over 20 meters long, they were far larger than the First Order Serpent Demons, completely different in size, like half a chopstick placed beside a long sausage. Moreover, these massive yet suppressed Serpent Monsters seemed not to obey the First Order Serpent Demons' commands, charging chaotically from all directions. Watching these behemoths, Bai Yang wasn't afraid, as attributes were paramount. However, if one of these meter-wide serpents swallowed him whole, he might have to endure a journey through its intestines. So Bai Yang looked up at the sky. World Mother, if I were to take out a weapon or summon a creature now, what would happen? If you break your promise and use weapons or summons, you will face full erosion by the Serpent Demon realm's aura in this real copy space. Special warning: do not break promises in any copy space, or you will lose the protection of the Earth Yuan realm's power. Bai Yang shuddered. This was more severe than he had imagined. If fully eroded by the alien realm's aura in the real copy space, he would face certain death. Gulp. The first massive serpent monster to charge indeed opened its huge mouth and bit down fiercely as if to swallow Bai Yang whole. Bai Yang pushed off with his legs, and his entire body shot forward like a bullet. His iron fists plunged into the serpent's head flesh like cotton. Then, with a slight twist and tear, the arrogant serpent's upper jaw was ripped in two. Punching and kicking, Bai Yang let the serpents engulf him in attacks. Yet, even when submerged in a dense mass of serpent bodies, biting and constricting, his movements remained unimpeded. With each punch, whether it struck serpent flesh or fangs, he blasted through. With a casual kick, flesh and blood flew everywhere. After an unknown time, a long-awaited notification arrived. The battle is over. You have achieved victory. Settlement is beginning. The Serpent Demon realm's aura has remarked you as supreme delicacy, only obtainable by calculation 100. It had changed. Indeed, a different upgrade mark had appeared. Supreme delicacy had no percentage similar to his mark as world's enemy in the Blood Corpse realm, likely the highest level of marking. Previously, it was not to be forcibly approached. 30 are now directly changed to only obtainable by calculation 100. The Serpent Demon realm probably lacked these concepts. These mark names were likely assigned by the Earth Yuan realm based on the situation. Soon his level reached First Order level 7. Just 2 more levels and Bai Yang would reach First Order level 9, then advance to Second Order heroic level. At Second Order heroic level, he could establish a team and begin developing personal power. I want to continue fighting still barehanded and personally slaughtering. The Serpent Demon Realm cautiously begins deploying monsters. Monster deployment from the Serpent Demon Realm is complete. This time 10 First Order Serpent Demons and 90 Serpent Monsters with power suppressed to First Order are entering. Please treat them seriously. Bai Yang frowned slightly as the deployed monsters were identical to the previous batch. But then he noticed a difference. A streak of cyan appeared in the blue ocean. This time a cyan serpent demon had emerged. The cyan serpent demon was very small and far away, so Bai Yang couldn't estimate its exact size. Hissing, the cyan serpent demon let out a sound, and immediately the other 9 serpent demons and all the suppressed serpent monsters began moving in an orderly fashion. This behavior showed that the cyan serpent demon's control over the serpent monsters far surpassed that of ordinary serpent demons. It could command across orders. All the serpent monsters lingered in the sea 20 meters off the island's beach, no longer charging ashore for close combat. Bai Yang waited quietly for a while, but the serpents truly refused to come ashore. As Bai Yang stepped into the water, the serpent monsters 20 meters away stirred restlessly. Yet at a sharp hiss they quickly held back, a mixture of craving and restraint in their waiting. Bai Yang glanced at the azure serpent demon hundreds of meters away, comparing it with the others nearby. He estimated its size to be only 20 centimeters in diameter and about 3 meters long. A mere tiny thing. Yet this tiny creature held an indescribable authority over the other serpent demons and monsters. A first-tier azure serpent demon of such small stature. Bai Yang now realized that his own third-tier azure serpent demon's physique was likely the norm. Bang! A violent explosion sent a wave of water shooting over 100 meters, flipping a serpent monster. Bai Yang looked down at his right leg, as pale as jade, which he was slowly withdrawing. He had just impulsively kicked with all his might, never expecting such formidable power even underwater. It seems I've underestimated my own strength. Leveling up too fast, his attributes skyrocketing like a rocket. What Bai Yang lacked was combat experience. Thump, thump. One by one tub-sized rings of water appeared as he stomped across the surface, sprinting atop the waves. His speed was like an arrow loosed from a bow. Bang! A single punch obliterated a serpent monster that had burst from the water with jaws wide open. Bang! Bang! Blossoms of bloody water erupted as serpent monsters fell one after another, effortlessly slain by Yang's fists. By stomping hard on the water's surface, he raced across the sea, reaping the lives of the serpent monsters with ease. Glancing around, he noticed the azure serpent demon had vanished into the ocean after he killed the first monster. After pulverizing dozens of serpent monsters, Bai Yang no longer feared the water. He stopped treading water. His body, now weighing over 1,000 kilograms, a full ton, sank like a lump of iron. Once a few meters beneath the surface, Bai Yang began to paddle. With his monstrous strength, the surging waves did little to hinder him. He maintained incredible speed even underwater. This is amazing. Having all this power to myself is absolutely exhilarating. At that moment, Bai Yang felt boundless joy, almost rivaling the pleasure of being with his 2 serpent demon beauties. Brute force worked wonders. Bai Yang quickly found his rhythm, soon darting through the ocean like a swordfish. He needed no technique. Simply ramming into serpent monsters and demons at top speed was enough to pierce and kill them. Suddenly, after piercing through a serpent demon, Bai Yang found himself caught in a current. The current shifted, rapidly forming a tornado-like vortex spanning over 100 meters around him. Bai Yang continued to rely on sheer force. The vortex hindered his speed significantly, but he could still push through. A smirk curled at his lips. Bai Yang knew this was the work of that adorable azure serpent demon. It seemed to be hiding somewhere secret, as he hadn't been able to find it. But its intervention meant it was nearby. Now he had a direction to search. Bai Yang swam through the vortex, which seemed to move in sync with him, making it appear as though he was trapped within it. The solution was simple: swim upward. The azure serpent demon couldn't possibly move the vortex upward. Yet Bai Yang assessed his own condition. He had taken a breath before diving, and several minutes had passed, but he felt no suffocation. Maintaining a vortex of this scale must be draining your strength. Trying to drown me? Wishful thinking. I can hold my breath for at least half an hour. Let's see if I find you first, or you exhaust yourself and show up, or you give up the vortex and hide again. Bai Yang kept moving while staying alert to his surroundings. His spirit and perception, now at 200 to 300 points, were exceptionally sharp. Soon he noticed a difference. One part of the vortex was slightly distinct, acting as a guide. Whoosh! Kicking hard with his legs and stroking fiercely with his arms, Bai Yang's speed surged, and he burst out of the vortex. In the Azure Serpent Demon's horrified gaze, Bai Yang's iron hand clamped down on its upper and lower jaws. Special circumstances, the first-tier Azure Serpent Demon is willing to submit and follow you. According to the rules of the Two-Realm Real Dungeon, if you agree you may accept it, and the battle will end. Bai Yang looked at the Azure Serpent Demon in his grip. The little serpent's eyes showed pitiful pleading. Crack! With a squeeze of his iron palm, the Serpent Demon's head was crushed. Even the third-tier Golden Body Azure Serpent Demon was useless to Bai Yang. Why would he accept a mere first-tier creature? Moreover, losing a monster corpse would mean he couldn't level up this round. The thought of being stuck one experience point short was something Bai Yang had no desire to experience. Battle concluded. You have achieved victory. Settlement begins. When Bai Yang returned to the small island, he received the rewards for this round. Among them was a first-tier perfect quality blood crystal, though he could easily combine 3 into 1, making it of little significance. However, a skill book different from the previous flexibility appeared. Water control, fine. A tribute consumes 1 skill point to learn. That first-tier Azure Serpent Demon likely had perfect aptitude, but its strength was too weak, so its water control ability only reached fine grade, resulting in a skill book of the same quality. Any skill, if leveled high enough, could become immeasurably powerful. In the hands of a first-tier Azure Serpent Demon, water control merely manipulated a limited range of water flow. But if upgraded to a high tier and wielded by a powerful expert, it could likely summon a massive tsunami with a thought. Of course, such skills were highly dependent on the environment and had their limitations. Water control was a magical ability which fell under the soul category. Bai Yang had already learned Indestructible Soul, so he couldn't learn this skill at his current stage. He stored his gains. The promised 100 experience points arrived, raising Bai Yang's level to first-tier level 8. I will continue to fight bare-handed. The Serpent Demon realm begins deploying combatants. Bai Yang was somewhat surprised. This time it was so straightforward. He had expected a demand for unrestricted combat. It seemed the Serpent Demon realm was more rule-abiding than the Blood Corpse realm. Serpent Demon realm monsters deployed. This round features 10 Serpent Demons and 90 Serpent monsters, all suppressed to first-tier strength. Please take this seriously. In the distant ocean, a dense commotion appeared. 90 serpent monsters, each a meter in diameter, and over 20 meters long as before. But the 10 serpent demons were different this time. None were ordinary. 9 were Azure Serpent Demons of varying sizes. And then a flash of dazzling white. A rarer white serpent demon had appeared. While Bai Yang was reveling in monster slaying and leveling up at Bai Yang, the freshmen of the Indestructible Martial Academy had arrived at their class. On the first day, the King class had combat instructors to select the chief second and last seats. On the second day, all 14 students except Bai Yang gathered in a traditional classroom. Shen Qingfeng frowned as he glanced around, his eyes settling on a bewildered and flustered Lu Qingqing. Where is Bai Yang? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Lu Qingqing hastily explained. Instructor, I sent him yesterday's course information last night. I messaged him early this morning at 7, but he didn't reply. I just went to his home and he wasn't there. He might have gone to another city and hasn't returned yet, or he could be inside a dungeon and hasn't come out. Shen Qingfeng nodded. Regardless of the reason, becoming the chief on the first day and skipping class on the second. This is rebellious behavior. Damn it. Today is Master Lu's class. The new chief hasn't shown up. How am I supposed to explain this? Shen Qingfeng's brow furrowed deeply. Except for Wenren Fuguang, who sat alone in a seat with 3 meters of empty space, around him the other 13 students whispered among themselves. Sun Byuk in particular was looking around restlessly, his 2-meter-tall frame making the most noticeable noise in the classroom. Shen Qingfeng naturally noticed the situation. Since class hadn't started, some student activity wasn't a big deal. But when he saw Sun Byuk, his eyes widened. Sun Byuk, why do you look so drained? Sun Byuk's face was pale, his eyes listless, but he reacted quickly. Instructor, can't you tell? We're both men, you know the drill. Such a flippant answer infuriated the combat instructor, who was already worried about the absent chief Bai Yang. Indulgence. Indulgence. Are you determined to be last? Do you think the king class can't expel you? Thud thud. Footsteps sounded and Shen Qingfeng quickly composed himself, turning respectfully to greet the newcomer. Master Lu, you've arrived. An elderly man with a strange mix of red and white hair strode in. He grunted softly and walked past Shen Qingfeng. Not just his hair, but his carefully groomed beard also bore the same redand white hue. Whether professionals or martial artists, they all enjoyed long lifespans, and even in old age they rarely showed obvious signs of aging. This old man teaching at one of the top 10 martial academies, the Indestructible Martial Academy, and being greeted so respectfully by combat instructor Shen Qingfeng, must hold an extraordinary status. Strength and status are proportional. This old man's power definitely surpassed Shen Qingfeng's. Yet a powerful figure showing an aged appearance could only mean he had suffered an irreparable injury, causing his life force to drain faster than it could recover. In a supernatural world with healing abilities, such a condition indicated that it couldn't be resolved through conventional means, forcing him into this state. Master Lu reached the podium, surveyed the room, and paused at Sun Byuk. Flipping through the illustrated roster, he frowned. Young and impulsive, giving in to temptation a bit. That's normal. But indulging to this extent. Are you sick? Sun Byuk chuckled sheepishly and shrank back without a word. Master Lu looked at the roster, his expression turning odd. The new chief didn't show up. Does he disdain the class, or is he delayed by something? On the second day of school, what could possibly delay him? Looks like a troublemaker. Good. I enjoy dealing with troublemakers. Master Lu then turned to Shen Qingfeng at the door. Little Shen. Shen Qingfeng quickly turned. Master Lu, your orders. Master Lu took out a chair from his storage equipment, then a tea set, and began brewing tea on the podium, as if it were a tea table. At the same time he said, You were a troublemaker back then, along with that Li Lingfeng known as the Indestructible Duo. But even you two didn't dare skip class on the first day, did you? Shen Qingfeng's face turned pale, but he still explained, Master Lu, I observed Bai Yang yesterday. He didn't seem like a troublemaker. He was very calm. I think he must be delayed by something. Master Lu chuckled. Interesting. You're actually speaking up for him. Very well, let's all wait for him and see why this new chief is late. Shen Qingfeng bowed slightly. Master Lu, should we do a full search to find out where he went? Master Lu waved his hand. No need. Today's class isn't important. It's just a meeting. Even if he never shows up, it won't affect anything. Shen Qingfeng respectfully acknowledged and then stepped back to wait. He cursed inwardly. This brat, could it be because of that joke I made yesterday about troublemakers getting attention? Damn it. He's an orphan with little worldly experience, never been through society's trials. He might have actually taken me seriously. No matter what, I'll cover for him this time. When he gets here, I'll give him a beating in front of Master Lu. Thinking this, Shen Qingfeng took out his phone and kept sending messages to Bai Yang. Bai Yang carefully observed the lineup of monsters in this wave. 9 green serpent demons, 8 of which were about 30 centimeters in diameter, originally at the second tier. The other green serpent demon was about the same size as Bai Yang's, half a meter in diameter and over 10 meters long. This one was at the third tier. The sole white serpent demon, judging by its physique, was similar to the third tier green serpent demon, and its original strength was likely also third tier. These 2 third-tier serpent demons were in the distance, their serpentine pupils coldly fixed on the naked Bai Yang. The white serpent demon hissed, Human demon. Today is your death. The green serpent demon hissed, Eat you. Avenge the dead kin and pray. Bai Yang's lips curled. He didn't know how formidable the white serpent demon was. But this green serpent demon, originally third tier but suppressed to first tier, was speaking so arrogantly, utterly ignorant of its place. Even if it had its full strength, it would still be just a one-punch kill. However, after crushing that first-tier green serpent demon earlier, Bai Yang regretted it. At the time he was focused on not delaying his leveling up, but later he realized a green serpent demon would fetch a good price outside selling for a lot of money. As for the experience he missed, even if the serpent demon realm stopped playing with him, he could switch to the ancient demon realm dungeon and easily kill a few ancient demons to level up. This time with 10 rare serpent demons appearing, Bai Yang planned to subdue them all and take them out to sell. No, I can't sell them all. At least this white serpent demon stays. I'll name it Xiao Bai later, when I go out with Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, 2 third-tier rare serpent demons following me. What a sight. This third-tier green serpent demon can't be sold either. I'll enslave it and give it to my woman. It can serve as a guard. In an instant, Bai Yang had his plans set. With that hiss, Bai Yang felt the wind rise around him, quickly turning fierce and wild. Bai Yang watched with fervent eyes. The green serpent demon controls water, the white serpent demon commands the wind. Together they summon the wind and rain, stirring up a tsunami. Not bad. Their combat power may be lacking, but their ability to create grand spectacles is impressive. As the gale howled, raindrops fell, soon becoming a torrential downpour, impairing Bai Yang's vision and perception. Not only that, but the ocean also churned with violent surging waves. Wave after wave crashed toward the island, growing increasingly intense. How could passive suffering intimidate the enemy? Bai Yang's powerful thighs propelled him forward, shooting out against the raging wind. Boom! Boom! Blossoms of blood appeared as Bai Yang first targeted the ordinary serpent monsters for slaughter. Soon after, he noticed the serpent monsters swiftly retreating and diving into the sea. In his pursuit to kill the serpent monsters, Bai Yang found himself hundreds of meters from the island. The water suddenly spun violently, forming a tornado-like ocean, current over a kilometer in diameter. The green serpent demons were repeating their tactic, but this time the tornado current, empowered by 8 green serpent demons working together, was many times stronger. Enveloping Bai Yang, it rapidly shifted him farther from the island. Seeing Bai Yang successfully trapped, a glint of satisfaction flickered in the white serpent demon's icy eyes. Hissing, it commanded the tornado current, engulfing Bai Yang to spin even more violently. Under this force, Bai Yang charged several times but found little effect. For a moment, breaking free from the tornado current seemed impossible. Interesting. Trying to trap me with a colossal tornado current, while the green serpent demons take turns resting and recovering. They intend to wear me down slowly. Yet Bai Yang remained calm. This was nothing. Stretching his limbs, he moved with ease despite the turbulent waters. No more delays. Sheer force works wonders. Boom! Boom! Bai Yang unleashed a frenzy of punches and kicks, sending out bursts of power that disrupted the orderly, rapid spin of the water. More force emerged, attempting to restore the disrupted flow. But Bai Yang's relentless barrage carved a straight water channel. Following this channel, Bai Yang shot forward, easily escaping the tornado current. At that moment, he once again felt the miracle of his nearly 2,000-point strength and physique. Hissing in shock at Bai Yang's crude, yet effective escape, the white serpent demon's icy eyes betrayed a hint of alarm. But it quickly grew colder as it issued new commands. Crack, crack. Bursting out of the water, Bai Yang witnessed a different scene. The 8 green serpent demons that had just conjured the tornado current were now tearing into the serpent monsters with gaping jaws, gulping down fresh flesh. Suddenly, Bai Yang understood. I was wondering why 10 rare serpent demons were accompanied by 90 ordinary ones. So these monsters aren't for fighting. They're food for the demons to replenish their strength. Whoosh! Bai Yang dashed across the sea surface. He couldn't let the green serpent demons devour the monsters. They were the corpses he needed for leveling up. Gusts of wind howled, whipping up water tornadoes to attack the fast-moving Bai Yang. But hitting him at his speed was nearly impossible. One by one, the serpent monsters were slain. Moments later, only the 10 rare serpent demons remained. Had he not held back, these 2 would have been obliterated. Bai Yang stopped dozens of meters from the white serpent demon, lightly tapping the water with his feet to create ripples and stay afloat. White serpent, can you understand me? Hiss human demon. Your greedy eyes sicken the serpent. Bai Yang, are you serpent crazy? One word: submit or die. The white serpent demon's gaze turned utterly frigid. Hiss human demon. The white serpent clan shall never submit. Die? Whoosh! A fierce gale assaulted Bai Yang from all sides. Simultaneously, the 9 green serpent demons of various sizes crazily manipulated the seawater to attack. Bai Yang leaped, instantly covering 100 meters and easily dodging the combined assault. White serpent, if you don't submit, I'll kill your companions one by one. Hiss threats and bribes human demon. Delusion. In response, wind and waves surged toward Bai Yang. The situation differed from Bai Yang's expectations. Not only the white serpent demon but also the 9 green ones showed no hint of submission or fear, only coldness and killing intent. This tough. Then how did my little Qing? Suddenly Bai Yang recalled what Li Lingfeng had said about green serpent demons. Little Qing, a green serpent demon, was a battle servant born from a blend of serpent demon genes and human genes. Bai Yang now understood why the white serpent demon called him a human demon. Perhaps in the serpent demon realm, Little Qing's situation was a horror. Since he couldn't subdue these rare serpent demons, Bai Yang stopped insisting. A single punch killed a smaller green serpent demon. Yet the white serpent demon's eyes showed no other emotion. Only intensified cold killing intent. Really no way out, world mother. If I cripple the serpent demons, does that count as a battle victory? Only when an otherworldly being sincerely submits or verbally submits and ceases attack can the battle end. Otherwise, the fight ends only when one side is completely annihilated. Alas, Bai Yang sighed, feeling a sea of wealth slip away, punch after punch. When the large green serpent demon died from Bai Yang's kick through its head, he stood before the white serpent demon. One last chance, submit to me and I promise no mistreatment. A gaping maw was his answer. Gulp. Bai Yang was caught by the wind-empowered lightning-fast bite. Crack. The serpent fang broke. Then Bai Yang punched upward inside the white serpent's mouth, piercing its upper palate. The White Serpent Demon's hatred for you is absolute. Drawing on the power of the Serpent Demon realm, it marks you Serpent's hatred. Hiss Baiyang gasped, then sighed in relief. You scared me. Hate is good. Hate is good. I was afraid it'd be Serpent's love. That would have truly terrified me. Battle concluded. You have won. Settlement begins. The Serpent Demon realm's aura has remarked you supreme delicacy ignore. Baiyang tried it. The Serpent Demon realm truly wouldn't engage with him anymore. A whole world and it can't take a joke. I'm just a rookie who awakened 10 days ago and stepped into the first rank less than 3 days ago. 100 blood crystals of various hues appeared. 90 ordinary, 8 excellent, 2 perfect. 9 light blue water control skill books materialized. 8 excellent, 1 perfect. Also a skill book faintly tinged with a breeze. Palm wind perfect. Attribute consume 1 skill point to learn. The White Serpent Demon had just commanded the gale coordinating with the Green Serpent Demon's water control, creating quite a spectacle. However, the White Serpent Demon's power was suppressed to the First Order, so its might was limited and posed no threat to Baiyang. If the White Serpent Demon were at the Third Order, could it ride the wind and fly? Baiyang felt that riding the wind and flying should not be a problem. Yet even if the White Serpent Demon could fly, he was unafraid if flight would inevitably drain its strength, and once its power was exhausted it would fall, becoming nothing more than a target for a single punch. Finally, Baiyang's level reached the First Order level 9. This real dungeon run in the Serpent Demon realm was considered a success except for his failure to capture rare Serpent Demons for sale. He glanced at the time. There were still 5 days, 14 hours, 33 minutes and 27 seconds of stay time. Since entering the dungeon, over 5 hours had passed, and after multiple rounds of combat his level had risen from First Order level 1 to First Order level 9. Baiyang did not intend to keep the 180 free attribute points. Spirit 60, a perception 60, a reaction 60. After allocating the points, Baiyang looked at his attribute panel, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Baiyang Elite Lifeform. Level 19, awaiting advancement. Age 18, a gender male, bloodline pure human. Vitality 114-281-1428. Remaining lifespan approximately 800 years. Mana 6960-6960. Stamina 386-603-8660. Physique strength 141919. Constitution 141919. Agility 301919. Physical attack power 3866. Soul spirit 158190. A perception 157190. Reaction 157190. Magical attack power 696. Physical defense 6441919. Magical defense 116. Talent Trinity of all things. Secondary talent Yang Energy Abundance. Skills Summon Steel Battle Chicken King Morph State Lifebound State Indestructible Overlord Lifebound State Imperishable Soul King. Free attribute points 0, skill points 16. With vitality exceeding 10,000 if obtained through balanced stats across all 6 attributes, his remaining lifespan would have surpassed 10,000 years. Even though the gap between his physique and soul remained nearly tenfold, his remaining lifespan had soared to 800 years. A lifespan of 800 years was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The battle had completely ended, and Baiyang noticed that his vitality, mana, and stamina were all at full capacity. Previously, due to the need for combat, it was best to maintain maximum status. But now that he was about to leave and return to the Indestructible Martial Academy, there was no need to remain fully charged. Trinity of all things. He activated it 7 times in a row, synthesizing 7 first-order excellent blood crystals. Next, he would attend class, during which the consumed vitality, mana, and stamina could slowly recover. He quickly took out a set of new clothes and put them on. Leave the dungeon. Then Baiyang returned to the Indestructible Martial Academy. Taking out his phone from the storage bracelet, Baiyang was somewhat stunned. His secretary Lu Qingqing had sent him dozens of messages, all asking why he hadn't come to class. There were also messages from classmates saying that the lecturer today was extraordinary. Sun Buk even bluntly stated that the combat instructor Shin Qingfeng looked like a grandson in front of him. Shin Qingfeng had also sent over a dozen messages, all with a tone that seemed to want him dead. However, the first message was clear: when they met, he should resolutely admit his mistake and accept a beating. Baiyang understood Shin Qingfeng was trying to protect him in his own way. I couldn't sleep in the early morning, so I went to grind dungeons to level up. I got carried away and was late for class. The academy should be able to track my whereabouts. Why didn't they check? Since he was already on the academy grounds, Bai Yang sprinted with all his might and soon arrived at the location sent by Secretary Lu Qingqing. Indeed, outside that standalone building, Shen Qingfeng stood with his arms crossed. When he saw Bai Yang appear, his fists clenched. Regardless of the reason, being late was being late, and Bai Yang blamed himself for getting too carried away killing monsters and losing track of time. As for Instructor Shen Qingfeng's threat of a beating, Bai Yang looked forward to it. Perhaps it would increase his blood gold essence fusion rate. He admitted his mistake from a distance. Instructor, I am late, and am willing to accept punishment. Shen Qingfeng glared with wide eyes and said, Good that you accept punishment. If I don't beat you, I can't smooth out the thorns on you. With a dragon stride and a tiger step, Shen Qingfeng strode toward Bai Yang, who also walked over with long strides. As they drew closer, Shen Qingfeng was somewhat bewildered, for Bai Yang's current state was similar to Sun Buk's in the classroom. Both wore pale faces. At this, Shen Qingfeng truly became angry. Sun Buk indulging in pleasures was one thing. At least he wasn't late. But Bai Yang, who had just become the freshman chief the day before, was late today for such a shabby reason. Not long ago, Old Man Lu had even specifically commented on Sun Buk. Shen Qingfeng now worried that if Old Man Lu in the classroom grew angry, it might not be impossible for Bai Yang to be expelled. Damn, it'll strike harder, make it a light injury, and let Old Man Lu think his weakness is from the injury, then take him to treat it. Shen Qingfeng's fists clenched even tighter. In the classroom, Old Man Lu's face showed surprise, then he set down his teacup and stood up. Outside, Shen Qingfeng had already leaped high, ready to inflict a light injury on Bai Yang. A loud shout came from behind. Xiao Shen, stop! Shen Qingfeng was stunned. He had already gathered momentum and jumped, but upon hearing Old Man Lu's call, he could only hastily retract his fists and curl up, hoping merely to bump into Bai Yang. Bai Yang was also bewildered. He had prepared to take a beating to grow stronger, but someone called a halt. Helpless, he extended his arms and caught the curling, charging combat instructor Shen Qingfeng in a princess carry. Thud! The full-force strike of a genuine third-order Transcendent class professional did not injure Bai Yang, but it did send him tumbling several times. Standing at the classroom door dozens of meters away, Old Man Lu saw this and nodded with satisfaction. The moment he collided with Bai Yang, Shen Qingfeng smoothly turned and respectfully looked toward Old Man Lu. Old Lu, I couldn't stop in time. Bai Yang might be injured. How about I take him for treatment? Old Man Lu shot Shen Qingfeng a glare. The moment you lift your tail, this old man knows what kind of fart you're about to let out. You there, Bai Yang, come to class at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless gazes focused on Bai Yang, who had just risen from the ground. All 14 classmates in the class, even the reclusive Wenren Fuguang, had moved to the window to look outside. Bai Yang nodded to combat instructor Shen Qingfeng in greeting, then strode over. This display only deepened the satisfaction in Old Man Lu's eyes. At the classroom door, Bai Yang took his seat under Old Master Lu's beaming gaze. Shen Qingfeng's mind reeled. He could not decipher that smile. He knew Old Master Lu well, decisive, unbound by convention, utterly indifferent to saving face. Such a man would never feign warmth while plotting treachery. And yet Shen Qingfeng sensed something genuine in that smile. Astonishment, even quiet elation. Suddenly it clicked. Bai Yang had sustained no injury at all from that deliberate impact. With a gentle chuckle, Old Master Lu packed away his tea set and declared, "All present. Let the lesson begin." Today's central inquiry is an age-old question: what truly distinguishes a proficient from a martialist? Which path proves stronger, and which weaker? He then turned his smiling gaze toward Bai Yang, freshly seated. Bai Yang, valedictorian of this year's freshman. What is your perspective? Bai Yang rose to his feet. Master, I believe. There's no need to address me as Master. Call me Old Master Lu, like Xiao Shen does. Or Grandmaster Lu, if you prefer. Behind my back, Old Man Lu suits just fine. That single remark instantly loosened the room's tension, warming the air with quiet laughter. Bai Yang said, Old Master Lu, according to high school curricula, a proficient is one who, having awakened an innate talent, walks only that singular path. A martialist, by contrast, is an umbrella term, encompassing numerous distinct cultivation systems, open to all who lack such awakening. Well said. That is indeed the textbook explanation taught in secondary education. He nodded approvingly, then turned to Wenren Fuguang. Wenren Fuguang, you stand second among this year's freshmen. Do you hold a different view? Even personal insight will suffice. Speak freely. Wenren Fuguang stood. Respectfully, Old Master Lu, I see the proficient's path as a swift conduit to power, its limits dictated solely by innate talent. The martialist's way, however, is the conventional road, one paved by diligence. Its ultimate reach depends on resources, natural aptitudes, serendipitous opportunities, and above all unwavering effort. Well reasoned. You approach the matter with admirable clarity. Wanren Fuguang. Ugliness is no sin, what cripples the spirit is yielding to idle gossip. Let me tell you plainly, whether proficient or martialist, the greater one's strength, the less human one becomes. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Mere trifles. Some martialists fuse the bloodlines of ancient beasts into their own flesh, transforming into grotesque hybrids. Far more unsettling than you. A friend of mine merged with the Crimson Dragon lineage. His head vanished, entirely replaced by a fire-breathing draconic maw. Even monsters would recoil and call him monster. Strength silences slander. My own snow and crimson hair and beard provoke no whispers. Yet none dare voice them aloud. Wanren Fuguang bowed slightly. Thank you, Old Master Lu, for your kindness. Please let us not speak of it again. Old Master Lu paused, then grinned. Now that's composure. Sun Buceo shot his hand high into the air, volunteering to answer. Old Master Lu sighed, reluctant, but yielded. What is it? Sun Buceo sprang upright. Old Master Lu, I have a question. If your friend has a dragon's head, how does he kiss a woman? Silence crashed over the room. Outside the doorway, combat instructor Shin Qingfeng froze. Half tempted to storm in and pummel Sun Buceo senseless, but restrained by Old Master Lu's presence. Even Old Master Lu blinked. Then astonishingly pulled out his phone and tapped out a message. Ding. A reply arrived instantly. He read it and understood. My old friend says he last kissed a woman in his youth. After 40, he ceased such practices altogether. So his dragon head requires no kissing whatsoever. Sun Buceo nodded vigorously. A sound answer, Old Master Lu. I've heard tales of middle-aged couples feeling nauseated for days after kissing. Old Master Lu's jaw twitched. Ignoring Sun Buceo, he turned back to Bai Yang. We've strayed. Let us return to our original question. Bai Yang, do you possess any personal insights beyond textbook doctrine? Bai Yang rose once more. Old Master Lu, I am unfamiliar with the specifics of martialist cultivation. Yet proficients grow stronger simply by defeating monsters. A comparatively effortless ascent to power. Old Master Lu gestured for him to sit. This question admits no definitive answer. Only perspectives shaped by experience. Having walked many paths and listened to countless masters, I've distilled some observations. Hear them now. The Supreme Conclave has enacted laws ensuring every soul equal opportunity to awaken or cultivate. Basic resources are universally accessible. Whether innate talent for proficiency or natural aptitude for martialism, their influence on growth, speed, and ultimate attainment remains paramount. Resources serve as catalysts. Richer, rarer, or more potent ones accelerate progress. And some may even shatter the barriers confining both proficients and martialists. Effort, however, lies wholly within the cultivator's domain. Diligence guarantees no reward, but idleness ensures none. I speak of generalities. Avoid extremes. Once a youth possessed a laziness ascension talent. He lounged daily yet soared ever higher along the proficient path. That anomaly proves nothing, except that fate favors the bizarre. You have earned places in the king class of the Diamond Indestructible Martial Academy. Not by chance. Most possess extraordinary talent, others, though modestly gifted, arrive backed by exceptional resources. All of you are elite newcomers of the Dun realm. The academy will never withhold resources, but you must earn them through relentless effort. That is our ethos. That is our law. Nods rippled across the room. This was, after all, the very rhythm of the Dun realm: foundational equity for all, yet distinction forged only by merit and toil. Wanren Fuguang raised her hand. Old Master Lu smiled warmly, granting her leave to speak. Old Master Lu, why do we see no seniors from prior years within the Academy's teaching district? Each Tier 2 martial academy cultivates novices differently. Standards and methods vary widely. Here at the Diamond Indestructible Martial Academy, whether king class or standard cohort, if you fail to ascend to hero rank 2nd tier, within 1 year you are dismissed. Those dismissed are either absorbed by one of the 15 Tier 3 academies in Bummy City, or left to chart their own course. And once expelled, they sever all ties with this academy. Heads nodded again. Advancing from 1st Tier 0 to 1st Tier 9, and then ascending to hero rank 2nd tier, within 12 months posed no insurmountable challenge. After all, these were king class students, most having awakened mere days ago, and many attaining 1st tier status within 72 hours of awakening. Yet Sun Buceo's expression darkened. Under Old Master Lu's guidance, the class continued its discussion, tackling questions about proficients and martialists in turn. Bai Yang and Wanren Fuguang were called upon repeatedly. The other 13 students remained untouched by inquiry. Sun Bukayo seethed. Each time old Master Lu's gaze swept past him, it carried the unmistakable weight of disdain. Blunt, unvarnished, utterly contemptuous. Yet when that same gaze settled upon the pale-faced Bai Yang, it softened into radiant warmth. This wasn't mere favoritism. It was performance staged expressly for him. Sun Bukayo raised his hand again. Old Master Lu frowned at the towering figure. Then relented. Out with it, quickly. Sun Bukayo hesitated. Old Master Lu, you haven't asked me a single question today. Does yesterday's ranking bind you so absolutely? Old Master Lu paused. Then laughed sharp and dry. Sun Bukayo. Last place yet full of spirit. Were you earnest in study, I'd struggle to find fault. But this dissolute state, do you truly possess the audacity to demand respect? Sun Bukayo recoiled inwardly. University professors were unlike high school teachers. Was there no decorum? No veil of courtesy for students? Did they fear future success might render them irrelevant? Still he bristled. Old Master Lu. Pallor and frailty aren't unique to me. His voice dropped low, but defiance crackled beneath it. A piece of chalk flew, striking Sun Bukayo square in the chest and sending him crashing backward, shattering his chair to splinters. Yet Sun Bukayo scrambled up instantly. Unhurt, old Master Lu scoffed. Compare yourself to Bai Yang. His pallor masks overflowing vitality. His spirit radiates like a sunlit lake. And you? Your eyes are hollow. Your neck bears telltale marks of excess. Look at Bai Yang. Even now he recovers swiftly, nearing peak condition within moments. And you? What do you offer? Your skull? Sun Bukayo glanced sideways at Bai Yang and saw the truth. Bai Yang's eyes blazed with incandescent clarity. Old Master Lu pressed on, voice like tempered steel. If you persist in this manner, I shall petition the academy to expel you, freeing you to indulge without restraint. Sun Bukayo muttered, barely audible. My father doesn't intervene. Why should the academy? I haven't even been late. Whiz! Another chalk projectile struck him, launching him airborne once more. A thorn. A true thorn, just like your father Sun Fifan in his youth. No, worse. At least he abstained from debauchery. And he certainly never asked about kissing in class. Xiao Shen. Shun Qingfeng hurried in from the doorway. Yes, sir. Old Master Lu pointed at the dusting off Sun Bukayo. Summon his father now. I'll discipline you both together. Shin Qingfeng bowed deeply and fired off a message without delay. Old Master Lu declared, class dismissed. And with that he stormed out. Fuming. Only after he vanished from sight did Shin Qingfeng re-enter the classroom, stopping before Sun Bukayo. He studied him quietly. Did you orchestrate this? On purpose. Sun Buk chuckled. My acting wasn't good enough. The mentor saw through it. Shin Qingfeng frowned slightly. Master Lu should understand too. I just had the secretariat send a message to your father. He happens to be in the Undying City. Go now, your father will be at Master Lu's place soon. Sun Buk quickly rose and left in haste. Shin Qingfeng looked at the others. Master Lu decided today to give you a lesson on short notice. Tomorrow will be combat training and the day after a knowledge session. Someone else will take over for those. The rest of you are dismissed. Bai Yang, come with me. Following Shun Qingfeng, Bai Yang felt puzzled. Mentor, did Master Lu come today because of Wenren Fuguang and me? Shin Qingfeng nodded yes, but I don't know why. Just before he left, Master Lu indicated that I should bring you to him alone later. Don't worry. Master Lu has a good impression of you. It's the first time I've seen him so gentle with a junior. Did you enter a dungeon earlier and lose track of time? Bai Yang nodded. There's no day or night in the dungeon and time is imperceptible. I stayed a bit too long and ended up late today. I'll manage my time better in the future. Shin Qingfeng nodded. Don't rush to grind for levels. Tomorrow's combat lesson will demonstrate how to fight ancient demons, followed by sessions on dealing with serpent demons. Once you've mastered the knowledge, then enter dungeons. That will significantly reduce risks. Especially in the serpent demon realm dungeon, rare green serpent demons might appear, the same type as your battle servant. Green serpent demons control water. One misstep and a professional could drown. The number of professionals and martial artists who die each year from this is no small figure. Even if you have a third-tier green serpent demon battle servant, its power will be suppressed to the first tier inside the dungeon. If you drown, it may not be able to save you. As they chatted, they soon arrived at their destination. A standalone palace-like building. Sun Buk was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Bai Yang with Shun Qingfeng, he waved enthusiastically. Shun Qingfeng led Bai Yang to stand aside from the main gate. Let's wait here for a moment. Before long, a robust man sprinted over. His features bore a striking resemblance to Sun Buke's, appearing youthful except for his sharp, mature eyes. Shin Qingfeng nodded at the man, but the man didn't spare him a glance, pulling Sun Buke into the palace. Shin Qingfeng remarked by Yang that was Sun Buke's father. He also graduated from our martial academy, making him our senior. However, as a 4th-tier saint-level professional, his power far surpasses the 3rd tier. He didn't even look at me just now. This is common in the supernatural world. Consider it an early lesson. Bai Yang nodded, understood. The palace doors were open and soon sounds emerged from within. A respectful voice unfamiliar to Bai Yang spoke. It was Sun Buke's father. Yes. Thank you for your trouble, Master Lu. Please stay here. In his sight, the imposing 4th-tier saint-level professional, who had ignored Shin Qingfeng, now bowed repeatedly. Master Lu scolded relentlessly, and Sun Buke's father nodded, incessantly being reprimanded like a child. At the palace entrance, Sun Buke's father urged again, Master Lu, please stay. Having you see us to the door makes Xiao Sun uneasy. Master Lu frowned. Does your Sun family have a pigskin face talent? I'm not seeing you off. Get lost. Sun Buke's father paused, then turned to look at the two outside. Seeing nothing unusual, he nodded at Shen Qingfeng and left with Sun Buke. Sun Buke grinned at Bai Yang and raised his phone, signaling they'd catch up later. Master Lu looked at Shen Qingfeng. You may go. Bai Yang, follow me. Shen Qingfeng bowed respectfully and left while Bai Yang followed Master Lu into the palace. Soon Master Lu gestured for Bai Yang to relax. Bai Yang, earlier when you weren't wearing clothes, I sensed a large amount of lingering resentment on you. Did you kill many monsters in the dungeon? Bai Yang nodded. Yes, Master Lu, just as you said. Master Lu looked at him. How many levels did you gain? Bai Yang raised his right hand, thumb and index finger spread upward. Master Lu was startled. 8 levels. Bai Yang nodded. Master Lu gasped. You gained 8 levels in one dungeon run. Yesterday during the ranking competition you killed 100 ancient demons. That means you're now at 1st-tier level 9. Bai Yang nodded again. Master Lu took another deep breath, his eyes gleaming. Excellent. Even better than I imagined. In that case you won't disgrace what I gave you. Instead you'll make it shine brilliantly. Bai Yang, at the 1st tier you learned the indestructible soul skill from Dean Bummy. That's a soul-type skill. Have you learned a physical skill? Bai Yang shook his head. This was the issue he needed to resolve, and it seemed it might be settled now. Sure enough, Master Lu laughed heartily. Then it's even more fitting. With your powerful physique, I'll give you a copy of my signature technique. Master Lu raised his right hand, merging his index and middle fingers, then pointed to his brow. A blood-red light appeared flowing from his brow under the guidance of his fingers. Eventually a blood-red skill book condensed into form. Bai Yang had never learned of such a method nor heard of it. After condensing the skill book, Master Lu visibly aged his red hair and beard, already streaked with white, gaining even more silver. Bai Yang didn't know what this technique was, but he could see it placed a heavy burden on the body. Master Lu took a moment to catch his breath. You're an orphan, so it's normal not to know about such things. Professional tiers: 1st tier elite, 2nd tier hero, 3rd tier transcendent, 4th tier saint. At the 4th tier saint level, if your skill reaches king grade quality, you can replicate it using skill points. 1 skill point can copy a skill book of 1 grade lower. This is the ultimate use for surplus skill points. However, 99.9% of professionals never reach the 4th tier. Now Bai Yang understood the purpose and significance of so many skill points. Master Lu handed him the skill book. This is my signature technique, Blood Dragon Strike. Take it. Bai Yang took the skill book. Blood Dragon Strike, perfect attribute, consume 1 skill point to learn. Master Lu had mentioned that the indestructible soul skill book came from Dean Bummy, clearly indicating Master Lu's extraordinary status. As for whether he would be harmed, Bai Yang didn't dwell on it. If such a powerful figure wanted to harm him, his current strength wouldn't allow resistance. Slap. 1 skill point was consumed, and the skill book dissolved into light, entering Bai Yang's body. Blood Dragon Strike, perfect attribute 1. Consumes 1 to 10 of total blood essence, can condense a blood essence attack that ignores flesh and blood defenses, dealing blood essence erosion damage to the target. Attribute 2, the blood essence attack can be guided by spiritual power, with an effective attack range of spiritual attribute 5 meters. Attribute 3, the amount of blood essence consumed determines the charging time and attack intensity. The spiritual attribute has a secondary effect on charging time. You possess a blood attribute skill. Your attributes undergo adaptive changes. Your stamina is converted to blood essence, which can be used as stamina. The trinity of all things talent triggers adaptive changes, converting consumed stamina into blood essence. This was actually a ranged attack skill. Bai Yang was currently at tier 1 a level 9. with a spiritual attribute of 348 points granting an effective attack range of 1740 meters. Although it was far inferior to the rapid-fire storm crossbow's effective range of 6000 meters, this compensated for Bai Yang's own combat shortcomings. If he had possessed such a means during his earlier battle with the serpent demon, things would have been much easier. Seeing Bai Yang learn Blood Dragon strike on the spot, old Lu burst into hearty laughter. Bai Yang, don't underestimate Blood Dragon strike. This skill ignores flesh and blood defenses. Do you know what that means? Bai Yang's eyes lit up. Old Lu, does this mean that whether it's a professional, a martial artist, or a flesh and blood monster, the defense brought by their physical bodies will be ignored by Blood Dragon strike? Old Lu wore an expression that said, "You're a sharp one, kid." Martial artists cultivate themselves, tempering their flesh and blood. Blood Dragon strike specifically counters martial artists with powerful physiques. The same goes for professionals. The defense of the diamond body is meaningless before Blood Dragon strike. Just now, Sun Buk's father Sun Fifan could dominate among the 4th tier with his diamond body, but facing Blood Dragon strike, he was equally vulnerable. Bai Yang, no wonder that person and instructor Shin Qingfeng are so afraid of you. They've been disciplined many times before, haven't they? Old Lu laughed heartily. Indeed. I am the honorary disciplinary director of the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy. I specialize in curing all sorts of troublemakers, and I guarantee a cure. Bai Yang looked at the old man's redand white hair and beard, sighed with emotion, and thanked him. Thank you for your kindness, old Lu. But what exactly is wrong with your body? Old Lu waved his hand dismissively. An old injury from years ago. Nothing serious. I can still live for a few more decades without issue. Bai Yang fell silent. Now at Tier 1 level 9, with a massive disparity between his physical and spiritual attributes, his remaining lifespan was as long as 800 years. Yet the formidable man before him could only live for a few more decades. Old Lu sighed. The Blood Dragon strike skill specifically counters flesh and blood defenses, but against energy-based or elemental defenses, it can only wear them down. I only developed this skill to the king tier, so the one I gave you is of perfect quality. There are 2 ways for us professionals to upgrade a skill's quality. The first is the method commonly known and used by lower-tier professionals, covering a low-level skill with a better one. The second is exclusive to the strong, and the geniuses self-developing the skill, much like martial artists cultivate their martial arts, which can potentially elevate the skill to a higher quality. If you have the opportunity in the future to elevate Blood Dragon strike to the king tier, once you reach the 4th tier, you can manifest it and gift it to others. This is the fundamental power behind the inheritance of our professionals in the Earth origin realm. As long as there are enough geniuses, all kinds of powerful skills will continue to multiply and humanity will become ever more glorious. Bai Yang drew a deep breath. This was yet another piece of high-level knowledge. He didn't know how other professionals upgraded their skills to the king tier, but for him, endowed with the trinity of all things ability, as long as he had matching low-level skill books, he could easily raise a skill's quality. Thinking of the situation where Sun Buk was taken away by his father, Bai Yang initially didn't want to meddle, but his impression of Sun Buk was quite favorable. A decent classmate. Thus Bai Yang asked, Old Lu, was Sun Buk taken away by his father to be disciplined, or was he expelled? Old Lu laughed. Caring about your classmates, that's good. He wasn't expelled, but he won't be attending combat courses anymore. He'll only come for a knowledge class every 2 days. This has to do with his special talent. What I said in class today made him decide to come clean earlier, so he deliberately provoked me to call his parents. I went along with his plan. How should I put it? That brat's talent is even more remarkable than that big shot who can get stronger just by lying down. His strength will start to explode in 10 months. Bai Yang's mind began to race. Indulgence, temporarily unable to attend combat courses, a peculiar talent, strength exploding in 10 months. Suddenly Bai Yang guessed a possibility. Old Lu spoke. All right, knowing the gist of it is enough. The academy won't fatten you up like a pig with resources like blood crystals, equipment, or skills. The 2 decent skill books given to you so far are mainly due to an elder's appreciation for a junior genius. From now on, you'll have to obtain all corresponding resources yourself. If you have any questions about the Blood Dragon strike skill, contact Xiao Shen. Hell relay messages both ways. If I'm free, I can personally answer your questions. Bai Yang stood up and bowed. Thank you, Old Lu, for your care for this junior. Old Lu laughed heartily. The human atmosphere has always been this way. Unscrupulous externally, but internally we strictly adhere to the rules set by the Supreme Council. Bai Yang, your spirit is a bit too vigorous. Let me give you some advice. Learn from Sun Buk. Indulge a little. Don't suppress your desires too much. A moderate indulgence for a young man is a refined thing. Didn't the academy give you 2 serpent demon maidens when you enrolled? Just take them. And that exclusive secretary assigned to you. If she's willing, take her too. Bai Yang nodded respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, old Lu. I'll remember it. But wouldn't it be inappropriate if I took the secretary? After all, she's a civilian staff member of the academy. Old Lu laughed. Exclusive secretaries are carefully selected. Their strength may not be great, but their overall abilities are 1 in 10,000. Once you take her, she can handle all sorts of miscellaneous affairs for you. As long as you don't force her, you could even take her right after you get back. Bai Yang nodded earnestly. I understand, Junior. When the time is right, I won't hesitate. Old Lu nodded approvingly. That's the way. What I despise most are those hypocrites. I curse every single one I see. Also, your level is ready for the hero trial. Once you pass it, you can advance to Tier 2A hero level. The hero trial is still conducted in the Supreme Tower, but it's completely different from the initiation trial. Don't rush to break through. First hone your strength to the current limit, then go for the trial to gain as many benefits as possible. After leaving the academy, Bai Yang didn't go home. He headed straight to the teleportation zone, paid a teleportation token, and smoothly returned to his hometown Guanglong City. He went straight to his Longyang Trading Company. Lu Susu, upon seeing Bai Yang, ran over in surprise to greet him. Looking at this mature woman, though not stunningly beautiful, she perfectly matched his aesthetic. Bai Yang directly scooped her up in a princess carry and headed straight for the 3rd floor. Just a few days ago, when she still possessed a body of steel and iron, Lu Susu had nearly died with blood seeping from her mouth and nose. Now, at the first order 9th level of White Sun, she had not weighed herself, but she was certainly much heavier. Thus, when Bai Yang lay down on the sofa, it sank a great deal, though fortunately its quality was robust enough not to collapse. A few minutes later, Bai Yang fed Lu Susu some crystallized blood water. She was not injured, but her eyes were full of tears. Boss, am I too useless? In his heart, Bai Yang felt that Lu Susu was highly capable in work, but in certain aspects of life the gap between them had indeed become irreparable. Susu, it's fine. Recover a bit, and then come with me directly to the Immortal City. As for this place, make the arrangements. Keep purchasing ordinary Iron Shirt skill books year-round, raise the price a bit, and buy as many as possible. Lu Susu took a few minutes to recover and finally could move. This woman demonstrated her efficient work ability, quickly arranging the specific operations of the shop. Thanks to Bai Yang's willingness to pay high salaries, the 2 female shop assistants were very proactive and diligent. With matters settled here, Bai Yang collected the over 20,000 ordinary Iron Shirt skill books he had acquired over the past few days, and then took Lu Susu to the Immortal City. The shop in the Immortal City was under Bai Yang's name, requiring no rent and boasting a larger area. Soon Lu Susu began ordering various shelves and counters and recruiting local shop assistants. Bai Yang did not interfere. He sent Lu Susu the address of his home and left first. The 2 serpent demon beauties hurriedly welcomed their master's return. Bai Yang recalled the suggestion old man Lu had made not long ago, which he had implemented after meeting Lu Susu, but it had been quite troubling. How is your physical recovery? Qing Yi and Qing Se nodded fearfully. Master, we have fully recovered. Bai Yang strode towards the villa, and the serpent demon beauties trotted to keep up. Passing by the custom-made ultra-high capacity scale on the 1st floor, Bai Yang weighed himself. At the 1st order 9th level, he weighed 1650 kilograms. Bai Yang looked at the serpent demon beauties beside him. Try to lift me. Qing Yi extended her arms and with effort lifted Bai Yang. Then it was Qing Se's turn, and she could lift him as well. Being able to lift him meant the serpent demon beauties' physiques were up to standard. The strength of the 2nd order Jade Marrow realm was indeed adequate. Bai Yang went alone to the study on the 2nd floor and met the secretary Lu Qingqing, whom he had called ahead of time. This secretary was only at the 1st order Bronze Skin Iron Bone realm, inferior even to the serpent demon beauties upstairs. Bai Yang had no such inclinations at the moment. He had called her over for serious business. Secretary Qing. Boss, please instruct. Having witnessed firsthand the special attention old man Lu from the Indestructible Martial Academy paid to Bai Yang, Lu Qingqing understood that the top student of the king class she served would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Thus she harbored a different mindset and ambition than before. Bai Yang gestured for her to relax. Lu Qingqing sat down, only half her buttocks on the sofa, her waist straight, her attitude still extremely serious and respectful. Secretary Qing, I need you to look up some information for me. First, check if there are any skill books that enhance soul strength, even those that can only improve one of the 3 soul attributes. Second, a similar matter. I need skill books related to blood energy. Lu Qingqing quickly nodded. One moment, boss. I'll check now. This efficient secretary immediately took out her phone and began searching for information, soon obtaining results. Boss, the Secretariat has conducted a preliminary screening of relevant information and has an initial reply. Regarding soul-type skill books, they are extremely rare and not available on the open market. This type of skill book is even rarer than summoning skill books. Although not regulated, their circulation is minimal, mostly traded among the powerful or gifted to juniors. Bai Yang frowned. This was not good news. He had learned the king-level Indestructible Soul skill book and had recently used 2 king-level Iron Shirt skill books for a triple synthesis. With a similarity below 0.001, the triple synthesis was possible, but the success rate was abysmally low. He gambled on luck and tried once, but the synthesis failed, costing him the 2 king-level Iron Shirt skill books. These were the only 2 king-level Iron Shirt books he had painstakingly synthesized in his spare time over the past few days. If the triple synthesis had been applied to the king-level Steel Battle Chicken skill, it would have certainly resulted in an improvement. Thus Bai Yang was heartbroken. Lu Qingqing's clear, gentle voice continued, "Boss, regarding blood energy skill books, there are several relevant pieces of information. Please take a look." The secretary extended her fair, delicate hand with her phone. Bai Yang took it and looked. Then his eyes lit up. Among this information, blood energy skill books were also relatively rare, belonging to the category of scarce skills with limited circulation. However, there was a type of blood energy skill book that was produced in large quantities and had extremely low value, belonging to the category of useless skill books, even less popular than ordinary Iron Shirt. Skill book Boiling Blood. This was the blood energy skill book known as the useless skill. After learning this skill, activating it would accelerate blood flow, raise body temperature, and cause the skin to become flushed. Such an ability, if possessed by a martial artist, would greatly enhance combat capabilities. However, the key point was that learning skills was exclusive to professionals. Those martial artists could not learn skills through skill books. Professionals, on the other hand, possessed digitized special flesh and blood bodies where attributes determined strength. Accelerated blood flow provided no benefit to their power. As a result, this boiling blood skill had become a favored ability among certain female professionals who operated on the fringes. Legitimate professionals would never waste precious skill slots on such a meaningless skill. Bai Yang was in high spirits. "Secretary Qing, the boiling blood skill book is what I need. This skill book is a specialty of Demon Suppression City. If I want to open a trading firm, there is it feasible?" Lu Qingqing nodded lightly. "Boss, Demon Suppression City is the city where one of the 10 great martial academies, the 8 Desolates Demon Suppression Martial Academy, is located. If you want to open a trading firm there, you don't need to go yourself. I can handle the communication and coordination for you directly." Bai Yang. "Alright, let's get this done today. Also, my woman Lu Susu will be responsible for managing all my trading firms in the future. You can directly coordinate the trading firm matters with her." Lu Qingqing rose gracefully to attend to the task. Bai Yang opened his phone and swiftly began placing orders. Boiling blood skill books were also sold in many shops in the Immortal City with a standard price of 9,000 each, slightly cheaper than the standard 1,000 for ordinary Iron Shirt. Soon batches of boiling blood skill books were delivered. After obtaining a total of 2,000 boiling blood skill books, Bai Yang went to the basement, a place even the serpent demon beauties could not enter without his permission. Blood Dragon Strike. A blood-red laser-like attack shot from the middle finger of Bai Yang's right hand, instantly striking the Steel Battle Chicken ahead. This attack consumed 1 point of blood power. Subsequently, blood energy lasers consuming varying amounts of blood power shot from Bai Yang's different fingers. Bai Yang looked at his fingers with satisfaction. This skill was similar to the legendary 6 Meridian Divine Sword, but its attack methods were more versatile. After experimenting, Bai Yang discovered that he could emit blood dragon strikes from his toes, mouth, eyes, and even his anus. This skill truly had no fixed attack method, it all depended on personal habit to determine the attack mode. Suddenly, Bai Yang froze, because he thought of a terrifying attack method. Blood Dragon Strike, piercing body, certain kill. With a sharp intake of breath, Bai Yang shook his head and resumed experimenting with this new long-range attack skill. In the end, he discovered that as long as the blood energy consumed did not exceed his spirit points, the Blood Dragon Strike was nearly an instant cast skill. To unleash a more powerful strike, he needed to channel the skill, which required casting time. Having completed his tests, Bai Yang was thoroughly satisfied and began to take action. Gulp. After downing an entire bottle of first-grade perfect quality blood crystal water, Bai Yang initiated the 3-in-1 synthesis. Combining 3 ordinary boiling blood skill books would invariably yield an excellent quality boiling blood. Synthesizing 3 excellent quality boiling blood books would most likely produce a superior quality boiling blood, but in rare cases the result remained excellent quality. Drawing from his previous experience with the Iron Shirt skill, Bai Yang understood that even skill books of the same quality had subtle differences in their essence. To upgrade the perfect quality Blood Dragon Strike through 3-in-1 synthesis, he needed 2 perfect quality Boiling Blood skill books. Able to perform the synthesis roughly 6 times per hour after 9 hours and over 50 attempts, Bai Yang finally had 2 perfect quality Boiling Blood skill books. 3-in-1 synthesis. Your learned Blood Dragon Strike skill automatically serves as the main component. Similarity 23. Only the trait can be upgraded. Proceed with the upgrade. Upgrade. Synthesis successful. Blood Dragon Strike gains the Charging Acceleration trait. Current acceleration 10. Bai Yang continued the synthesis. Night fell and day broke again. Finally, he could attempt the perfect quality synthesis for the second time. This time, the similarity increased to 27, and the synthesis succeeded, once more boosting the Blood Dragon Strike's charging acceleration to 20. The dedicated alarm clock rang. It was 6 in the morning. Bai Yang went up to the 3rd floor. After over 10 hours, the snake demon maidservant had mostly recovered. In a luxurious manner, Sun Byuk stared incredulously at the large group of women before him, then turned to his father, Sun Fifan. Dad, is there a mistake? These are all aunties. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to marry them. Sun Fifan shot Sun Byuk a glare. These women are the widows of my fallen brothers from the warband. They are all exceptional, the weakest being 1st-grade bronze skin iron bone realm warriors. The reproduction plan of the Earth Yuan realm is mandatory, and they are unwilling to marry ordinary men. We should keep the benefits within the family. I've summoned them here for a mutual selection with you. Sun Byuk was reluctant, but his father was a 4th-grade Saint Realm professional, and the leader of a medium-sized warband whose authority was immense and not to be defied. Helpless Sun Byuk began the mutual selection with these women, who looked young and beautiful, but had mature eyes and demeanor. In the end, 38 women, all of 1st or 2nd grade, chose to be with Sun Byuk. They then returned to pack their belongings, preparing for the formal registration as his wives. Sun Byuk approached his father, Sun Fifan. Dad, you know my situation. The more women, the better. Let me go find my own matches and marry more women without any cultivation rank. Sun Fifan glared at him. We'll talk about that later. Sun Byuk. Sun Fifan frowned slightly. When we left Old Master Lu's residence, I think I misunderstood. It was Old Master Lu himself who came to the door to receive someone, not your mentor. Sun Byuk chuckled. Dad, even you can misjudge. Old Master Lu must have been receiving Bai Yang, the freshman chief. Dad, let me tell you, your son has better judgment than you. The moment I saw Bai Yang, I took the initiative to greet him and left a good impression. Sun Fifan didn't refute his son's claim but muttered to himself, he's just a freshman chief. I was 1-2 in my day. That alone doesn't warrant Old Master Lu personally receiving him at the door. You did well. Keep up the connection with Bai Yang, but don't be too deliberate. Sun Byuk grew interested. Dad, you were the chief of the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy. How come you never mentioned it? Dad, I've let you down. By the way, how strong were you back then as a freshman? Could you handle the training of a 3rd-grade Golden Body Realm warrior? Sun Fifan, get out of here and go get acquainted with those women. Sun Byuk, your son is rolling out now. At 7 sharp, Bai Yang set out for the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy. He was still riding atop the green snake demon's head. Since removing the control golden ring last time, Bai Yang hadn't put it back on, but the snake demon remained surprisingly docile. The green snake demon could control water. Bai Yang had tested it, and it was indeed much stronger than the 1st-grade green snake demons he had seen in the dungeons. Under the snake demon's water control power, a thin layer of clear water flowed around Bai Yang, helping to reduce his weight. He sighed, thinking that if the white snake demon from yesterday's dungeon had been willing to submit, he could have commanded 2 rare snake demons to summon wind and rain. Even more, if that white snake demon's power hadn't been suppressed, it might have been possible for it to control the wind and carry him flying. For Bai Yang now, the combat lessons taught by the battle mentor Shin Qingfeng probably offered little help. But Old Master Lu had specifically mentioned yesterday that the upcoming hero trial was different from the rank entry trial, advising him to hone his strength to the current limit before attempting it. For Bai Yang, there was indeed still room to improve his strength. The King-grade Steel Battle Chicken could still be upgraded through synthesis, and he had no shortage of Iron Shirt skill books. The Blood Dragon Strike skill was only at perfect quality, and he had plenty of Boiling Blood skill books. Even the Overlord-grade Indestructible Diamond and the fusion of Blood Gold power could be continuously enhanced. These were all avenues for improvement. For Bai Yang, it was all about continuously performing the 3-in-1 synthesis. His face was pale because just before leaving he had performed the synthesis several times, consuming most of his vitality mana and blood power. Only 14 people showed up for this combat class. Sun Byuk was absent. The lesson was a practical session on fighting ancient demons with combat mentor Shin Qingfeng, explaining their combat methods and weaknesses. Every student in the King class had been rewarded with a war servant upon enrollment. Bai Yang had a 3rd-grade green snake demon, Wenren Fuguang had a 3rd-grade ancient demon, and the others had 2nd-grade ancient demons. The ancient demons could not attack their masters, but students could exchange them for sparring. Bai Yang's opponent was Wenren Fuguang's 3rd-grade ancient demon. Without suppression, a 3rd-grade ancient demon could go head-to-head with mentor Zhou Yu. Thus Bai Yang experienced an incredibly satisfying beating. By the end of the class, the 3rd-grade ancient demon was panting but still combat-ready, performing far better than the green snake demon. This made Bai Yang somewhat regret choosing the 3rd-grade green snake demon. Bai Yang looked at the approaching Wenren Fuguang. "Second seat, are you selling your ancient demon?" Wenren Fuguang was taken aback, then replied, "This 3rd-grade ancient demon with excellent aptitude among its kind is beyond your means. However, if you're willing to trade the green snake demon, I might consider it." Whoosh! Bai Yang took out the control golden ring for the green snake demon from his storage equipment and handed it over. "If there's a price difference, I can make up for it, but don't overcharge." Wenren Fuguang was stunned again, then a strange smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Trading war servants so casually might hurt their feelings. "You really are different." Before Bai Yang could speak, the woman also took out a control golden ring and handed it to him. "No need to trade. This 3rd-grade ancient demon isn't very useful to me right now. Taking it into a dungeon would suppress its power and require my attention. I'll lend it to you. You're responsible for its food. It has a huge appetite. Return it when I need it and compensate me if it dies." Bai Yang was taken aback. He turned to look at the obedient green snake demon behind him, finally understanding that war servants also needed to eat and drink. Bai Yang nodded and took the control golden ring for the 3rd-grade ancient demon. He immediately surged his mana and spiritual power to overwrite the imprint left by Wenren Fuguang. Surprised that things had gone so smoothly, Bai Yang hadn't even had a chance to thank her before Wenren Fuguang turned and strode away. The curriculum at the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy consisted of 1 day of combat lessons and 1 day of knowledge lessons, each session lasting about half a day, roughly 5 to 6 hours. Bai Yang could recover about 10 of his full state in 10 minutes, reaching full capacity in less than 2 hours. However, he couldn't use the 3-in-1 synthesis ability in public. Thus, once his state was full, it was a waste of time. Bai Yang then approached Shin Qingfeng. "Mentor, can I be excused from combat lessons?" Shin Qingfeng's mouth twitched. After witnessing Bai Yang's performance against the 3rd-grade ancient demon today, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "I'll send you the relevant materials. Look them over when you have time." Bai Yang, "Mentor, can I also be excused from knowledge lessons?" Shin Qingfeng, "I can't decide that. Let me ask." He took out his phone and sent a message, then received a reply. He sighed. "Old Master Lu has specially approved it. You don't need to attend classes as per the rules from now on." However, Old Master Lu mentioned that the knowledge lessons in the King class cover many unconventional topics. You can have your secretary attend in your place and then teach you afterward. Bai Yang nodded. "Thank you, Mentor. I'll inform my secretary." After bidding farewell to the mentor, Bai Yang left directly. He had important matters to attend to. However, when he reached the academy's main gate, an unexpected situation arose. A girl approached with a radiant smile. This girl was from the King's class, named Lin Tingxue, one of the only 3 female students in that class. Lin Tingxue reached Bai Yang and waved gently, greeting, "Chief, do you have?" Bai Yang interrupted her directly, "Are you interested in me?" Lin Tingxue was taken aback, then nodded affirmatively. "The chief exudes masculine strength. You are my type." Bai Yang, "I have neither the time nor the mood for romance with women." Lin Tingxue was momentarily flustered but quickly recovered and responded, "The chief is indeed the chief. I am willing." Bai Yang, "Does your family have high-level powerhouses? Do you possess abundant resources?" Lin Tingxue shook her head in a daze. "My father passed away long ago, and my mother is a first-rank martial artist, practically at the bottom." Bai Yang, "My demand for resources is immense. If you wish to be my woman, you must dedicate yourself to providing resources to support me." Lin Tingxue was dumbfounded. Bai Yang turned and left, leaving her bewildered in the wind. This woman being admitted into one of the top 10 martial academies as a King's class student was undoubtedly a prodigy in every aspect. However, for Bai Yang, not to mention Lin Tingxue, even Wenren Fuguang was unworthy to walk alongside him. Lin Tingxue had mustered her courage and shamelessly waited for him at the door, simply hoping to deepen their connection and gain benefits or resources. This woman with her high talent had a demand for resources on par with his own. But for Bai Yang, he barely had enough resources for himself. How could he possibly support a woman? He was no fool or sycophant. After leaving the academy, Bai Yang headed straight to a large professional goods store. After paying a full 200 first-rank superior blood crystals, he obtained a storage ring. He went directly to Longyang Trading Company and pulled the busy Lu Susu to the exclusive lounge on the 6th floor. Lu Susu's face was pale, but she dared not resist and obediently followed Bai Yang to the 6th floor. Seeing the woman's expression, Bai Yang understood. She had misunderstood. He patted his thigh and Lu Susu's face grew even paler, but then she gritted her teeth and sat beside him looking as if she were prepared to sacrifice herself. Slap. Give me your hand. Lu Susu let out a soft cry and extended her right hand. Then she froze completely because Bai Yang had placed a ring on the ring finger of her right hand. She had registered her bond with Bai Yang and given him her body and soul, but nominally she was merely a woman without a title. Initially she thought Bai Yang was just a young professional, but as she got to know him better she learned more about him. Now she clearly understood that the man she was with was the chief of this year's freshmen at the Indestructible Martial Academy, one of the top 10 academies, the most elite among hundreds of millions of new professional entrants this year. With such an outstanding man she felt increasingly insignificant, and the gap in strength made it difficult for her to even serve Bai Yang as she wished. Apart from working hard to manage the Longyang Trading Company for him, she found no other value in herself. But now Bai Yang had placed a ring on her finger, specifically the ring finger. The appearance of this ring signified Bai Yang's deeper recognition of her, leaving her momentarily unable to believe the reality before her eyes. Bai Yang spoke, "This is a storage ring with an internal space of 1,000 cubic meters. Since you are not a professional, you need to continuously refine it with your blood to gradually bind it. From now on you will be responsible for the increasingly demanding operations of Longyang Trading Company. With this storage ring, you can conveniently carry the items I need while traveling between multiple cities." Lu Susu seemed to melt with tenderness. "Bai Yang Susu, your strength is indeed too lacking. From now on delegate the specific trivial matters of Longyang Trading Company to the staff. As for yourself, aside from overseeing the overall situation, you must continue practicing martial arts in your spare time. Since you spent 3 years in the recruit camp, you definitely have talent. In the future, I will provide you with ample blood crystal water. You must strive to improve your strength, otherwise you will eventually lose even the right to interact with me." Lu Susu replied softly, "Boss Susu will work hard." After a brief delay at Longyang Trading Company, Bai Yang returned home directly. He went straight to the basement and released the 3rd-rank ancient demon he had borrowed from Wenren Fuguang. "Ancient demon, today you will spar with me again. I need you to continue and I will provide blood crystals as food." Roar. After Bai Yang retracted the control golden ring, the ancient demon began attacking as instructed. Not long ago it had battered this human for hours, exhausting itself, yet the human remained unscathed. Its claws could not pierce or cut, its fists could not deliver blunt force damage. The ancient demon could find no way to injure its opponent. Thus, even though Bai Yang had retracted the control ring, the ancient demon had no thought of rebellion. It did not wish to die. The 3rd-rank ancient demon consumed a great deal of energy in battle, needing to eat 1 first-rank superior blood crystal roughly every hour. Bai Yang still had over 800 in stock, sufficient for now. Every 10 minutes the ancient demon rested for 1 minute, during which Bai Yang made it turn around and performed the 3-in-1 fusion. Thus Bai Yang began his seclusion and intensive training in the basement. According to Bai Yang's arrangement, Lu Susu went to the shop in Jinma City every 3 days to collect boiling blood skill books, and to Guanglong City every 5 days to collect iron shirt skill books. His secretary Lu Qingqing attended classes for him, meticulously recording everything and then teaching him at his home. During each lesson, Bai Yang would expend a large amount of his power beforehand and then study knowledge alongside the secretary. Spending extended time alone with his secretary at home, Bai Yang did not hold back. With mutual affection, he fully claimed Lu Qingqing in both body and soul, yet this did not hinder his acquisition of various knowledge. Days passed. After 10 perfect grade 3-in-1 fusions, the Blood Dragon Strike skill finally achieved a 100 charge speed. Subsequently, the Boiling Blood skill book, which had reached 60 similarity, could now enhance its size and quality. After the size increase, Bai Yang discovered that the blood energy laser he emitted could be controlled to vary in size by 1 to 3 times. This was an excellent improvement. Attacking large monsters naturally required a larger blood energy laser. Subsequently, the Blood Dragon Strike skill was elevated to the King grade. Blood Dragon Strike King variable form attribute 1. Consume 1 to 30 of total blood power to condense a blood power attack that ignores flesh defenses, inflicting blood power erosion damage. Attribute 2, the blood power attack, can be guided by mental power with an effective attack range of mental power 7 meters. Attribute 3, the consumed blood power determines charge time and attack intensity. Mental attribute has a secondary influence on charge time. Overall, the attributes changed little except that the maximum attack increased from 10 to 30, tripling the attack ceiling. The effective attack range also increased, allowing it to shoot farther. Bai Yang tested it and found that the charge speed had greatly improved, at least several times faster than the perfect grade ultimate form. Bai Yang set aside the Blood Dragon Strike skill for now and focused entirely on fusing the Iron Shirt skill with 3-in-1. The King Grade Steel Battle Chicken was his innate skill empowered by his strength and physique attributes, so this skill had to be prioritized for improvement. To perform a King Tier triple fusion, 2 King Tier Iron Shirt skill books were required. That meant 162 triple fusions were needed to achieve this. Each triple fusion took about 10 minutes to recover, so 162 fusions would require 1620 minutes or 27 hours. Time slipped by as Bai Yang fused 1 King Tier Iron Shirt after another through triple fusion. During this period, Bai Yang spent most of his time in the basement, only occasionally stepping out for fresh air, studying with Secretary Qing, or chatting with the Serpent Servant Beauty. Each King Tier triple fusion enhanced the Steel Battle Chicken's attributes, increasing physical defense by 5, physique by 5, and strength by 5. After 10 fusions, the Steel Battle Chicken reached the King Ultimate state. Bai Yang didn't stop. He continued fusing to enhance its size, and after 4 more fusions, its size variation increased to 0.5 to 7 times. After 14 triple fusions consuming 28 King Tier Iron Shirt skill books, this skill had finally reached its current limit. The King Ultimate State Transformative Steel Battle Chicken could no longer be improved through conventional means. To elevate it to the Overlord tier, it required the power of absolute dominance. Bai Yang was momentarily stunned, then smiled, because this so-called power of absolute dominance was not as difficult to achieve as it sounded. For the Steel Battle Chicken, it only needed its first talent, Yang Qi Abundance, to break through once more to attain the power of absolute dominance. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yang focused his mind and began. Yang Qi feedback. Chicken, gather the power of absolute dominance for me. After nearly 20 days of cultivation, Bai Yang's Blood Gold Force integration had reached 19. The pounding from the 3rd rank Ancient Demon was now utterly ineffective. Indestructible Diamond Lifebound State Rank Overlord Blood Gold Force integration 19. Attribute 1, Physical Defense, 190 per level, current 3610, Base Physique, 190 per level, current 3610, Base Strength, 190 per level, current 3610, Base Agility, 190 per level, current 3610. With a physical body nearing 4000 in strength and weighing close to 4 tons, Bai Yang's vitality was so exuberant it almost manifested as a blazing sun of blood. Coupled with the secondary talent of Yang Qi Abundance, Bai Yang was the sun among men in the eyes of females. As Bai Yang made his decision, the surging Yang Qi throughout his body began to be absorbed by the Steel Battle Chicken within his sea of consciousness. Sensing the process, it wouldn't be long before he could bring about a qualitative change in the Steel Battle Chicken's Yang Qi Abundance. With such a formidable physique, Bai Yang's life force surged to 39766 points. The disparity between his physical and soul attributes widened further. However, his remaining lifespan did not decrease drastically this time. Instead, it leaped from 800 years to 3000 years. Bai Yang understood the reason for this change. His physical body was so powerful that its vigorous blood and energy could seal in the dissipation of soul force and even nourish the soul. If he could later raise his soul attributes, increasing his remaining lifespan to tens of thousands of years would be a trivial matter. Even with the unreasonable talent of universal triple fusion, he had to go through such great trouble to obtain an Overlord tier skill. Now he understood even more how precious the Blood Gold Force he had obtained earlier was. It had directly elevated his King Tier Steel body to the Overlord Tier Indestructible Diamond. After showcasing his talent with the Blood Gold Force, the Undying Soul skill, and the Blood Dragon Strike, he had repeatedly received support from the great powers of the Earth Origin Realm, warming Bai Yang's heart. Initially, he had been somewhat worried about encountering evil second-generation heirs or covetousness from other human powerhouses, but as things developed, those situations had not occurred. Bai Yang continued with Universal Triple Fusion, this time selecting the Blood Boil skill. Following the same rhythm, it took about a day to complete 1 King Tier Triple Fusion. After 7 fusions, the Blood Dragon Strike reached its ultimate state, allowing the blood power used in a single strike to range from 1 point to 100 of total blood power. Bai Yang continued, and after 3 more fusions, the Blood Dragon Strike could be magnified 7-fold. King Ultimate State Transformative Blood Dragon Strike can no longer be improved through conventional means. To elevate it to the Overlord tier, it requires the power of absolute dominance. The same situation arose. But the next moment a wondrous sensation came. You possess the Blood Gold Force. The Blood Gold Force begins to influence the King Ultimate State Transformative Blood Dragon Strike skill. A blood-type power of absolute dominance begins to adaptively emerge. A smile curled at the corner of Bai Yang's mouth. Once this skill advanced to the Overlord tier, it would be a rank higher than even Old Lu's. The next moment Bai Yang's slight smile stretched wide. After 10 days of absorbing his surging Yang Qi, the King Ultimate State Transformative Steel Battle Chicken skill had finally fully formed the power of absolute dominance. The Steel Battle Chicken's talent Yang Qi Abundance has evolved into Yang Qi Surging to the Heavens. The skill meets the conditions for promotion to the Overlord tier. The skill begins to advance. The skill advancement is complete. The Steel Battle Chicken has transformed into the Overlord tier Sky Soaring Chicken Overlord. Summon Sky Soaring Chicken Overlord. Overlord Transformative State attribute consumes 10000 mana to summon an Overlord tier Sky Soaring Chicken Overlord of the same level as the caster to fight. Skill activation time 300 seconds. Skill cooldown time 3600 seconds. Cannot be summoned repeatedly. Note 1. The summon is formed from mana combined with world energy, has no vital points, and will dissipate when its HP is depleted. Note 2. The summon continuously consumes energy while it exists. It will also dissipate when its energy is depleted. The activation time and cooldown time had increased significantly again. This was a common phenomenon. A greater power came at a greater cost. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A 5-ma-turtle brand new rooster appeared before Bai Yang. Sky Soaring Chicken Overlord. Overlord Transformative State Level 19 HP 5710000 5710000 Energy 360000 360000 Growth Strength 10 Physique 10 Overall Strength 5710 Strength 2001900 3610 Physique 2001900 3610 Physical Attack 57100 Attack Speed 010 Time a second movement speed 300 meter second talents Yang Qi Surging to the Heavens Size Variation Battle Lust Traits Physical Defense 100 per level base Strength 100 per level base Physique 100 per level Skill Soul Snatching Cry. Bai Yang was completely stunned. He rubbed his eyes vigorously before confirming he hadn't misread. 5. 71 million HP. Even a tank would be ashamed and want to die. 3. 6 million energy. The summon could almost exist indefinitely. An overall strength of 5710 covering all defenses including magical defense was simply unreasonable. Its physical attack had reached 57100 and that was just the base. The former fighting spirit talent had evolved into Battle Lust. Battle Lust Attribute 1. The Sky Soaring Chicken Overlord is fond of fighting. While in a combat state, attack strength is increased by 100. Attribute 2. During battle, the target will be suppressed by the Sky Soaring Chicken Overlord's Battle Lust aura affecting their power, and making it difficult for them to perform at their best. Bai Yang burst into laughter. With a 100 increase in attack power, once the Skyward Chicken entered combat, its physical attack would reach a terrifying 114200. The sea of consciousness seethed, his body warmed, and the constant depletion of his Yang energy from before rapidly mended. This was because Bai Yang's secondary talent had also evolved into Surging Yang Aura. Surging Yang Aura Attribute 1 deals 300 bonus damage to targets belonging to the evil category, such as Malevolent Spirits, Ghosts, Darkness, and Corpse Servants. Attribute 2 increases all state recovery speed by 300. In environments abundant with light warmth or Yang energy recovery speed, can be boosted up to 1000. The basement had light and warmth, so Bai Yang felt his overall recovery speed was around 400 to 500. His vitality, mana, and blood power were rapidly restoring, greatly enhancing the frequency at which he could execute the Trinity of all things. Bai Yang examined his size alteration talent, whose name remained unchanged. Size alteration attribute: the Skyward Chicken can adjust its physical size within a range of 0.3 to 10 times, with attributes remaining unchanged after the change. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. Chicken shrink. Instantly the Skyward Chicken, with a base size of 5 meters, smoothly reduced its entire body. Soon a handsome rooster standing 1.5 meters tall stood before Bai Yang. He didn't make it grow larger, as the basement ceiling was only 10 meters high. Now Bai Yang was truly satisfied. With such a powerful Skyward Chicken, his sense of security was overwhelming. This was his life-bound skill, resistant to ordinary dispelling spells. Although the summoning time and cooldown of the Skyward Chicken were somewhat long, it mattered little. Ordinary monsters could never defeat the Skyward Chicken with its absurd defense and even more absurd health. If an enemy could kill such a summon, summoning it again would be pointless. The third-rank ancient demon was useless, so Bai Yang put it away in his beast pouch. Now only the green serpent demon remained in the basement. When the skyward chicken appeared, the green serpent demon curled into a ball, its head buried deep, its entire body trembling and convulsing. The green serpent demon had always been somewhat afraid of the steel combat chicken, but never to this extent. Bai Yang glanced at the serpent helplessly before turning his gaze to the skyward chicken. The former rooster, even at its king ultimate state, had no skills. Its main attacks, pecking, clawing, and wing slaps, were likely instinctual combat, not classified as skills. My chicken let out a soul-seizing crow. The skyward chicken gently fluttered its wings and raised its head high. A long melodious crow echoed through the basement. Bai Yang was stunned. The crow sounded pleasant, but there were no shockwaves or halos as he had expected. He turned to look at the green serpent demon. This third-rank golden body realm serpent, once curled and trembling, now lay completely stiff. How pathetic. Can't even withstand my chicken's pressure. This third rank is faker than fake. I wonder if it'll develop a psychological fear after future synthesis upgrades. With a wave, Bai Yang stored the skyward chicken in the summoning space where he could instantly summon it again. He kicked the green serpent demon, but it remained motionless. If not for sensing it was still alive, Bai Yang would have thought the skyward chicken's crow had killed it. Suddenly Bai Yang tensed up. Please, don't let anything happen. He rushed out of the basement, relieved to see the two serpent maidens Qing Yi and Qing Se unharmed. The two serpent maidens' eyes sparkled with surprise and deep attraction upon seeing Bai Yang. Bai Yang understood. It was the effect of his secondary talent, Surging Yang Aura. He embraced the two maidens and asked, "Why didn't Secretary Qing come today?" Qing Yi quickly picked up Bai Yang's phone to show a message. Bai Yang was dazed. A month has passed already. Today the chief deputy and junior positions need to be re-ranked. Qing Yi spoke softly. Secretary Qing came by earlier but didn't disturb you while you were training. She instructed us to wake you at 7:40. After that she went to Mississippi Sue's place, saying Miss Sue was at a critical moment in breaking through to the first-rank Iron Skin and Bronze Bone realm. Bai Yang nodded and put on a well-fitted new set of clothes. At 7:50 Bai Yang set off with the green serpent demon, now recovered, docilely serving as his mount. Unlike before, the serpent's eyes showed a hint of fawning and longing. Bai Yang vaguely understood. It was because his yang energy was now surging. This serpent was female, so the overwhelming yang aura held a special allure for females. He even sensed that the green serpent demon's unusual obedience, since following him, might not be entirely due to his intimidating strength. The Blood Dragon Strike skill, under the influence of Blood Gold Force, was gathering overwhelming power, but could still be cast casually. Standing atop the serpent's head, Bai Yang soon arrived at the Indestructible Martial Academy. Along the way, he drew the attention of countless onlookers, causing many to bump into signposts. Especially women of all ages and appearances were deeply captivated by him. What a scene! Bai Yang now felt that Surging Yang Aura was a bit too flashy, but he didn't know how to conceal the passive skill's spontaneous effect. Though he hadn't attended classes at the academy for a month, the diligent Secretary Qing had taught on his behalf and passed on the knowledge. Bai Yang's insight had grown immensely. Most importantly, he now understood just how formidable he was. With a sovereign-level skill, if no mishaps occurred, he could smoothly advance to 5th rank and become a King Realm powerhouse. Elder Lu of the Academy held a high status, and even Sun Fifan, a 4th-rank Saint Realm professional and father of Sun Buku, had to treat him with respect. In reality, Elder Lu was also a 4th-rank Saint Realm professional on the same level as Sun Fifan. Elder Lu's seniority and strength alone wouldn't warrant such courtesy from Sun Fifan, who was at his peak as a 4th rank. The main reason was that Elder Lu's master was a vice dean of the Indestructible Martial Academy, a 5th-rank King Realm powerhouse. Rushing to the King-class combat training ground, Bai Yang wasn't late. On the way, he happened to meet two instructors, Shen Qingfeng and Zhou Yu. Shen Qingfeng was the official combat instructor for the King class, while Zhou Yu was a 3rd-rank member of the Indestructible Legion, assisting with teaching and visiting sporadically. Both instructors stared wide-eyed as Bai Yang jumped off the serpent's head and greeted them. Shen Qingfeng asked incredulously, "Bai Yang, did you eat a ton of aphrodisiacs? Your aura is practically soaring to the heavens." In his perception, the two 3rd-rank Golden Body Realm instructors, once unfathomable, now seemed merely average. Comparatively, they were indeed stronger than the 3rd-rank Ancient Demon, but not overwhelmingly so. Bai Yang shook his head with a smile. "You misunderstand, instructor. My strength has increased a bit, causing some unstable blood energy." Shen Qingfeng was fine, but instructor Zhou Yue, who had been staring silently, gasped. Your blood energy is like a blazing sun before me. I fear I couldn't even withstand a single punch from you. Zhou Yu's assessment made Shin Qingfeng's expression shift dramatically. Old Zhou, are you serious? The words were framed as a question, but Shen Qingfeng wasn't genuinely doubting. He simply found Zhou Yu's statement hard to accept. Zhou Yu nodded. You're a professional, so your perception of strength differs from ours as martial artists. That's why you can't fully grasp Bai Yang's power. His vital energy is unlike that of ordinary martial artists. It carries an essence of supreme yang like a blood-red sun that inspires awe yet dares not be gazed upon directly. Shen Qingfeng studied Bai Yang carefully. The most striking impression was his overwhelming aura reminiscent of a man who had consumed an excessive dose of virility enhancers. It was a palpable radiant heat ready to burst forth. Shen Qingfeng sighed. At first I thought your absence from class was mere arrogance. But now it seems I am unworthy to teach you. Bai Yang replied, Master, please don't belittle yourself. I am merely an exception. The others still attend their lessons diligently. Shen Qingfeng turned away in speechless resignation. Let's go. Well, reallocate resources today. With your level, there's no need to compete for the top seat. Let them fight for it. The second and third seats are also settled. Wanren Fuguang and Xiong Zhenhai have already proven their strength through their usual performance. Following the two mentors, Bai Yang soon saw his classmates whom he hadn't met for a month. Sun Byuk included. At the sight of Bai Yang behind the mentors, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The male students were envious, fantasizing about swapping bodies with Bai Yang. Among the girls, Lin Tingxue and Yi Mujuan blushed, their thoughts veiled in mystery. As for Wanren Fuguang, she showed no sign of maidenly infatuation. Only disbelief filled her eyes. Bai Yang strode over and stood directly beside her. He handed her the third-rank ancient demon control ring. Thank you. Erase your demon back. Its strength has grown significantly compared to a month ago. Wanren Fuguang nodded, gently accepting the control ring and beast pouch. Shin Qingfeng's voice rang out. Today we follow the usual procedure to determine the top second and third seats. The ranking rules have changed this time. Apart from Sun Byuk, everyone else has advanced to the first rank 9th level over the past month. The scoring consists of two parts. First, your performance over the month. I won't favor anyone. This part totals 50 points and everyone receives the maximum. The second part is actual combat. They'll add a rule: no war servants allowed, only standard academy equipment. According to the previous ranking, those lower can challenge those higher. The entire day is for challenges. If successful, you take their place until no one challenges anymore. The rules were simple: everyone only needed to challenge those ranked above them. A student raised his hand and Shin Qingfeng gestured for him to speak. The student named Jean Russian spoke seriously. Master, the previous top seat Bai Yang and the last place Sun Byuk didn't attend class this month. Do they still get the 50 points? Shin Qingfeng's initially gentle expression hardened. Jean Russian, are you questioning my decision? Jean Russian shivered and quickly shook his head. No, master, you have the final say. Shin Qingfeng announced challenges begin. Only lower ranks may challenge higher ones. Silence fell as everyone pondered their strategies. Wanren Fuguang stepped forward. Master, I wish to challenge the top seat. Shin Qingfeng and Zhou Yu exchanged glances. Zhou Yu spoke. Wanren Fuguang, you've attended all classes this month. We know your strength. Let me warn you and everyone else, Bai Yang's power far surpasses yours. Don't court humiliation. For instance, even Sun Byuk, whose strength hasn't changed much, could be obliterated by a single breath from Bai Yang. Everyone's expressions shifted. Sun Buk's pale face flushed at Zhou Yu's pointed remark. But these words came from Master Zhou Yu, a martial artist who had reached the third-rank Golden Body realm. Wanren Fuguang was startled, yet she persisted. Master, I still wish to test the top seat's strength. Shin Qingfeng and Zhou Yu both looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded. As you wish. The two stepped forward, standing 10 meters apart. Wanren Fuguang drew a longbow and a quiver of arrows, both first-rank standard academy weapons of excellent quality. With a swift draw, an arrow flew instantly. Bai Yang moved with effortless grace, sidestepping a small step to the right, easily evading the arrow aimed at his left arm. The arrow struck the ground a dozen meters behind, leaving a small pit in the bluestone floor. Wanren Fuguang's eyes grew serious. She swiftly drew another arrow and loosed it, this time aimed at Bai Yang's face. Bai Yang neither moved nor blocked. As the arrow hurtled toward him, he parted his lips, slightly extended his tongue, and curled it upward, instantly catching the speeding projectile. The two snake servant beauties had exceptional tongue skills, and Bai Yang had passively honed a decent tongue technique. A small demonstration proved remarkably effective. He spat out the arrow. A flicker of regret crossed Bai Yang's mind. This act seemed somewhat demonic. Smashing the arrow with a fist would have been far more normal. True enough, the entire audience was stunned, their minds short-circuited by his tongue-catching feat. Wanren Fuguang stood frozen, struggling to comprehend. Bai Yang's first dodge of the arrow aimed at his arm could have been a lucky reflex. But this time he calmly used his tongue to catch the arrow. No coincidence could explain that. Only overwhelming strength could allow such a counter. With a soft sigh, Wanren Fuguang sheathed her bow, finally grasping the truth of Master Zhou Yu's earlier warning. From that moment, no one questioned Bai Yang's position as top seat. Xiong Jinhai, the third seat, whose heart had been restless, now felt completely pacified, his former arrogance softened into docility. He then stepped back, merging into the crowd of classmates, no longer standing at the front to flaunt his third-place superiority, as he usually did. Masters Shen Qingfeng and Zhou Yu were even more shocked than the students. Especially Zhou Yu. As a martial artist familiar with Wanren Fuguang's strength, he dared not imagine how formidable Bai Yang's tongue must be. At the very least, if he tried to catch Wanren Fuguang's arrow with his tongue, he would definitely be injured. Gradually, the lower-ranked students began challenging each other, but none dared to challenge the top three. Bai Yang observed for a while. Compared to ancient demons and snake demons of the same rank, his classmates were significantly stronger. Yet they showed no outstanding traits, merely average. Approaching Shen Qingfeng and Zhou Yue, Bai Yang expressed his intention to leave. Shen Qingfeng sighed. The top second and third seats are for the entire academy. The 999 students in the ordinary class are also eligible, but they're too weak, so I assume they can't compete. Still, we need to follow procedure. Later we'll have to intimidate the ordinary class. Bai Yang spoke decisively. Master, shall I go now? Shen Qingfeng glared at him. Nonsense. What would you do? Shatter the Dao hearts of all 999 students and 5 mentors in the ordinary class. Old Zhou and I are still reeling from your display. It'll take days to recover. Catching an arrow with your tongue. How did you come up with such a soul-crushing move? Go on, attend to your business. Your secretary will collect this month's top-seat resources. As Bai Yang left, Sun Byuk quickly took his leave from the mentors and hurried after him. Sun Byuk wore a fawning expression. Boss, I'll be blunt. What kind of pill did you take? How is your masculine aura so overwhelming? Bai Yang laughed heartily at this classmate whose talent seemed tied to progeny. It's natural masculinity. Only weaklings rely on pills. Sun Byuk's face turned green. Bro, dearest brother, I'm the weakling. Please share your secrets. I desperately need that masculine aura. Bai Yang shook his head. It's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but it's truly impossible. This masculine aura of mine stems from my actual strength, not from consuming pills or practicing some heretical skill. Sun Byuk finally suppressed his longing. He changed the subject. Chief, do you know that Gene Russian who just questioned you and got a base score of 50 points? Bai Yang shook his head. Sun Byuk lowered his voice. That guy has connections, very solid ones, but he's not capable himself, so he's not taken seriously. Bai Yang said, to forge iron one must be strong oneself. I have no connections, but one day I will become the connection for those around me. Sun Byuk gave a thumbs up. The chief is domineering. With this masculine aura of yours, shouldn't you expend some of it? Otherwise, won't it attract too much attention? Bai Yang frowned slightly in thought. What Sun Byuk said was indeed a fact. Are you suggesting I go to some places to expend my masculine aura? Sun Byuk quickly shook his head. Chief, you misunderstand. How could I take you to some den of iniquity? It's like this, my father. The one you met at Old Lu's place a month ago. He's a warband leader. You know, when warbands campaign in other worlds, death is common. Many brothers in my father's warband have died, leaving their widows without men. Some of these widows are quite skilled, several are even third-order Golden Body Realm martial artists. I think you could try meeting them, Chief. If you take a liking to one, you can register her as your woman. Bai Yang quickly waved his hand. I won't consider this matter for now. We'll talk about it later. I have things to do. Farewell. He released the Azure Serpent Demon, leaped onto its head, and departed. What Sun Byuk had suggested was actually worth considering. This extraordinary world had its own rules of procreation, and the concept of chastity was not overly emphasized. But those women Sun Byuk mentioned were the families of his father's warband members. If he married some, he would inevitably form ties with that faction. Unsure of Sun Byuk's father's character, Bai Yang had no intention of entangling himself with a fourth-order Saint Realm professional for now. Women were something he could easily obtain if he wished. He had already filed this matter away for future consideration, planning to address it later. For now, improving his strength was paramount. The Azure Serpent Demon familiar with the route took Bai Yong to the Longyang Trading Company. The boss arrival was greeted by a flock of female clerks whose eyes practically sparkled. The Yangqi Ascension talent held an almost unreasonable allure for ordinary women. Heading straight to the 6th floor, Bai Yong heard the sound of rhythmic slapping. Secretary Qing stopped for a moment. Lu Qingqing quickly trotted over to welcome Bai Yong. Boss Bai Yong nodded. Su, change your clothes, then go home and break through. Let Qing Yi and Qing Se assist you in tempering your bronze skin and iron bones. Secretary Qing, go to the Martial Academy to collect my resources for this month. Deposit them into the Longyang Trading Company's petty cash fund for business operations and skill book acquisitions. Both women nodded. Bai Yong gave each a hug. I'm going to undertake the hero trial. If the Martial Academy needs me for anything, Qing, please explain for me. After making the arrangements, Bai Yong stood on the Azure Serpent Demon's head and sped towards the Supreme Tower of the Immortal City. Sun Byuk returned home brusquely, refusing the enthusiastic welcome from a group of women, and went to the main hall to await his father's arrival. Sun Fifan arrived home shortly after. Facing his 4th Order Saint-level father, Sun Buk's attitude was exceptionally firm this time. Dad, what I need is quantity of offspring. I'm not sure if quality is more important yet. I must marry a batch of ordinary women. Sun Fifan didn't refuse this time but pondered seriously. Whether professional or martial artist, the stronger one's power, the lower the probability of siring offspring. By the 5th Order, unless one is willing to pay the price of their origin, it's almost impossible to naturally conceive. It's unclear how your offspring's talent will enhance you, but according to the general rule, more talented offspring will certainly provide a greater boost. That should be correct. Your current 38 women are all 1st and 2nd Order. Since you are 1st Order, they aren't as easy to impregnate as ordinary women. So I support you pursuing both paths. Go on blind dates and marry some unranked ordinary women, but you can't abandon these 38 either. Sun Buk's already pale face grew even whiter. Dad, to maximize the chance of siring offspring, I haven't dared to increase my power. I'm still 1st Order level 0. My stamina is truly limited. Even with constant blood crystal water and various tonics, my recovery can't keep up with the consumption. Look at me, how weak I am now. Sun Fifan patted his son's shoulder with emotion. Becoming strong always requires paying a price. You are paying now and the rewards will come in time. Sun Byuk gave a bitter smile. This bizarre talent. I was delighted at first, but now it's pure torment. I finally understand why those criminals aren't executed, but are locked up to contribute their strength to human reproduction. Dad, you don't know. That Bai Yong, like me, barely attended class for a month. But when he showed up today, his strength had left everyone else in the dust. Even the 2nd seat, Wenren Fuguang, couldn't even break through his defense. Sun Fifan ruffled Sun Buk's hair. It's the same every year. There are always prodigies who soar straight up. Your talent is a late bloomer type. Don't envy others. In the future, you might be the one other prodigies envy. After all, getting stronger just by, well, you know. Your talent is even more absurd than that big shot who gets stronger by lazing around. The Supreme Tower of the Immortal City was similar to the one in Guanglong City, an 8-story tower. People constantly entered its radius and vanished entering the tower for trials. Simultaneously, people reappeared having passed their trials. Others who entered never emerged again. The monsters in the trials showed no mercy. Bai Yong stepped into the area enveloped by the Supreme Tower. I request the Supreme Hero Trial. Initiating scan. Your level is 1st Order level 9. You have not undertaken the Supreme Hero Trial. You meet the conditions. You may undertake one free Supreme Hero Trial. Do you wish to begin? Begin. A force enveloped Bai Yong and carried him towards the Supreme Tower. As if merging seamlessly, he entered the tower's interior. Individual trial space constructed. You may now commence the Supreme Hero Trial. Setting his feet on solid ground, Bai Yong found himself on a circular platform, roughly a kilometer in diameter. The floor was composed of cyan stone blocks. At the very center of the platform was a white jade area 10 meters in diameter. It was no different from the advancement trial he had taken before. He could still complete the most basic advancement on the spot and be promoted to a 2nd Order hero class professional. Bai Yong naturally wouldn't choose this lowest level method. He strode confidently towards the central white jade area. Commence the Supreme Heroic Trial. Conditions met, beginning the construction of the Heroic Trial Space. Heroic Trial Space constructed. Do you wish to enter? Enter. You bear the mark of enmity from the Blood Corpse realm. According to the rules, Blood Corpse realm monsters have the highest priority for selection. You bear the marks of supreme delicacy and ignore from the Snake Demon realm. According to the rules, Snake Demon realm monsters have the second priority for selection. The Blood Corpse realm begins to connect while the Snake Demon realm connects as the second sequence. Connection complete. The Blood Corpse realm and Snake Demon realm begin communication. The Blood Corpse realm and Snake Demon realm have concluded their communication. Both realms jointly demand to fight you in a special marsh environment. If you disagree, they will refuse to deploy monsters. Bai Yang frowned slightly. These two realms were being rather unscrupulous. A marsh environment was even more treacherous than an ocean or island one. What if I refuse? What happens then? If you refuse, given the world marks upon you, the likelihood of other worlds being willing to deploy monsters for battle is extremely low. You will most likely only be able to undergo a basic advancement. Bai Yang declared, I agree to fight in the marsh. Furthermore, I demand that the opposition commit their full strength in a single Alornothing strike. The three realms begin co-constructing the marsh battle space. We have specially constructed a platform for you. A smile curled at the corner of Bai Yang's mouth. A child with a mother was naturally cherished. Marsh battle space constructed. Beginning teleportation. Teleportation complete. Within this trial space, you will not be eroded by the aura of foreign worlds. This was precisely why Bai Yang had hesitated moments ago. He would not be affected by the foreign world's aura, but similarly the monsters would not be eroded by the aura of the Earth origin realm. If the snake demons slithered and hid deep within the boundless marsh, finding them would be far more difficult than searching for them in an ocean. If the snake demons concealed themselves with cunning, it could even prevent the battle from concluding, effectively trapping him within the trial space. With a shift in his form, Bai Yang found himself on a platform 10 meters in diameter. All around was a muddy marshland. Looking down, he saw the stone platform was about 10 meters above the marsh surface. Roars, hisses, the dense low growls of blood corpses, and the hissing of snakes echoed through the air. Over the past month, Bai Yang had thoroughly learned the knowledge concerning the heroic trial through Qingqing, the secretary who had substituted for his classes. The heroic trial was the trial for professionals entering the second stage and also their final trial within the Supreme Tower. The format of this level of trial differed from the advancement trial. It consisted of only a single round of combat. The number of monsters ranged between 100 and 100,000, never fewer than 100 nor exceeding 10,000. There were no restrictions on the quality of the monsters. If a foreign world dared, they could even deploy 10,000 king-tier monsters. The strength of the monsters was capped at the first tier. If a high-tier existence entered, their power would be suppressed to the first tier as well. The number of monsters slain determined the final number of free attribute points earned. For every 10 monsters killed, 1 free attribute point was awarded after the battle. This was a fixed reward. Even slaying 10 king-tier monsters only yielded 1 free attribute point. Regarding such situations, it was clear that the Earth Origin Realm had taken the extra gains. However, as the World Mother, the Earth Origin Realm faced invasions from numerous foreign worlds. What did a little harvest matter? Boom! Bai Yang directly produced the King-tier Gale Speed crossbow fully loaded with bolts. His physical strength of 3 to 4,000 points granted him extraordinary visual acuity. Standing on the 10-meter-high platform, Bai Yang could see extremely far. Twang twang, with his greatly increased attributes, Bai Yang's trigger finger moved faster, reaching the maximum firing rate of this Gale Speed crossbow, 50 bolts per second. Twang twang, he frantically locked onto and fired at the scaled snake demons, targeting ordinary snake demons and green snake demons alike, even sending a bolt into the head of a white snake demon first. Snake monsters possessed little intelligence. If all the snake demons were slain, the possibility of them using the marsh to hide and trap him would be eliminated, as blood corpses could not conceal themselves within the marsh. Blossoms of blood burst forth. Whenever a bolt struck a snake demon's head, it would explode, and the snake demon would fall onto the marsh surface. After quickly sniping nearly 100 snake demons, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief and continued searching for any that had escaped. It seemed the initial volley had been thorough. Bai Yang found no remaining snake demons. He then continued to rain bolts from the Gale Speed crossbow, killing the blood corpses that were dashing across the marsh surface. This marsh environment was actually very unfavorable for the blood corpses. These clawed monsters had to exert their full strength just to barely run across the marsh surface. In less than 2 minutes, 3,000 bolts were expended. With a swift motion, Bai Yang stored the Gale Speed crossbow into his storage bracelet, a smile curling on his lips. Blood power 724-807-2480. He extended both hands, spread his 5 fingers, stuck out his tongue, and widened his eyes. Twang twang, beams of blood-colored light shot from Bai Yang's 10 fingers, tongue, and eyes, precisely sniping the monsters that charged madly towards him. After some experimentation, Bai Yang discovered that a blood dragon strike costing 100 points of blood power was sufficient to kill the approaching monsters. The blood dragon strike was a type of blood-based attack. Upon hitting a target, it would merge into the monster's body, causing special damage that melted its flesh and blood. When his blood power was down to a few thousand points, the vast boundless marsh fell silent. Bai Yang frowned slightly because the notification that the battle was over had not appeared. This meant that a cunning monster had hidden itself, most likely a snake demon that had slipped through the cracks. Ku, the sky-soaring chicken overlord, appeared, standing at its standard height of 5 meters. Bai Yang looked at his magnificent rooster and immediately felt his mood lift. My rooster, take your master for a flight. Ku, the indescribably heroic and handsome rooster, lowered its body, and Bai Yang lightly jumped onto its back. Then the sky-soaring chicken overlord flapped its wings. Driven by an indescribable force, its wing beats stirred up howling gales. Using this momentum, the sky-soaring chicken overlord shot into the sky. It then adjusted the angle of its wing beats, and its entire body hurtled forward at tremendous speed. By continuously flapping its wings and leveraging its immense strength, the sky-soaring chicken overlord achieved flight. It was far less agile than the flight of normal birds, but this method of achieving flight through sheer brute force was much more awe-inspiring and surging in momentum. After some time, the sky-soaring chicken overlord completed a circuit with Bai Yang on its back. No movement was detected, but this did not stump Bai Yang. Swoosh! Bai Yang released the green snake demon from his beast pouch. Xiaoqing, go! Search for any snake demons hiding in the marsh. Hiss! For the first time, Xiaoqing was rendering its master a service. It slithered smoothly, using its tongue to sense its surroundings. After a while, Xiaoqing swam to the base of the stone pillar. Hiss, master, there are no snake demons hiding within the marsh. However, there is one severely wounded snake demon that hasn't died yet. Bai Yang leaped down from the 10-meter platform. The green snake demon smoothly raised its head to catch Bai Yang, who weighed nearly 4 tons. Fortunately, even with its strength suppressed to the first tier, the green snake demon was still capable and prevented Bai Yang from falling into the marsh. The green snake demon glided effortlessly across the marsh surface and soon brought Bai Yang to the location. Looking at the white snake demon before him, which was completely motionless with a bloody hole in its head, Bai Yang focused his senses. Indeed, a nearly extinguished spark of life tenaciously persisted. This was a white snake demon with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 20 to 30 meters, much larger than the white snake demon from the previous dungeon. Judging by its physique, this white snake demon was either a relatively strong 3rd-tier existence or possibly even a 4th-tier being. During the earlier battle, Bai Yang showed no mercy, but now that his opponent had no means to turn the tables, the situation was different. Bai Yang signaled Xiaoqing to lower her serpent head, and soon he stood before the white snake demon's head. Gazing quietly at the white snake demon, who appeared to be in a deep coma, Bai Yang clenched his right fist, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. The rooster tyrant floated on the marsh surface, its massive beak poised to strike down. A faint hissing sound emerged, and Bai Yang was astonished. For it was the faint inhalation of the white snake demon, seemingly on the verge of death in its deep coma. If that were all, it would be unremarkable. What surprised Bai Yang was that his own surging yang energy was being drawn toward the white snake demon. After inhaling a breath of Bai Yang's soaring yang energy, the white snake demon seemed to gain a sliver of strength, its inhalation growing slightly stronger. Bai Yang did not stop the white snake demon from absorbing his yang energy. Instead, he looked down at the green snake demon beneath him. Xiaoqing, can you also absorb my yang energy? Hissing softly, Xiaoqing replied. Xiaoqing can, but Xiaoqing never dares to. Bai Yang burst into laughter. Now he finally understood everything. A 3rd-tier green snake demon, ever since following him, had been extraordinarily docile without a trace of beastly ferocity. It was because it harbored a hidden hope. Bai Yang crouched down and stroked Xiaoqing's head. By absorbing my yang energy, can your strength increase? The green snake demon, overjoyed to the point of tears, nodded repeatedly. Hissing softly, Xiaoqing expressed, Xiaoqing loves its master. Bai Yang was speechless, but he could sense that from this moment, the female green snake demon's feelings toward him had changed. It seemed that only now had the green snake demon truly decided to regard him as its master. Once more he patted Xiaoqing's head. For this useless battle servant, Bai Yang had no need for its combat prowess, but keeping it by his side served as an extra means of transport. Moreover, Xiaoqing could control water, carrying him over both land and water. Go ahead and absorb. Let me see what you're capable of. Xiaoqing nodded repeatedly, then, like the dying white snake demon, began a peculiar inhalation through its nose. Instantly, Bai Yang felt his yang energy being drawn away. Bai Yang was utterly indifferent to the loss of yang energy. Even if Shaoqing did not absorb it, his yang energy would naturally dissipate over time. As long as the absorption rate did not exceed the speed of his Bodhi's natural dissipation, it would have no effect. Besides, did they truly think his yang energy was so easy to absorb? Yang energy was a unique aura nurtured by living beings. All genders, male, female, masculine, feminine, possessed it, though generally males and masculine beings had a greater abundance. This yang energy inherently carried the life imprint of its owner, especially when freshly emitted, bearing the strongest mark of their existence. By absorbing Bai Yang's yang energy at such a moment, the green snake demon was actively deepening their connection with him as the dominant party. Over time, the green snake demon would become a battle servant bound to his life, rendering the enslavement golden ring meaningless. The same applied to the white snake demon, daring to absorb his yang energy. However, the white snake demon was clearly stronger, requiring more effort to enslave and bind through yang energy. Moreover, Bai Yang's state of overflowing yang energy, compounded by the inadequacy of several women, had left him in constant discomfort, teetering on the verge of qi deviation. Now, with some yang energy drawn away, it felt like a cool breeze in a sweltering environment. Bai Yang found it immensely pleasurable, and even wished the two snake demons would absorb more fiercely. As the white snake demon absorbed Bai Yang's emitted yang energy, the bullseyed bloody hole on its head began to heal slowly. Finally, the white snake demon's serpentine eyes opened. Their gazes met, and the savagery in the white snake demon's eyes surged rapidly. Bai Yang instantly understood. It was not only due to their enmity, but also because the white snake demon he had slain earlier had left a mark of white serpent hatred upon him. Yet, in the next moment, with a soul-shaking crow from the rooster tyrant, the white snake demon cowered in terror, coiling its massive body. Only then did it notice the giant rooster floating on the marsh. Bai Yang spoke, "Submit to me." The white snake demon hissed defiantly, "Human demon, you're delusional." The rooster tyrant crowed again, its cry seizing the soul. Bai Yang repeated, "Submit to me." The white snake demon hissed, "Human demon, even if you kill me, you won't succeed." Bai Yang curled his lips in disdain. The white snake demon's words were tough, but it never ceased drawing his yang energy through its mouth and nose. After 10 soul-shaking crows, the white snake demon, its spirit severely damaged, finally relented. It hissed, "Human, unless you promise to let me feed on your yang energy from now on." Bai Yang replied, "Deal." The white snake demon was stunned. It couldn't fathom why he agreed so readily, without any haggling, a stark contrast to his earlier firm stance. It hissed, "Human, swear a soul oath." Bai Yang nodded, then gathered all his mental will and spoke. "As long as the white snake demon submits to me from now on, provided it does not hinder my cultivation or affairs, it may absorb the yang energy I emit as sustenance." Bai Yang's soul was also formidable, and the conviction he projected with such solemn focus constituted what the otherworldly beings called a soul oath. In the Diuan realm, the specifics of soul oaths were well established. Such promises made with all one's essence, energy, and spirit indeed carried strong binding power. Especially for soul oaths concerning one's own strength, breaking them could invite so-called inner demons during future breakthroughs. Yet the prevailing belief in the Diuan realm held that while soul oaths were binding, they could be effortlessly dissolved by a stronger conviction. For instance, if a martial artist was hindered by a soul oath during a breakthrough, finding a compelling reason or belief to become stronger could override the oath, thus dispelling the inner demon's influence. In the Diuan realm, inner demons were considered a collective concept of conscience, integrity, and honesty. Negating them from within one's heart rendered them powerless. Bai Yang's oath was indeed sincere, but the subtlety of human language allowed him to set traps that easily deceived most otherworldly intelligent beings. His oath included the condition of not hindering his cultivation or affairs, leaving ample room for interpretation. The white snake demon took a deep gulp of yang energy. In its perception, the human before it resembled a massive crimson fireball. After this deep inhalation, about 1/10 of the fiery aura on his surface was drawn away. But then more yang energy surged from within the human, quickly filling the void left by its absorption. The yang energy was unimaginably abundant and seemingly inexhaustible. Thus the white snake demon found it hard to refute the restrictive terms. The white snake demon submits to you. If you accept, this hero-level trial ends. Accepted. Hero-level trial concluded. Beginning reward settlement. Settlement in progress. You have slain 9999 monsters from the Blood Corpse realm and Serpent Demon realm. You receive 1000 free attribute points. Although the white snake demon has submitted to you, it has not yet been enslaved. Please properly enslave it after leaving the Supreme Tower to prevent it from causing destruction and casualties within the Diuan realm. You have completed the hero-level trial. Do you wish to begin the second life transformation? Begin. A majestic power emerged, enveloping Bai Yang. the second life transformation commenced. Unlike the first, it took place directly within the marsh battlefield space. This power first merged with Bai Yang's body, accelerating the integration of the Blood Gold power, which had already reached 19. During the fusion, the Blood Dragon Strike skill also hastened the condensation of domineering power. Subsequently, the innate skill Summon Rooster Tyrant in his Sea of Consciousness deepened its integration. The Indestructible Soul skill also began its process of becoming an intrinsic ability. In this indescribably perfect sensation, Bai Yang lost all sense of time. The Summon Rooster Tyrant skill has achieved a deeper fusion with your life. You may select the second of the Rooster Tyrant's 3 talents as your secondary talent. Please choose. The Rooster Tyrant possessed 3 talents. Having already chosen Yang Energy Soaring, the choice now lay between size alteration and combat prowess. Battle can enhance attack power and also intimidate with sheer presence. However, Bai Yang pondered that even if his physical attack doubled, it would only amount to a little over 10,000 points, which was far inferior to the over 100,000 attack power of the sky-soaring Rooster Tyrant. If he chose the size-altering talent, he would gain the ability to enlarge or shrink himself, a capability far more meaningful than merely increasing attack power by a trivial amount. I choose size alteration. As the decision was made, a surge of power flowed from the skill deep within his Sea of Consciousness, which had now fully merged with it and fused with his entire being. Moments later, you have acquired the secondary talent Size Alteration. Bai Yang quickly examined its attributes, which were no different from those of the Steel Combat Rooster. From then on, he could vary his size between 0, 3 and 10 times. If he maximized it to 10-fold, he would transform into a giant nearly 20 meters tall. At that point, his Blood Dragon Strike would become a colossal laser beam shooting at his enemies. The Indestructible Diamond skill has achieved a deeper fusion with your life. Blood Gold Force integration has increased to 30. You have obtained the power of Inner Body Golden Light. Bai Yang quickly examined the significantly enhanced Indestructible Diamond skill. Indestructible Diamond Lifebound State Rank Overlord Blood Gold Force integration 30. Attribute 1, Physical Defense 300 per level, current 6000. Base Physique 300 per level, current 6000. Base Strength 300 per level, current 6000. Base Agility 300 per level, current 6000. Attribute 2, greatly enhances tolerance to pain and significantly improves resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Attribute 3, Unity of internal and external. Upon receiving physical attacks, damage is dispersed throughout the body, substantially reducing actual harm taken. Attribute 4, provides short-term resistance to fire and ice elemental damage, but takes increased damage from lightning attacks. Attribute 5, Inner Body Golden Light. Bai Yang carefully sensed the newly appeared Inner Body Golden Light attribute, and then couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Inner Body Golden Light attribute: every cell contains the power of Indestructible Diamond, greatly enhancing cell strength and secondarily boosting physical fortitude. How extraordinary! This meant that even his most vulnerable eyes possessed exceptional defensive capabilities. With the Indestructible Diamond skill now at 30 Blood Gold Force integration, its inherent defense had reached an astonishing 6,000 points, not to mention the added defense from increased physique. Combined with the secondary defense from Inner Body Golden Light, Bai Yang felt that his own defense had already surpassed that of his rooster. Moreover, his digitized special flesh and blood body was gradually evolving toward the same flawlessness as summons like the sky-soaring Rooster Tyrant. The Blood Dragon Strike skill has been elevated by Blood Gold Force to the Overlord level Blood Dragon Strike skill. The Blood Dragon Strike skill has fused with your life, making its activation smoother. Bai Yang examined this new Overlord level skill. Blood Dragon Strike Overlord Variable State Attribute 1. Consumes 1 to 100 of total blood force to condense a blood dragon that ignores physical defenses, dealing physical impact and blood force erosion damage to the target. Attribute 2. The Blood Dragon attack can be guided by mental power with an effective attack range equal to mental power 10 meters. Attribute 3. Consumed blood force determines charge time, and attack intensity. Mental attribute has a secondary effect on charge time. Trait Charge Acceleration 100, Attack Form Size 7-fold variation. With a soft hum as Bai Yang extended a finger, a tiny blood-colored dragon emerged. With an ox head, deer antlers, serpentine body, eagle claws, and fishtail, it was the orthodox image of a divine dragon from myriad realms, not some winged lizard monstrosity. This blood-colored dragon was vivid and lifelike. With a mere thought, Bai Yang guided it with his mental will, and it danced smoothly through the air. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. The original Blood Dragon Strike had fired a laser-like stream of blood energy that couldn't change direction mid-flight, but now with the word strike replacing bombardment, the skill had become a true Blood Dragon Strike. His blood dragon, guided by his spirit, could now attack with unrestrained freedom. Moreover, this miniature dragon was a tangible entity under his manipulation. Upon hitting a target, it first dealt impact damage, then merged into the target's body for blood force erosion. In less than a month, this skill in Bai Yang's hands had surpassed Old Lu's and reached the Overlord level. It still wasn't over. The indestructible soul skill has fused with your life. The indestructible spiritual light has become one with your sea of consciousness, granting you extraordinary resistance against soul-based attacks. Though he had never encountered soul attacks, defense against the soul was always beneficial. Bai Yang sensed that this indestructible spiritual light might be the strongest aspect of the indestructible soul skill. The second life transformation is complete. Your level has increased to 20. And you have entered the second-tier hero level. Your life force index, mana index, and blood force index have increased to 30. Your attack index has increased to 3. Your life rank has been elevated to heroic life. At the heroic life rank, you gain 30 free attribute points and 1 skill point per level. Finally, he had become a second-tier hero-level professional. Bai Yang clenched his fist, feeling surging boundless power. As for the 1,000 free attribute points, there was no need to hesitate. Spirit 333, Perception 334, Reaction 333. With the allocation complete, Bai Yang felt his entire being had become purer. Bai Yang heroic life level 20-100, age 18, gender male, bloodline pure, human life force 100,650, remaining lifespan approximately 6,000 years, mana 20730, blood force 180420180, physique strength 146000, physique 146000, agility 30600, physical attack power 18042, soul spirit 491200, perception 491200, reaction 490200, magical attack power 2073, physical defense 2004600, magical defense 230, talent triple fusion of all things, secondary talents surging yang. Energy size alteration skills: summon sky soaring rooster tyrant, overlord variable lifebound indestructible diamond, overlord lifebound indestructible soul king, lifebound blood dragon strike, overlord variable lifebound free attribute points 0, skill points 16. His power was so formidable that even Bai Yang himself found it somewhat monstrous. With a life force exceeding 100,000, as long as he continued to balance his attribute disparities, his remaining lifespan would gradually surpass 100,000 years. Even with the current significant attribute imbalance, his remaining lifespan had reached 6,000 years. 6,000 years. Enough for ordinary humans to reproduce for hundreds of generations. The head wound of the white serpent demon had already healed. At this moment, this creature, suspected to be of the 4th rank, stared at Bai Yang in shock. In just a brief moment, the strength of the human it had been forced to submit to had undergone an indescribable and tremendous enhancement. At this instant, its serpent pupils shifted slightly. Glancing at the green serpent demon, which it had previously looked down upon for bearing traces of human genes, the white serpent demon seemed to understand why the green serpent demon appeared utterly devoid of ferocity. Bai Yang glanced at the white serpent demon, which hastily flicked its tongue. The fact that both the white and green serpent demons could absorb his yang energy to grow stronger puzzled Bai Yang. Soaring yang energy attribute 1 inflicts 300 bonus damage against targets belonging to the evil category, such as malevolent spirits, ghosts, dark entities, and corpse servants. Attribute 2, all state recovery, is accelerated by 300. In environments of light warmth or abundant yang energy, recovery speed can be increased by up to 1,000. His yang energy talent originated from the soaring yang rooster overlord and was identical. This could only indicate that neither the white nor the green serpent demon belonged to the evil category of malevolent spirits, ghosts, dark entities, or corpse servants. This was somewhat peculiar. Logically, serpent demons were considered monsters, a type of evil life form, but reality seemed otherwise. Dismissing the thought, Bai Yang waved his hand and stored the green serpent demon into his beast pouch. The white serpent demon was too large for his beast pouch to contain. Leave the Supreme Tower. His form shifted and Bai Yang returned to the indestructible city, accompanied by the massive white serpent demon, which was a meter in diameter and 20 to 30 meters long, teleported alongside him. In the same instant, a force enveloped the white serpent demon, leaving it with only the strength to move its body. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had actually been prepared to strike it down with a single punch if it showed any sign of rebellion. After all, the white serpent demon had merely submitted without any effective enslavement taking place. Seeing the power of the indestructible city manifest and suppress the white serpent demon, Bai Yang gained a new understanding of this supernatural world. Bai Yong released the green serpent demon. Shaoqing quickly lowered its head, and Bai Yong lightly leaped onto it. The green serpent demon began to slither with practiced ease. Bai Yong looked at the white serpent demon. Calling you white serpent demon lacks distinction. They'll give you a name. Your scales are pure white and crystalline, almost transcending the beauty of your kind. If I don't name you Xiao Bai, I feel countless ineffable great beings will curse me. Xiao Bai, follow Shaoqing. We're going home. The white serpent demon gently flicked its tongue, obediently slithering beside them, while continuously absorbing yang energy from the human it had just submitted to through its mouth and nose. Upon entering the human world, that indescribable power enveloped it, causing no harm, but the white serpent demon felt that if it dared to make any improper move, it would be crushed into a pulp by boundless might in the next instant. Bai Yong, while riding Shaoqing back, took out his phone from his storage bracelet. Once retrieved, the phone automatically updated the time and received messages. Looking at the time and messages, Bai Yong silently put the phone away. Originally, he thought this heroic tier life transformation would take about as long as his first life transformation upon entering a rank. But now he knew that his life transformation, which had kept him in an extremely comfortable state, had lasted a full 10 days and 10 nights. Bai Yong frowned. The white serpent demon, suspected to be 4th rank, following behind him, repeatedly showed instinctive hostility upon seeing the numerous humans along the way. This white serpent demon was a purebred serpent demon, from the serpent demon realm, unlike the green serpent demon beneath him. The green serpent demon contained some human genes, and after long training did not harbor hostility towards humans. Moreover, after arriving at the indestructible city, the white serpent demon had nearly all its power suppressed, causing more of its true nature to be exposed. Bai Yong had thought the white serpent's grudge left by that previous white serpent demon was insignificant, but now it seemed otherwise. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as Bai Yong quickly made a decision. Instead of going home, the green serpent demon beneath him slithered smoothly, heading straight for the indestructible martial academy. Along the way, Bai Yong quickly reviewed the messages from the past 10 days and soon understood many things. After Bai Yong secured the top spot for the second month, mentor Shen Qingfeng resigned from his position as the combat mentor of the King's class. Now the combat mentor of the King's class was Li Lingfeng, the one who had originally recruited him into the indestructible martial academy. The situation was not complicated. Shen Qingfeng had taken the role of King's class combat mentor because he had just returned from another world and needed time to purify the otherworldly aura he had absorbed. This role served as a transitional period. Li Lingfeng's situation was similar. When he recruited Bai Yong, he had just finished purifying his otherworldly aura, so he subsequently entered another world. Now it was time for him to return and purify his aura again, and he happened to take over Shen Qingfeng's duties. Bai Yong had learned quite a bit about these two third-rank Transcendent class professionals. These two were exceptionally powerful third-rank professionals, known as the Indestructible Duo of Madness, at the Indestructible Martial Academy, renowned for their formidable combat prowess and unmatched valor. At the Indestructible Martial Academy's basic teaching institute, aside from the King's class, there was only the regular class of 1,000 students. Overseeing everything was the honorary dean of students, Old Man Lu. Bai Yong directly messaged Li Lingfeng, "Senior, I need to see Old Man Lu about something. Could you ask if he's available?" Li Lingfeng's reply came almost instantly. "Kid, you're amazing. Just go over, Old Man Lu has time." Leading the two serpent demons, Bai Yong headed straight for the palace where Old Man Lu lived and worked. The palace gate was open, and as if hearing the commotion outside, Old Man Lu's voice drifted out from within. "Bai Yong, come right in." Bai Yong stored the green serpent demon, and then signaled the white serpent demon to follow him inside. Upon seeing Bai Yong and the white serpent demon trailing behind him, Old Man Lu stood up in surprise. First he examined Bai Yong. Old Man Lu sighed in admiration. "I heard from Xiao Shun about your overwhelming masculine aura, but seeing it in person is even more striking than he described. If that reckless kid Sun Byuk had even a fraction of your masculine aura, he would likely soar to great heights." Then Old Man Lu turned his gaze to the white serpent demon behind. The massive serpent raised its head slightly, its tongue flickering in and out as it appraised Old Man Lu in return. Old Man Lu drew a breath. This is a 4th-rank white serpent demon corresponding to the saint level for professionals and the iron-blooded smoke realm for martial artists. "I can't believe you managed to subdue it, kid." Bai Yong spoke up. "During the hero trial, it was fortunate to survive and eventually chose to follow me. I accepted it on the spot, but I haven't enslaved it yet." Old Man Lu nodded and gestured for Bai Yong to sit and have some tea. He continued, "You did the right thing. A living 4th-rank white serpent demon is quite rare. It seems you hold great value in the eyes of the Serpent Demon realm for them to allow such a high-ranked Serpent Demon to suppress its power and enter the hero trial space. However, the fourth rank is a completely different level from the third. Monsters of this caliber have firm hearts and strong wills. Even if forcibly enslaved through various means, it's difficult to achieve complete subjugation. Especially serpents, they are extremely vengeful and adept at lying low and waiting for the right moment. With such a fourth-rank white serpent demon, if you cannot control it well, it's hard to say what might happen later. Bai Yang nodded. Old Man Lu, I came to you precisely to resolve this matter. Does the Academy have any need for this white serpent demon? Old Man Lu was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Kid, you're certainly decisive. Our Academy has the Institute of Life Research and the Otherworld Servant Training Center with the main focus on ancient demons and serpent demons. That green serpent demon of yours is one of our peak achievements. A white serpent demon is a very rare and precious experimental subject for the Institute of Life Research, especially one of the fourth rank. It's truly hard to come by. I'll accept this white serpent demon on behalf of the Academy. Bai Yang, tell me, what resources do you need? Before Bai Yang could respond, a furious, indescribable serpent hiss sounded from behind him. Hiss, human devil. You tricked this serpent? With a resounding slap, Bai Yang struck the white serpent demon that had opened its maw to devour him, sending the entire creature hurtling through the air. Suppressed by the immortal city, which drained nearly all its power, the white serpent demon was left with only normal mobility. Opening its massive jaws to bite its target was the sole attack it could muster. Old Lu chuckled, then pulled out his phone to send a message. Soon a team of men and women, resembling researchers, rushed over each one, gleefully examining the frantically struggling white serpent demon. Shortly after, a squad of formidable martial artists arrived. The leader saluted Old Lu and said, Old Lu, these researchers went berserk when they heard about a fourth-tier white serpent demon. Well, take it away now. A group of martial artists stepped in and effortlessly removed the fourth-tier white serpent demon. Bai Yang didn't meet its gaze, but he could feel its almost tangible murderous intent directed at him. Hiss, human devil. The serpent ancestor will devour you and all of humanity. Without begging for mercy or struggling, further, the white serpent demon left behind a threat before being taken away from the palace. Bai Yang paid the white serpent demon no heed. Initially, when he had subdued it in the hero trial space, he had genuinely considered keeping it by his side. At least having both a green and a white serpent demon would have been quite flashy. But when the white serpent demon arrived in the immortal city, despite its suppressed strength, it still instinctively radiated malice toward every human it encountered along the way. For that reason alone, Bai Yang had already decided not to keep it. Moreover, as Old Lu had just mentioned, a fourth-tier creature possessed unwavering resolve and a firm will. Even if he enslaved it, its ferocious man-eating nature would likely remain unchanged. Thus, trading it for resources was the most suitable choice. Old Lu sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that white serpent demon to harbor such hatred for you. If you ever enter the serpent demon realm in the future, tread carefully. You might bear some special mark left by a serpent demon. Bai Yang nodded. Rest assured, Old Lu, I'll be cautious. What about the serpent ancestor it mentioned? Old Lu laughed heartily. Based on years of exploration and research in the serpent demon realm, green and white serpent demons share the same bloodline. Once they ascend to the fifth tier, both will transform into a being with azure and white scales commanding both wind and water. The serpent ancestor is the most powerful aberrant serpent demon in the realm, rumored to be a deity beyond the sixth tier. Yet it has never shown itself, hiding somewhere unknown in the serpent demon realm. There's no need to worry about such verbal threats. If the serpent ancestor dares to appear, the great beings of the Earth Realm's Supreme Council would likely be overjoyed to hunt it down. Alright, a fourth-tier white serpent demon is highly valuable. Tell me what you need, and if I can decide, I'll greenlight it on the spot. Bai Yang nodded and began to think. Having entered the second tier, he still had two skills to learn, the most crucial matter for his strength. The knowledge imparted by Secretary Qing included some insights about the hero level, but due to the brief time, it wasn't extensive. Old Lu, now that I've reached the second-tier hero level, how should I proceed to grow stronger? Old Lu poured Bai Yang a cup of tea, then paused before speaking. The hero level, as the name implies, is about being a hero. Passing the hero trial proves courage and strength. These are the basic requirements a hero must possess. Beyond that, the key change at the hero level is the permission to form a team preparing for future campaigns in other worlds. The path to power at the hero level is no longer just about grinding monsters for experience. It has evolved, and a team's combat strength is a vital asset for a hero, broadly divided into 4 schools. The first school involves forming a contract with martial artists, recruiting them as your forces. If you choose this path, head to the Immortal Legion in the south of the Immortal City. At the Immortal Legion, you demonstrate your prowess and present your team's rules, engaging in a mutual selection process with the martial artists there. Alternatively, you can recruit through the Earthrealms team network, allowing a broader choice of members. This approach has a prerequisite. Martial artists are also part of Earthrealms humanity, so the team's actions must comply with the rules set by the Supreme Council, such as no enslaving or controlling martial artists who join. Bai Yang nodded. He was aware of the situation. He had told Shin Haitang that he would seek her out after advancing to the second-tier hero level based on this recruitment system. Old Lu, what about the second school? Old Lu laughed heartily. It seems you're not keen on the first school. In truth, with your overwhelming masculine aura, it would be easy to recruit female martial artists. Even some powerful ones might be willing to join you. You could build a hero team with only female members. Bai Yang nodded. You make a valid point, Old Lu. I'll consider it. Old Lu was taken aback, then quickly waved his hand. I was joking. Don't actually do that. Let me tell you, all female hero teams aren't rare, but once there are too many women, chaos ensues. The saying 3 women 4 groups is almost inevitable. The purpose of team members is to assist the hero. Teams composed entirely of women generally don't perform well. This is a widely accepted truth. If you need women, just marry them. Hundreds or thousands, it's fine. But your team is about your overall development. Oh, don't mess it up because of lust. Bai Yang replied. Understood. Old Lu continued. The second school is the enslavement path. Enslave life from other worlds and conquer far and wide. Compared to the first school, this has pros and cons. On the plus side, a hero needn't worry about the lives of their slaves and can use them as cannon fodder. The downside is that even if enslaved beings can't rebel, they can passively slack off. Moreover, life from other worlds generally lacks the intellect of humans, making them poor advisors in tough situations. Bai Yang nodded. Slaves indeed fall short in intelligence, and their thoughts are hard to control. Old Lu, what else is there? Old Lu said, the third school is the lone wolf path. No team, just self-enhancement. This is very rare. Without the support of subordinates, no matter how strong an individual is, they can't match the combined strength of many. Conquering other worlds requires not only courage to fight, but also people or slaves to gather resources, set up strongholds, and manage them for sustained resource output. Typically, lone wolf heroes go for one-time destructive resource gathering, which can yield a quick fortune, but overall it's far less beneficial than a steady long-term approach. Bai Yang nodded. Old Lu, are there any other schools? Old Lu laughed heartily, of course. The fourth school is the professional path. Combining multiple professionals to complement each other's strengths. This approach is most common among mid-tier professionals. They possess ambition but lack the power to handle the complexities of the other world, so they band together for warmth. Those are the 4 distinct hero archetypes. In reality, most hero paths do not follow a single route. The most prevalent style is the hybrid approach of recruiting warriors and enslaving battle servants, with over 90 of teams adopting this model. Bai Yang looked at him earnestly. Elder Lu, what advice do you have for me? Elder Lu wore an expression that said, you're a sharp one. Bai Yang, a professional's talent is the very foundation of their being and their greatest secret. The Supreme Council has established numerous rules to strictly protect professionals' talents from being revealed. To this day, no one has ever pried into yours. Bai Yang nodded. Elder Lu continued, strength and talent are intimately linked. For you to be this powerful, your talent must be exceptional. Your strength will continue to soar. If you recruit warriors into your hero team now, they will soon fall so far behind that they become a burden. Therefore, my advice is this: in the early stages, pursue the enslavement path. Do not recruit warriors yet. Focus entirely on elevating your personal power. Only consider recruiting warriors once your strength has stabilized. Bai Yang nodded seriously. Elder Lu's reasoning was sound. His own power was advancing at a breakneck pace, and he was virtually unmatched among those of the same rank. Recruiting low-tier warriors would be a pure waste of time and energy. Even battle servants Bai Yang felt held little meaning. They too would be quickly rendered obsolete. Elder Lu, do you have any suitable battle servants to recommend to me? Elder Lu laughed heartily and nodded. As a matter of fact, I do have one that is perfect for you. Your aura is overwhelmingly potent. A serpent demon could absorb it, but you can't very well lead a group of them around just to siphon your energy. One of the 10 great martial academies is the Five Thunders Orthodox Academy, located in a city called Five Thunders City. Among the other worlds this city faces is one known as the Malevolent Soul Realm. The Malevolent Soul Realm is a very peculiar otherworld. It has no orthodox intelligent races. Its monsters are malevolent ghosts with various abilities. Among these ghosts, a common type is the peach blossom witch. This specter delights in draining the blood energy and yang qi from living beings. As Elder Lu spoke, his face twisted with indignation and a strange, embarrassed annoyance. Baiyang found it odd but refrained from asking. Elder Lu paused, then looked at Baiyang. You little rascal, so lacking in curiosity. Can't my deliberately exaggerated expression even provoke a single question from you? Baiyang asked, somewhat surprised. Elder Lu, is your current condition caused by a peach blossom witch? Elder Lu sank back into the sofa and stared at the ceiling. When we slay the ghosts of the malevolent soul realm, they leave behind an item imbued with soul force which is quite valuable. Alas, back in the day, relying on my blood dragon strike skill, which I had developed to the king level, I smoothly advanced to the 4th rank, the saint level. Coupled with my adamantine body at the perfect level, a single blood dragon strike could glut even the most ferocious of common ghosts. I thought I could easily harvest all manner of specters with this method. But I got carried away. I caught the attention of a 5th rank wailing banshee. It ambushed me, successfully unleashing a soul-level wail that instantly shut me down. My abundant blood energy was a supreme delicacy for that 5th rank wailing banshee. It drained me continuously for half a month before I regained consciousness. The damage from that incident cost me virtually all of my life essence, leading to my current state of depleted lifespan. Elder Lu turned his head to look at Baiyang. Baiyang was startled by the strange look in Elder Lu's eyes. Elder Lu, how did you manage to escape from that 5th rank wailing banshee? Elder Lu wore a look that said, you're catching on. This involves a secret I have never spoken of to anyone. You've also learned Blood Dragon Strike. You understand that this skill can be emitted from any part of our body, correct? Baiyang nodded, a look of dawning shock in his eyes. Elder Lu's situation. A 4th rank professional captured by a 5th rank wailing banshee. Conjured only one image in Baiyang's mind when he thought of draining blood energy. So Baiyang spoke. Elder Lu, did you execute the penetrating body lethal strike? Elder Lu burst into laughter. Penetrating body lethal strike. What a name. It sounds far more imposing than the blood-piercing double holes I privately called it. You're a sharp one. It seems you've already thought of this miraculous technique before I mentioned it. Good. In battle against otherworldly monsters, one must be willing to use any means necessary. I am relieved that you can think this way. Alas. Shortly after being captured by that 5th rank wailing banshee, I actually woke up, but I couldn't find a way out of my predicament, so I kept pretending to be unconscious. If I had thought of the penetrating body lethal strike sooner, I wouldn't have ended up with my life essence drained dry. I was destroyed by my own adherence to convention. Before Baiyang could speak, Elder Lu took out his phone and began sending a message. Soon he put the phone away and looked at Baiyang. That 4th rank white serpent demon of yours is still a novice at that level, but 4th rank is 4th rank. Its value is extraordinary. I've sent word to the Academy. They will arrange an exchange with the 5 Thunders Orthodox Academy for 100 unranked Peach Blossom Witches on your behalf. Baiyang quickly thanked him. Thank you, Elder Lu. By the way, where does one go to upgrade their hero rank? Elder Lu sighed. You little rascal, it's hard to find fault with you. But shouldn't you be asking me why it's 100 unranked Peach Blossom Witches? At the very least, shouldn't you ask about their value? Baiyang replied, I trust that you, Elder Lu, would never let me suffer a loss. Unranked Peach Blossom Witches, after absorbing my aura, will be easier to enslave. Elder Lu nodded. Yes, that's the logic. But there are other reasons. The ghosts in the malevolent soul realm are the remnants of powerful beings from myriad worlds who perished there. Eroded by the realm's energy, these ghosts at low ranks have no consciousness, only an instinct to feed and fight. Unranked Peach Blossom Witches hold little value within the malevolent soul realm. However, to bring them out, one must purify the realm's energy that clings to them. As of now, only a few masters of profound lightning arts at the 5 Thunders Academy can purify the malevolent soul realm's energy without harming the ghost's core. Thus, the true worth of 100 unranked Peach Blossom Witches exceeds that of your 4th rank White Serpent Demon. Keep those Peach Blossom Witches on your skin. Let them absorb the power you radiate. This will help conceal your own dazzling aura. Furthermore, after nurturing them to a certain level, you can kill them to obtain high-quality soul crystals. It's a way to spend your own blood energy to raise ghosts and make a profit. Baiyang nodded. Thank you, Elder Lu. Now, I don't have to worry about this aura of mine drawing too much attention. Elder Lu laughed heartily indeed. Among humans, it's nothing serious. At worst, it attracts the attention of women. To advance from the 2nd rank hero level, you need to go to the hero world. There, keeping a low profile is a fundamental survival skill. Baiyang's eyes glinted with interest. the hero world. Old Lu nodded. Indeed, it's a realm accessible only to Tier 2 beings, a space jointly constructed by numerous different worlds. Its interior is vast and boundless, with its area constantly expanding. Currently, it spans at least 10 billion square kilometers, and Tier 2 lifeforms from over 1,000 different worlds can enter the hero realm to compete. In the hero realm, our Earth realm has 10 strongholds, each belonging to one of the 10 major martial academies. Naturally, they are open to all Tier 2 beings. Their Tier 2 beings from various worlds hunt each other. Upon slaying an opponent, one obtains a peculiar item called Heroic Essence. Consuming a single Heroic Essence grants 1 experience point. If a particularly powerful Tier 2 being is slain, the Heroic Essence obtained may even contain attribute power. Consuming it will yield a varying number of free attribute points. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. Old Lu, does leveling up at Tier 2 still require 100 experience points per level? That means to reach Tier 2, level 9, ID, need to consume 900 Heroic Essences. If I consume only those Heroic Essences imbued with attribute power, wouldn't I gain a tremendous number of free attribute points? Old Lu nodded. Indeed, mutual hunting makes the hero realm a killing ground for Tier 2 prodigies. Either you die within or you emerge vastly stronger. However, the rules of the hero realm were altered by the actions of the martial god Senior back when he was Tier 2. Heroic essences obtained from slaying monsters cannot be traded. Whoever delivers the final blow claims the heroic essence. No one else can take it. Moreover, with all known methods, not a single blade of grass can be taken from the hero realm. External items can be brought in and out, but internal items cannot be removed, including heroic essences. When mentioning the martial god Senior, Old Lu was filled with reverence and admiration. Bai Yang also felt a surge of worship and respect. The flourishing development of the Earth realm today owed much to the myriad strategies of the Supreme Council Chairman, the iron-blooded martial god. Click-clack. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed as a female staff member hurried over carrying a tray. Upon the tray lay a pure black sachet that shimmered with a faint metallic luster. Old Lu did not take it but gestured to Bai Yang. This sachet-like object is called a demon containment pouch, also known as a ghost pouch. The 100 peach blossom demons are all inside. Bai Yang accepted the demon containment pouch. It felt cool to the touch and was very light. It could be refined like ordinary equipment. A simple infusion of mana would establish a preliminary bond. Old Lu let out a sly chuckle, revealing a lecherous expression for the first time, leaving Bai Yang bewildered. Go on. Once you feel these peach blossom demons can mask your aura, you can consider entering the hero realm. I have already conveyed the Academy's directive. You no longer need to attend classes with the other King class students. For the next 10 months, the Academy will recognize you as the permanent chief. Have your secretary collect your resources for these 10 months. Also, more detailed information about the hero realm is being prepared. That information is recorded and preserved in book form. Have your secretary collect a copy as well. Once you are fully prepared, then enter the hero realm. For any Tier 2 being, there is only one chance to enter that world. Bai Yang rose. Old Lu, how can I obtain a summoning skill book? Old Lu, summoning skill books are controlled items. Aside from the initial awakening, they can only be found in the inventories of major powers. When you first enrolled, the Academy gifted you the far more precious Indestructible Soul Skill Book. Later, I privately gave you Blood Dragon Strike. If you wish to acquire a summoning skill book, there are normally 2 ways. First, you can farm the Ancient Demon Realm and Serpent Demon Realm instances yourself. After obtaining a bound skill book within the instance, submit it directly to the instance to earn points. With enough points, you can apply to join the exchange queue. Once your turn comes, you can exchange for a summoning skill book from the Academy's resource repository. Bai Yang nodded. This method was feasible, but it was now inconvenient for him. Having already advanced to Tier 2A, he could no longer enter ordinary instances to farm monsters. Old Lu laughed heartily. This method isn't that easy either. There's more than 1 or 2 people waiting in line to exchange for a summoning skill book. Even if you have enough points, you never know how long you'll have to wait for your turn. Second, in about 2 months, it will be time for the first-class war academies to recruit geniuses. If you can get into a first-class war academy, the academy rewarding you with a summoning skill book would be a trivial matter. Bai Yang's eyes gleamed. Old Lu, I understand. I will strive to improve my strength during this period. Old Lu nodded. The principals of the 5 first-class war academies are all members of the Supreme Council. Even the iron-blooded martial god is the principal of the Martial God War Academy. Each year, the 5 first-class war academies select prodigies from the year's newly awakened professionals and martial artists who have embarked on the path of martial arts. Each academy has a fixed quota of 10 slots. They may admit fewer, but they will never exceed that number. You are the chief of this year's Indestructible Vajra Martial Academy, and your strength is leagues ahead of the others. Given your situation, barring unforeseen circumstances, entering a first-class war academy should be no problem. After expressing his gratitude respectfully, Bai Yang turned and strode away. He did not go directly home, but sent a message to Lu Qingqing within the academy. This secretary, who was devoted to him both body and soul, hurried over to the academy. Soon Bai Yang saw his svelte secretary arrive in a sports car. Lu Qingqing was a diligent, responsible, and obedient secretary before him. However, she was herself a Tier 1 copperskin iron bone martial artist, and excelled in many other areas, which was why she had earned the opportunity to serve as the exclusive secretary for a prodigy like him. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lu Qingqing was a favored daughter of destiny. Purchasing a sports car with her income was already quite low-key. Bai Yang relayed what old Lu had said about the 10 months of resources and the book of information on the hero realm. Then Bai Yang produced 4 copies of the outstanding grade skill book Water Control. Qingqing exchanged these skill books for a Tier 2 medium-sized crossbow. I've given you the blueprint before. This time I have an additional request: make the wooden bolt box larger, big enough to hold 10,000 bolts. Also prepare a set of Tier 2 armor. You should know my exact measurements. If the 4 outstanding skill books are worth more, then also commission a pair of Tier 2 gauntlets. You know the dimensions of my hands perfectly, right? Lu Qingqing nodded with a slightly flushed face. Rest assured, boss. There won't be any mistakes. After parting with his secretary, Bai Yang went straight home this time. Welcomed by the 2 beautiful serpent demon maids and Lu Susu, Bai Yang sat on the sofa at home. Looking at Lu Susu, he noticed her aura had grown significantly stronger. Clearly she had successfully broken through to the Tier 1 copperskin iron bone realm. In the current environment, the so-called copperskin iron bone realm was merely a description of one's strength, not an indication of actual bronze-colored skin. On the contrary, martial artists who broke through their physical limits with the aid of blood crystal water generally possessed exceptionally fine skin. Lu Susu's skin was now as smooth and delicate as jade. Bai Yang went alone to the basement, where the old rule still held: without his permission no one could enter. Tianji Rooster stood nearby, ready to unleash its soul-capturing crow at any moment. Bai Yang picked up the exquisite demon-binding bag, infused it with mana, and opened its mouth. A whoosh sounded as ethereal figures surged out from the tiny opening hovering around him. Then these ethereal figures remained motionless, as if in a daze. Bai Yang glanced back at Tianji Rooster. Even without activating its soul-capturing crow, the rooster was still a natural bane to evil spirits. These unranked peach blossom femme fatale were so intimidated they couldn't even stir. Bai Yang took out his phone to search for information about the peach blossom femme fatale, and soon understood the reason. These beings were ghosts without fixed forms, each one unique. They were called peach blossom femme fatale because they could absorb the fantasies of men who craved yang energy, then morph into the perfect woman in their minds. The green snake demon began absorbing Bai Yang's yang energy, taking in about 1% of what he naturally emitted. Thus 99% of his yang energy went to waste. With a thought, Bai Yang recalled Tianji Rooster into the summoning space. He had kept the rooster by his side only as a precaution. These unenslaved, unranked peach blossom femme fatale suppressed within the Undying City, just like the 4-tier white snake demon earlier, could cause no trouble. After dismissing Tianji Rooster, it took a while for these unranked peach blossom femme fatale to return to normal. Bai Yang guessed that the large amount of yang energy he had emitted had awakened them. He extended a finger and touched the ethereal body of one femme fatale. At once his yang energy began to harm her. As a ghost, she was vulnerable to yang energy. But Bai Yang sensed after a moment that the yang energy he naturally emitted didn't harm the femme fatale as severely as he expected. Old Lu said that the peach blossom femme fatale were cleansed of their malevolent soul aura by masters of the 5 Thunder True method, who wield profound lightning arts without damaging their essence. Lightning arts should harm ghosts far more than yang energy. If so, these femme fatale, having had their auras purified, must be among the finest. He reached out and gathered 3 of their intangible forms. Trinity Fusion. He activated his innate power, but an unexpected situation arose. All 3 targets possess independent life force. Please complete life contamination first. When contamination reaches 50, a Trinity Fusion can proceed. Bai Yang's lips curled into a smile. Though there were restrictions, the fusion was ultimately possible. That was enough. These ordinary peach blossom femme fatale sold by the 5 Thunder True method Martial Academy would surely soar under his hand. And as for life contamination, he understood it all too well. Bai Yang opened his arms wide. Come on, suck hard. Let me see how peach blossom femme fatale can both terrify and entice men. With a swoosh, the femme fatale were engulfed in the overwhelming aura emanating from Bai Yang. In the next instant, these femme fatale took on forms, some as innocent maidens, some as supreme seductresses, some as perfect matrons, each one different from the others. Bai Yang was startled. The perfect woman in my mind. There's more than one image. Vaguely, Bai Yang could sense that while these femme fatale frantically absorbed his aura, they were also being harmed. A state of pain mixed with pleasure. But clearly the gain outweighed the loss. The auras of all 100 femme fatale were strengthening bit by bit. Moreover, since these femme fatale were unranked, absorbing the yang energy of Bai Yang now at the second-tier hero level, they were quickly infected by his aura, leaving clear marks of his imprint. Without any surprises, Bai Yang stopped paying attention to the femme fatale and took out skill books to begin Trinity Fusion. Today, old Lu hadn't mentioned anything about skill selection for the second-tier hero level. Bai Yang guessed he needed to decide based on his own situation. Having a skill book didn't mean one could learn the skill. Many skills overlapped or conflicted with each other, making them impossible to learn. For instance, the flexibility skill book he got from killing the snake demon and the body strengthening skill book from the ancient demon were both deeply repelled by his overlord level indestructible diamond body. Bai Yang had an excellent level palm wind skill book from the white snake demon. But according to his learned knowledge, learning such attribute skills without the support of a corresponding talent was highly inadvisable. He tried using the iron shirt and boiling blood skill books to upgrade palm wind, but the similarity was so low that the success rate for Trinity Fusion was pitiful. The skills I learn must have plenty of ordinary skill books to synthesize, otherwise it'll be hard to proceed later. Soul-type skill books are too rare. I haven't even found a way to upgrade my undying soul, so for now I won't learn any more similar soul skills. That leaves summoning skills as the most suitable among soul-type ones. Bai Yang sensed Tianji Rooster in the summoning space. What started as the most ordinary summon rooster skill book had been elevated to its current level, something ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Tianji Rooster was extremely powerful, able to fly and dive into water, but its flight was brute force, lacking agility, and its diving was similarly crude, relying on raw strength without finesse. This summon was strictly speaking still a melee type, so Bai Yang considered how to obtain a summoning skill book that could complement Tianji Rooster. But so far as the top student of his second-tier martial academy, he still hadn't learned any knowledge or information about where summoning skill books came from. It seemed these regulated skill books weren't obtained through monster farming as he had initially thought. Not long ago he had specifically asked old Lu, but even the old man hadn't handed him a summoning skill book, further illustrating the rarity of such controlled items. Tap tap. Bai Yang heard footsteps from the first floor. Recognizing the steps, it was his septuary returning. With a thought, the green snake demon slithered up smoothly and soon came down with a box. Opening the box, it was filled with sparkling first-year fine-quality blood crystals. For 000 in total. Old Lu had issued this many to him according to the top student standard. Lu Qingqing's crisp voice rang out, "Boss, regarding this book on the hero world, should I learn it first and then teach you, or?" Bai Yang replied, "You learn it first, identify the key points, grasp the essentials, and get a comprehensive understanding. Then I'll study it myself and we can draw parallels together." Yes, Lu Qingqing began flipping through the restricted knowledge, analyzing it swiftly. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Yang chuckled softly. All 100 Peach Blossom Femme Fatale had broken through to the first tier. Moreover, these Femme Fatale were now imprinted with his life mark. This meant he had enslaved and bound them, surpassing the scroll-based enslavement method he had used for the two snake demon beauties. If he performed Trinity Fusion now, he could obtain superior Peach Blossom Femme Fatale. But Bai Yang had a grand plan in mind, and fusing them now would be highly inefficient. With a thought, the first-tier Femme Fatale smoothly flowed into the demon-binding bag at his waist. He stood up and walked toward the first floor. Soon, under the exceptional guidance of his septuary, Bai Yang began studying the book on the hero world. With the special learning environment, atmosphere, and method, his learning efficiency was maximized. As Bai Yang delved deeper into the rules, which were far more detailed than what Bilo had described, his eyes grew increasingly bright. Every second-order cultivator had one opportunity to enter the hero world, and even his servants were granted this chance. The heroic power gained from slaying monsters was determined by the final blow, and it could not be traded, gifted, or taken out of the hero world. However, the situation shifted if two second-order cultivators shared a special bond. For instance, his 100 Peach Blossom demons bearing his life imprint were considered an extension of him within the hero world. As long as these demons reached the second order, they could enter alongside him. Moreover, the heroic power he obtained from kills could be used by the Peach Blossom demons, and the heroic power they acquired likewise belonged to him. This applied not only to the Peach Blossom demons, but also to the serpent beauties Qingyi and Qingsa. Bai Yang's eyes brightened further, and he acted immediately. Qingyi Qingsa, come to the basement every 2 hours. Afterwards Xiaoqing will escort you back up in Susu, and Qingqing will attend to you. The two serpent beauties promptly agreed. Though fearful, they would never defy their master's orders, even if it cost them their lives. The peach blossom demons could complete their binding by absorbing his yang energy, while the serpent beauties, being sentient beings of flesh and blood, required a different method for gradual bonding. After finishing the book's contents, Bai Yang patted his voluptuous secretary. Qingqing, I need 2 full-body second-order soft armors tailored for Qingyi and Qingsa. You should be well acquainted with their measurements. Lu Qingqing nodded, repeatedly indicating no issue. Bai Yang continued, also after crafting the custom weapon and the armor for me, Qingyi and Qingsa order large quantities of identical second-order standard-grade items from multiple weapon shops. Lu Qingqing departed to carry out his orders. Bai Yang returned to the basement. He had yet to examine the Peach Blossom Demon's attributes after their advancement to the First Order. Opening the demon containment pouch, the 100 First Order Peach Blossom Demons emerged, and following Bai Yang's command clung to him to absorb his yang energy for growth. Bai Yang felt the energy drain and was reasonably satisfied. With all 100 First Order demons working together along with the Green Serpent Demon, they could absorb about 30 of his naturally dissipated yang energy. Peach Blossom Demon rank First Order Soul Energy 132132. Soul Energy Intensity 15 Abilities Energy Absorption, Qi Condensation and Materialization. This was the attribute of the strongest among them. Soul Energy could be considered the life force of a ghost. It diminished upon sustaining damage, and when depleted the ghost would dissipate and perish. However, ordinary attacks inflicted no harm on ghosts. Only abilities with a restraining nature such as light or thunder attributes could damage them. Bai Yang's Blood Dragon Strike was a blood-based attack, and blood energy was a favored food for ghosts. If he encountered a ghost, he could unleash an overwhelming blood dragon strike to overfeed and incapacitate it. This was a common method for dealing with ghosts, and martial artists typically had no other recourse. Soul Energy Intensity, akin to a summon's overall strength, represented the ghost's defensive and offensive power. A Soul Energy Intensity of 15 meant that when this Peach Blossom Demon materialized, it could exert a force of 15 kilograms. Though not substantial, a ghost's form was not fixed, and with clever application 15 kilograms could yield remarkable effects. Energy absorption and Qi condensation and materialization were common ghost abilities. After reviewing them, Bai Yang found that none of the 100 demons possessed special skills. They were all identical. Yet Bai Yang understood that these were likely the leftovers sold by the 5 Thunder Orthodox Martial Academy. As they continuously fed on his yang energy, the demon's soul energy steadily increased. Once their soul energy surpassed 1,000, these Peach Blossom Demons would advance to the Second Order. According to the knowledge, a Second Order ghost's soul energy intensity would exceed 100, granting them over 100 kilograms of force upon materialization. Such power was no longer something ordinary people could resist. After all, a ghost's most common attack method was to enter a target's orifices and absorb energy from within. Bai Yang glanced at the Green Serpent Demon, who had already reached the Third Order, and thus missed the chance to enter the hero world. A missed opportunity for a massive power boost. Every second-order cultivator had one chance to enter the hero world. Once they exited, they could never return, and entry was only possible at the natural second-order stage. Even voluntarily reducing one's cultivation to the second order later would not permit entry. Additionally, there was a restriction: the maximum stay could not exceed 1 month. Thus Bai Yang was now fully focused on enhancing the Peach Blossom Demon's strength. This was a major reason: by fusing 3 demons saturated with heroic power, he would inevitably obtain a superior result. Qingyi and Qingsa descended. He had wanted to test this earlier with his voluptuous secretary, but she was an independent life form, whereas the serpent beauties were his exclusive possessions. Then Bai Yang was overwhelmed with ecstasy. Since awakening his talent, he had remained composed, suppressing even intense excitement. But this time he could not contain his joy. The size alteration talent was utterly beyond imagination. When his summons used it, their entire bodies changed size uniformly. However, Bai Yang's body was a unique deified flesh and blood form, a real living being. For him, size alteration was no longer limited to the whole body shrinking or expanding simultaneously. Instead, it could be like the Rui Jingu Bang. Bai Yang paused his synthesis of skill books and began synthesizing blood crystals. One by one, first-order perfect-grade blood crystals appeared. Fusing them further in threes was no longer cost-effective. Under the secondary talent effect of surging yang energy combined with continuous consumption of first-order perfect blood crystal water, he could perform the 3-in-1 fusion roughly once every 3 minutes. That was 20 times per hour and 480 times in a day and night. In less than a full day, 4,000 first-order fine blood crystals were transformed into 444 first-order perfect blood crystals. Subsequently, Bai Yang ordered a batch of first-order crossbows based on the design for the rapid-fire crossbow. Through relentless 3-in-1 synthesis, king-grade rapid-fire crossbows emerged one after another. After synthesizing 100 first-order king-grade rapid-fire crossbows, 5 days and 5 nights had passed. Then Bai Yang received the weapons and armor customized by Lu Qingqing. Storm crossbow, second order, perfect integrity 100, overall strength 2000. Bolts 0-1-2-0-0-0, physical attack 800, effective range 3000 meters, bonus precision 8, stability 10, fire rate 10. Its attributes were similar to the first-order rapid-fire crossbow, but comprehensively enhanced. Bai Yang continued synthesizing second-order crossbows frantically, though the cost was significantly higher as this weapon was intended for himself. Finally, he elevated it to the king-grade limit through 3-in-1 synthesis. Storm crossbow, second-order, king, ultimate integrity 100, overall strength 8000, bolts 1-2-0-0-0-1, 2-0-0-0, physical attack 15,000, effective range 30,000 meters, bonus precision 50, stability 60, fire rate 50. Bai Yang opened fire at the skyward Rooster Tyrant. With an attack power of 15000, he naturally managed to break through its defenses, causing the skyward Rooster Tyrant's massive health pool of 601 million to plummet rapidly. Finally, Bai Yang confirmed through testing that this Stormwind repeating crossbow had reached the terrifying maximum firing rate of 200 bolts per second. True to its name of Stormwind, the bolts poured forth like a relentless tempest, unstoppable in their fury. With the weapon settled, Bai Yang turned his attention to crafting armor. This time the armor differed from standard designs. Bai Yang opted for a full-body soft armor that could protect his entire form. Full-body soft armor, Tier 2, outstanding integrity 100. Overall toughness 300, additional agility 3, where requirements strength 50, physique 50. The attributes of the armor were quite straightforward. For a Tier 2 outstanding grade soft armor, an overall toughness of 300 meant its defense was also 300. Moreover, all types of armor, regardless of quality or form, came with the additional attribute of reduced agility. As for the wear requirements, they signified the minimum stats needed to fight effectively while wearing the equipment. If his strength and physique fell below 50 points, donning this armor would become a heavy burden. After a round of combining 3 items into one, Bai Yang finally obtained 3 pieces of Tier 2 King-grade full-body soft armor. Full-body soft armor, Tier 2 King, ultimate integrity 100. Overall toughness 3000, additional agility 20, wear requirement strength 200, physique 200. With an overall toughness of 3000 points, it could now ignore damage from ordinary Tier 2 weapons, as the attack power of a Tier 2 perfect grade weapon typically hovered around 1000. The wear requirements had also increased to 200 points, which was a trivial matter for Bai Yang, but a considerable hurdle for average Tier 2 practitioners. Not only that, but Bai Yang also received a pair of custom-made gauntlets. Fury of Vajra gauntlets, Tier 2, perfect integrity 100. Overall toughness 1000, physical attack 500, additional sturdiness 10. Impact 10, agility 5, where requirement strength 100, physique 100. These gauntlets were custom-made to fit his hand shape. Since gauntlets were worn on the hands, they had wear requirements, whereas the hand crossbow and repeating crossbow were special weapons that fired bolts by pulling a trigger, thus having no such requirements. Subsequently, Bai Yang frantically combined 3 gauntlets into one. Fury of Vajra gauntlets, Tier 2 King, ultimate integrity 100. Overall toughness 5000, physical attack 6000, additional sturdiness 60, impact 100, agility 30, wear requirement strength 800, physique 800. Compared to the Stormwind repeating crossbow, the attack power was somewhat lacking. However, the two were different types of weapons. The Stormwind repeating crossbow had a physical attack of 15000, meaning each bolt fired carried 15000 attack power. On the other hand, when fighting with the gauntlets equipped, each strike added the gauntlet's base 6000 attack to Bai Yang's own physical attack. Bai Yang's current physical attack was 18042. If he fought while wearing the gauntlets, his attack range would be 0 to 180426000. The actual damage dealt depended on his execution and accuracy, as the damage was not strictly fixed. Thus, even professionals typically learned martial arts. At the Indestructible Vajra Martial Academy, both the King class and regular classes had combat instructors who were professionals, but they were also assigned martial arts instructors. In the King class, Zhou Yu served as the martial arts instructor responsible for training everyone in combat techniques. Bai Yang wasn't indifferent to martial arts. He simply had no need to consider it for now, as he had trained for 3 years in high school, which was sufficient for his current needs. With his current strength, whether fighting peers or even those a tier above, he could crush opponents with overwhelming power requiring no special techniques. Donning this pair of gauntlets, he could indeed feel their weight befitting high-tier equipment with wear requirements of 800 strength and 800 physique. As for the additional agility 30, it had little impact because Bai Yang's current strength and physique were both 6014 points, allowing him to easily ignore the agility reduction brought by the mere 800-point wear requirement. Putting away his equipment, Bai Yang stood up and carried a snake woman beauty in each arm down to the first floor. After all this time, Qing Yi and Qing Se had been completely bound to him, surpassing the level of an enslavement scroll. Not only Qing Yi and Qing Se but also the 100 Peach Blossom Demonesses, under the condition of unlimited absorption of his Tier 2 hero-grade Yang energy, had finally all advanced to Tier 2. Peach Blossom Demoness rank Tier 2 Soul Energy 1150. Soul Energy Intensity 110. Abilities: Energy Absorption, Qi Condensation, and Materialization. At Tier 2, the Peach Blossom Demonesses already possessed considerable power, and the 100 Tier 1 King-grade rapid-fire crossbows he had created through 3 unknown combinations finally found suitable wielders. Moreover, the 100 Tier 2 Peach Blossom Demonesses no longer needed to exert their full strength to absorb all the Yang energy naturally emanating from him. In this way, the issue of Yang energy that had somewhat troubled Bai Yang was finally resolved. In the 300 square meter living room on the first floor, large quantities of barreled spring water were neatly stacked. This was the water Bai Yang planned to carry on him to conveniently dissolve blood crystals into blood crystal water whenever needed. He stored these barrels of water into his storage bracelet, then turned his gaze to his elegant secretary. Qing, I have already made a will, and it has been certified and approved by the Indestructible Vajra Martial Academy. The elegant secretary vehemently shook her head. Boss, this is a futile gesture. Nothing will happen to you. Bai Yang let out a hearty laugh. There's never an absolute certainty. How many brilliant talents have perished in the hero world? I'm just taking a routine precaution. Take it. The elegant secretary slowly knelt beside Bai Yang's leg and accepted the golden ring he handed over. This was the control ring for the Tier 3 Azure Serpent Demon. Only Tier 2 beings could enter the hero world. The Azure Serpent Demon couldn't even be brought inside. He did not give Lu Qingqing the beast pouch containing the Azure Serpent Demon, as it currently held the 2 snake woman beauties Qing Yi and Qing Se. Lu Susu knelt on Bai Yang's other side, the woman gently resting her head on his lap. Bai Yang spoke, Susu, if something happens to me, the Azure Serpent Demon goes to Qing. This villa and that shop will be jointly owned by you and Shin Haitong, each with a 50 share. An hour later, Bai Yang strode away. After teleporting, he arrived at Guanglong City, the small town where he was born and raised. He headed straight for the recruit camp, under the dual identity of the top graduate of the Indestructible Vajra Martial Academy, one of the 10 great martial academies, and a Tier 2 hero. The recruit camp, which normally forbade visits, made an exception. Shin Haitang was in the female recruit barracks within the camp. The instructors were all women, uniformly Tier 2 Jade Marrow Realm martial artists, far stronger than his snake woman beauties who had just entered Tier 2. In a private room, Bai Yang met with Shin Haitang. Upon learning that Bai Yang had already advanced to Tier 2 hero, Shin Haitang was not shocked. The girl wore an expression that said she had always expected such greatness from the man she chose. Having done nothing of substance, merely exchanging a few words and sharing an embrace, Bai Yang was promptly dismissed. He was not even permitted to leave behind a handful of first-grade perfect-quality blood crystals. The regulations of the recruit camp were exceedingly strict, and allowing him to visit Shin Haitang was already an extraordinary exception. As for resources, the recruit camp lacked nothing. So long as one performed well, supplies were abundant. Subsequently, Bai Yang contacted his high school classmates, and soon met with the class monitor Zhao Zuohai along with 3 other students. Initially, 20 individuals from the class had awakened. Only the class monitor Zhao Zuohai and these 3 classmates had gained admission to Guanglong Martial Academy. Of the remaining 15, 2 had perished, while the other 13, too weak in strength, no longer dared to enter dungeons to battle monsters, relegating themselves to the lowest tier of professionals, those who toiled for survival and contributed to the propagation of the human race. Such was the normal course of development. The vast majority would merely fade into obscurity. After a round of pleasantries upon learning that Bai Yang was the current chief of the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy and had already advanced to the 2nd order heroic level, Zhao Zuohai and the other 3 classmates were momentarily stunned. They had yet to undergo their rank advancement trials, yet their former classmate had already soared to such heights. Having made a rather conspicuous display, Bai Yang laughed heartily and gifted each of the 4 classmates, who had legitimately embarked on the path of a professional, 3 first-grade perfect-quality blood crystals. It was not that Bai Yang was reluctant to give more. Blood crystals of such quality were immensely valuable, and given his classmates' modest abilities, offering too much might not be beneficial. Such blood crystals, which others deemed priceless, numbered over 400 in Bai Yang's storage bracelet. To him, they served only as a source of nourishment. He dared not yet engage in large-scale trafficking of these items. After meeting with his homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong, the teacher's resentful gaze sent a chill down Bai Yang's spine. As for the teacher's 17 somewhat unattractive unmarried daughters, even the current Bai Yang found no solution. His current classmate's son Byuk needed to marry numerous women, but his father was a formidable fourth-order saint-level professional. The daughters of a teacher like Li Xiangdong would indeed prove troublesome in the future. With everything settled, Bai Yang returned to the indestructible city. The heroic world was a second-order killing ground across myriad realms. The human world had its geniuses, and other worlds were no different. In mutual slaughter, none could claim absolute safety. Thus, Bai Yang, following convention, had drafted his will and met with former friends. Bai Yang soon arrived at the vicinity of the Supreme Tower, a venue for the advancement of professionals from the Earth realm, where both rank advancement trials and heroic level trials took place. Additionally, the Supreme Tower served as a transit point for entering the heroic world. With a surge of his will, Bai Yang issued a request. "I wish to enter the heroic world." Commencing scan. A force swept over Bai Yang, thoroughly probing even his beast pouch and demon containment bag. "You are a natural second-order entity meeting the conditions for entry into the heroic world. Inspection confirms you are not carrying any second-order servants that violate entry requirements. Special note: if you possess means to bring non-natural second-order entities into the heroic world, exercise caution. The heroic world will instantly annihilate any non-natural second-order life forms that appear within it." These warnings had all been covered in the previous manual. Some individuals with extraordinary talents could bypass the entry inspection, thus bringing higher-order beings into the heroic world. However, once inside the heroic world, any life form that was not a natural second-order would be eliminated immediately, and even first-order beings would be slain. This restriction extended beyond life forms to include equipment and weapons. Anything above the second order was prohibited. If high-order gear were retrieved, it would be utterly annihilated by the heroic world. Naturally, this limitation applied only to higher orders, not lower ones. Otherwise, the first-order crossbow Bai Yang had crafted for the Peach Blossom Fairy would be meaningless. One exception existed: if one broke through to the third order within the heroic world, they would not be slain but would be immediately teleported back to their original world. Of course, food, water, and various recovery medicines were unrestricted. Entering the heroic world. Teleportation commencing. His form shifted at this time. Bai Yang distinctly perceived the duration of the teleportation. After a long while, a tangible scene materialized before him, and he set foot upon solid ground in a bustling place reminiscent of a grand market. You have entered the heroic world. In this realm, you will not suffer from world erosion. Your remaining stay time 29 days, 235959. Crowds of people were everywhere, all uniformly second-order humans, creating a lively spectacle. With a swift motion, Bai Yang released Qingyi and Qingse from his beast pouch. The two women quickly took their positions behind him. Subsequently, he released 100 second-order Peach Blossom Fairies, which swiftly adhered to the surface of his body, beginning to absorb the naturally emanating Yang energy, thereby rendering Bai Yang far less conspicuous. Bai Yang did not linger. He swiftly made his way outward. This location was a stronghold under the indestructible Diamond Martial Academy, and as its current chief, he was entitled to special treatment. Soon Bai Yang encountered a group of staff members clad in uniform attire. Upon presenting his identification, these staff respectfully escorted him into a stone building at the rear. A female staff member bowed respectfully once more before beginning to relay information. "Chief Bai, you should already be well informed about this place before entering the heroic world. However, as a student of the Academy's King class, per the regulations of both the Academy and the Indestructible City, I am required to personally brief you once more on the rules and actual conditions here." Bai Yang nodded. "Please proceed." Observing his amiable demeanor, the female staff member relaxed and adopted a more cordial tone. "Chief Bai, this stronghold is one of the 10 world coordinates through which the Earth realm can teleport professionals and martial artists in and out. However, the stronghold is not an absolute safe zone. With staff on monthly rotations monitoring the area and mirror, recording devices capturing every corner, without blind spots, no one can cause trouble within the stronghold. Yet, according to the rules set by the Supreme Council, this order applies only within the stronghold. Once outside, even if someone is killed at the entrance, the perpetrator will face no official punishment from the Earth realm." Bai Yang nodded. "I am aware of this. Continue." The female staff member continued. "All second-order individuals can stay in the heroic world for a maximum of 30 days. If one needs to leave before the time is up, they must return to one of the 10 strongholds to be teleported back to the Earth realm. Otherwise, to leave the Earth realm, one must wait until the stay duration expires to be forcibly sent back. Bai Yang nodded. Proceed. The female staff member added, according to information gathered from various sources by the Earth realm, over 1,000 different worlds have already invested power into the heroic world, and its internal area continues to expand. Some worlds merely invest power without sending second-order entities. Such worlds need not be of concern. However, many worlds like ours treat the heroic world as a training ground for second-order beings. Some powerful second-order entities from those worlds hunt human second-order professionals within the heroic world. Chief Bai, please take note: whenever encountering alien races, eliminate them if possible. If elimination proves difficult, withdraw immediately. And if overpowered, retreat to the nearest outpost at maximum speed. Once inside an outpost, you will receive aid from your kin, or choose to evacuate. A mere 10-second wait suffices for teleportation out of the hero world. That covers encounters with alien races. Yet there exists a far more perilous scenario: meeting one's own kind. Beyond the outposts lies the chaotic expanse, a lawless realm where deranged individuals stalk and even torture their own kin. Thus, when encountering fellow humans outside, all parties exercise extreme caution and deliberately avoid one another. Should such avoidance fail, even if the other is fleeing an alien pursuer and pleading for help, the Supreme Council's official recommendation stands unequivocal: if your strength is insufficient, flee without hesitation. If your strength is sufficient, strike decisively. Slay both alien and kin alike. The female staff member spoke with crisp finality. Bai Yang's brow furrowed faintly. This intelligence did not appear in the manual he had studied. The Supreme Council not only declines to endorse aiding a kin member hunted by aliens, it omits even passive non-intervention, instead sanctioning the joint extermination of alien and kin alike provided one possesses adequate strength. This directive strikes me as highly unusual, bordering on extreme. The woman's voice rang clear. Chief Bai, this remains a deeply contested matter. Many believe that rescuing a kin member under alien pursuit is an act of fundamental humanity. Yet the Supreme Council has upheld this standard recommendation unchanged, surely for compelling reasons. The Council issues only a guideline, not a binding rule. In the lawless expanse beyond, your choices remain entirely your own. Bai Yang nodded. Proceed. The staff member continued. We shall provide you with the latest territorial map and an overview of monster strengths across designated zones. She produced an intricately detailed map and handed it to him. Bai Yang accepted it and examined the precise regional demarcations. This map was compiled collaboratively by our 10 outposts, continuously updated with field intelligence, though the hero world itself expands ceaselessly, rendering the map strictly advisory. In addition to monsters summoned from other dimensions, the hero world spontaneously generates its own, termed heroic beasts. Slaying them yields heroic power, albeit only the most rudimentary grade. Heroic beasts never appear in clusters. Instead, they materialize randomly anywhere within the hero world, making mass culling impractical. One must rely heavily on fortune to encounter them. To acquire greater quantities, or higher grades, of heroic power, one must hunt near outposts in other dimensions. Yet such ventures entail significantly heightened risk. The choice rests solely with you. Bai Yang nodded. Excellent. Any further standard advisories? The woman gathered her courage and met his gaze. Not with deference, but with a different resolve. With quiet confidence, she said, Chief Bai, your 2 serpent maiden attendants are exceptionally beautiful. Escorting them into the hero world invites unnecessary complications, especially among kin whose minds have fractured under slaughter and pressure, giving rise to malevolent impulses. I advise leaving them behind. Bai Yang regarded her with a faint, enigmatic smile. I bring them for purpose. As you yourself noted, slaughter breeds pressure, and they ease my spirit. Without them, I cannot guarantee how long I would endure. Unflinching, she held his gaze, neither retreating nor blinking. Her voice, clear yet tinged with subtle shyness, added, Chief Bai, both serpent maidens have just entered the second realm, Jade Marrow stage. Accompanying you, they would be little more than burdens. You may leave them within the outpost for 1 month, allowing them to passively absorb the hero world's ambient power. Given your status, they may reside undisturbed in this sector. I hail from the Indestructible Legion, and like your serpent maidens stand at the second realm, Jade Marrow stage. Yet I have undergone marrow refinement and blood renewal 6 times, vastly surpassing their strength. I entered the hero world 2 days ago. 28 days remain on my tenure. If you permit, I request permission to accompany you. Bai Yang observed the woman before him, her aura indeed far stronger than that of his 2 serpent maidens. Yet her desire to join him stemmed simply from his position as this year's chief disciple of the Indestructible Martial Academy. To enter his squad, perhaps even share in his spoils. For Bai Yang bringing Qing Yi and Qing Se was primarily because both were beings he could fully subjugate. As his own strength surged daily, so too must theirs. Else they would soon prove inadequate even as servants. Slaying second-realm entities from alien worlds yields heroic power. Practitioners consume it to advance, martial cultivators ingest it to fortify their bodies. Bai Yang brought Qing Yi and Qing Se precisely to feed them 900 units of heroic power. Even the most basic grade in such quantity would dramatically elevate their cultivation. Of course, all such provisions hinge upon first fulfilling Bai Yang's own needs. Only surplus heroic power would be granted to them. Why would he accept a mere second-realm warrior, however refined 6 times, who harbored ulterior motives? Her suggestion, that the Serpent Maidens simply remain here for a month, is the least efficient path. Though residence in the hero world does yield gradual growth, it pales beside the accelerated advancement granted by consuming heroic power. The teeming crowds within the outpost exemplify precisely this. Those lacking the strength to hunt monsters abroad settle for passive cultivation in relative safety. Then depart after 1 month. Bai Yang's lips parted slightly, forming a perfect O. The woman stared, bewildered, frantically searching for meaning in this gesture. Encountering this year's chief disciple of the Indestructible Martial Academy within the hero world was sheer unprecedented fortune, prompting her immediate unhesitating offer to pledge herself wholly to him. Yet despite rigorous martial training, she remained utterly perplexed. What truly did a man's lips forming a silent O signify? Even a tongue flick or lip lick would have been decipherable. But this, as she strained to interpret, Bai Yang moved, his abdomen and chest swelling, then contracting sharply, before exhaling a slow cylindrical breath through his rounded lips. His exhalation flowed like a languid blade. SSSS. The woman froze stunned, for that unhurried current of breath striking her chest propelled her backward, despite its lack of force. Her powerful elongated legs tensed, her waist coiled and braced, her 6-fold marrow-refined, blood-renewed physique straining to withstand the man's expelled breath. The good news she endured, though agony seared her sternum. The bad news. Bai Yang closed his mouth and rose to leave. He strode past her frozen mid-thought, then paused. Perhaps she sought advantage, but such ambition was natural. Whether practitioner or cultivator, progress demanded seizing opportunity. Her conduct was neither unreasonable nor excessive. Moreover, her decisive spirit resonated with him. Since she dared claim her chance, he would grant it. Upon returning to Indestructible City, connect with Lu Qingqing of the Martial Academy. Should I form a squad in the future, I will consider recruiting you. The woman beamed, nodding vigorously. Thank you, Chief Bai. I will contact Lu Qingqing immediately. Bai Yang strode away, Qing Yi and Qing Se hastening to follow. High-tier practitioners routinely assemble squads to wage war across alien realms. Recruitment is standard practice. Though Bai Yang had not yet formed a squad, he had contemplated doing so. He required no extraordinary strength from recruits. Were he to enlist anyone, their role would likely involve resource acquisition, not frontline combat. Thus this modest female martialist, 6-fold marrow refined, might well earn a place in his future squad. His voice drifted back, distant yet unmistakable. You are still too weak. Strengthen yourself relentlessly, or you may yet lack the qualification to join my squad. Exiting the staff area, Bai Yang gazed at the towering stone stele that soared into the sky. As he drew closer, he saw numerous names engraved upon it. He quickly looked to the very top and was astonished. Hero ranking: first place, Dun Realm, Human Race, Fu Chang'e, slaughter value 6996886. Fu Chang'e, the incredibly handsome senior he had met in the Supreme Tower during the entry trial, the very same who had bestowed upon him the opportunity for the blood gold power. He never imagined this senior was already so peerless at the 2nd rank. Bai Yang murmured to himself, Fu Chang'e with a slaughter value of nearly 7 million, more than double the 2nd-place aliens 3,200,000. A voice tinged with the condescension of a city slicker seeing a country bumpkin chimed in. That's the Sword Immortal Senior. Back when he was at the 2nd rank, his sword aura could span 30,000 meters. If not for the 1-month time limit, he could have plowed through the entire hero world at that stage. A rebuttal immediately followed. Who dares speak such nonsense here? The Sword Immortal Senior naturally dominates the hero ranking. But you are addressing the current chief of our Indestructible Golden Body Martial Academy. You insolent fool, how dare you insinuate disrespect? Apologize at once. A figure pushed through the crowd. Chief, is this your first day entering the hero world? Bai Yang turned to see 5 classmates from the King's class approaching him. Jean Russian Xiong, Jinhai the last seat Xiao Jilongsong Haitao and Xieqian. Compared to him, these King's class students were mere motes of dust, yet as members of the elite class in one of the top 10 martial academies, they were as dazzling as the sun in the eyes of ordinary people. Thus, the King's class students, who were always amiable and respectful before Bai Yang, now displayed their domineering side to the world. Jin Rushan seemed to be the leader of this five-man squad, while the stronger Xiong, Jinhai the last seat, stood further back. Bai Yang nodded. Just arrived. Have you guys formed a team? Jin Rushan nodded yes. After being spurred by you that day, Chief, everyone except Sun Byuk advanced to the second rank soon after. We then formed teams and entered the hero world. Bai Yang turned back to look at the hero ranking. Jin Rushan's eyes moved and he quickly began to explain. Chief, I may not be strong, but I come from a family with deep knowledge. I know quite a bit about the figures on this ranking. Would you like an explanation? Bai Yang nodded. All right, keep it brief. Jin Rushan quickly spoke. The hero ranking represents world coordinate points generated within the hero world itself. By occupying one, you can establish a world teleportation link. Our Dun realm occupies 10 such points each under the jurisdiction of one of the top 10 martial academies. It's not that we can't occupy more, but these strongholds aren't permanent. They can be taken. To consolidate our strength, Dun realm only occupies 10 scattered strongholds. Bai Yang nodded. I understand. Tell me the specifics of this ranking. Jin Rushan. The hero ranking lists 1,000 names ranked by slaughter value. Within the hero world, you gain 1 slaughter point for every life you kill. If you kill a being that carries slaughter value, you acquire their entire accumulated value. Of the thousands of different worlds, less than 50 have deployed second-rank combatants. It's impossible to verify exactly how long this ranking has existed. Our Dun realm only joined in the last few centuries. According to known information, once a name appears on the ranking, it remains even if the bearer dies. Some of the 1,000 names from different worlds may have long since perished. Our Dun realm human race currently has 37 names on the hero ranking, all of them heroes. Chief, please look at the 6th place. Bai Yang lowered his gaze to the 6th place Jin Rushan had indicated. 6th place, Dun realm human race Wang Wu, slaughter value 2665876. Bai Yang was puzzled. What's so special about the 6th place? Jin Rushan's eyes had already turned into those of a fanboy. Bai Yang roughly understood that this Wang Wu must be a great figure in Dun realm. Jin Rushan said with emotion, Chief, in our understanding, top-tier existences are known by their titles. This 6th place is none other than the chairman of our Dun realm Supreme Council, the senior iron-blooded war god. This time Bai Yang looked at the 6th place on the hero ranking in shock. So it's the senior iron-blooded war god. This is the first time I've learned his real name. Jin Rushan laughed. That's normal. After reaching a certain level of power, people rarely use their birth names anymore, as many strong individuals have names that aren't very pleasant. Chief, let me continue introducing the heroes on the list. Bai Yang shook his head. No need. 18 minutes have passed since I entered the hero world. I've already delayed too long. Farewell. Amid the bewildered gazes of his 5 classmates, Bai Yang turned away from the hero ranking. Whoa! The sky-soaring Rooster King appeared, its base size a staggering 5 meters, commanding the entire scene. Countless people were stunned. Then an uproar ensued. Holy crap! What kind of rooster is this? Why is it so huge? You fool! That's a summon, not a spirit beast or a war servant. I'm so jealous. My friend has a perfect grade elephant summon, but a second-rank elephant doesn't seem as tall as this handsome rooster. Heavens, could this be a king-grade rooster surpassing perfection? If it's king-grade, it could be called a divine rooster. Such a divine rooster, such a divine rooster, so beautiful, the rooster is too beautiful. Agreed. This rooster's splendor and nobility can only be compared to the legendary phoenix. Common chickens can't even match a single feather. While countless people admired it from a safe distance, Bai Yang produced a saddle custom-made for the Rooster King's standard size. Then he leaped onto it. Qingyi and Qingse jumped up, lightly positioning themselves in front and behind Bai Yang. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Bai Yang rode the Rooster King a few steps out of the stronghold. Jin Rushan watched the colossal rooster depart, his shock far exceeding that of the others. Though lacking in strength, his extraordinary background gave him insight far beyond most. Based on the giant rooster's physique, he had already estimated its quality. He sighed. Alas, the words were on the tip of my tongue several times, but I just couldn't say them. The last seat Xiong Jinhai spoke. The gap is indescribable. Even if we shamelessly ask the chief to carry us, it might not be appropriate. With the chief's strength, he's likely to go on a rampage. If we follow him and he encounters a powerful enemy, we could easily be caught in the crossfire. It's safer to stay away. Let's go. Avoid the direction the chief is heading. We must consume 900 hero powers within the time limit or things will get troublesome later. Xiao Zhilong lamented. I feel that professionals are worse off than martial artists. At least martial artists can cultivate and grow stronger on their own. Our digitized special flesh and blood bodies have too many restrictions when it comes to getting stronger. Outside the stronghold was no different from inside, except that the indestructible Golden Body Martial Academy maintained order within while outside was a lawless land. According to the map provided by the unknown female staff member, the entire hero world was an elliptical space with a total land area exceeding 10 billion square kilometers. The 10 strongholds of Diuan realm were scattered across this vast, boundless land. The one Baiyang had just exited under the name of the Indestructible Golden Body Martial Academy was called the Indestructible Stronghold, located in the eastern part of this elliptical space. Thus Baiyang's journey was heading all the way west. Moreover, Baiyang had preliminarily mapped out a route. Following this path, he would encounter the greatest number and the highest quality of otherworldly regions. 11,000 kilometers from the Indestructible Stronghold lay a formidable otherworldly region, which was also Baiyang's first stop. This region was known as the Demon Fiend Realm. Even the Earth Origin Realm had some contact with it. One of the 10 great martial academies, the 8 Desolations Demon Suppressing Martial Academy, was stationed at Demon Suppressing City to deal with this very realm. The Boiling Blood skill books he had purchased in bulk all originated from this Demon Fiend Realm instance. The Demon Fiend Realm was said to be a world saturated with all kinds of baleful chi. Its internal environment was extremely harsh, ensuring that only the most ferocious and combative monsters could survive. The Boiling Blood skill was actually a common ability among the monsters of the Demon Fiend Realm. Once they entered battle, their blood would seethe and surge like boiling water, greatly enhancing their combat power. The 8 Desolations Demon Suppressing Martial Academy was divided into 2 factions: the Academy Faction's Professionals and the Demon Suppressing Army's Martial Artists, similar to the situation at the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy. It was said that the 8 Desolations Demon Suppressing Martial Academy had already established multiple large fortresses within the Demon Fiend Realm, continuously harvesting its various resources. Among them, the diverse types of baleful chi were the most precious resources for high-level martial artists of the Earth Origin Realm. The 5-meter sky-soaring Rooster King possessed immense strength. A single stomp of its claws would create an explosive crater, and one stride could propel it over 100 meters. But even so, Baiyang found it too slow. With a swoosh, he stored Qing Yi and Qing Se into the beast pouch, then put away the saddle and gave a command. My rooster, maximize. Sky-soaring blazing flight. With a cock-a-doodle-doo, the 5-meter base form of the sky-soaring Rooster King smoothly expanded into a 50-meter colossal chicken. As it flapped its wings, a gale howled, and the ground below was scoured as if by a sandstorm. With a boom, the sky-soaring Rooster King shot into the sky. In the air, it rapidly beat its wings, its speed instantly rocketing as it flew into the distance. Compared to birds, the sky-soaring Rooster King's brute force flying style was naturally far less agile. However, what Baiyang needed was speed. The rooster just had to flap its wings hard and fly. After several accelerations, Baiyang sheltered beneath a few giant feathers. The sounds of the outside world seemed to vanish. He didn't know how much time had passed, at least several hours, when he paused from synthesizing the 3-known skill book. A dense mass of auras appeared in the distance. He had arrived. With a swoosh, he took out 33 first-rank King-grade Storm rapid-fire crossbows. Then he deployed 100 second-rank Peach Blossom Elf Maidens, organizing them into groups of 3. 2 maidens would hold a Storm rapid-fire crossbow together, while the third would pull the trigger and adjust the firing angle. Surround this Demon Fiend Realm outpost from all angles. The 33 crossbows carried by the nearly invisible Peach Blossom Elf Maidens dispersed before converging to encircle the target. Baiyang didn't idle either. He directly took out his second-rank King-grade Extreme Tier Storm and Rain rapid-fire crossbow. Inside the outpost below, a dense horde of monsters had already spotted the colossal rooster in the sky. Countless attacks were launched, most of them javelins and arrows. Observing, Baiyang noted that none of the monsters attempted to teleport away, as if they felt the outpost was safe. He checked and saw that the 33 crossbows were already in position. Fire! Leave none alive! A rain of arrows descended from the sky, incredibly accurate and devastatingly powerful. The first-rank King-grade Storm rapid-fire crossbow boasted an attack power of 3,000, effortlessly killing second-rank monsters from the Demon Fiend Realm. Not only were the targeted monsters guaranteed to die, but the arrows would also explode upon impact, damaging other monsters in the surrounding area, much like splash damage in a game. It wasn't that the demon fiend realm monsters were weak. It was that Bai Yang's weapons were simply too overpowered. Under normal crafting conditions, only equivalent materials could produce equipment of a corresponding quality. To forge king-grade weapons and equipment, one needed king-grade materials. King-grade materials were already rare and could be used to create 4th and 5th rank equipment. Unless a family was exceptionally wealthy, no one would waste such precious materials so recklessly. Most of the demon fiend realm monsters were helpless, but a very few survived several hits. For these, Bai Yang's 2nd rank Storm and Rain rapid-fire crossbow with an attack power of 15000 would quickly deliver a fatal finishing blow. From the hero's monument area, one could teleport back, but it required 10 seconds. At the 8th second, the dust settled. All the monsters in this demon fiend realm outpost were eradicated, not a single one left. An immense force manifested, enveloping the area below. The bodies of the demon fiend realm monsters were rapidly decomposed. Bai Yang pondered. The method by which the hero world decomposed monster corpses was strikingly similar to how the Earth origin realm decomposed them to obtain blood crystals and skill books. A few minutes later, the decomposition ended. The ground was littered with fist-sized orbs, some of which contained varying numbers of tiny stars within them. Descending slowly from the air, Bai Yang grabbed an orb that held 7 tiny stars. Heroic power. Attribute 7 free attribute points. Description: consuming increases experience. When experience is full, 1 levels up. A maximum of 900 orbs can be consumed. This was the sole product of the hero world, a divine item coveted by all 2nd rank beings. In the eyes of a professional like Bai Yang, heroic power had specific attributes. Once he consumed this orb, he would gain 7 free attribute points. For martial artists and monsters, consuming heroic power would cause the power contained within to enhance them according to their actual condition. Martial artists who consumed it would generally experience a slight increase in their physical strength. The only universal restriction was that a 2nd rank being could consume a maximum of 900 heroic power orbs. Bai Yang took a small pile of heroic power orbs, handed to him by a peach blossom elf maiden. He looked at her with some curiosity. He hadn't given that order. This was her spontaneous action. As Bai Yang looked at her, the peach blossom elf maiden swiftly transformed into a voluptuous, beautiful woman. One of Bai Yang's preferred appearances. Good. I'll name you Sister Tao. From now on, without my orders, keep this form fixed. Receiving the name Sister Tao, the maiden gracefully curtsied. Thank you, Master, for the name. Bai Yang ignored her. His attention was on the 3 heroic power orbs in his hands, one with 7 stars, and the other 2 with a single star each. Triple synthesis of all things. With excitement, Bai Yang activated his power. The 3 orbs slowly merged. This time there was no prompt about increasing size or quality, nor any similarity rating. A minute later, the fusion was complete. Bai Yang burst into laughter. The orb that originally had 7 tiny stars now contained 9. Each 2nd rank being could only consume 900 heroic power orbs at most. A limit on quantity. But since these could be synthesized 3 into 1, the problem was solved. Sister Tao, lead 30 peach blossom elf maidens and bring me all the heroic power orbs. The other maidens, load the arrows. With a rustling sound, Bai Yang released a massive pile of arrows, and the peach blossom elf maidens swiftly got to work. For this entry into the hero world, he had brought over 100 million ordinary arrows. More than enough firepower to last until his stay ended. The peach blossom elf maidens capable of flight easily carried a large number of heroic power orbs to Bai Yang's side. He continuously stored these orbs into his storage bracelet. This was allowed within the hero world. However, if one left with heroic power orbs inside their storage equipment, the equipment would fail to synchronize with the teleportation and be left behind in the hero world. So one couldn't mess around, or it would mean gifting the hero world a precious storage item and its contents. He glanced at the hero's monument. His name wasn't on it. The number of monsters he had just killed was only over 30,000, while the person in 1000th place on the heroic leaderboard had a kill value of 515630. Bai Yang jumped onto the back of the sky chicken tyrant. Chicken, soar. Keep flying. To the next otherworldly stronghold. Oh, the chicken tyrant took off into the sky, and Bai Yang headed towards the next target. As they flew, an arrow whizzed past the chicken tyrant from over 1,000 meters above, followed by another. This was not an attack on the chicken tyrant, but a greeting. Bai Yang looked down and indeed saw a figure drawing a bow and shooting arrows. Coincidentally, he encountered the vice captain, Wenren Fugue. Chicken, descend. Oh, as they landed, Bai Yang felt a shift in his heart, and the chicken tyrant's body quickly shrank, soon returning to its standard height of 5 meters. The chicken tyrant landed, and Bai Yang looked at Wenren Fugue. Vice captain, according to the rules of the hero world, we must avoid each other when encountering others. Are you ignoring the standards suggested by the Supreme Council? When Ren Fuguei was taken aback, then rolled her eyes. Captain, rules are dead, people are alive. Are you really going to attack me? Bai Yang puffed up his chest, his breathing becoming heavier. Vice Captain, you are so beautiful, and this is a lawless place. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to act against you? When Ren Fuguei was momentarily stunned, then her smile blossomed like a flower, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Since the first time I met you at the Martial Academy, I felt that your gaze towards me is different from others. It seems that you don't see my golden hair and blue eyes as something out of the ordinary. After several encounters, I've confirmed one thing: you definitely do not dislike my exotic golden hair and blue eyes. Moreover, I can confirm that you are not colorblind, nor do you lack discernment of beauty. Your perspective on women is uniquely yours. Now that you say I am beautiful, it's the first time someone has sincerely praised me like this. Captain, I accept your compliment. Bai Yang changed the subject. Golden hair and blue eyes are also exotic in my eyes, but they're a plus. Now you called me down to shoot arrows, what is it? When Ren Fuguei marveled. Captain, why is your chicken so big? Is this a king-level quality summon? Bai Yang laughed heartily. My chicken aspires to be the king among chickens. I named it Chicken Tyrant. So, are you going to tell me something? If not, I'm leaving. Don't waste my time. When Ren Fuguei hurriedly replied, I've been hunting the monsters from the demon realm that roam alone or in small teams nearby. Captain, your strength is extraordinary. If we cooperate, even if we encounter 100 or so monsters in a small group, we can confront them hidden. Bai Yang looked at her with a strange expression. Then he slightly opened his mouth, forming an O shape. This time it was not a gentle blow like inside the stronghold. A gust of air shot towards Ren Fuguei in a cylindrical shape at high speed. Ren Fuguei instinctively wanted to dodge, but she remembered what Mentor Zhou Yu had said: Bai Yang could blow hard enough to make Sun Byuk unable to withstand it. So she braced herself, her left arm crossing in front of her chest to block the gust of air blown by Bai Yang. Bang! A crisp sound of impact echoed, and when Ren Fuguei, who had not pushed off the ground, was sent flying backward by the force. Twisting her waist, when Ren Fuguei landed gracefully. Although she was unharmed, she fell silent. Being blown away by a single breath, she could hardly imagine the level of power possessed by the man before her. If he were to blow out like a sword instead of forming an O shape, that breath could probably kill an average second-tier monster. Oh, the Sky Chicken Tyrant took off quickly, disappearing from sight. Sigh, when Ren Fuguei sighed softly. What level of strength does the captain possess? He was awarded a third-tier green serpent demon upon enrollment, so his initial level should be the same as mine. I learned the Undying Soul skill and later developed a perfect level diamond body skill myself. But even after practicing day and night, I've only managed to upgrade a few skills to the king level limit. To break through to the overlord level requires painstaking effort. The giant chicken named Chicken Tyrant, based on my previous observations, has a very large physique, much larger than what I just exhibited. It's likely beyond the king level. Aspiring to be the king among chickens, a king-level giant Chicken Tyrant, I see now. And the captain's physical strength, was it really possible for a person to twist and catch the arrows I shot? And catching arrows with his tongue. Does that show overwhelming strength, or is it just a madman's behavior? Although feeling somewhat disheartened when Ren Fuguei quickly adjusted her mood. My diamond body has been upgraded to the king level limit. Casual attacks from demon realm monsters won't break my defenses. As long as I avoid getting caught in a protracted battle, my safety is guaranteed. In that case, I should gradually unleash more aggression and fight even more wildly. Then when Ren Fuguei strode towards the demon realm stronghold several dozen kilometers away. When she maintained a cautious stance, but did not encounter a single monster, she finally arrived at the hero monument and was stunned. Where are the monsters? At least tens of thousands of monsters should be gathered here. The ground is covered with debris from exploded arrows, just like the aftermath of when I hit a monster. Captain, you actually cleared out this stronghold with tens of thousands of monsters in such a short time. Suddenly a few demon realm monsters appeared, freshly teleported in. The moment the few demon realm monsters arrived and saw the empty scene, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of arrows cutting through the air rang out, and the just stabilized demon realm monsters had their heads shot off. When Ren Fuguei's eyes lit up, she exerted her long legs and effortlessly jumped onto the hero monument several dozen meters high. From this vantage point, she could control the entire scene. A stream of demon realm monsters continued to appear, only to be shot in the head by arrows raining down from above. Utilizing her extraordinary vision, when Ren Fuguei sifted through the heroic power coalescing on the ground. She directly jumped down to collect and consume any that had more than 3 stars. After killing several hundred Demon Realm monsters, small groups or single monsters still continued to appear. When Renfugue smirked, it seems the captain's recent kills were swift and thorough. Such a significant event as the stronghold being slaughtered hasn't even been relayed back, leading the Demon Realm to believe everything here is normal. Otherworldly monsters can stay for a month, so if no monsters return to the stronghold in the short term, it wouldn't attract attention. Then let's see how many 3-star heroic powers this place can offer me. Remembering Bai Yang's compliment on her beauty, and that golden hair and blue eyes were a plus when Renfugue's eyes shone even brighter. Killing is the most effective way to improve proficiency. The king level limit of the bow and arrow skill, which was previously hard to enhance, is finally starting to increase. Let me look forward to whether I can possess my first overlord level skill in the hero world. Perhaps only by having an overlord level skill will the captain truly regard me with favor. Bai Yang sat on the back of the chicken tyrant, a 50-meter-long creature with a slight frown on his brow. He had encountered a problem. The heroic power could be combined 3 in 1, but it was not as simple as he had thought. Previously, combining 1 7-star and 2 1-star items resulted in 1 9-star item. However, when he used this 9-star item and 1-star items for combination, it took 6 attempts before he finally obtained a 10-star item. It was equivalent to needing 12 1-star items, plus 1 9-star item to produce a 10-star item. The majority of the heroic power in his storage bracelet was without stars, with only about 1% having stars, roughly 300 items. After some experimentation, he found that combining 3 starless items would definitely yield 1 1-star item. Bai Yang began calculating the best approach. However, there were still 29 days and 13 hours left. The heroic world lacked a sun, but had ample light, allowing for decent recovery speed. He could combine every 3 minutes. During this period, Bai Yang's actions of combining were very conservative. He waited until his status was fully restored before consuming 10 of his vitality mana and blood power to combine once. Then, when his status was fully restored again, he would continue to use the combination ability, ensuring his status would not drop below 90. Every 3 minutes meant 20 times an hour, which totaled 480 times in a day and night. With 29 days and 13 hours remaining, the maximum number of combinations he could perform was approximately 14180. This meant Bai Yang had to maximize his gains within those 14180 combinations. The maximum number of uses for the heroic power was 900 times, which was fixed. Thus, what he could pursue was the number of stars in the heroic power. From his recent experiments for items of 9 stars and below, the star counts would simply add up during the combination, which was the most suitable method. Bai Yang had initially decided to consume some 9-star heroic power. During his journey to the second interdimensional outpost, he completed the combination of all his star-laden heroic power, totaling over 300 items. At this moment, he had 35 9-star items and 1 10-star item. The heroic power was roughly the size of an apple, melting in his mouth effortlessly. You have gained a bit of experience and you have received 10 free attribute points. In total, he gained 36 points of experience and 325 free attribute points. Distributing the free attribute points evenly among the 3 sole attributes of spirit, perception, and reaction increased his lifespan by several hundred years. Sigh, in this situation, my 909-star heroic powers would not be a problem, but if I want to pursue better results, I can only consume a small portion of 10-star or higher items. Bai Yang sighed, his hands still moving. He could not waste the combination every 3 minutes, continuously combining starless heroic power. To obtain 1 9-star item from these starless heroic powers, he needed to adopt the optimal combination method. Combining 27 starless items 9 times would yield 9 1-star items. Then combining these 9 1-star items would result in 3 3-star items, and finally combining those 3 3-star items would yield 1 9-star item. In total, he needed to perform 13 combinations. Performing 13 combinations would take about 40 minutes. Once he obtained the 9-star heroic power, Bai Yang would consume it immediately. If he only consumed 9-star heroic power, the more than 30,000 starless items he had would be more than enough. However, consuming 909-star heroic powers would yield 8100 free attribute points, which was just Bai Yang's minimum pursuit. 8100 free attribute points would be astronomical for an ordinary second-tier individual, but for Bai Yang, even when added to his 3 soul attributes, it was still far from bridging the gap with his physical attributes. After all, his physical attributes would significantly increase automatically with level upgrades. One by one, the 9-star heroic powers entered his stomach, transforming into free attribute points. This time, Bai Yang chose another relatively powerful interdimensional outpost, the Beast Realm. This realm had an invasion point on the other side of the Earth Realm, and was the location of the Panstone City, home to one of the top 10 martial academies, the Panstone Unmatched Martial Academy. After he completed the entry-level trial, the Panstone Unmatched Martial Academy genuinely wanted to recruit him, but unfortunately this academy was considered the weakest among the top 10. This was because the Panstone Unmatched Martial Academy lacked any famed powers. This academy primarily focused on body refining, beast-taming earth-type spells, and beast transformation. Body refining was about enhancing physical strength, but it fell far short compared to the Indestructible Diamond Academy's Diamond Body. The beast-taming aspect was decent, but among the top 10 academies there was one called the Supreme Beast Academy, which not only tamed beasts but also controlled insects, necromancy, and other manipulation-type powers, making it a highly specialized institution. Earth-type spells were even weaker, as another top 10 academy, the All Arts Convergence Academy, excelled in various spells, which was Bai Yang's initial desire for a martial academy. As for beast transformation, there were partial transformation spells, as well as whole transformation spells, which were indeed the specialized field of the Panstone Unmatched Academy. Including Lu Lao, who mentioned in class that he had a friend who altered his bloodline, resulting in his head transforming into that of a dragon, which belonged to the beast transformation field. In the early days, beast transformation powers were indeed considered a shortcut to becoming stronger, but now with a plethora of options available, there were many powers stronger than beast transformation, and ordinary people would not become half-human, half-beast. Today, the beast transformation field has turned into a research domain. Bai Yang's 2 snake demon maids and the 3-tier green snake demon were results of this field. Roar, roar, the roars of various beasts echoed. Bai Yang frowned. This outpost was a popular spot for farming monsters, as most beasts were reckless and relatively easy to deal with. However, the performance of these beasts seemed rather poor. They were constantly killing each other, with the strong easily biting the weak to death, and then consuming the resulting heroic power. Go! Kill all the beasts you see. All 99 Peach Blossom female demons, except for Sister Tao, were deployed. 20 storm crossbows controlled by 66 Peach Blossom female demons continuously shot down at the beasts below. Meanwhile, another 33 Peach Blossom female demons flew down to gather the heroic power near Bai Yang. The 1-star king-level storm crossbow with 3000 attack power ruthlessly slaughtered the beasts below. For tougher foes, Bai Yang's 2-star king-level extreme gale crossbow would finish them off, boasting an attack power of 15000 with no opponent in sight. An hour later, Bai Yang reluctantly continued on his way. The Beast Realm outpost was not very effective. The beasts were killing each other, without order, leading to a scarcity of monsters in that area. In a 300-kilometer range, he spent an hour killing and obtained less than 20000 heroic powers. Bai Yang continued to prioritize synthesizing star-laden heroic powers. As for the overwhelming majority of starless heroic powers, he had a plan this time. Chingy Chingsa, consume 900 starless heroic powers for me. Yes, yes. The snake demon beauties responded with gentle obedience, then swiftly swallowed the starless heroic powers. All Peach Blossom demonesses each swallow 100 starless heroic powers first. The Peach Blossom demonesses acted quickly. These formless specters only needed to absorb the heroic powers into their bodies to assimilate their strength. Chicken Lord II took flight as Bai Yang continuously performed triple merges of heroic powers, while also consuming 9-star heroic powers. Your experience points are full. Your level has increased to 21. You have gained 30 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Bai Yang's physical strength instantly surged, and the overflowing Yang energy correspondingly increased. The Peach Blossom demonesses simultaneously absorbed the heroic powers and the emanating Yang energy. With a total of 14180 triple merge opportunities, and considering that 13 merges of starless heroic powers yield 1 9-star heroic power, he could produce 1090 9-star ones. However, some heroic powers already bore stars, so Bai Yang roughly calculated that at maximum he could merge 2000 9-star ones. Thus, Bai Yang decided to first consume 9-star heroic powers to reach the second-tier second level, and then precisely calculate to consume as many heroic powers beyond 9 stars as possible. And if he only consumed 900 9-star ones, the rest could be given to Chingy Chingsa and the Peach Blossom demonesses. However, Bai Yang never entertained that thought. In the hero world, all triple-merged power must serve his own strengthening. Giving even a single star-bearing heroic power to the Snake Demon Beauties or Peach Blossom Demonesses would be an act of irresponsibility toward himself. Therefore, he unhesitatingly ordered Chingy and Chingsa, the 2 Snake Demon Beauties, to immediately consume the full 900 starless heroic powers. If 100 Peach Blossom Demonesses each consumed 900, it would require 90000 starless heroic powers. He currently lacked that many, otherwise he would have issued the same command on the spot. Heroic powers melted upon entry and were absorbed instantly. Thus, the strength of the Snake Demon Beauties and Peach Blossom Demonesses steadily increased. Bai Yang, while directing the flight of the soaring sky dominant chicken, continued triple merging, and observing his servants' changes. The snake demon beauties, as beings of true flesh and blood, showed the most noticeable transformation. Their auras grew stronger, their skin became fairer and softer, and a faint sweet fragrance emanated from them. This was a manifestation of purified blood and chi. The snake demon beauties were second-tier Jade Marrow realm martial artists. Even if they had only undergone marrow refinement and blood exchange, once they were still genuine second-tier. The stronger a martial artist, the purer their blood and chi, and the greater the energy contained, thus they commonly exuded a special sweetness. For this reason, martial artists from the Earth origin realm were considered the most delicious prey by monsters across the myriad realms. In the second-tier Jade Marrow realm, marrow refinement and blood exchange caused a martial artist's blood and chi to continuously expand, making their entire body increasingly fiery. Once reaching a certain threshold, they could break through to the third-tier golden body realm. Ordinary second-tier martial artists could undergo marrow refinement and blood exchange 1 to 9 times. Generally, reaching 3 times sufficed for qualification to break through to the third-tier golden body realm. The female martial artist previously at the indestructible stronghold, who claimed to have undergone marrow refinement and blood exchange 6 times, was considered a somewhat talented martial artist. As they continued consuming heroic powers, Chingy and Kinx's auras grew increasingly vigorous. Bai Yang decisively produced 2 first-tier perfect quality blood crystals and handed them over. Refine marrow and exchange blood. Don't stop. Yes. Yes. After consuming 100 heroic powers, the 2 women halted and began to surge their blood and chi to scour their spine bones for marrow refinement and blood exchange. After professionals slay monsters in the hero world, consuming heroic powers allows them to level up, gaining free attribute points and becoming stronger. For martial artists, the advantage is even greater. Upon consuming heroic powers, their entire bodies are automatically strengthened. Essentially, consuming 100 starless heroic powers enables 1 marrow refinement and blood exchange. In other words, if a martial artist could consume 900 starless heroic powers in the hero world, they could easily achieve 9 marrow refinements and blood exchanges. Yet what seemed simple to Bai Yang was nothing short of a dream for ordinary martial artists. Because in the hero world, second-tier beings from all realms hunted each other. Humans slew monsters to obtain heroic powers, and monsters upon slaying humans did the same. Consuming 900 heroic powers in such an environment was an exceedingly difficult feat. Bai Yang checked on Peach, eldest sister, who had consumed 100 starless heroic powers. Peach Blossom Demoness, Peach eldest sister. Rank second-tier elite. Soul energy 265326553. A soul energy intensity 255. Abilities: energy absorption, chi condensation into form. Her soul energy and soul energy intensity had more than doubled. She had ascended from an ordinary specter to an elite specter, doubling her strength. The other Peach Blossom demonesses were in a similar state, all having advanced to elite quality. However, even among elites there were differences in soul energy and soul energy intensity. Third stop, the Bone Grave Realm Stronghold. This was one of the alien worlds faced by the 10 Directions city, home to the Imperial 10 Directions Martial Academy, one of the 10 great academies. As its name suggested, this world was said to be filled with white bones everywhere. Some legends claimed the entire world was composed of bones. Its inhabitants were various bone monsters, making it one of the undead worlds. Bai Yang soon encountered the legendary bone monsters. Humanoid forms, bestial forms, even a single thigh bone with feet. All bizarre and varied. There was even a double-winged lizard bone dragon, circling overhead, now flying toward Bai Yang. He found it curious. How could bone wings possibly enable flight? Chicken Lord, kill it. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The soaring sky-dominant chicken flapped its wings fiercely and charged at the double-winged lizard bone dragon. Bai Yang did not follow. Hovering in midair, his body weighing over 6 tons, he was kept aloft by the combined effort of several dozen Peach Blossom demonesses. Slaying bone monsters was simple: shatter their bodies and extinguish their soul flames. Thus, shooting arrows could at most break their bones, but soul flames were immune to physical attacks. Without extinguishing the flame, it could slowly gather bone fragments and restore the skeletal body. Withdraw. Chingy and Chingsa were stored into the beast pouch. Bai Yang slowly descended from the sky to the densest area of bone monsters. Boom! A single punch sent a violent force carrying a column of air toward the bone monster horde. Crash! The hard bones, which ordinary martial artists could barely scratch with blades or axes, were shattered with irresistible force by Bai Yang's overwhelming strength. With continuous punches, the shockwaves spread, pulverizing bone monsters over a wide area into clouds of bone dust. Blue, green, red. Soul flames of various colors fell to the ground. These soul flames were the souls and life force of the bone monsters. Merely shattering their bones was of little use. Deprived of their skeletal support, the soul flames could move but as slowly as snails. Yang continued until no intact skeleton remained in sight. Slowly withdrawing his fist, the haphazard flurry of punches he had just thrown served as a warm-up for Yang. Crushing bones was merely the first step aimed at preventing the bone monster from escaping or teleporting back to the bone grave realm. With a mere thought from Yang, all the Peach Blossom Maidens were deployed. The formless Peach Blossom Maidens enveloped the bone dust, which in turn wrapped around various colored soul flames, and then hurled them toward Yang. The soul flames, predominantly green, blue, red, and yellow, erupted into violent reactions upon contact with Yang's body. He shattered their forms and extinguished their soul flames. This extinguishing was not literally done with his feet, but rather by grinding away the soul flames with his own life force. This was the fastest known method for eliminating soul flames aside from lightning, fire, and light techniques, and it was also the primary means for second-order beings without special powers to slay bone monsters. Another slower method was to shatter the bone monster skeleton, allow its soul flame to slowly reassemble new bones, shatter them again, and repeat the process until the soul flame's power was depleted. To a bone monster, the life force of a normal being was both poison and a delicacy depending on the quantity. But Yang's life force, especially his naturally emanating yang energy, was derived from one of the three pure yang creatures, the rooster. It possessed a natural suppressive power against evil entities. Moreover, Yang's current yang energy was a sovereign-level force of overwhelming yang, dealing explosive damage to malevolent beings. A sizzling sound arose. A scene akin to a fine drizzle falling on red-hot iron, evaporating and dissipating. The soul flames, continuously hurled by the Peach Blossom Maidens, rapidly vaporized and vanished. Soon Yang found the balance point, harmonizing the dissipation of his yang energy with the grinding of the soul flames. Once the soul flames were extinguished, the might of the hero world manifested, coalescing into orbs of hero power. Big Sister Peach reported Master Second Brother Chicken has shattered the two-winged lizard bone dragon. Yang ordered throw the soul flame over. A purple soul flame wrapped in bone dust was hurled toward him. During its flight, the bone dust unexpectedly condensed into a miniature bone dragon, flapping its tiny wings in an attempt to flee. Yang inhaled sharply, creating a suction force that drew the flapping, endearing little bone dragon toward him. He reached out, grabbed it, and squeezed hard, causing bone dust to scatter everywhere. Then Yang's eyes lit up. Interesting. The yang energy it consumes is more than what my palm naturally emanates. It seems you're someone of importance in the bone grave realm. The creature jabbered in a strange, adorable tone. Respected human prodigy. Spare me, and when you come to the bone grave realm, I will gift you the finest white bone beauty. The odd melodious tone carried an inexplicable charm, as if the two-winged lizard bone dragon were a cute little thing. Yang was amused. This bone dragon's soul flame was quite polite. Continuing to crush the soul flame, he asked Little Bones, since you know him human, why don't you understand that a white bone beauty is utterly useless to me? The purple soul flame resisted the searing aura from Yang's hand with all its might, responding urgently. It jabbered, respected human prodigy, a white bone beauty is not a mere skeleton like us. It is a special being formed from bone dust, possessing internal organs, flesh, skin, and hair. All the organs of a human. It continued. Apart from being made of bone dust, a white bone beauty is no different from a human. You can keep it by your side as a work of art. Yang was even more astonished. If that's the case, it's indeed different from what I imagined. A work of art, you even know that term. But I don't lack women. Your offer doesn't tempt me in the slightest. The purple soul flame paused momentarily, then began to explain with a hint of strangeness. It jabbered, it seems you've never encountered a white bone beauty. They have no real flesh, but once their soul flame leaves their body, they can engage in soul communion with humans. An experience beyond all comparison. It added, ordinary white bone beauties would gradually have their soul force depleted and dissipate from doing so. But some extremely special white bone beauties can grow stronger through this process. They are beings coveted even by the high echelons of humanity. Yang laughed heartily. I told you I don't lack women. The so-called white bone beauty holds no appeal for me. Yang's words were not casual. The kind of soul communion the two-winged lizard bone dragon described was something his 100 Peach Blossom Maidens could all achieve. It was hardly rare. The creature jabbered, respected human prodigy. The bone grave realm and your earth origin realm are not entirely hostile. Many white bone lords of our realm have close ties with your human high echelons. While we lowly beings fight, the higher-ups are in cooperation between the two worlds. Yang grew even more intrigued. This two-winged lizard bone dragon possessed knowledge that was rather high-level. At least he himself knew nothing of the dealings between the high echelons of the earth origin realm and the bone grave realm. It jabbered, respected human prodigy. I swear by my life-bound soul flame, if you spare me, I will gift you a true supreme white-bone beauty in the future, and I will regard you as a friend never opposing you. A surge of intense, unwavering conviction emanated from it so powerful that it astonished Bai Yong. He had once made a soul oath himself during his hero trial to that fourth-order white snake demon. But not long after he had sold off that difficult-to-tame white snake demon with a reason strong enough that the oath's binding power seemed non-existent. Yet even when he gave that soul oath, he had poured all his spirit and energy into it, not uttering it carelessly. Otherwise he could not have made that fourth-order white snake demon believe him. Precisely because he had formally made a soul oath, Bai Yong could now understand how sincere, intense, and unwavering the conviction of this bone dragon soul flame was. Both were second-order beings, and Bai Yang's strength was overwhelmingly dominant. Yet even so he felt he could not muster such a powerful oath conviction. This two-winged lizard bone dragon's will to survive was incredibly strong. Closing his eyes, Bai Yong calmed all emotions and made a decision based on instinct. If he continued, he would inevitably slay this bone dragon's soul flame and might obtain a multi-star hero power. If he agreed to spare it, he would lose some free attribute points but could later obtain a so-called supreme white bone beauty and the so-called friendship of this somewhat special bone dragon. His indestructible soul skill had not improved by a single point since he obtained it. Skill books for soul-type abilities were extremely rare, and combining 3 soul-type skill books was both unlikely and impractical. Bai Yong had learned much about various other worlds, like the malignant soul realm once home to the Peach Blossom Maidens, the Bone Grave realm, and worlds like the Heart Demon Abyss and the Phantom Butterfly realm, all dominated by soul-type beings. Thus Bai Yong had a plan. After acquiring abilities to deal with ghostly beings, he would try to obtain resources from these worlds, which would be the path to enhancing his indestructible soul. This bone dragon possessed high intelligence and extraordinary insight. It likely had a background much like Sun Byuk and Jean Russian, both extraordinary second-generation beings. His soul gave him the answer, and Bai Yong slowly released his right hand. Opening his eyes, he looked at the soul-purple soul flame and said, "Little bones, remember your oath. When I come to the Bone Grave realm, you must give me a warm welcome." A powerful emotion of having narrowly escaped death surged from the purple soul flame, now at least halved in size. It jabbered, "Respected human prodigy. Bone Dragon 5 will keep his word. Upon returning to the Bone Grave realm, I will seek a supreme white bone beauty for you, and I look forward to your visit to the Bone Grave realm." Bai Yong withdrew his right hand, and the purple soul flame drifted to the ground, rapidly gathering the bone dust. Soon a half-meter-tall miniature two-winged lizard bone dragon materialized. The miniature two-winged lizard bone dragon nodded its white skull, then channeled its power to return to the Bone Grave realm. A flash of inspiration struck Bai Yong, and with a thought, a half-meter-long blood dragon emerged from his arm. Bone Dragon 5. No, let's just call you Dragon 5. Dragon 5 looked closely: ox head, deer antlers, serpentine body, eagle claws, fishtail. My blood dragon here is the true divine dragon form of the myriad realms. Dragon 5 paused, then slowly descended to the ground. This time it folded its wings before its chest, prostrating itself as if performing a great bow. It jabbered, "Respected human prodigy. Dragon 5 feels that your guidance will illuminate his future path. Dragon 5 bows in gratitude for your great kindness." A wave of intense, unwavering conviction emanated, no less powerful than when it had begged for mercy. Bai Yong looked at Dragon 5 prostrate before him, and sensed that this bone dragon might one day become extraordinary. Bai Yong set off once again, having spent 3 hours extinguishing over 8,000 soul flames, and earning more than 8,000 points of heroic power. Next stop, Hell. This world is an extraordinarily powerful alternate realm. Based on what is known, this world is divided into 18 layers, famously known as the 18 layers of Hell. Within the 18 layers of Hell, there are 18 types of intelligent monsters, each more ferocious than the last, who relish tormenting other lives, devouring them alive. A mercy by the standards of hellish monstrosities. Such a formidable alternate realm exceeds the coping capacity of a second-tier martial academy. Even the Wanfa Guizhong Martial Academy, the strongest among the top 10 martial academies, in Bai Yang's eyes, is ill-equipped to handle such a level of alternate realm. The force combating the 18 layers of Hell is the Taiwei Academy, one of the 5 first-tier warring academies. The 5 first-tier warring academies were established by 5 great entities of the Diuan realm, with the corresponding great entity of the Taiwei Academy, known as the God of Taiwei. The God of Taiwei is the first 7th-tier being born in the Diuan realm, following the path of primary physical form and secondary soul. He is an immortal existence. This first-tier warring academy is also a place Bai Yong very much wishes to visit, second only to the Martial God Academy established by the Iron-Blooded Martial God. This journey took quite a while, spanning over 10 hours. Along the way, after repeatedly comparing the actual environment with the map, Bai Yang realized the map was merely a reference. He needed to ascertain the direction himself. At last Bai Yang spotted the unusual environment from a distance. Countless trees devoid of leaves, only thorny spikes scattered about. These trees, usually not exceeding 10 meters in height, are the sole flora of the third layer of hell, the iron tree hell, the iron thorn tree. Monkeys resembling 2 to 3 turtle beasts were scattered across the various iron thorn trees. These are the intelligent beings known as iron thorn apes dwelling in the third layer of hell, iron tree hell. They look very much like monkeys but are entirely hairless with skin of a silver-gray hue reminiscent of the iron thorn trees, and 6 toes on their hands and feet allowing them to grip the iron thorn branches firmly. Moreover, the surfaces of the iron thorn apes' bodies are covered in sharp piercing iron spikes just like the iron thorn trees. Based on knowledge, one can assess the strength of the iron thorn apes primarily through the color of their skin. The brighter and more vibrant the silver-gray, the stronger their power. Secondly, strength can also be judged conventionally by physique. Generally, the larger the physique, the greater the strength. Bai Yang smiled slightly, because at a cursory glance the area around the iron thorn trees centered on a heroic monument has at least 100,000 iron thorn trees. And on each iron thorn tree there is at least 1 iron thorn ape. Similar to the situation at the human base, the tens of thousands of iron thorn apes hanging on the iron thorn trees not venturing out to hunt monsters are all useless. They are the lowest grade kind that returns after a month. Bai Yang had already deployed 50 first-tier king-level storm crossbows in advance, and the combined strength of 2 second-tier peach blossom demons can control 1 storm crossbow. Thus, Bayubiu arrows rain down from the sky resembling a curtain of 50 arrows sweeping down below. The iron thorn ape, proud of its silver-gray skin, possesses good defense. Ordinary blades and axes find it hard to penetrate. However, facing arrows with an attack power of 3,000 points, they are instantly obliterated. Bai Yang also pulled out his crossbow to begin shooting iron thorn apes, as some iron thorn apes, despite being weaker, were still cunning enough to choose to teleport away. Once the first few awakened, more iron thorn apes realized what was happening and hastily opted to teleport away. Even with full firepower, Bai Yang let out a sigh of reflection once the battle concluded. I only killed less than 1/5. If only they didn't have the ability to teleport away. Collecting all the crossbows sent over by the Peach Blossom demons into his storage equipment, Bai Yang waved his hand, and all the Peach Blossom demons floated down to gather the heroic power spread across the mountains. This time Bai Yang allowed the Peach Blossom demons to directly consume the unstarred heroic power, while the starred ones must be delivered to him. The Peach Blossom demons absorb Bai Yang's yang energy from the time they ascend, thus advancing to the second tier, making this form of servitude quite thorough, leaving no chance for secretly consuming starred heroic power. This also distinguishes servants from employees. If hired team members were to collect the spoils, there's bound to be instances of personal gain. While the Peach Blossom demons were collecting the heroic power, Bai Yang was not idle. He leaped off the back of the Rooster Tyrant. Thud! An iron thorn tree was crushed instantly by his 6 or 7-ton body. Afterward, Bai Yang stripped off all his gear and clothes, then began to rampage through the iron thorn woods. Soon he frowned and halted, because these iron thorn trees, known for their hardness, could not inflict even the slightest injury on him, let alone deepen the fusion of his blood gold power. Damn, this is troublesome. How can I enhance the fusion of blood gold power? Bai Yang glanced at the Rooster Tyrant following beside him. He dared not let the Rooster Tyrant attack him, as he almost got killed by a single wing flap during a previous test. The current Rooster Tyrant is far stronger than before. Rooster Tyrant Dominant Transformative State Level 22 Health 903000090300000 Energy 65000065000000 Growth Strength 10 Body 10 Overall Strength 9030 Strength 23022006600 Body 23022006600 Physical Attack 90300 Attack Speed 010 Time a second Movement Speed 0 420 Meter-second Talent Yang Energy Surge Size Alteration Battle will traits Physical Defense 100 per level base Strength 100 per level base Body 100 per level Skill Soul Capturing Roar. With his strength and body providing a 100 boost, Rooster Tyrant's attributes are off the charts, boasting a base physical attack of 90300. Once engaged in battle, the Battle Will talent activates, increasing physical attack by another 100, which amounts to 180600. With such power, Bai Yang dared not test it at all. Peach Sister, Master, there is a man approaching from the sky. He should have seen you. Bai Yang's lips curled into a strange smile as he looked up at the sky. At the same time, he slightly activated the power of size alteration. High above, a small black dot was approaching, and as it got closer, Bai Yang recognized the figure. A man riding atop a winged fierce tiger holding a telescope in his hand. Upon seeing the telescope in the man's hand, Bai Yang felt a twinge of desire, for the technology of the Diuan realm can only be utilized within the city barriers. It becomes chaotic once one steps outside. However, an ordinary telescope relying solely on lens construction would not fail. Holding the telescope, the man naturally locked onto the figure of the man below who was getting dressed. Then his eyes behind the telescope widened in disbelief. What the hell? Is that proportion right? With a roar, the two-winged tiger halted, its enormous wings flapping as it hovered in midair. For 100 meters apart, the two figures remained silent. Bai Yang had already consumed 209-star heroic powers, evenly distributing all the acquired free attribute points among his 3 soul attributes. At this moment, his perception was exceptionally keen. Through both his senses and direct observation, the man on the back of the two-winged tiger in the sky harbored no improper emotions toward him. Bai Yang had his own principles. If this man bore malice, he would strike decisively and kill him. But since he was friendly, Bai Yang would not harm a fellow human without cause. All of this was predicated on Bai Yang sensing no threat whatsoever. The man riding the two-winged tiger was likely far inferior in strength compared to him. Finally, it was the man on the two-winged tiger who spoke first. I am Song Wushuang, the current chief of the Imperial 10 Directions Martial Academy. Greetings, friend. Bai Yang responded in a clear voice. I am Bai Yang, the current chief of the Indestructible Diamond Sect. Song Wushuang's eyes lit up as his two-winged tiger slowly descended several dozen meters. So you are the current chief of the Indestructible Diamond Sect. No wonder you can charge through the iron thorn bushes with just your physical body. The diamond body is truly domineering. As the peach blossom tree demons continuously sent star-bearing heroic powers, Bai Yang collected them while sizing up the two-winged tiger above. How fast is this flying tiger of yours? Song Wushuang paused, then replied. This is an exotic tiger with wind-controlling abilities. Its flight speed is decent, easily exceeding 1,000 meters per second. Bai Yang's eyes gleamed. This was far faster than his rooster mount. Brother, is your flying tiger for sale? Whoosh! The tiger, which had just descended dozens of meters, shot up hundreds of meters in an instant. Song Wushuang quickly shook his head. This is my life-bound spirit beast. How could I sell it? I was passing by and saw the large group of peach blossom tree demons below. Curiosity brought me here. How are you leading so many peach blossom tree demons? What do you feed them? Bai Yang pointed at himself. They feed on my aura naturally. Song Wushuang was stunned, then gave a thumbs up. Impressive. The top-tier diamond body is truly formidable. Your physique can actually sustain a large number of same-rank peach blossom tree demons. Farewell. Bai Yang quickly called out. Do you have an extra telescope? Whoosh. A brand new telescope still in its packaging fell from the sky. Sister Peach caught it smoothly and delivered it to Bai Yang. With a mere flap of its wings, the two-winged tiger vanished like an arrow from a bowstring. Bai Yang took the telescope and glanced at his rooster mount with some emotion. Such an exotic tiger chosen as the life-bound spirit beast by the current chief of Imperial 10 Directions must be extremely rare. I wonder if he'll ever obtain a flying aid like this. Bai Yang jumped onto the rooster's back, and the peach blossom tree demons all returned to the demon pouch. In this short time, they had consumed hundreds of starless heroic powers, significantly boosting their strength. They could now independently operate a first-tier king-grade rapid-fire crossbow. When encountering strongholds with numerous monsters later, they could slay more before the creatures teleported away. Qing Yi and Qing Se were released from the beast pouch and resumed their marrow refinement and blood exchange cultivation. Bai Yang selected another target, and the rooster soared into the sky at top speed. Within less than an hour, Qing Yi and Qing Se joyfully stopped and embraced Bai Yang. Master, we have completed the second marrow refinement and blood exchange. Now we can serve you better. Bai Yang laughed heartily. Good. But mere second-stage marrow refinement and blood exchange is far from enough. I require you to undergo at least 9 cycles of marrow refinement and blood exchange before breaking through to the third-tier golden body realm. There's a plentiful supply of first-tier perfect blood crystals. Continue your marrow refinement and blood exchange. The two girls nodded gently and resumed circulating their blood and chi to cleanse their marrow. The 900 starless heroic powers had granted the two girls a foundation and talent far beyond ordinary martial artists. With an ample supply of blood crystal water, 9 cycles of marrow refinement and blood exchange were merely Bai Yang's minimum requirement for them. In the martial artist cultivation system, the second-tier marrow refinement and blood exchange is a phase that determines one's foundation. The more cycles one undergoes, the more solid the foundation becomes. Ordinary martial artists undergo 1 to 9 cycles of marrow refinement and blood exchange. Reaching 3 cycles is sufficient to attempt a breakthrough to the 3rd-tier golden body realm. Those who advance after 3 to 9 cycles achieve what is called a lower-grade golden body. As for genius martial artists, they can surpass 9 cycles at this stage. After 10 to 18 cycles of marrow refinement and blood exchange, they ascend to the golden body realm, attaining a mid-grade golden body. As for 19 to 27 cycles of marrow refinement and blood exchange, one can achieve a superior grade golden body. As for higher frequencies of marrow refinement and blood exchange, no data exists for the strongest on the path of martial arts. The Iron Blood War God achieved only 36 refinements during his 2nd stage, a record none have surpassed to this day. Song Wushuang rode atop the 2-winged flying tiger, a barrier of wind, deflecting the gale, leaving his hairstyle utterly undisturbed. At this moment his expression was grave. Tiger, are you certain you sense that his strength could effortlessly subdue you? Roar Master, that Bai Yang's blood energy intensity surpasses yours by at least 3-fold. Roar Master, Little Tiger has a feeling if battle erupts with Bai Yang, he could remain undefeated while we would face either death or flight. Song Wushuang was astounded. 3 times my blood energy power. How can his physical body be so formidable? Even if he is the current chief of the indestructible Diamond Martial Academy, the diamond body he cultivates is at most at the king tier. Can a king tier diamond body make a 2nd stage cultivator this powerful? Or is his talent of the powerful physique type? Tiger, you know all my tricks. Can't you even manage a draw with him? Professionals possess a datafied special flesh and blood constitution, rendering it impossible for them to accurately assess each other's strength through aura like martial artists do. But the 2-winged flying tiger beneath him was a normal blood and flesh lifeform, highly sensitive to aura, and its judgment would not err. Roar Master, that Bai Yang has unmatched defense. The way he looks at Tiger is like gazing at a weaning kitten. Song Wushuang took a deep breath. I was foolish. Comparing physical strength with someone from the indestructible diamond school is pitting my weakness against their strength. My advantage lies in commanding a myriad of servants to overwhelm enemies through sheer numbers. Even if Bai Yang's physique is formidable, he cannot withstand the attrition from a sea of minions. Damn it, the servants I desire most are ghost-type beings, but they require fresh blood and yang energy to feed on. Blood crystal water is not their sustenance, and I simply cannot afford to support a large number of ghosts. Even enslaving a batch of flesh and blood minions to feed the ghosts is not a long-term solution. Prolonged draining of blood and yang energy would cripple any fleshly servant. That Bai Yang likely carries ghosts only temporarily to help him clear the battlefield. If prolonged, he too would be unable to bear it and would have to abandon them. If I can one day sustain and command a legion of ghosts, I could easily counter a physically powerful existence like Bai Yang. Unfolding the map, Song Wushuang scrutinized it carefully, then continuously adjusted the flight direction of the twin-winged flying tiger beneath him. The strong 2nd-order beasts often appear near the 10,000 Beasts Realm stronghold. I'll go take a look there. When Song Wushuang rode the twin-winged flying tiger to the 10,000 Beasts Realm stronghold, he only saw scattered beasts. No way. Cleaned out so thoroughly, both the strong and the weak are all gone. Did Bai Yang do this? Somewhat puzzled because the heroic power each person could absorb was limited. Under normal circumstances, strong 2nd-order beings would seek out other strong 2nd-order beings to kill, aiming for the star-marked heroic power, and generally wouldn't waste effort on the vast numbers of ordinary 2nd-order ones. Subsequently, Song Wushuang adjusted his target, this time choosing the Demon Fiend Realm stronghold. The twin-winged flying tiger was extremely fast, reaching the Demon Fiend Realm stronghold in just a few hours. Observing in advance through his telescope, Song Wushuang was stunned. In his sight, a golden-haired woman stood atop the hero monument, arrows shooting ceaselessly, killing each Demon Fiend Realm monster the moment it appeared. Damn, this place is cleared out too. What the hell is going on? First Bai Yang clears out a monster stronghold, now this strange woman clears one out too. Is there something happening that I don't know about? Song Wushuang frowned, pondering deeply, but couldn't figure out the purpose behind such actions. Killing ordinary 2nd-order monsters only yields slaughter points. Bai Yang cleared out the monster stronghold and even wanted my tiger. He's probably preparing to challenge the hero leaderboard. But this woman guarding a monster stronghold and killing like this, even if she kills for a month, she won't get enough slaughter points to make the hero leaderboard. What's her goal? Filled with doubt, Song Wushuang directed the twin-winged flying tiger to fly towards the hero monument in the Demon Fiend Realm stronghold. He intended to ask what was going on. Wenren Fuguang shot an arrow, then was filled with elation. After slaughtering real monsters for so long, her primary trained skill, the moonbending archery skill, had finally crossed the threshold of the king level limit and officially advanced to the sovereign level. Then she looked up and saw the black dot gradually approaching in the sky. A smile curled at the corner of her mouth as Wenren Fuguang raised her bow and drew the string. Rushing over so quickly without greeting, do you think my arrows are not sharp? Song Wushuang saw the woman standing on the hero monument, suddenly look up, reveal an eerie smile, and then directly draw her bow and shoot. I heard that the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy recruited a golden-haired blue-eyed anomaly this year. That must be you. Are you crazy? Starting a fight upon meeting? Are you brainwashed by the standard advice given by the High Council? A swoosh, an arrow shot out, instantly turning into a streak of light and hitting the wind barrier that the twin-winged flying tiger had spread in front to block the gale. Bang, the arrow exploded into countless fragments and the wind barrier shattered as well. Swoosh, another arrow followed closely behind the first, instantly piercing through the broken wind barrier. Roar, the arrow struck the twin-winged flying tiger as it reared its head, blasting a bloody pit in its chest. Song Wushuang's face turned icy cold as he directed the twin-winged flying tiger to rapidly gain altitude. But the arrows came one after another like a machine gun firing continuously. Ugly freak. I just came over to ask a question and you start a fight. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Swarm. Go. Kill this ugly freak. Song Wushuang waved his hand and a sea of insects appeared, momentarily blotting out the sky. Buzzed, dense hordes of insects like giant bumblebees, each the size of an adult's fist, buzzed and flew rapidly. Whoosh, 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 the bow was drawn into a blur, arrows poured out madly, and one giant bumblebee after another was shot and exploded. But the swarm was simply too numerous, filling the sky. After shooting down a large number of giant bumblebees, Wenren Fuguang was finally overwhelmed at close range. Her face turning expressionless, Wenren Fuguang put away her longbow. Whoosh, two war blades appeared in her hands. Then, blade storm. A whirlwind of blades enveloped the 10-meter radius around Wenren Fuguang, and the swarm died in massive numbers. Song Wushuang, observing the battle from thousands of meters high in the sky through his telescope, grew serious upon seeing this. I've long heard that the ugly freak woman from the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy is exceptionally powerful, being the second seat. Now I see it's indeed true. But my swarm's individual strength is mediocre, yet their numbers are endless. How long can you hold out? The two remained in a stalemate. Song Wushuang watched from high above, while Wenren Fuguang's twin blades danced, killing the endless giant bumblebees. When her stamina dropped to 30, Wenren Fuguang suddenly stopped her blade dance. Buzz, the swarm surged forward, completely enveloping her. The giant bumblebees bit with their mandibles and stung with their tails. With such a dense encirclement, there wasn't even space to breathe. 3 minutes later, at Song Wushuang's mental command, the swarm surrounding Wenren Fuguang below scattered. Wenren Fuguang looked up at the high sky. After 3 minutes, her stamina had recovered to 35. Seeing Wenren Fuguang completely unharmed, Song Wushuang immediately understood the reason. The indestructible diamond body of the Indestructible Diamond Martial Academy is truly unreasonable at lower stages. My swarm, though among the weaker second-order beings, compensates with sheer numbers. Seeing the woman below take out her bow again, Song Wushuang grew angry. Ugly freak from Indestructible Diamond. My swarm has elite units that I haven't released to harm you. If you dare make another move, I... Swoosh, the arrow shot up 1,000 meters into the sky, then fell back down, its strength spent. A crisp but utterly emotionless voice rang out. This is my territory. If you want to take it, it's either you or me. Song Wushuang, I just came to ask, what are you trying to achieve by clearing out a stronghold and guarding it to kill? Wenren Fuguang was taken aback. You came charging from afar without slowing down. Weren't you here to steal my turf? Song Wushuang felt aggrieved. My sky-soaring divine tiger can stop instantly. I planned to slow down when I got closer, but you attacked without a word. Wenren Fuguang felt that the situation might indeed be as he described. Even now, she hadn't sensed any killing intent from him. Where are you from? Song Wushuang, Supreme 10 Directions Academy, this year's Chief Song Wushuang. Wenren Fuguang glanced up at the sky. The chief of the esteemed Supreme 10 Directions Academy, yet your strength seems to fall quite short of our chief's. In our indestructible diamond, you'd probably be competing for the last seat. Song Wushuang, we're both prodigies nurtured by the Earth origin realm. I won't stoop to your level, you ugly freak. Farewell. The sky-soaring divine tiger controlled the wind and departed at extreme speed. In that short time, the shallow pit wound on its chest from the arrow had already healed. Wenren Fuguang watched Song Wushuang disappear, sighing with regret. I have too little interaction with people. Am not even good at provoking. If it were that Sun Byuk, he would definitely have enraged this chief from Supreme 10 Directions. Under the swarm's siege, my indestructible diamond body, already at the king-level limit, seemed on the verge of advancing. What a pity. I tried having the ancient demons attack me to temper the diamond body before, but besides getting injured, it was useless. Sigh, how exactly do I obtain the sovereign-level force needed for the diamond body to advance to the sovereign level? The chief could roll an arrow with his tongue. He must possess a sovereign-level physical power. I wonder if it's appropriate to ask him about it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I heard the chief accepted the personal secretary assigned to him. He definitely has needs regarding women. The 2 second-order serpent beauties assigned to me upon enrollment are useless to me. Why not give them to him? Stretching her body, Wunren Fuguang leaped back onto the hero monument, continuing to draw her bow and shoot arrows at the intermittently appearing demon-fiend realm monsters. Bai Yong gazed down at the ground where peculiar vines of varying thickness spread across the landscape. This was a checkpoint he had to pass on his way to the next target, the Vine Prison Realm. Despite having prison in its name, the Vine Prison Realm had no connection to the 18 levels of hell. In this world, there was only one form of intelligent life, the various types of vines. By deeply embedding their roots into the earth, vine monsters could draw upon the earth's power, as well as various elemental forces, making the creatures of this world exceedingly difficult to deal with. Some vine monsters primarily absorbed metallic power, rendering their vine bodies impervious to blades and guns, while others absorbed magma's fiery energy, granting them the ability to control flames. There were also special vines that could manipulate earth and water. Furthermore, all vine monsters shared a common trait: they were extremely hard to completely kill. As long as a single branch remained, the vine monster would not be considered truly dead. Therefore, Bai Yong merely passed through this area and did not consider the vine monsters as targets for extermination. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them. Rather, it was that killing vine monsters was very challenging. Engaging in battle here would be time-consuming and yield low rewards, making it unwise. Boom! Bai Yong selected the largest vine monster and leaped down from the sky. Killing a large number of vine monsters was not advisable, but finding a few powerful second-tier vine monsters to test his skills and obtain star-laden hero power was still feasible. Swish! A monster composed of 9 half-meter diameter vines swung its branches towards him. Crack! The soaring chicken dominator struck with a wing, shattering 3 vine branches. Crack! Crack! The continuous strikes soon reduced all 9 vines to shreds. However, no hero power appeared for the vine roots. Hidden underground remained intact, indicating the vine monster was merely injured, far from death. Chicken, let your cry captivate their souls, then pound the ground with your wings. Oh ho ho! With a single soul-captivating cry, the surrounding vine monsters froze in place. This skill was a control technique, but it had significant limitations. The range of the chicken's call was limited, and its effectiveness diminished over distance. Boom! Boom! Maximizing its power, the gigantic wings of the soaring chicken dominator struck the ground with tremendous force, pounding down 10 times before a hero power with 3 stars appeared. Bai Yong continued to select powerful vine monsters for extermination, but after a few minutes he was forced to stop. Under the unbeatable might of the soaring chicken dominator, the vine monsters collectively cowered and fled the hero world. This was the reason Bai Yong had not chosen this area as a target. If he used the storm crossbow, he could only destroy the vines at the surface and could not effectively kill them. Climbing onto the soaring chicken dominator, Bai Yong pressed on. His next target was one of the alternate worlds. His indestructible martial academy would respond to the ancient demon realm. He had already killed ancient demons when he first joined the academy, finding them quite easy to defeat. On the way there, Bai Yong continuously performed 3-known combinations, and numerous 9-star hero powers emerged, though this time he chose not to consume them. Hero powers dissolved upon entry, so Bai Yong planned to first accumulate enough to reach a limit of 900 9-star powers, and only then attempt to create excess 9 stars for another 3-known. Time passed quickly, and after a little over 10 hours, Bai Yong finally arrived at one of the checkpoints of the ancient demon realm. Wow! Bai Yong frowned at the scene below, for within what should have been a gathering place of numerous waste ancient demons, there was only a raging sea of fire. Along with the sea of fire were numerous hero powers without stars. He could not collect these hero powers as they did not belong to him. Observing the sea of fire from above, Bai Yong grew increasingly astonished. This flame seemed to be unquenchable. Within the checkpoint's range, there was no combustible material present, yet the flames persisted. Moreover, whenever a new ancient demon entered, it would instantly ignite, quickly burning everything and ultimately leaving behind a single hero power. Whoosh! A clear bird call rang out, and from within the sea of fire, a fiery line shot out, rapidly heading toward Bai Yong and the soaring chicken dominator. Oh, the soaring chicken dominator flapped its wings vigorously, causing a gust of wind to blow away the incoming fiery line as it evaded swiftly. Whoosh, another clear call came, this time filled with curiosity. As the sea of fire suddenly contracted, it finally coalesced into a single form. A stunning large bird appeared. In terms of size, it was about 20 meters long, much smaller than the maximum form of the soaring chicken dominator. Whoosh, turns out it's a powerful human? What a pity. If I encountered you in the outside world, I could have devoured you. The voice was clear yet strange, as Bai Yang, with his current soul strength, could not sense any emotional information from the other party. Bai Yang scrutinized the large bird, finding it reminiscent of the legendary phoenix, noble and beautiful, far surpassing the appearance of his mount, the chicken Yi. Arrogant. You should be grateful to have encountered me in the hero world, and otherwise, I could have had another mount instead of just a quality hero power. Boom. He threw a punch, the force of the punch rushing forward to meet the fiery line unleashed by the bird's wings. The punch and the fiery line collided, causing the line to retreat, while the force of the punch dissipated. Pew pew, the second-tier king-level extreme Galestorm crossbow was drawn out, and he unleashed its full firepower to shoot at the beautiful firebird. The firebird did not evade or hide, allowing the rain of arrows to engulf it. Subsequently, Bai Yang retracted the storm crossbow. The body of the firebird seemed to be made of flames, and his arrow rain caused no damage. Wearing the second-tier king-level extreme Titan's Fury gauntlets, Bai Yang unleashed punch after punch. Boom! Boom! Each punch generated air blasts akin to cannon shots, dispersing the incoming fiery lines. From previous encounters, he knew these flames could easily incinerate ancient demons, so he did not intend to make contact. Whoosh, indeed a prodigy among humans. What a pity. If I encountered you in the outside world, I could have had another servant. Whoosh, the time for staying is almost up, and the hero power is also full. I originally planned to remain here until the time ended and automatically leave, but since you, a new human prodigy, have bad luck and collided with me, I'll let you see what level of hero power emerges from killing you in the hero world. As the firebird boasted, dozens of fiery lines shot out, assailing Bai Yang from all angles. With a thought, Bai Yang's mount chicken Yi flapped its wings with all its might, soaring high to evade the incoming barrage of fiery lines. Whoosh, just mere flying, showing off in front of this phoenix? With the clear call, the firebird swooped down, moving faster than chicken Yi. Bai Yang's expression turned serious, since awakening this was the first time he encountered such a troublesome monster. After entering the hero world, he had deliberately avoided certain alternate worlds in his planned paths of slaughter, mainly targeting physical-type monsters, yet he did not expect to encounter this firebird that was immune to physical damage. Boom! Bai Yang kicked hard with both legs, sending chicken Yi plunging down. Chicken, hold on to it for me.